Chapter 347. Returning to the league, Sun Quan stared intently at the photograph on her phone, a candid shot of herself and Zhang Qinghuan. She had lost track of time in her reverie. This image was taken on a yacht, captured by Zhang Qinghuan using the front-facing camera. The backdrop featured the illuminated island of Madeira at dusk, while the sunset itself was absent from the frame. Yet, the gleam in their eyes hinted at the moment's beauty. In the photograph, she leaned slightly, resting her head on Zhang Qinghuan's shoulder, who mirrored her gesture. Their heads gently nestled together, both adorned with smiles, hers radiant, his warm. The image was perfectly in focus, devoid of any blurriness, and she had not squinted despite the sun's glaring brightness. Nearly a year ago, she had embarked on a transcontinental journey to Barcelona during her time off. Her aspirations were modest. She yearned simply to step into his world, to feel the evening breeze he had once breathed, to inhale the air he had once drawn into his lungs. That alone sufficed to evoke a sense of closeness. The two photos of her with closed eyes remained untouched in her gallery, as she believed they might be the only shared images with Qinghuan. Remarkably, within that year, her life had undergone a profound transformation. She had traversed oceans once more, and this time, their photograph bore no imperfections. Yet, she could not bring herself to delete that initial picture, for regardless of its flaws, it represented her first experience. As her holiday drew to a close, her time off was nearing its end. She chose not to extend her stay, but to return to Jincheng as originally planned. Regarding the future rendezvous with Zhang Qinghuan and the path they would tread together, Sun Quan found herself without a clear plan. Zhang Qinghuan did not press her for a decision. He understood her need for contemplation, recognizing the gravity of the matter. Before her departure, he reassured her that even if she opted to remain in China, their relationship would endure unchanged. She, Sun Quan, was unequivocally his girlfriend. "Oh, I just remembered something," Hu Lai exclaimed suddenly. "What is it?" He retrieved his phone and navigated to Han Shiyu's column, selecting a video for Li Qingqing to see. "Look who this is," he said, pointing to the girl in a Zhang Qinghuan Saria jersey on the cover. Li Qingqing's eyes widened in recognition. "Sister Juan. I thought she looked familiar." During their delightful holiday on Madeira, although they relished each other's company, neither Hu Lai nor Li Qingqing delved deeply into the past of Zhang Qinghuan and Sun Quan. As long as the two were together, the specifics of their history were of little consequence beyond satiating the curiosity of onlookers. Consequently, they remained unaware that Sun Quan had visited Barcelona prior to this trip. Now, however, they were enlightened. Sister Juan truly harbors deep affections. I hope Qinghuan does not let her down this time. After watching the video, Li Qingqing sighed. In truth, Sun Quan was not the protagonist of this episode. However, the aspects subtly revealed through certain snippets were sufficient to evoke such sentiments from Li Qingqing. To the average viewer, she might merely appear as an ordinary female football enthusiast. Yet, for Li Qingqing, who is aware of their eventual fate, today's achievements of Sister One are the fruits of her own relentless efforts. She scrolled through her phone to find a photo taken on the yacht with Hu Lai, where they had taken a selfie, and in the background, Zhang Qinghuan and Sun Quan were nestled together. Particularly, Sister One. At the moment Li Qingqing pressed the shutter, playfully made a gesture from behind. Seeing this scene, Li Qingqing couldn't help but smile again. This trip to Madeira would surely be etched in their memories for a long time. Upon returning to Madrid, Hu Lai immediately immersed himself in the team's preparations for the upcoming match against Catalan Union. The relaxation and warmth of the vacation were swiftly cast aside. He and his teammates needed to extricate themselves from the holiday mindset. If they maintained an overly relaxed attitude in their preparations, it could lead to significant issues. To expedite the players' transition back to a focused state, the training regimen was remarkably intense, employing high-intensity workouts to swiftly align both their physical and mental states with the rhythm of the league. The match against Catalan Union was of paramount importance for the reigning champions, especially as it was the first match following the holiday break. It was uncertain how quickly the players could regain their form, and the coaching staff could only strive to do their best. After 17 rounds of the league, the Madrid Kings currently held the top position with 45 points, while the Madrid Pirates trailed closely behind with 44 points, occupying second place. Catalan Union ranked third with 41 points. The dominance of the three giants in the Spanish Super League was unassailable. While other teams might manage to defeat them in one or two matches, posing a threat to their standing over the lengthy league season was exceedingly challenging. Currently, the fourth-ranked team, the Sevilla Navigators, had amassed 33 points, falling 8 points behind Catalan Union and a considerable double-digit gap from the league leaders, the Kings. If given a choice, the coaching staff of the Madrid Pirates would undoubtedly prefer to face Catalan Union after the 18th round before taking a break, rather than confronting them as the first match post-holiday. Before the break, the entire Madrid Pirates squad was in exceptional form, having just shattered the club's record for consecutive league victories, boasting an impressive 13-match winning streak. It could be said that they were on a formidable roll. However, this momentum was abruptly interrupted by the 7-day Christmas holiday following the conclusion of the 17th round. It was akin to abruptly halting a speeding vehicle and then aggressively pressing the accelerator again. It would surely consume more fuel than a smooth cruise. The sole silver lining was that the holiday's impact on the players' conditions was mutual, affecting not only the Madrid Pirates, but also their opponents, Catalan Union. In the current season, Catalonia United has achieved an impressive record of 13 victories, 2 draws, and 2 losses, the latter occurring consecutively. They first succumbed to the Real Madrid Kings in the National Derby, and subsequently failed to recover in time, suffering another defeat at home against Samir Sports. Despite the summer acquisition of attacking midfielder Cabanca, their defensive performance has been notably commendable, conceding merely 8 goals, the least in the league. Their offensive prowess is not to be underestimated either, with 41 goals scored, making them the second highest scoring team, surpassed only by the Real Madrid Kings. The Real Madrid Kings have unleashed an astonishing offensive display this season, netting 58 goals, thus dominating La Liga. However, they have also conceded 15 goals, indicating a rather mediocre defensive performance. In contrast, the Madrid Pirates exhibit a more balanced approach, demonstrating commendable capabilities in both offense and defense. They have scored 37 goals, trailing only the Real Madrid Kings and Catalonia United, while conceding 11 goals, marginally worse than Catalonia United. Such statistics align well with their respective playing styles. Both Catalonia United and the Madrid Pirates emphasize possession and cohesive tactics, resulting in a well-rounded performance in both attack and defense. The Real Madrid Kings, on the other hand, evidently prioritize formidable offensive firepower, boasting a record of scoring 8 goals in a single match and achieving 5 goals in 4 different games. Given their overwhelming offensive strength, it is reasonable for their defensive shortcomings to be overlooked, as they rely on their attacking prowess to secure victories. The stylistic similarities between Catalonia United and the Madrid Pirates, coupled with a lack of tactical countermeasures, render them quite familiar with one another. In such encounters, the outcome often hinges more on the players' individual performances and current form rather than unexpected tactical ingenuity. In their match against Catalonia United, Juan serves as the paramount asset for the Madrid Pirates. His form mirrors that of the early season Madrid Pirates, relentless and formidable. From the 5th to the 17th rounds of the league, he has scored in 13 consecutive matches, surpassing his own club record of 11 consecutive matches from the previous season. Should he continue to break his own scoring streak, the chances of the Madrid Pirates triumphing against Catalonia United away from home would significantly increase. Perotti finds solace in the fact that, despite a brief hiatus, his team's leading scorer Juan has resumed training in commendable form, free from fatigue or a struggle to regain his rhythm. Indeed, quite the opposite. He appears rejuvenated, as if powered by electricity. This has instilled a degree of confidence among the coaching staff of the Pirates, including Perotti, as they prepare for the upcoming away challenge against Catalonia United. As May begins, there is a call for support during the double monthly ticket period. Additionally, the goal of achieving 6,000 monthly tickets during this period has been met. And in adherence to commitments, an additional chapter will be released today at 1 p.m. Chapter 348, Is This Place My Home? As Juan followed his teammates out of the tunnel at the Sagrada Familia Stadium, he was met with a deafening chorus of songs. The fans of Catalonia United are collectively singing their team anthem, fervently cheering for their squad. However, from the stands closest to the players' tunnel, particularly near the visiting team, the Madrid Pirates, Juan perceives some discordant sounds. Those Catalonia United supporters lean over the railing, hurling obscenities and jeers at the players of the Madrid Pirates. Strictly speaking, these insults are primarily directed at him. He has grown accustomed to such treatment, having experienced it since he emerged with the team for warm-up drills. After all, who could blame him for having a minor feud with Catalonia United? These grievances are not solely rooted in his having scored 6 goals against this team in the past, nor are they merely due to his having snatched away their theoretical league title. Such matters fall within the realm of typical on-field rivalries. Once the match concludes, most of these animosities dissipate into the ether. The discord between the Catalonia United fans and Juan predominantly arises from their perception that he has humiliated their club. Of course, this is somewhat connected to Zhang Qinghuan. Consequently, during the Barcelona derby, he too encounters his own unique jeers within this stadium. The reason the fans of Catalonia United perceive Juan as a figure of humiliation is intrinsically linked to a Champions League group match 2 years prior, when he, while still with Leeds City, executed a hat trick that led to their victory over Catalonia United, followed by a dinner in Barcelona with Zhang Qinghuan. It is, by all accounts, perfectly normal to dine with a close friend post-match, a matter that should concern the Catalonia United supporters little. Yet, when Zhang Qinghuan shared this dinner on social media, it incited a wave of malicious interpretations. Many began to assert that Juan's explosive performance at the Sagrada Familia Stadium was entirely attributable to that meal with Juan. Consequently, Catalonia United's defeat became a source of ridicule, as they were perceived to have fallen short over the triviality of a dinner. In truth, few genuinely believed that Juan was motivated to triumph over Catalonia United solely for the sake of a free meal. Nevertheless, the jest flourished as it circulated. Each time it was relayed, Catalonia United, as the purported victim, faced mockery. Initially, this ridicule may have been mere banter, but as time progressed, an increasing number of people began to embrace the notion that Catalonia United lost to a mere dinner, particularly those who already harbored disdain for the club. When a meme evolves into a subculture, the veracity of the underlying truth becomes inconsequential. Nowadays, in the realm of discourse, whenever Juan's first hat trick at the Sagrada Familia Stadium is mentioned, it is invariably framed as, "Oh, you mean the match where Catalonia United lost to Juan because of a dinner? Ah, yes indeed. How absurd. Did Juan truly require that meal? To score a hat trick on his inaugural visit to the Sagrada Familia Stadium, how extraordinary." For players, achieving a hat trick is a formidable challenge, yet for Juan, it appears almost effortless. Is there some enchanting quality to that dinner? If possible, I wish that before each match between Juan and Catalonia, the esteemed one could treat him to a meal. By the way, I am a fan of Sarria. There are many voices echoing similar sentiments. To the supporters of Catalonia, equating their beloved team with a mere meal is not just an insult. It is a profound humiliation. And all of this is attributed to Juan. Not only did he triumph over them in the match, but he also actively shared Zhang Qinghuan's tweet afterward. Given the influence he and Zhang Qinghuan wielded at that time, had he not retweeted it, her original post would have remained obscure and failed to create such a profound impact. Every grievance finds its target, and the fans of Catalonia have directed their ire squarely at Juan. Furthermore, in the final round of last season, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over Catalonia once again, thanks to Juan's hat trick, securing the La Liga championship trophy. Old grudges and new grievances have compounded. Yet, Juan remains unfazed upon hearing the boos. He even raised his arm in salute to the passionate fans of Catalonia, sporting a smile. Goodness, it seems Juan is intent on becoming a legendary figure for Catalonia. Witnessing this scene, Yin playfully mocked in their football group. Meng Shi immediately quipped, "I feel that if this momentum continues, soon every away game in La Liga will feel like his home. He is like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. He could turn Spain into a sieve." Ha ha. The group was suddenly filled with joyous laughter. Yin exclaimed, "Wonderful. You all aren't out on New Year's Eve. Instead, each is lurking and peeking." The crowd responded, "We're waiting for the match, Yin." Yin retorted, "Watching a match on New Year's Eve? No wonder we are all single." Meng Shi chimed in, "Hey, Yin, as if you aren't a single dog yourself." Mao Xiao interjected, "Meng Shi, pay attention. Yin was saying that we are all single dogs." Meng Shi, "Chu Yifan, Happy New Year, everyone." "Oh, Chu, aren't you accompanying your wife? Have you also taken to watching the game like a single dogs?" Chu Yifan, "Nonsense. I am watching it with your sister-in-law." Envy, jealousy, hatred. The atmosphere in the group was lively as they awaited the commencement of the match between the Madrid Pirates and Catalonia. For football aficionados, being able to watch Juan's matches during the new year in 2028 and 2029 is the utmost joy. What about accompanying women? Can they rival the thrill and enjoyment of football? After both teams had entered the field, the home team Catalonia's players lined up to shake hands with the visiting Madrid Pirates. This is the standard pre-match procedure. When Cabanca approached Juan for a handshake, He asked, "Did you receive the message I sent you?" Hulai was bewildered. "What?" Noticing Hulai's apparent feigned ignorance, Cabanca smiled slightly. "No matter, Hu. I will continue my victorious streak against you." Their last encounter dates back to 2 seasons ago, in the 9th round of the Premier League for the 2026 to 2027 season, when Leeds City faced Manchester Athletic at home, resulting in a 1-3 defeat. Although Hulai started the match, he failed to score. The only goal for Leeds City was netted by Charlie Porter, while Cabanca distinguished himself by scoring twice, thus avenging the draw against Hulai's Chinese team in the World Cup, an event that transpired in 2026. Since then, the two had not crossed paths again. In the 31st round of the second half of the season, Leeds City faced Manchester Athletic away. Due to their commitment to the UEFA Europa League, several key players, including Hulai, did not accompany the team to Manchester. The match ended in a dismal defeat for Leeds City, with a score of 1-6, as Cabanca achieved a hat-trick within 10 minutes. Following this, Hulai transferred away from the Premier League, when Cabanca later joined La Liga. Their reunion occurred 2 years later. Cabanca was not entirely incorrect in his assertions. He had faced Hulai 4 times in the Premier League, winning 3 encounters, with Hulai managing only 1 victory. However, Hulai held a divergent perspective. "Continuing my winning streak?" He chuckled. "Cabanca, have you been out of touch with the game for too long?" Aware of Hulai's sharp tongue, Cabanca had no intention of engaging in a verbal duel. He merely wished to convey his thoughts. After stating his piece, he ignored Hulai's remarks and proceeded to shake hands with the next player from the Madrid Pirates. Hulai, unaffected by Cabanca, believed that football was ultimately determined by skill on the pitch, not words. As he observed Cabanca's retreating figure, he instinctively extended his hand to greet the next Catalan player. Before he could even register who it was, a sudden pain shot through his hand. Upon regaining his focus, he found himself confronted by the furious visage of Mario Salado. "What are you looking at?" he demanded. "Your opponent is me." Hulai vigorously shook Salado's hand, responding, "All right. Good luck." Salado, feeling slighted, sensed that Hulai was being dismissive. However, he refrained from engaging in a childish argument, resolving instead to demonstrate his prowess during the match. Ever since their loss in the Olympics, he had been harboring a desire for revenge against Hulai. He was well aware of Hulai's verbal dexterity. Yet he understood that victories in football were not won through words alone. He would prove his point with his feet. As the match commenced, any time Hulai touched the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Though the cacophony was not overwhelming, it was unmistakably directed at him. Thus, for anyone who believed that the Catalan fans would not target Hulai, such definitive jeers should leave them without a retort. The frequency of the boos, however, remained relatively low, likely because the Catalan team was primarily on the offensive, resulting in fewer opportunities for Hulai to handle the ball. Utilizing the advantage of their home ground, Catalonia United launched a ferocious offensive against the Madrid Pirates immediately following the commencement of the match, intent on securing an early goal. Under the relentless pressure from Catalonia United, the Madrid Pirates found themselves compelled to retreat, evading the onslaught. The dynamics starkly contrasted with the final round of last season's league. In that match, the Madrid Pirates had stormed forward from the outset, asserting their dominance as the visiting team. They caught Catalonia United off guard, completely suppressing the home side, resulting in a goal conceded within the opening 10 minutes. This time, Catalonia United seemed to have learned their lesson. Rather than allowing the Madrid Pirates to seize the initiative, they resolved to capitalize on their home advantage and strike first. As Cabanca received the ball in the attacking third, he deftly nudged it backward and promptly turned around. Juan Ramirez tugged at his jersey but was unable to fully restrain him, allowing Cabanca to slip past him effortlessly. A resounding cheer erupted from the stands of the Saint Family Stadium. Since Cabanca joined the team, his exceptional skills and abilities have swiftly endeared him to the fans of Catalonia United. With Cabanca now in the fold, Roses no longer needs to push forward frequently. He can remain in a deeper midfield role, focusing intently on orchestrating play and linking defense with attack. The specific offensive duties have been entrusted to Cabanca and Campuzano, with Cabanca's forward prowess surpassing that of Campuzano, thus posing a greater threat. For instance, after evading Ramirez, Cabanca leveraged his speed to surge forward, leaving Ramirez momentarily unable to keep pace. After skillfully disrupting the Madrid Pirates' defense through a personal breakthrough, Cabanca chose not to shoot but instead recognized the opportune moment to pass the ball to Mario Salado, who had made an incisive run into the vacant space on the flank. What a splendid play. Another wave of cheers rose from the stands. Upon receiving the ball, Salado feigned an inward cut but then pushed the ball forward, accelerating to attempt a breakthrough along the outside. However, his intentions were foiled by the swift intervention of Danny Drew, who anticipated Salado's move and lunged forward, poking the ball out of play before Salado could take another touch. Catalonia United earned a corner kick. However, this corner ultimately transformed into a stage for Drew to showcase his prowess. He leapt high, outmaneuvering all Catalonia United players to clear the ball with a powerful header at the near post. Danny Drew, a splendid defensive header. He has seamlessly integrated into his new environment, thriving within this team. The Dutch commentator exclaimed with excitement. As a cornerstone of the Dutch national team, he undoubtedly hopes Drew can establish himself at the Spanish powerhouse and evolve into a world-class center-back. From the past half-season, Drew has performed admirably. Despite the return of the Pirates' original starting center-back, Kepa Amantegui, from injury, he has been unable to reclaim his starting position from Drew and is relegated to the bench. Fortunately, Amantegui had anticipated this development, ensuring a smooth transition in the team's central defense. Catalonia United is eager to conclude matters swiftly and assert their dominance. However, today's Madrid Pirates are markedly different from their last encounter. This time, they have opted for a measured approach rather than an aggressive onslaught. Following a recent break, concerns about the players' form have led coach Perotti to adopt a pragmatic strategy, prioritizing solid defense over flamboyance. In the initial phase of the match, they withstood the onslaught from Catalonia, gradually engaging in a tactical exchange. Perotti's decision proved astute. Despite facing the vigorous Catalonia, the Madrid Pirates held their ground with a cohesive defensive strategy. After 20 minutes of play, Catalonia had significantly more incursions into the Madrid Pirates' 30-meter zone, boasting an overwhelming advantage in shots on goal, tallying 5-1. Yet, the score remained deadlocked at 0-0, marking the failure of Catalonia's initial aggressive plan. Nevertheless, Perotti refrained from making any hasty adjustments. Mignolet, positioned with his back to the attacking direction, received the ball, closely guarded by Catalonia's central defender, Paul Fauchon. The French international pressed closely, denying him the opportunity to turn. However, Mignolet had no intention of pivoting. He returned the ball to the more withdrawn Maxi Kelly. In this match, the formation of the Madrid Pirates resembled a 4-2-3-1. Mignolet led the line as the foremost striker, while his partner, Kelly, occupied a more withdrawn position closer to the midfield, aligning with Kamara and Tanini. Behind them were Juan Ramirez and Vukovic, acting as defensive midfielders or central midfielders. This arrangement was clearly designed to maximize Kelly's technical prowess and versatility, allowing him more space to maneuver and exploit his dribbling ability. Presently, the Madrid Pirates do not require Kelly to play as a traditional center forward, allowing him greater mobility and freedom in his responsibilities, akin to a free-roaming forward. This tactical shift enables Kelly to fully showcase his innate talent, setting aside his unpredictable temperament. In terms of footballing ability, Kelly stands shoulder to shoulder with the greatest talents of the game. After receiving the return pass from Mignolet, Kelly feigned an attempt to switch the ball to the right flank for Kamara. However, Catalonia's defensive midfielder, Pedro Insua, was not deceived. He closed in swiftly, using his body to disrupt Kelly's control. Under Insua's relentless pressure, Kelly was unable to shake him off with a feint, leading him to retract the ball and stabilize his position. Insua, now mere centimeters away, crouched low, almost prone, his gaze fixed intently on Kelly's right foot, wary of any sudden movements that might leave him vulnerable. Standing at a height of 1.9 meters, Kelly enjoyed a visual advantage, and without glancing at the tenacious Insua, he focused on the movements of Mignolet ahead. After passing the football back to Kelly, Hulai pivoted and sprinted forward, primarily aiming to draw away the Catalan defenders, thereby creating more space for Kelly to control the ball. Of course, he did not forget to glance back at Kelly's situation to determine his next move. Upon turning, he noticed Kelly being halted by Insua, prompting Hulai, who was initially charging straight towards the goal along the right flank, to come to a sudden stop and swiftly change direction. He deftly cut into the center, narrowly evading the pursuing defender Paul Fauchon's trailing leg. Paul Fauchon, upon seeing Hulai's maneuver, immediately followed suit. It seemed as though Hulai had unwittingly trapped himself with this inward cut, heading directly into the territory guarded by another Catalan defender. Jorge Jimenez, With both defenders converging on him, it appeared that Hulai's intent might have been to create space for Kamara. However, Kamara, situated near the touchline, was still quite distant from the right flank of the penalty area, rendering the space created by Hulai entirely unutilizable. Yet, upon noticing the opening created by Hulai's inward cut, Kelly unhesitatingly delivered a through ball into that very space. As he passed, Hulai, who had initially made a horizontal cut, suddenly decelerated and performed another quick turn to cut back. He lightly tapped Paul Fuqiong's left shoulder, as if playfully engaging in a game of guess where I am. Fuqiong first looked to his left, seeing no sign of Hulai, and then turned to the right, only to find Hulai slicing into the penalty area from that side. By the time he attempted to pivot and chase, it was already too late. What a splendid display of consecutive directional changes. The initially stationary Jimenez, waiting for Hulai to fall into his trap, now sprinted forward in a bid to block Hulai's advance. After catching up to Kelly's through ball, Hulai did not prolong his dribble. Instead, he adjusted his stride mid-run, preparing to shoot directly. Jimenez lunged forward to intercept, while goalkeeper Carlos Cordero dove towards the near post. The two defenders appeared as parallel lines on the grass of the penalty area, obstructing Hulai's path. Yet, Hulai remained undeterred, decisively striking the ball. His right foot connected forcefully with the football, sending it soaring towards the upper corner of the goal. Neither Jimenez nor Cordero could intervene. The ball transformed into a streak of white light, first soaring over Jimenez's head, then gliding past Cordero's body, tracing a perfect trajectory as it crashed into the net. After nearly half an hour of relentless assault by the Madrid Pirates, it was, paradoxically, the Catalan team that found themselves breached in the 27th minute. This was merely the third shot on goal for the Madrid Pirates in the match, and it marked their first attempt that was actually on target. As the third update of the day concludes, I would like to express my gratitude for your support. Tomorrow, I shall return to my regular updates. Please continue to support with your monthly votes. Chapter 350, The Contagion? Upon witnessing the football soar into the net, Sanchez elongated his voice in a jubilant roar. Hulai. What a splendid goal. The home team, Catalonia United, was the first to concede, who once again demonstrated his remarkable efficiency. The Grand St. James Park was filled with the exuberant cheers of the visiting fans and the jeers from the home supporters, intertwining the sounds to the extent that it was nearly impossible to discern whether this was a home ground or an away fixture. In the midst of this cacophony, the goal-scorer Hulai sprinted towards the corner flag, leaping high into the air before gracefully descending. Although outnumbered, the cheers of the Madrid Pirates supporters managed to seep through the noise of the crowd, faintly reminiscent of thunder. Upon successfully planting the flag for the first time at St. James Park, Hulai touched down and embraced his rushing teammates. Following this, he joined the throng in giving a thumbs up to Max Kyrie outside the crowd. Kyrie's pass was indeed exquisite. Having made 2 consecutive runs without previously communicating with Kyrie, the latter was unaware of Hulai's intended movement. Typically, when one observes him cutting into the center, one would attempt to deliver the ball directly to his feet. However, Kyrie took a different approach, passing into the space where Hulai was running. Consequently, Hulai was perfectly positioned to return, seizing the opportunity. Remarkable indeed. Captain Juan Ramirez, amazed, inquired of Kyrie, "How did you know Hulai would run there?" Kyrie shrugged. "I had no idea." "What? You passed it there without knowing?" Ramirez exclaimed in astonishment. "Because it was an open space, Juan," Kyrie explained. "I didn't need to pass the ball to Hulai. I merely had to deliver it into the vacant area. How he navigates to that space is his concern." Ramirez, impressed, clapped his hands in approval. "Brilliant. And Hulai excels at finding and exploiting open spaces. So instead of pondering how to pass the ball to Hulai, it is far more efficient to simply place it into the open area. Truly deserving of being Hulai's neighbor. Haha." Ramirez patted Kyrie's back with vigor. Kyrie winced from the force. What does being his neighbor have to do with this? Yet he couldn't deny that despite their contentious relationship, he and Hulai surprisingly complemented each other on the field, even if he was uncertain why. He had no desire to delve into that matter. After all, this was his final season with the Madrid Pirates. As the goal was replayed, commentator Hifone marveled. "Observe Hulai's movement. This is what we call textbook off-the-ball movement to evade defenders. First, he runs in a straight line, compelling Fu Qiong to accelerate and close in, thereby placing Hulai in Fu Qiong's blind spot. He is forced to frequently glance back. Then, he decelerates and cuts across, deceiving Fu Qiong into following his lateral movement. Pay attention to Hu Lai's position at this moment. He remains consistently in Fu Qiong's blind spot. As he executed his second change of direction, Fu Qiong failed to detect Hu Lai's maneuver in time, ultimately losing track of him. Such continuous changes in direction are often witnessed during a player's dribbling. I recall Kamara exhibiting a similar series of deft movements while at Leeds United, which significantly confounded defenders, causing them to lose both their target and sense of direction. This principle equally applies to off-the-ball runs, as one can move more freely without the burden of the ball. However, a crucial issue arises, Hifeng notes, as it necessitates synergy between the player making the run and the one delivering the pass. Otherwise, if Hu Lai's initial cut is met with an immediate pass to his feet, the elegance of the off-the-ball movement becomes moot, Yin Kong remarked. Kyrie's pass was indeed exquisite. There are always murmurs suggesting that Hu Lai and Kyrie harbor a poor relationship. While their interactions may appear infrequent, this does not necessarily indicate animosity. In fact, Kyrie has provided Hu Lai with numerous assists, some of which were remarkably unexpected passes that could only be anticipated by Hu Lai himself. Thus, I believe their collaborative play exemplifies a profound understanding between them. If their relationship were truly strained, such synchronicity would be implausible. Hifeng nodded in agreement. Quite so. The bond between gentlemen is as serene as water. In life, not every friendship is characterized by intense emotion. Hu Lai and Kyrie exemplify such a gentlemanly relationship. Xiaolon, overhearing the clueless commentators ramble on, scoffed. What gentlemanly bond? He always overtakes my son's car. What sort of gentlemanly conduct is that? As a mother, her primary concern is undoubtedly her son's relationship with Kyrie. Thus, she had already inquired during their video call. Before his mother, Hu Lai naturally spoke truthfully, recounting every detail. In plain terms, their relationship is not particularly close, but neither has it reached the point of hostility. Although their rapport is lukewarm, it certainly does not ascend to the level of a gentlemanly friendship. Furthermore, Hu Lai had previously lamented to his mother about being overtaken by Kyrie, the fifth king beyond the four great ones, who is not only petty but also quite immature. If he cannot best me on the field, he seeks to win on the road. However, I cannot race against him, so what does it matter if he overtakes me? Hu Lai concluded. Xiaolon then reassured him, suggesting one must allow others to reclaim their dignity. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Privately, she had berated Kyrie multiple times for his pretentiousness. Leading by a goal, the Madrid Pirates resumed the match with a calm demeanor. After all, they were in the lead. Conversely, the players of Catalan Union appeared somewhat anxious. This was their home ground, and they were determined to seize the initiative from the outset with vigorous attacks. Ultimately, however, it was the Madrid Pirates who found the back of the net first. The Catalan Union players could not help but ponder, if the outcome remains unchanged, what was the significance of our earlier efforts? This thought was quite disheartening. Indeed, there exists a certain significance in their endeavors. After all, had they not engaged in such tumultuous efforts, they might have conceded goals much earlier, as evidenced by last season's match, where Hu Lai found the net merely 9 minutes into the game. Now, they have managed to endure until the 27th minute. Thrice the duration of the previous encounter. What remarkable progress this signifies. Cabanca, with his back to the attacking direction, calls for the ball. Acutely aware of the pressure exerted by the pirate captain, Ramirez, looming behind him. Yet, he resolutely insists that his teammates pass the ball to him. Campuzano delivers the football, and as it rolls towards him, Cabanca begins to adjust his body orientation, striving to shift from a complete back to a side stance. However, he finds himself tightly ensnared by Ramirez, rendering his positional adjustment less than successful. Any attempt to reposition could result in Ramirez circumventing him and seizing the opportunity. Consequently, when the ball reaches his feet, he remains in a posture that faces away from the goal. He attempts to employ a familiar tactic, using the sole of his foot to redirect the ball behind him while simultaneously turning. Yet, this time, fortune does not favor him. As he makes contact with the ball, Ramirez swiftly pokes it away from beneath his feet. In the midst of his turn, Cabanca loses all balance and is sent sprawling to the ground. Roses seeks to intervene and reclaim possession, but Vukovic anticipates him, deftly maneuvering the ball away first. The Madrid Pirates not only thwarted one of Catalonia's attacks, but also capitalized on the situation by launching a counterattack with 2 fewer midfielders on the field for Catalonia. On the ground, Cabanca waves frantically at the referee, signaling a foul by Ramirez. The referee, however, disregards his pleas and follows the advancing attack of the Madrid Pirates. As Ramirez trails behind, he casts a scornful glance back at Cabanca, tauntingly remarking, "Don't think you can pull that trick on me again, kid." With that, he abandons Cabanca and sprints ahead. In a fit of frustration, Cabanca pounds the turf before rising from the ground. Fortunately, Catalonia successfully defends against this wave of attack from the Madrid Pirates. He then races back, preparing for the next offensive maneuver. Upon seeing Cabanca rejoining the fray, Ramirez takes the initiative to extend his hand towards him, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Cabanca reciprocates with a high five, replying, "I could easily surpass you several times." Laughter erupts from Ramirez. "Then let us see it." As Catalonia presses forward, Ramirez again entangles himself with Cabanca. Observing this, Rosas opts not to pass the ball to the Brazilian prodigy, instead choosing to deliver it to his seasoned midfield partner, Campuzano. With Campuzano advancing the ball, Cabanca makes a sharp run, leveraging his speed to temporarily elude Ramirez. Seeing Cabanca ahead by a stride, Campuzano swiftly passes the ball to him. As Cabanca receives the ball, he deftly stops it with his foot, executing a sudden halt that causes Ramirez to overshoot. Cabanca then skillfully maneuvers sideways, creating space. Before Ramirez can close in once more, he unleashes a shot. The football weaves past the fingertips of the Pirate goalkeeper, Havel, narrowly avoiding the post and soaring out of bounds. This prompts the Catalonia fans in the stands to erupt in cheers that swiftly transform into gasps of astonishment and disappointment. Regrettably, Cabanca clasped his head in disappointment. Unable to equalize the score, Ramirez, panting beside him, remarked, "It's somewhat amusing, but if you think you can score against us using such tactics, you are mistaken. In comparison, our efficiency far surpasses yours. Perhaps the time it takes you to score one goal is sufficient for us to net two." Cabanca gazed at the captain of the Madrid Pirates, patiently waiting for him to finish before inquiring, "I am rather curious. Is Hulai's silver tongue contagious?" Ramirez paused momentarily, then realized what was being suggested and chuckled heartily. "You could certainly interpret it that way. Perhaps we could continue our conversation?" Cabanca remained silent, disinterested in engaging further, though he might have considered the proposition had he been in the lead. He resolved that once he assisted Catalonia in turning the tide, he would seek out Ramirez for a heartfelt exchange. Following their lead, Perotti finally issued new instructions for the team, advocating for an aggressive high press in the attacking third. Aiming to capitalize on Catalonia's instability following a loss of possession, the intention was to apply extreme pressure. Should they succeed in forcing Catalonia into errors during this period, resulting in a second goal, it would be even better. Naturally, this high press could not last indefinitely if it failed to yield satisfactory results. He would instruct the team to slow their pace and regroup, biding their time for the right opportunity. By then, the halftime break would likely be drawing near. Catalonia maintained possession at the back, adhering to their footballing tradition. Rather than launching a long ball directly to the forwards, they exchanged short passes, hoping to advance within a 15-meter radius. In response to their back-and-forth passing, the Madrid Pirates collectively pressed forward, initiating their high press. Hulai surged ahead, charging toward the ball-playing center-back, Jimenez. Upon noticing Hulai's advance, Jimenez pivoted and returned the ball to goalkeeper Cortelo. Hulai did not hesitate, pursuing the ball into the penalty area. Racing toward Cortelo, he understood the difficulty of making contact with the ball, yet he continued his sprint, as this served as a psychological tactic to pressure Cortelo. It was imperative for Cortelo to recognize that his forthcoming actions must be executed with utmost precision. A momentary lapse or minor error could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, Hulai rapidly swung his arms, gritting his teeth as he accelerated toward Cortelo, who was poised to receive the back pass near the goal line. With such a sizable figure barreling toward him, it was impossible for Cortelo to overlook Hulai. To err on the side of caution, he decided against stopping the ball, opting instead to distribute it immediately. However, the direction of his pass required careful consideration, left or right. Regardless of the choice, he aimed to avoid a return to the center. Although he was positioned closer to the right post, logically, a pass to the right would seem most convenient. Yet, Hulai appeared to anticipate Cortelo's intentions, adjusting his run toward that side. At that moment, Cortelo heard a loud shout in Catalan, "Pass to the left." The familiar accent prompted the Catalan Cortelo to instinctively pass the ball to the left without a second thought. Indeed, Hulai dove to the right, missing the ball entirely. However, the stands of the Sagrada Familia Stadium erupted not in cheers, but in gasps of astonishment and jeers. Cortolo then realized that the figure on the left side of the penalty area was not his team's left back, Francisco Calderon, but rather Kamala, the right winger of the Madrid Pirates. Good grief. Cortolo suddenly understood that his decision to pass left was a grave mistake. He could no longer ponder who had urged him to make that pass. He swiftly lunged toward Kamala. My goodness, Sanchez exclaimed. Cortolo had made an exceedingly serious blunder. Amidst the boos echoing from the Sagrada Familia Stadium, Kamala seized the ball. Juli, who had originally charged toward the goalkeeper Cortolo, quickly retreated to avoid being caught offside. When Kamala received the ball, the angle was not favorable, as Cortolo's pass had been along the baseline, preventing a direct shot on goal. Thus, center-backs Jimenez and Fuyun rushed toward Juli, knowing that if they could intercept him, they could thwart a goal. Yet Juli did not linger by the goal. As they approached, he continued to retreat, brushing past them. Kamala, near the baseline, delivered a backward triangular pass. Goalkeeper Cortolo missed it completely. Center-backs Jimenez and Fuyun also dove in vain. As Juli retreated, he met the ball with a push shot. After executing the shot, he lost his balance and fell backward. This was an unconventional shooting motion, entirely at odds with textbook technique. However, in actual play, as long as one could score, it was deemed a successful shot. The ball flew into the net once more. Witnessed by the trio from Catalonia with desperate eyes. Juli, he scores again. The ball is in the net. Wow, this goal is simply unbelievable. Kneeling on the ground, Cortolo stared blankly at the football in the net, his mind a complete void, unable to fathom how he had made such a fundamental error. Just then, he heard a voice in Catalan near his ear, thanking him for his cooperation. Immediately, Juli's silhouette appeared in his line of sight, joyfully running towards Kamala, who had assisted the play. Cortolo widened his eyes, fixating on Juli's retreating figure. Suddenly, he realized who had prompted him to pass left. Oh! After glaring at that figure for a second or two, Cortolo let out an anguished howl to the heavens. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! Ahaha! As Cortolo roared in anger, Juli laughed heartily, embracing Kamala. Well done, Ismail. How did you know he would pass the ball to you? Kamala was still quite astonished. As Juli charged forward towards Cortolo, he did not forget to wave to Kamala, signaling him to advance as well. Without hesitation, Kamala immediately followed suit. However, despite catching up, Kamala did not harbor any expectations that his and Juli's forward press would yield tangible results. After all, as long as Cortolo could send the ball soaring forward, he could break through the defense. Even if he chose not to kick it long, he could easily pass to the right flank, which was closer to him. With Kamala advancing on the left, his target was substantial, and Cortolo was unlikely to be foolish enough to pass the ball to him. Nevertheless, he understood that such seemingly futile sprints were part and parcel of the game, so he refrained from voicing any complaints. To his astonishment, under the pressure from Juli, Cortolo made an error in haste and kicked the ball straight towards him. When he saw the ball rolling his way, he could scarcely believe his eyes, thinking he must have misjudged the situation. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, and he intercepted the ball while simultaneously glancing up to observe the central area. Upon noticing Juli retreating, he passed the ball forward. For a striker like Juli, the remaining task was remarkably straightforward. The reason he opted for a triangular pass rather than delivering it directly to the goal was that he noticed both Jimenez and Fu Qiong, the center-backs, advancing towards him. He feared that a direct pass would be intercepted. His choice proved to be astute, as Juli did not remain stationary near the goal but continued to withdraw, aligning perfectly with the trajectory of the triangular pass. Kamala simply identified a gap between the small box line and the penalty spot, and thus he directed the ball into that space. Juli also recognized the opening and sprinted towards it. This was synergy. Upon hearing Kamala's inquiry, Juli joyfully elucidated. I feigned him out, and to my surprise, he actually fell for it. Kamala's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you deceive him? I used Catalan to instruct him to pass to you, and he genuinely did. Juli laughed heartily, initially approaching the situation with a casual mindset, not anticipating that such a whimsical tactic would succeed. Yet, in the realm of psychological games, one must not abandon their attempts due to low success rates. What if it actually worked? As a professional athlete, this embodies the spirit of the profession. Hard work rewards the diligent, and indeed, he managed to pull it off this time. His teammates from the Madrid Pirates, who had surged forward alongside him, erupted in laughter, embracing one another. For them, this goal felt like a windfall, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Your luck is astronomical. They cheered. Yet, Kamala understood that for his mentor, this goal represented more than mere fortune. Good grief. They truly made a mistake. Parati exclaimed, a mix of surprise and incredulity in his tone. He had instructed his players to press high, hoping they could intercept the ball in the opponent's midfield and launch a counterattack. But he never anticipated they could initiate a counter right on the opponent's goal line. This counterattack felt like piercing directly through the opponent's throat into their very core. He simply could not fathom how Cordolo could commit such a fundamental error. Do not presume that Parati is the only one perplexed. Even the coach of Catalonia United, Jose Benel, is equally baffled. When Cordero committed a passing error, his eyes widened in shock, his entire being seemed to stiffen. Upon Hulai successfully sending the ball into the net, he erupted in fury on the sidelines. What the hell? Damn it. What was Cordero thinking? Why did he pass the ball over there? Doesn't he see the opposing player looming large? Assistant coach Alberto Vasquez merely grimaced, remaining silent, as he too was at a loss for an explanation. Such inexplicable lapses of intellect do occasionally occur in football. Thus, discerning Cordero's rationale for such a pass holds little significance, particularly after conceding a goal. Following the first goal, Catalonia United not only failed to equalize but also conceded a second, suffering a double setback. Such a manner of conceding a goal is certainly not merely a double blow. It strikes a devastating blow to the team's morale. Fortunately, the second goal by Madrid Pirates was scored in the 39th minute. With little time left in the first half, Benel still had the opportunity to adjust the players' mindset during the halftime break. Had this error occurred in the second half, the team might have faced a complete collapse. Upon returning to the locker room, Cordero was interrogated by head coach Jose Benel as if he were a criminal. The other players of Catalonia United turned their gazes toward him, expecting Cordero to promptly acknowledge his error. However, to their astonishment, he became agitated when confronted with the question. It's all whose fault? That Chinese player set me up. Confusion enveloped the room. Even Coach Benel was left puzzled. Are you implying that whose pressing caused you to err? While this may be a valid reason, if Cordero were to evade responsibility in such a manner, Benel would be genuinely disappointed as a coach. Yet, what Cordero uttered next astonished everyone present. No, it wasn't he because of his pressing. He deceived me. He instructed me to pass to the left. What? Benel found this utterly absurd. He told you to pass. And you did? I thought it was Joel who asked me to pass, Cordero replied. Joel Jimenez pointed to himself in disbelief. Me? How could that be? Cordero explained. I know this sounds ridiculous, but it is the truth. When he charged at me, he shouted in Catalan. I instinctively assumed it was Joel. The room fell silent. Exchanging glances, while Benel seized upon a crucial piece of information. Are you saying who instructed you to pass left in Catalan? Cordero nodded. Yes, in Catalan. How could he possibly speak Catalan? Benel was even more astonished. Cordero shook his head, expressing his bewilderment. I am unsure how he manages it, yet he does score. After netting a goal, he approached me in Catalan to express his gratitude, revealing to me his proficiency in the language. Catalan. The vernacular of the Catalonia region, where Barcelona is located, differs from Spanish. Within the autonomous community of Catalonia, it holds the same official status as Spanish and, in some respects, even surpasses it in everyday use. Many local players who have long served in the Catalan club communicate primarily in Catalan. For a foreign player joining the team, the first language they are expected to learn is not Spanish, but Catalan, as this facilitates their seamless integration into the squad. Should a foreign player conduct an interview in Catalan, they would undoubtedly win the affection of the Catalan fans rapidly. However, given that Catalan is not widely spoken beyond this region, most individuals outside of it find little need to learn or master the language. It is not unreasonable to describe Catalan as an obscure tongue. This raises the question of how Hulai managed to acquire such a command of the language, leaving many astonished. I have heard of whose remarkable linguistic talent, which allowed him to adapt to La Liga seamlessly, largely due to his fluency in Spanish. Yet, could even such a gift account for the mastery of Catalan? While I can comprehend his effort to learn Spanish for a swift adaptation to La Liga, what could be the purpose behind his study of Catalan? Surely, he did not begin self-learning Catalan over a year in advance solely for today's goal. Could he? Some offered counter-arguments, which held merit, leading those who were initially skeptical to shrug in resignation. How can one explain the current situation? Surely, who could not have acquired Catalan overnight? But why couldn't he? It is merely a matter of learning a few phrases. How much effort could that require? This reasoning still lacked coherence. How could he predict what would transpire during the match, and thus determine precisely which phrases to learn temporarily? As both sides clung to their perspectives, unable to persuade one another, the captain, Roses, intervened. It is also possible that he had begun learning Catalan long before this match, but not necessarily for this occasion. We were interested in him even when he was still playing in China. With this revelation, the group experienced a moment of clarity. This made sense. Perhaps Hulai had harbored intentions toward joining the Catalan club from that time, initiating his self-study of Catalan. However, it seemed that the Catalan club had merely expressed verbal interest, perhaps lacking genuine intent, simply out of spite for Madrid's royal club, ultimately failing to make a formal offer and missing the opportunity with Hulai. In retrospect, this may be the Catalan club's most regrettable oversight. Comparing Hulai's proficiency in Catalan, acquired for his intended transfer, to his current fluency, one can discern the immense effort he invested. Perhaps he genuinely wished to join the Catalan club, only to be disheartened by their indifferent attitude. Upon reflection, it becomes apparent why he exhibits such fervor each time he competes at the Camp Nou for Catalonia. For this hallowed ground was once the arena he yearned to battle upon. It is indeed a poignant realization. Cabanca could not have anticipated that the story behind the team's second goal conceded would unfold in such a manner. Once he grasped the underlying cause, he was left utterly speechless. He was aware of Hulai's extraordinary linguistic talents, yet he did not foresee that such formidable abilities could be wielded in this fashion. He had thought that merely conversing with the opposing defenders on the pitch represented the pinnacle of Hulai's capabilities. Clearly, he had underestimated Hulai's potential. To think that he could deceive opponents using their native tongue during the match is astonishing. It is widely acknowledged that South American players are notorious for their underhanded tactics. Cabanca, having grown up in Brazil, had witnessed his fair share of unscrupulous maneuvers. However, in comparison to Hulai, South American players appear almost angelic. No degree of cunning could rival Hulai's. He embodies the essence of deceit, his character as dark as the depths of night. Toss him into a swimming pool, and the water would turn an inky black. Thus, was it Hulai who instructed Cordova to pass the ball? Within the visitors' dressing room, his teammates gathered around Hulai, inquiring about the specifics of the incident. Yet, as Hulai's comrades, they were less concerned about why he was able to speak Catalan and more intrigued by the sheer depth of his linguistic prowess. Within the ranks of the Madrid Pirates, players hail from every corner of the globe, and regardless of the language spoken, Hulai is able to engage in seamless communication with each of them. Having grown accustomed to his remarkable abilities, the players of Madrid Pirates no longer delve into the reasons behind Hulai's multilingualism or the extent of his linguistic repertoire. Indeed, it is unfortunate that Cordova has already discovered Hulai's proficiency in Catalan. Otherwise, perhaps in the second half, he could have successfully deceived Juan Martinez, lamented one of the teammates. Others nodded in agreement. Tonini remarked to Hulai, "If I were in your shoes, I would not have rushed to thank him after scoring a goal. Instead, let them speculate during halftime about who prompted Cordova to pass to the left. Indeed, sowing seeds of suspicion among them might even lead to discord. A brawl would be even more delightful." Laughter erupted as they shared their post-match suggestions. However, Hulai held a differing opinion. "This ruse cannot last long, my friends. They will swiftly deduce that it was I. My linguistic abilities are hardly a secret. Relying on this to incite internal conflict is impractical." However, revealing to Cordova that he was deceived by me could indeed shatter his composure, for such a goal conceded is immensely difficult for a goalkeeper to accept. Hull, the Pirates' starting goalkeeper, raised his hand in agreement with Hulai. He speaks the truth. As a goalkeeper, one can accept conceding to an opponent's spectacular shot, even when one has exerted every effort to prevent it. Similarly, one can accept being outmaneuvered by a clever feint. Yet, to be deceived by such underhanded tactics is enough to rattle anyone's psyche. I can only express my gratitude that I am Hulai's teammate. Laughter filled the room. Not only Hull, but others too felt fortunate to be on Hulai's side, for otherwise, every encounter with him would likely be a torment. How splendid. Head coach Parati stepped forward and stated, "In the second half, we must continue to apply pressure on Cadro. We should seize every opportunity to take shots on goal. If we can force him into another mistake, it would be even better." Jose Benel, the head coach of Catalonia United, grasped Cadro's shoulders firmly, nearly pressing his forehead against Cadro's, and looked him in the eye, saying, "Listen, Carlos. That goal conceded in the first half was not your fault. It was whose cunning. Anyone in your position would not have performed better than you did. So forget about the goal conceded in the first half and focus entirely on the second half. Cadro gritted his teeth and nodded. I understand. I will not let that goal affect me. Excellent. Benel gently patted Cadro's cheek. His greatest concern was that the mistake would disrupt Cadro's mindset, leading him to wallow in self-recrimination during the match and adversely affect his performance. The goalkeeper's role is crucial. Catalonia United emphasizes an integrated possession play, and the goalkeeper is naturally a vital component of this system. The goal conceded in the first half was a result of Jimenez's seemingly ordinary back pass to the goalkeeper. Cadro's choice to pass sideways to a teammate rather than executing a long clearance was in line with Catalonia United's tactical demands and habits. Therefore, if Cadro were to become anxious and distracted, it would not only jeopardize the goal's security, but also undermine Catalonia United's overall possession play in the second half. Observing Cadro's demeanor, Benel felt a slight sense of relief. He hoped Cadro could indeed rise above the shadow of his earlier blunder. As the players emerged from the changing room and made their way onto the field, Juan flashed a grin at Cadro, raising his eyebrows in a rather mocking manner. That expression was undeniably provocative. Were it not for the law, it wouldn't have been surprising to see Juan being bundled up and assaulted by the players of Catalonia United. In fact, the players of Catalonia United were glaring at Juan, their glares seemingly capable of piercing through him. Noticing the hostility in their eyes, Juan maintained his smile while exchanging for a pair of damaged giant bear shin guards in the system marketplace, equipping himself accordingly. He dared not gamble that the players of Catalonia United were all courteous gentlemen who adhered to the principle of resolving disputes verbally rather than physically. Thus, it was better to be prepared. As the second half commenced, Catalonia United, trailing by 2 goals, launched a fierce offensive against the Madrid Pirates' goal. At this juncture, Parati opted not to implement a high press, but instead contracted the defense, opting for a counter-attacking strategy. Since Parati took charge, the Madrid Pirates have indeed undergone a tactical transformation. However, this does not imply that they have completely adopted the possession-based style epitomized by Catalonia United. Parati astutely retained the Pirates' original faster and more direct approach, ensuring that the team continues to practice simpler and more direct tactics during training as a contingency. Consequently, even when employing a possession game, the Madrid Pirates maintain a speed and directness that surpasses that of Catalonia United. Especially prior to the arrival of Cabanca, the possession play of the Catalan team was not as pure as that of the Madrid Pirates. It seemed they had not pushed this aspect to its utmost limits. Yet, this also afforded them greater possibilities. Otherwise, why would they have secured Kamala this summer? Was it not because Kamala could bring speed and breakthroughs on the right flank? When faced with the opponent's high pressing, the Madrid Pirates could switch to a dual-wing offensive strategy, directly attacking behind the opponent's defense. Even the goalkeeper could become the initiator of the attack. Of course, the Catalan goalkeeper could also initiate attacks, but these two methods of launching an offense were inherently different. The intensified offensive from the Catalan team in the second half proved effective, despite the Madrid Pirates' attempts to consolidate their defense and threaten the Catalans' goal through counterattacks. However, this Catalan team had Cabanca. The Brazilian midfielder became very active in the second half. He could score himself, pass the ball to teammates, and create chaos through his dribbling. This season, he had already netted 9 goals and provided 7 assists in the league. Compared to last season, the attack of the Catalan team, with him in the lineup, had become significantly more formidable. In the 58th minute, Cabanca received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. First, he used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball to the right. Then he swung his right leg as if to shoot from distance, compelling Ramirez to dive in for a desperate challenge. Yet, the Brazilian deftly pulled the ball to the left, simultaneously charging into the penalty area from the left side. Brushing past Ramirez, he then lifted his foot as if to pass to Salado, deceiving the Madrid Pirates center-back Drew into turning toward Salado. Just as Drew shifted his weight, he realized he had been tricked and attempted to turn back. At that moment, Cabanca had already taken his shot. His kicking motion was not overtly pronounced. Yet the ball was struck with great force. Although Hewell managed to get a hand to it, he could not deflect it away, and the ball ricocheted into the net of the Madrid Pirates. Cabanca. Wow. He pulled one back for the Catalan team. 1-2. Now the Catalan team trailed by only 1 goal. The suspense of the match reignited. Amid Sanchez's commentary, the goalscorer Cabanca exuberantly ran towards the team's bench, embracing teammates and coaches alike. The players of the Catalan team were ecstatic and exhilarated, rushing down to embrace their counterparts on the bench, as if two torrents had collided. The St. James Park came alive, with thunderous applause from the stands. The anthems of the Catalan team echoed through the venue, with the added ambience of background music. The atmosphere reached a pinnacle of excitement. In that moment, St. James Park finally felt like the home ground of the Catalan team. After the celebration, Cabanca broke free from the crowd. Instead of returning to the pitch, he waved his arms toward the stands behind the bench, rallying the spirits and signaling the Catalan fans to ignite their fervor. Under his encouragement, the Catalan supporters surged to the front, waving their fists and chanting loudly, "This is Catalonia! This is it! This is it! This is Catalonia!" Although the Madrid Pirates and the Madrid Kings are sworn enemies, the adage that a foe of my enemy is my friend does not apply here. After all, they both hail from Madrid. Despite their mutual disdain for the rulers of Madrid, they would never find common ground with the Catalan separatists. Consequently, there exists a palpable animosity between the Catalan League and the Madrid Pirates. For now, the ire directed at these two teams is somewhat mitigated by the presence of the Madrid Kings, who attract the majority of the hatred. However, one can surmise that as long as Hulai remains in play, the intensity of this enmity will inevitably escalate with each encounter between the two teams. Currently, the jeers from the Catalan League supporters are largely aimed at Hulai alone, but in the future, it may very well be the entire Madrid Pirates squad that bears the brunt of the crowd's disdain. After scoring a goal, the morale of the Catalan League players surged. They continued to launch attacks towards the goal of the Madrid Pirates, eager to equalize and restore parity. Parati stood at the sidelines, arms crossed, his expression serious as he focused intently on the pitch. Meanwhile, across from him, the Catalan League's coach, José Benal, animatedly directed his players, gesturing fervently with his arms. His signals suggested a strategy to push further upfield, compressing the Madrid Pirates' midfield and defense into a single line, thereby eliminating any depth in their defense. With the Catalan League's proficiency in possession and passing, they would easily exploit any gaps in the Madrid Pirates' backline. Parati, clearly aware of this tactic, exhibited signs of anxiety that were evident on his face. Cabanca, positioned just outside the penalty area, feigned a long-range shot once more. Ramirez, wary of his intentions, maintained a guarded stance, not fully committing himself. Indeed, Cabanca's attempt was yet another ruse. As he prepared to make his move for the ball, Ramirez swiftly closed in, forcing Cabanca to hastily pass to the advancing Roses. Roses then delivered an over-the-top ball to the cutting-in Mario Salado. However, with Drew closing in, Salado had no choice but to take a quick shot. The ball soared over the crossbar and into the stands, eliciting gasps and sighs from the crowd. Salado. What a close call. Had Salado possessed a more refined touch in front of goal, the outcome of that attack would surely have been different. He is undoubtedly more adept at dribbling through defenses than capitalizing on scoring opportunities. After a sharp intake of breath, Yifeng expressed his concern. Yenkong chuckled at Yifeng's final assessment of Salado, remarking, "Not everyone can be Hulai." In truth, the Catalan League's recent attack was quite successful in terms of execution. Cabanca drew the defensive focus of the Pirates, allowing Roses to deliver a well-timed pass. The only downside was Salado's inability to seize the opportunity. Had it been Hulai in his stead, the threat would have been significantly greater. Yifeng concurred, indeed. If Catalan Union had a player like Hulai, he would seize upon even the slightest defensive error made by the Pirates. As the two were conversing, the Madrid Pirates goalkeeper, Havel, launched a powerful goal kick towards the forward field. The ball soared over several meters from the Pirates' penalty area, landing near the 30-meter line of Catalan Union. Paul Fokin, the central defender for Catalan Union, closely marked Hulai to prevent him from receiving the ball. As the football approached, Hulai did not remain stationary. Instead, he advanced, feigning an aerial challenge. Fokin, noticing this, quickly closed the gap and managed to outpace Hulai, positioning himself in front. He then leapt, intending to head the ball back before Hulai could intervene. However, just as he jumped, Hulai unexpectedly retreated. He had no intention of contesting the header with Fokin. The true landing spot of the ball was not where Fokin had leapt. Consequently, Fokin missed the ball entirely. It sailed over his head. And not only did he fail to make the header, but he also lost his balance upon landing and fell to the ground. As he tumbled, he saw Hulai, who had retreated, elegantly lift his right foot at the ball's actual landing spot, effortlessly bringing it under control. A nearly 70-meter-long pass was received with remarkable ease. As he stopped the ball, he also turned, positioning it perfectly in front of him, facing the direction of the attack, requiring no further adjustment. Juan, who had been discussing the differences between the two teams showcased in the recent attack by Catalan Union with Yearned, abruptly interrupted his thoughts, exclaiming, "Hulai!" Yearned, excitedly beside him, chimed in, "Here it comes again." While Hulai controlled the ball, Jimenez initially retreated, and left-back Cadran followed suit, wary of Kamala's position on the right flank. He feared that if he pressed Hulai, the latter would directly pass the ball to Kamala. After taking a couple of steps, Hulai found that neither of the two defenders approached him to impede his advance. It was not until he neared the penalty arc and lifted his right leg, preparing to strike, that Cadran abandoned his mark on Kamala and sprinted forward to block Hulai's shot. But it was too late. Hulai struck the ball with his right foot. A shot from outside the box. Thud. The ball soared from the front of Catalan Union's penalty area, hurtling towards the goal. Goalkeeper Cordello initially intended to leap and clear the ball. His positioning was favorable, requiring only a vertical jump. However, as he ascended, he was astounded to see the ball not rising as expected, but rather descending abruptly. It was as if an aircraft had encountered turbulence mid-air, plummeting several meters. Consequently, his outstretched arms missed the ball entirely. In a moment of panic, Cordello instinctively lowered his arms, attempting to deflect the ball away, an entirely reflexive action. Yet he was unsuccessful. The ball sped towards him, striking the edge of his hand before bouncing upward at an angle. Ultimately, it soared over Cordello's shoulder and into the net. Wow! Another goal. A hat trick. Hulai has completed his hat trick. My goodness. The Camp Nou truly serves as a fortunate ground for Hulai. This marks his third consecutive hat trick during visits here. Chapter 354, A Fruitless Effort. A goal kick from the Pirates. Oh dear, he misjudged it. Hulai received the ball, and, upon turning to advance, wondered why no one was pressing him. He took a shot. Alas, Cordero made yet another blunder. The La Liga commentator, Sanchez, exclaimed in disbelief. From a third-person perspective, Hulai's shot seemed unremarkable. If one were to argue it was sudden, it was not entirely so. After all, he took 2 or 3 steps before striking, giving goalkeeper Cordero ample time to prepare. Without any defenders pressing him, it was inevitable a forward would shoot. Moreover, Cordero's positioning was quite commendable. He could have easily caught the ball or cleared it away. This shot posed no real threat to the goal. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Cordero faltered again. He fumbled, sending the ball straight into his own net. Huh. Oh dear. Haha. Commentator Juan could hardly contain his laughter. His mirth might have unsettled the Catalan fans, but at that moment, he scarcely considered their sentiments. Yearned was astonished. What a blunder. How could Cordero falter again? Wasn't he this save a straightforward one? As commentators, they lacked the first-person perspective. Until they viewed the multi-angle slow-motion replays, they might indeed regard Hulai's shot as rather mundane. After scoring, Hulai turned and sprinted towards the sidelines, gesturing towards the raucous Catalan supporters, his right hand repeatedly pressing down, urging them to quieten. His demeanor certainly exuded a sense of condescension. Unsurprisingly, the Catalan fans were unlikely to heed him. In fact, seeing his gestures only fueled their ire. Initially, they might have been subdued by shock and disappointment after conceding, but Hulai's actions provoked an even greater chorus of boos. Amidst their jeers, Hulai leapt into the air, executing his signature celebratory move. The resounding boos, akin to a tempest, seemed to serve as the perfect accompaniment to his iconic celebration. Cordero lay on the grass in front of the goal, his arm draped over his forehead, obscuring much of his face. He understood that he had erred once more, and this time, he had no justification to offer in his defense. Although Hulai's shot took an unusual deflection, he still should have been able to deflect the ball away. To speak candidly, he hesitated for a brief moment between clearing the ball and catching it. Perhaps it was no more than half a second. Yet, that fleeting hesitation resulted in his hand failing to reach the optimal position at a critical moment. Cordero sensed his composure slipping. Despite having promised his coach during halftime to put the earlier goal behind him, he found himself inadvertently recalling that blunder throughout the match. Recalling the moment when Hulai, after scoring, approached him with a cheeky tone of gratitude. One cannot help but ponder how he could maintain a tranquil heart after enduring such a profound humiliation. Standing by the coach's bench, The sight of Cordello lying on the ground, his hands covering his face, elicited a sigh from head coach Jose Benel. Alas. Ultimately, Cordello was still affected by that conceded goal. He had yet to truly recover from the blunder of the first half. Throughout his career, Cordello had faced instances where his mistakes led to goals conceded, yet today's error was evidently unlike any he had encountered before. This was not merely a slip. It was the consequence of being ensnared by his adversaries. Benel found himself at a loss for words on how to comfort and encourage Cordello to overcome this psychological shadow, leaving him to sigh in resignation. As Catalonia Union managed to score, the tide appeared to be turning. And just when they were on the brink of launching a full-scale counterattack, Cordello's second blunder resulted in yet another goal against them. This blow to the morale of the entire team was, without doubt, nearly fatal. Observing the other players of Catalonia Union, although none pointed fingers at Cordello, it was evident from their expressions that the mood had plummeted, far from the exhilaration they had felt moments before when they scored. This goal conceded arrived at a most inopportune moment. Just as their spirits were beginning to rise, they were dealt a devastating blow. One that no player could accept with equanimity. Damn, what did I say? Yan exclaimed in the group chat. Hulai is truly striving towards becoming a legend for Catalonia Union. 3 consecutive hat tricks on the road. He is absolutely on fire. He didn't even exert himself this much against the Navigators. Mao Xiao responded, covering my face. I have no idea where Catalonia Union found him to provoke him like this. If it were about his transfer from years ago, they wouldn't have gone this hard on him. He wasn't even this ruthless with Madrid's kings. I suspect it might have little to do with his grievances with Catalonia Union, but rather with another individual. Who could that be? Brother Juan. The Sarria he represents is a bitter rival of Catalonia Union. So Hulai is avenging Brother Juan? Is Hulai really this loyal? What loyalty? Have you forgotten the story of Hulai's first hat trick at the St. Family Stadium? Oh dear, does Hulai really need 1 or 2 fewer meals? Clearly. Everyone thought of the tale where Brother Juan treated Hulai to a meal after defeating Catalonia Union. Well, it has nothing to do with needing meals. It's purely a mentality of taking advantage when possible. Seeing Hulai earns so much money yet remains so frugal, how could I, in good conscience, refuse to partake in the madness of Crazy Thursday? Get lost, don't advertise in the group. I'm almost experiencing a physiological response to Crazy Thursday. Yan, clarify your words. What response? Haha. Despite the late hour, the group chat was still alive with joyous laughter, inundated with countless messages. This was merely a snapshot of the moment. At this very instant, one can only imagine how many Chinese football fans relaxed, joking and sharing stories online. Hulai's hat trick had brought a sense of relief to them all. It seems that this match will not unfold with any unforeseen developments. The predictions of XX and the Chinese fans were largely accurate. Cordello's blunder significantly impacted the morale of the entire Catalan team. After the game resumed, the players from Catalan faced a series of errors lasting approximately 10 minutes, clearly influenced by that unfortunate goal. The television broadcast repeatedly focused on Cordello, the substitute goalkeeper for the Spanish national team, who shook his head in dismay, his expression one of deep distress. He felt that his luck in this match was utterly abysmal. The Catalan team was left without composure, while the Madrid Pirates grew ever more emboldened. In the 87th minute, the substitute Joaquin Bella seized an opportunity in the penalty area, scoring a goal. Ultimately, the final score was sealed at 4-1. The Catalan team, boasting the presence of Cabanca, had hoped to exact revenge on their home turf, only to find themselves suffering a defeat identical to last season's, leaving countless Catalan fans in tears, pondering the purpose of their struggles. However, on a more optimistic note, had it not been for Cordello's inexplicable mistakes, perhaps a victory at home could have been within reach. So, what on earth was going on in Cordello's mind, leading to such elementary errors? As the match concluded, Cordello was besieged by reporters eager to understand the cause of his 2 blunders. Previously, Carlos Cordello had been a reliable first-choice goalkeeper for the team, exhibiting remarkable stability and rarely committing such fundamental mistakes. Yet today, he managed to make 2, an unusual double. Particularly puzzling was the second goal, where he inexplicably passed the ball directly to Kamala's feet. Though visibly upset, Cordello became animated when reporters inquired about the second goal, passionately accusing Hulai. It was Hull. He told me to pass the ball. He communicated this to me in Catalan. How was I to know he spoke Catalan? I thought he was my teammate. Only to realize, upon passing the ball, that he was actually one of theirs. The reporters, taken aback by his statement, exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom that Codello's mistake stemmed from Hull's actions. One journalist opened his mouth to question him, but Codello, sensing the impending inquiry, raised his hand and declared, "Do not ask me any questions. I do not know why he speaks Catalan. I am merely presenting the facts. You may write articles mocking me, but the entirety of Europe will come to know what kind of person Hull is." With that, he disregarded the flabbergasted journalists and turned to leave. After a moment of stunned silence, the reporters suddenly erupted with excitement, realizing they might have stumbled upon a major scoop. Astonishingly, the reason behind Codello's blunder was unfathomable. Unbelievable. Hull had acted in such a manner towards the Catalan goalkeeper during the match. P.S. During the double period. We seek monthly votes. Chapter 355. Is this what you call a whip? Regarding the rather juvenile blunder that occurred during the match, Codello offered an explanation. He stated that when Hu charged towards him, he specifically commanded him in Catalan to pass the ball to the left, leading Codello to believe it was a request from a teammate. Consequently, he obediently passed the ball, only to have it land directly at Camara's feet. This scenario sounds utterly absurd. However, upon Codello revealing the incident, the public did not question his honesty. Most chose to accept his account, prompting Hu to perhaps reflect on why he has garnered such an impression, just a jest. Many do not doubt this, possibly due to Hu's remarkable linguistic aptitude. Thus, speaking a phrase or two in Catalan seems unremarkable. Yet, it is astonishing that Hu could exploit his linguistic talent to such an extent. Who would have imagined an opponent would masquerade as a teammate on the field? Hu's adversaries should be wary. In the future, they must defend not only against his shots, but also against his words. When Melli saw this news, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. His agent, Alfonso Candela, remarked, "Who has indeed completed a hat trick. He now boasts 28 goals in the league." Melli scoffed. "One thing does not negate another. I remain unbothered in mocking Catalan. As a player of the Kings, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the Catalans is a requisite. Not to mention, Melli, though Argentine, was nurtured in the youth academy of Madrid's Kings, embodying a Madridista. His disdain for the Catalans is inherent. Thus, witnessing their misfortunes naturally brings him joy. Moreover, Alfonso, while I do regard Hu as a rival, it is unnecessary to remain in a perpetual state of combat readiness. Quite frankly, that can be rather exhausting." Candela's eyes widened in astonishment at Melli's words. "You could utter such a statement? Why should I not?" Melli retorted. "Because you have never said anything like that before," Candela replied. Recently, Candela regretted suggesting to Melli that Hu was merely his whip. He recognized Melli's fierce competitive spirit. After such a remark, Melli truly began to perceive Hu as a source of motivation, transforming Hu's victories into a form of lashing that fueled his drive. Initially, Candela thought this approach beneficial, preventing Melli from resting on his laurels, especially since he had already amassed all the honors available at such a young age. However, as Hu repeatedly bested Melli, even Candela found the notion of being lashed excessive. If it occurs too frequently and with too much force, it could easily shift from motivation to one-sided torment. Prolonged torment inevitably leads to distortion. Candela discerned signs of Melli's gradual descent into obsession, such as his position within the Argentine U-23 team, which had begun to eclipse that of the head coach, leading to an inflated sense of self. For instance, he has increasingly displayed a domineering demeanor within the ranks of the Madrid Kings, showing a distinct lack of respect towards the veteran captain, Salados. While he outwardly maintains a facade of respect, it is evident that, deep within, he holds an ever-growing disdain for the seasoned captain. This is an ominous sign. Candela is concerned that Melli's obstinacy may ultimately lead to a complete loss of support within the locker room. He values the platform provided by the Madrid Kings, believing that only there can Melli achieve his utmost success. Should he be forced to depart from the Madrid Kings, it would severely diminish the accomplishments of his career. Yet, he has struggled to find an appropriate approach to convey this to Melli, fearing that Melli's stubbornness has reached a point where he might disregard even the counsel of his longtime agent. Today, upon noticing Melli's uncharacteristic behavior, he could not help but attempt a subtle nudge in the right direction, hoping to prevent Melli from straying further down a misguided path. Melli discerned the underlying message from his agent, yet felt too embarrassed to admit that he had been stung by recent criticisms. After all, that would be quite humiliating. Last season, following a tactical shift that granted him greater freedom to score, Meli netted 31 goals within a single season, nearly catching up with Hulai on the league's scoring chart. It is worth noting that Hulai is a pure striker, whose sole purpose is to score goals, excelling in that very task. In a mere season, Meli, having transitioned to this role, was able to compete head-to-head with Hulai in the goal-scoring race, instilling in him a sense of confidence that, given another season, he could surpass Hulai in goals. As the new season commenced, Meli's performance validated his aspirations. In the first 5 rounds of the league, having missed the initial 2 matches, he scored 6 goals in just 3 games, leading the scoring chart, while Hulai had only half that number. However, following the Madrid Pirates' resounding 4-0 victory over Sevilla, both the Pirates and Hulai surged into a rapid ascent. Now, after 18 rounds of the league, Hulai's goal tally stands at a staggering 28, an astonishing figure that many strikers could only hope to achieve in an entire season. Everyone, including Meli, had not anticipated that Hulai would experience such a remarkable breakout in his second season in La Liga. It was akin to a supernova explosion in the cosmos, the immense energy radiating light that could be seen even in daylight. In contrast, Meli's tally of 17 goals across 18 league matches is commendable, with an average of nearly 1 goal per game. In any of the other 4 leagues, that would place him at the top of the scoring chart. Compared to his performance during the same period last season, he has made significant strides. Yet, despite his dazzling display, it pales in comparison to Hulai's 28 goals, with a gap that is undeniably significant. It is often said that Hulai serves as his motivator, driving him to excel. But if such motivation comes at the cost of his own downfall, can it truly be deemed a source of inspiration? Meli realized that if he did not adjust his mindset and continued to engage in relentless competition with Hulai, he might very well be metaphorically whipped to death. Consequently, he was compelled to alter his strategy. Although he and Hulai remained adversaries, it was unnecessary to obsess over each minor defeat. In the short term, the number of goals scored in a few matches was trivial. Even if there was a substantial disparity in the league's goal-scoring chart, he could shift his focus. For instance, he could compete in the Champions League scoring list. With the group stage of the Champions League concluded, Meli had netted 5 goals, while Hulai had scored 6, leading him by a mere goal, an entirely attainable target. At the very least, this gap was far less significant than that in the league standings. Moreover, the essence of their rivalry should not merely revolve around the number of goals scored, for that would be rather pedestrian. Their true competition should encompass both team accolades and individual honors. Among personal accolades, the title of top scorer was but one, and a relatively inconsequential one at that. The most prestigious individual honors, of course, were the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year. As long as he could surpass Hulai in these esteemed categories, even if the latter became the all-time leading scorer, what would it matter? It echoed the rivalry between his predecessors, the Eagle King, Fiori, and the French canon, Salim Montiel. Presently, everyone acknowledges Igola as the king of football. Who would dare to claim Montiel held that title? I have recently come to this realization, Meli confided to his agent, Alfonso Candela. It should be who challenges me. Yet it feels as though I am the one pursuing who. Candela, pleased by Meli's words, clapped his hands in delight and replied, "You are absolutely correct, Meli. In terms of both team accolades and individual honors, you are ahead of who. Therefore, you should adjust your mindset and approach your challengers, be it who or Cabanca, with the perspective of a king seated upon his throne. They are challengers, and there remains a gap between you and them." Candela's words were not mere consolation. He firmly believed in the truth of his statements. The FIFA Awards ceremony of 2028 was fast approaching. While the most prestigious awards had not yet been announced, rumors circulated that Meli Banega would claim the title of World Player of the Year. This would mark the first time the 25-year-old Argentine prodigy received such an honor. The Ballon d'Or is regarded as a more authoritative award than the World Player of the Year. Given that Meli could triumph in the Ballon d'Or, what rationale could there be for him not to secure the World Player of the Year as well? Indeed, while the latter award places greater emphasis on the recipient's fame, in the wake of the era of the Four Kings, who in contemporary football could rival Meli Banega's renown. Thus, Meli was poised to become the first player of the new generation to simultaneously hold both the Ballon d'Or and the World Player of the Year titles. Why then should he continue to regard himself as merely a challenger to Hulai, subjecting himself to such arduous exertion? It should be the other way around. Hulai ought to challenge him. Chapter 356, an era born amidst controversy. If one were to merely glance at the various accolades, the world of football in 2028 would, in years to come, be deemed the dominion of Argentina's prodigious talent, Madeira. In that year, he triumphed with his team, securing the King's Cup, the Champions League, the UEFA Super Cup, and the Club World Cup. Concurrently, he garnered the titles of Champions League Best Player, the European Golden Ball, and the FIFA World Player of the Year, amassing such a plethora of honors. Madeira has transcended from a rising star to a dazzling superstar at the zenith of his career. When Madeira lifted the FIFA World Player of the Year trophy in Vienna's Golden Hall, jubilant Argentine media exuberantly proclaimed, "The world of football has officially entered the era of Madeira. He will lead Argentine football in the renaissance of the glorious Iguara era. If anyone can guide Argentina to World Cup victory, it is none other than Madeira. The moment Argentina clinches the World Cup will be the moment Madeira is crowned as the king of football." However, Chinese fans and media certainly do not share this sentiment. At the very least, Xiaolon would vehemently disagree. Nonsense. The FIFA selection is utter nonsense. She berated the news of Madeira winning the FIFA World Player of the Year. Good grief, a player who scored 76 goals in a year, clinched the Champions League Golden Boot, the La Liga title, and the Olympic gold medal cannot even make it into the top 3. What is the point of such an award? Hulisin quietly listened to his wife's outburst, refraining from intervening or explaining the differences between the FIFA selection and that of UEFA, as he too felt the results were somewhat unjust for his son. The online discourse and media coverage in the country had erupted. Even the usually objective state media rarely voiced support for Hulai, questioning whether the weight of expert votes in the FIFA World Player of the Year selection should be increased. The head coach of the national team, Jorge Dillon, candidly expressed his dissatisfaction and confusion. The selection of the World Player of the Year once again highlights the disparity with the UEFA Golden Ball. What perplexes me is how the third place in the European Golden Ball could fail to make it into the top 3 of the World Player of the Year. My intention is not to disrespect the other two. I am merely somewhat astonished. In my ballot, Hulai would undoubtedly be my first choice. To me, he is the best player. Ignoring the conclusion that he believes Hulai should indeed be the world's best player, perhaps as a national team coach. He possesses a certain fan's bias. Dillon's previous remarks were indeed quite reasonable. The recipient of the European Bronze Ball, yet not making it into the final candidate list for the World Player of the Year, is rather ludicrous. I assent it, although such occurrences have happened before. The difference between it happening to others and it happening to Hulai is monumental. For this is the first time that a Chinese player has come so close to this esteemed honor. All Chinese fans and sports media are profoundly concerned. In truth, prior to the award ceremony, everyone had mentally prepared themselves through various means, acknowledging that Hulai was unlikely to surpass Mary in the competition for the World Footballer of the Year. This accolade seemed destined for Mary. At that moment, people thought that even if Hulai did not secure the title, finishing in second or third place would still be commendable. Although these positions did not come with any trophies, they at least represented a place among the world's top 3. Little did they expect that when the final results were announced, Hulai did not even make the top 3. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, European media revealed the final rankings and scores of this selection. Naturally, Mary, the recipient of the World Footballer of the Year title, took first place with a total of 46 points. In second place was Kabanka, with 41 points, while third place went to the previous season's European Golden Boot winner, the leading striker of the German national team and Bayern Munich's top scorer, Mark Becker, who accumulated 36 points. Hulai, on the other hand, finished fourth with 32 points, falling short by a mere 4 points. Before the results were announced, European media began to sensationalize the possibility of Hulai entering the final top 3 of the World Footballer of the Year selection. One moment they spoke with conviction, and the next they issued denials. Today, one outlet proclaimed that Chinese football was on the brink of a significant breakthrough, while tomorrow another would report that FIFA had refuted all prior rumors. Overall, this left Chinese fans feeling as though they were on a roller coaster ride, emotions rising and falling unpredictably. Now, with the results revealed, everyone was left in shock. Were they merely toying with Chinese fans all along? Chinese fans were furious. They not only engaged in heated discussions online domestically, but also circumvented the Great Firewall to voice their discontent abroad. To the majority of Chinese supporters, even acknowledging Mary's UEFA Champions League title and European Ballon d'Or endorsement, it was clear that Hulai could not compete at present. However, They questioned how Kabanka and Becker could possibly rank ahead of Hu Lai. True, Kabanka had won the European silver ball, but what about Becker? Mark Becker had lost to Hu Lai in the European Ballon d'Or selection. What accolades did he possess? A Bundesliga title? Hu Lai had a La Liga championship. The Bundesliga Golden Boot. Hu Lai had the La Liga Golden Boot. When considering the allure of the leagues and UEFA competition points, La Liga undoubtedly surpassed the Bundesliga. Becker may have the European Golden Boot, yet Hu Lai had the Champions League Golden Boot. It is evident which of these accolades carries more weight. So, on what grounds did Becker claim the third position for the World Footballer of the Year? This was primarily due to FIFA's voting mechanism, which grants voting rights to the head coaches and captains of national teams from all FIFA member countries. Many coaches and captains from less developed football nations may not possess a deep understanding of the sport. They often choose based on prominence. Mark Becker gained fame before Hu Lai and has consistently maintained a high level of performance over the years, coupled with the strength of the German national team. Thus, Becker frequently made his presence felt on the global football stage. In contrast, Hu Lai, as a rising star, had yet to accumulate the same level of experience, which ultimately disadvantaged him in the voting conducted by national team coaches and captains. According to authoritative professional media votes, Hu Lai appears to be ahead of Mark Becker, albeit by a slender margin. Disheartened Chinese fans have expressed their disappointment and dissatisfaction with this selection result on international platforms. A player who has shattered the record for goals scored in a calendar year for active players for 2 consecutive years deserves to be among the top 3 in the World Footballer of the Year rankings. This is not merely a disgrace for Hu Lai. It is a disgrace for the World Footballer of the Year award itself. Let us revisit Hu Lai's achievements over the past year, 2028. In terms of team honors, La Liga champion, Olympic champion. On a personal level, La Liga Golden Boot, UEFA Champions League Golden Boot, and the European Bronze Ball. Moreover, this year he scored a total of 76 goals across all competitions, one more than last year's 75. Such a performance surely warrants a place among the world's top 3. If the standard for the World Footballer of the Year selection is this low, I believe the credibility of Messi's accolade also diminishes significantly. It seems rather trivial. Messi and Banega may well represent the least deserving recipients of this prestigious title in history. Such statements have naturally incited the ire of Messi's fans. While such comments may be tolerable within Chinese networks, on international platforms, Messi's fan base is no less significant than Hu Lai's and may even hold an advantage. Consequently, a heated exchange of insults ensued, creating quite a stir. Well, it seems your fans and Messi's have forged a substantial rivalry. Li Qingqing sighed, shaking her head. Is it really necessary? Hu Lai gestured dismissively. It is indeed necessary. Your fans need an outlet for their emotions. They genuinely feel aggrieved on your behalf. Hu Lai nodded in agreement. I understand. I mean, it's enough to criticize FIFA. There's no need to insult Messi. He rightfully holds the title of World Footballer of the Year. To label him as the most undeserving is a bit excessive. As if this were the only issue worthy of global attention. Look, your achievement of being named World Footballer of the Year did not garner sufficient media attention. It's simply disheartening. At the awards ceremony, besides Messi receiving the accolade of World Footballer of the Year, another prestigious award was bestowed, the World Footballer of the Year for women, the highest honor in women's football. Over the past year, Li Qingqing led the Madrid Royal Women's team to victory in the Super League and the Champions League, and guided the Chinese women's team to Olympic gold, thus winning the title of World Footballer of the Year for women with a significant lead. Her previous near-miss in the top 3 last year was redeemed this time. Might it be because I am not the first Chinese player to win the World Footballer of the Year title? Indeed, Li Qingqing is not the first female footballer from China to achieve this honor. Prior to her, during the golden era of the Chinese women's football team, former national player Su Liwen had also won the title, becoming the first Asian player to do so. She once led the Chinese women's team to the World Cup final, only to suffer a narrow defeat to the United States in a penalty shootout. In that era, she was a superstar in the realm of women's football. Shouldn't her achievements warrant attention simply because others have won before? Hu Lai expresses his grievances on behalf of his girlfriend. I would actually prefer not to attract any attention. Li Qingqing chuckles. Otherwise, what if they come to film a documentary at our home again? Oh dear, your words are far too extravagant. After her laughter subsides, Li Qingqing gazes at Hu Lai earnestly and inquires, Hu Lai, do you truly not care about not making it into the top 3? How could I possibly not care? Juan retorts with a slight grimace. However, we cannot resort to the same direct insults as the fans, can we? Instead, we must strive to perform better than last year, to the extent that no one can find fault with us. Then we can return the ball to FIFA and see how they handle it. Upon hearing his words, Li Qingqing gives him a thumbs up. Great. Let's work hard together. The year 2028 in the world of football, for reasons well known, would later be regarded as exceedingly controversial. Nonetheless, despite any disputes, it is universally acknowledged that this year marked the dawn of a new era in global football, with stars destined to dominate the sport in the coming decade officially stepping into the limelight. The first match of the year 2029 was the Spanish Super Cup. Other leagues, such as the Premier League and the Bundesliga, treat the Super Cup as a grand warm-up before the commencement of the new season, pitting the league champion against the domestic cup champion. In England, this means the Premier League champion faces the FA Cup champion. However, Spain's approach is markedly different. They not only placed the Super Cup within the season, but also expanded the competition from 2 teams to 4. This decision initially faced opposition from the 3 powerhouse teams, Real Madrid, Catalonia, and the Madrid Pirates, as it would increase their number of matches and fatigue the players. Moreover, the Spanish Kings Cup underwent a reform in its format, which used to commence every September and continue until May, interspersed with league and European matches, allowing for a relatively relaxed schedule. Now, it begins every December, with La Liga teams entering in January, somewhat akin to the FA Cup in England. The result of this arrangement transformed what was once a relatively leisurely January into a month of grueling fixtures. For the 3 giants of Spanish football, they must contend with La Liga, the Kings Cup, and the Super Cup, leading to a densely packed schedule. Take the Madrid Pirates as an example. If they reach the Super Cup finals and continue to win in the Kings Cup, they would participate in 8 matches throughout January, averaging less than 4 days between games. Under the previous format, the Madrid Pirates would only have played a maximum of 5 matches in January, equating to nearly 1 match per week. Not only would the number of matches decrease, but the events would not be so congested, allowing for a more substantial winter break and ample time for mid-season training and recuperation. Last season, the Madrid Pirates opted to forego the Spanish Super Cup entirely, fielding a full reserve squad in the semifinals, resulting in a decisive 1-2 defeat to Valencia. This year, Coach Perotti has made a similar arrangement for the Super Cup semifinals. Several key players, including Juan, were absent from the match roster. However, the outcome was markedly different from last season. This time, the Madrid Pirates' rotated squad astonishingly triumphed over Athletic Bilbao in the semifinals with a score of 2-1. They are now set to face the Madrid Kings, who eliminated Catalonia United in the Super Cup final. Setting aside the fact that the opponent is a fierce city rival, this is the Super Cup final. A victory guarantees the championship. And which head coach would choose to relinquish this opportunity? If rotation is to be employed, it should have occurred earlier. Such as in the earlier rounds of the Kings Cup, it is unthinkable to experiment with a rotated lineup in the semifinals. Now that they have reached the Super Cup final, a single win would secure a coveted trophy. Why would they consider surrender? Thus, without further ado, in the Spanish Super Cup final, Perotti made significant adjustments to the lineup, nearly fielding the entire first team, determined to engage in a fierce contest with the Madrid Kings. The match was not hosted at either team's home ground, but rather at the neutral venue of Casavalera Stadium in Valencia. Fans from both sides placed immense importance on this clash, filling the stadium to capacity. For Messi's admirers, this marked his first chance to claim a title since his coronation as king. Securing the Super Cup would be akin to adorning his crown with a resplendent gem. Similarly, Juan's supporters held this match in high regard. Their dissatisfaction with FIFA's selection results would find expression through this game. If Juan could vanquish Messi, it would indirectly validate their sentiments regarding FIFA's World Player of the Year award. Messi surged forward with determination, but as he deftly maneuvered the ball, Vukovic intervened, deftly displacing the ball from Messi's feet. Messi abruptly halted, attempting to regain control, but the ball was shielded by Juan Ramirez. His charge merely resulted in a collision with Ramirez, who remained steadfast. Observing this, the Madrid Pirates fans erupted in laughter, with those in the front rows tauntingly shouting at Messi, "World Player of the Year. Huh, World Player of the Year." The implication was clear. Is this not the World Player of the Year, Messi? After a few days' absence, has he truly lost his touch? Through this mocking manner, They aimed to provoke Messi while simultaneously expressing their dissatisfaction with Hulai's failure to even make the top three. As the Pirates fans were predominantly supporters of Hulai due to his stellar performances, Messi found himself under intense scrutiny from the Pirates' defenders, with Vukovic and Ramirez often double-teaming him. A common occurrence during the match, he became ensnared in a relentless physical struggle with them, leading to considerable fatigue. As the match progressed into the 67th minute, he had yet to score. The only consolation was that Hulai also remained goalless. Similarly, Hulai, closely marked by the Madrid Kings' defense, struggled to find opportunities, spending most of the time engaged in physical confrontations with his adversaries. Both players found themselves embroiled in a fierce contest, yet Messi possessed a distinct advantage over Hu. He not only scored goals, but also adeptly facilitated passes, while Hu was solely a pure striker. If his shooting opportunities were curtailed, his threat diminished significantly. As noted by the Argentine commentator, to counter Messi's prowess, the Madrid Pirates deployed a formidable defense around him, with Ramirez and Vukovic closely shadowing his every move. This arrangement, however, opened avenues for other players on the Kings team. The moment Messi managed to distribute the ball, he could create a lethal threat. True to form, when he regained possession, he drew the attention of Vukovic and Ramirez, subsequently delivering a pass to Ceballos. After executing the pass, he made a diagonal run into the penalty area, seemingly seeking a wall pass with Ceballos. Ramirez continued to trail him closely, capitalizing on the space Messi had created. Ceballos unleashed a shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball sailed just over the crossbar. Following his attempt, Ceballos gave Messi a thumbs up, praising the precision of his pass. In the VIP box, Alfonso Candela watched this unfold with a satisfied smile. Despite the taunts and provocations from the Madrid Pirate supporters, Messi remained composed, fully aware of his responsibilities. This indicated a remarkable mental fortitude. Regardless of the external chatter, he was indeed a dual recipient of the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year. It was who should exert every effort to challenge him. Rather than Messi lowering himself to wrestle in the mud with Hu, he should disregard the naysayers and play in his distinctive style. When the opportunity to score arose, he should strike without hesitation. If a teammate positioned better and willing to receive the pass appeared, he should not concern himself with the goal tally between him and Hu. This was the Messi that Candela envisioned, an almost flawless hexagonal warrior. Meanwhile, Hu executed a sprint of approximately 10 meters, charging from the penalty arc into the box. Closely pursued by center-back Sergio Peralta, the Argentine defender's role extended beyond merely following Hu. Throughout the encounter, he engaged in a battle of strength with him. They resembled practitioners of traditional Chinese martial arts, their hands intertwined in a push-hands exercise, exchanging gentle pushes back and forth over the span of 10 meters. Ultimately, due to Kamara's cross being deflected out of play, Hu's effort was in vain. Breathing heavily, Hu exchanged glances with a similarly fatigued Peralta, who broke into a grin. However, he had learned his lesson and refrained from engaging in verbal banter with Hu, opting instead for a mere smile. Thus, the television broadcast captured a scene where, behind the panting Hu, was the smiling Peralta, visibly enjoying the moment. After the Madrid Pirates' goal kick, a series of patient passes transitioned the ball from the right flank to the left, culminating in a cross delivered by Ion from the left wing. Peralta remained glued to Hu, while his defensive partner Nuno Siqueiros leapt to clear the ball with a header. Duque Carlos seized control of the second drop point, advancing the attack. The Madrid Kings attempted to launch a counterattack. However, as they pushed along the flanks, the football was intercepted by the retreating Tanini. Immediately following, it was the Madrid Pirates' turn to initiate a counterattack. After intercepting the ball, Tanini executed a long diagonal kick across the field. Kamara received the ball near the sideline and passed it to the approaching Maxicory, then accelerated along the wing. His surge left the Madrid Kings' Brazilian left-back, Rafael Fonseca, in his wake, as they raced back down the field like competitors in a 100-meter dash, fearful of being left behind. Meanwhile, the defensive line of the Madrid Kings retreated to the edge of their penalty area, while the midfield rushed back to defend, leaving spaces both inside and outside their box. Upon receiving the ball, Maxicory glanced at the situation in the penalty area and made a lateral cut inward. However, he only took a single step before suddenly swinging his left leg, forcefully curling the ball into the box. Just as he struck the ball for a 45-degree cross, Hulai, who had been positioned on the penalty area line, abruptly surged forward towards the goal. Peralta nearly launched himself in sync with Hulai, but was still left trailing by less than half a body length. Instinctively, he reached out to grab Hulai's arm, but released it immediately, wary of the possibility of Hulai tumbling in the box. Nevertheless, this brief moment allowed Peralta to close in on his opponent, ready to challenge Hulai, whether he opted for a direct shot or attempted to control the ball, ensuring he would disrupt Hulai's balance. To avoid being penalized by the referee, he raised his hands in anticipation. Goalkeeper Rodriguez Bacala had his gaze firmly fixed on Hulai, wary of his potential strike. He did not underestimate this player who had netted 28 goals in less than half a season. Hulai was more than capable of firing a shot past Peralta's defense, placing the ball within the goal frame. The football traced an inward arc, soaring toward Hulai, who had positioned himself near the penalty spot. As the ball approached, Hulai leapt, lifting his left leg, seemingly to either control the ball or shoot. Peralta attempted to intervene, nudging Hulai forward. Bacala compressed his center of gravity, transforming into a spring, poised to leap into action. His eyes remained locked on Hulai, or more precisely, on the movement of Hulai's left leg. Then, to Bacala's astonishment, he observed that Hulai's left leg moved past the ball without making contact. Whether to stop the ball or shoot, he did neither. Instead, he let the football slip through his legs. When Bacala witnessed the ball emerge from between Hulai's legs, his body reacted instinctively, launching him forward, but it was too late. The ball descended and bounced off the far post, curling into the goal. After landing, Hulai turned to see the ball fly into the net, then spun around to face Peralta, spreading his arms with a mischievous grin, retorting, "Who said it had to be me scoring?" Then, shaking off the astonished Peralta, he burst into laughter and sprinted towards Maxi Kelly. Meanwhile, the other Madrid Pirates players surged from all directions towards the Dutchman positioned at the flank. Kelly quickly masked his initial surprise, standing firm with his arms outstretched, then turning around to survey the field with a proud demeanor. As the Madrid Pirates intercepted the ball, they launched a counterattack. Tonini delivered a diagonal long pass to Camara, who returned the ball to the advancing Kelly. Kelly passed it forward. Amidst the commentators' excited exclamations, Kelly directed the football towards the goal. Indeed, to everyone's eyes, Kelly's kick appeared more like a pass than a shot. After all, the distance to the goal was considerable, and such a kick from that range should not have been executed in that manner. Coupled with Hulai's diagonal run, many assumed that Kelly intended to pass to him. They were not entirely mistaken. Even Kelly himself believed so. He aimed the ball towards the goal, confident that Hulai, with minimal precision required, could redirect it slightly upon contact to evade the goalkeeper and score. This unconventional passing technique was more likely to create chaos and opportunities. However, what Kelly did not anticipate was that Hulai had a more ingenious plan, skipping unnecessary steps and employing a feint to deceive both Peralta, the central defender of Madrid Kings, and the goalkeeper, Baker. Thus, Kelly's pass found its way directly into the net. When he saw the football sail into the goal, a flicker of astonishment crossed Kelly's face. He had not expected Hulai to execute such a maneuver. He quickly realized he must not let others believe it was merely a stroke of luck on his part. Therefore, he promptly composed himself, suppressing his surprise, and refrained from jubilant celebration. Instead, he stood still with arms open, exuding an air of calm as if his kick had always been destined for the goal. Only when his teammates rushed towards him did he allow a smile, embracing them. As Hulai approached, he shouted at Kelly, "What do you think? My feint transformed your ordinary pass into a goal. Wasn't that magical?" Kelly, uninterested in engaging, turned to embrace the central defender Remarkably, who had just arrived. Unfazed by Kelly's demeanor, Hulai grabbed Tonini beside him, urging him to praise the beauty of his feint. This time, he found a kindred spirit, as the Brazilian winger gave him a thumbs up. "That was a brilliant feint." Hulai laughed heartily. This idea had spontaneously struck him upon witnessing Kelly's pass. Transforming a fleeting inspiration into an actual goal brought him immense satisfaction, even though he had not scored it himself. Yet, in future highlight reels, he would undoubtedly emerge as the most luminous figure of that goal. As for Kelly, he merely passed the ball towards the goal, and then it happened. Hulai. He let it slip. Wow. Magnificent. Remarkable. As the football soared past Hulai's legs and ultimately nestled into the net, the commentator of the live broadcast, Shen Lang, erupted with excitement. This goal was sheer brilliance. Hulai's diagonal run had already captured the attention of the Kings' defense. I dare say, whether it was Becker or Peralta, they must have believed Hulai would take the shot himself. No one anticipated that he would let the ball pass. It can be said that Hu Lai's contribution to this goal was over 90%. Our Hu Lai is not merely a poacher who waits for opportunities in front of the goal. He can also utilize his unique abilities to create chances for his teammates, even providing an indirect assist, as he did now. The discussions surrounding Hu Lai's omission from the top 3 in the FIFA World Player of the Year nominations have not yet completely subsided. Initially, many criticized FIFA for its nonsensical selection process, but now there are voices in the public discourse defending FIFA. Their argument is that while Hu Lai is indeed a prolific scorer, he is merely that, a scorer. Setting aside Meili and Kabanka, Becker, in addition to scoring, also provides assists, making him a quintessential all-around center forward. Thus, Hu Lai's supporters need not feel aggrieved on behalf of their idol. Implicitly, this suggests that Hu Lai, as a forward, should not aspire to a lofty historical status. For a Chinese player, especially as a forward, achieving 4th place in the FIFA World Player of the Year rankings is already a pinnacle. One should not be overly ambitious. There are those who mockingly retort, if I were a Chinese fan, I would be ecstatic right now. 4th in the world. Who has not only made history for Chinese football, but has also achieved a milestone for Asian football. What more could they, Chinese fans, possibly be dissatisfied with? Shen Lang, of course, is aware of these public sentiments. Although most arise from foreign networks, enthusiastic Chinese fans have translated these remarks and circulated them domestically, prompting a wave of indignation among many Chinese fans online. Naturally, Shen Lang refrains from venting his frustrations in cyberspace. He is a commentator, and a commentator must focus on their professional duties. Thus, as Hu Lai ran to celebrate with his teammates, he proudly declared, "Who said Hu Lai is merely a poacher? Who claimed he cannot function without his teammates? While Hu Lai may have fewer assists, each one is a masterpiece." Furthermore, the impact of a forward like Hu Lai is not solely reflected in assist statistics. How many opportunities has his movement created for his teammates? The presence of Hu Lai on the pitch alters the entire dynamic of the game. He is a nuclear weapon. To label Hu Lai as merely a poacher is to demonstrate a lack of understanding of the sport. Then, as the broadcast replayed the goal in slow motion, Shen Lang remarked with rapture, "Look at this pass. Behold, what is talent? What defines a master? What constitutes world-class awareness in front of the goal? How exquisite it is." A top-tier forward must understand not only when they can score, but also when their teammates have the opportunity to score. This play may not be officially counted as an assist for Hu Lai, but who can deny his crucial role in this goal? Anyone who attempts to dismiss it is simply speaking with their eyes wide shut. Shen Lang serves as a commentator on an online platform, unencumbered by the stringent limitations that typically govern broadcasters at CCTV. His commentary affords him the liberty to express a range of sentiments, including those that may be somewhat impassioned. Moreover, it is undeniable that Shen Lang speaks a fundamental truth, who asserts that Hu Lai is merely a consumer of opportunities. Setting aside the remarkable quality of being able to seize such chances, it is crucial to note that Hu Lai is certainly not limited to this singular talent. The remarkable goal scored by Kylie stands as irrefutable evidence. When it comes to aesthetics, it is not solely the dazzling performances of players like Mary that encapsulate the essence of visual appeal. A spectacular strike, frequently manifesting as a world-class goal, possesses a distinct allure, does it not? Who can argue that a bicycle kick scored in front of the goal is inferior to a goal achieved after dribbling past 3 defenders? Previously, some Chinese fans were puzzled as to why Hu Lai opted for the Madrid Pirates instead of the Kings, considering the former's stature is somewhat inferior to that of the latter. Yet, they now express relief that Hu Lai joined the Madrid Pirates rather than the Kings, as competing with Mary would undoubtedly have posed a greater challenge. After all, while team honors may be equivalent, individual accolades can be tainted by the Western media, experts, and former luminaries who might label one as merely a supporter of Mary, even if Hu Lai scores a multitude of goals. The credit for those achievements, both for scoring and winning, largely belongs to Mary. If Mary skillfully navigates past several defenders and ultimately assists Hu Lai, leading to a goal, who emerges as the more impressive player, Hu Lai or Mary? The majority would likely deem Mary the superior talent. This is reminiscent of the legendary duo of the Eagle King, Higuaín, and his golden partner, the Argentine national team striker, Luciano Naíval. While Naíval has played a pivotal role in securing numerous goals for Argentina and was instrumental in their World Cup triumph, his fame and significance pale in comparison to Higuaín's. If Higuaín embodies the essence of King Arthur, then Naíval is, at best, akin to Lancelot, a knight of Arthur's court. While Lancelot is undoubtedly formidable, he remains merely a subordinate to King Arthur. Had Hulai joined the Madrid Kings, he would likely have become a prominent lieutenant to Mary, aiding him in ascending to the throne of football royalty. Now, with Hulai on the Pirates, he possesses the potential to seize championships from Mary, depriving him of substantial team honors. It is hard to believe that, under such circumstances, Mary could still contend for individual accolades such as the Ballon d'Or or the FIFA World Player of the Year against Hulai. In this realm, how can a player with fewer championships surpass a rival in personal honors? If Hulai were to sweep all championships in a single season while Mary ends up empty-handed, could the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year genuinely be awarded to Mary? Thus, it is fortunate that Hulai and Mary are not on the same team, yet compete within the same league. With each championship Hulai secures, it signifies one less for Mary. It is a dual triumph, a masterstroke. After Hulai assisted Kylie in scoring, the match resumed. The Madrid Kings evidently intensified their offensive, striving to equalize the score. Yet, faced with the formidable defenses of the Pirates, united in purpose, even Mary seemed to have encountered an insurmountable wall. As he endeavored to exploit off-the-ball movement within the Pirates' penalty area to seek a scoring opportunity, he was, however, preemptively positioned by Danny Drew, who successfully intercepted the football delivered by Deducalos. Melli, unable to maintain his momentum, collided with Drew, nearly losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Observing Melli's predicament, Drew extended a hand to steady him, expressing genuine concern as he said, "Be careful, Melli. Don't get hurt." Melli, dismissive of the gesture, turned and walked away, while Drew remained unfazed. After enduring half a season of rigorous lessons, he had long since relegated the memory of their previous match, where he had succumbed to Melli, to the past. In the realm of football, victories and defeats are commonplace. No team remains invincible, nor does any team consistently falter. With his tranquil demeanor, Drew approached Melli once more, displaying considerably more composure than he had half a season prior. This newfound steadiness was undoubtedly bolstered by the presence of trustworthy teammates, who had assisted in depleting Melli's energy, acting as a filter that mitigated most of the threats. If he could not manage the remnants, what right did he have to stand behind them? Rafael Fonseca, the left back for the Madrid Kings, delivered a low cross from the flank. At the near post, Salados feigned a strike, allowing the football to slip past him. Melli, arriving from behind, executed a push shot. Yet, the ball was thwarted by a suddenly extended foot, Danny Drew. A magnificent defensive play. He had timely positioned himself in front of the football. In the dying moments of the match, the trailing Madrid Kings unleashed their full force. Although they were only one goal behind, that single goal loomed like an insurmountable chasm. During the match, Melli had found opportunities to maneuver past Drew and create a shooting lane, but his attempts were ultimately dismissed by the Pirates' goalkeeper, Haywell. It felt as though he was confronting a series of impenetrable filters. Starting with Vukovic and Ramirez, he had to bypass one layer, then contend with Drew and Moreno. And after managing to breach two layers, he was still faced with a former World Cup's best goalkeeper. He also sought to distribute the football to his teammates, whether to Salados, Deducalos, or others. However, their offensive efforts were repeatedly thwarted by the resolute defense of the Madrid Pirates. Even Hulai returned to the edge of the penalty area, blocking a powerful shot from Madrid Kings midfielder, Albanestro. Of course, after successfully obstructing the opponent's shot, Hulai appeared somewhat dazed, lying on the ground for nearly 3 minutes before rising. The fans in the stands, loyal to the Kings, expressed their discontent with resounding boos. Yet, Hulai was indifferent, rising to engage in jovial banter with his teammates, as if to inscribe the phrase "I performed for you" directly upon his countenance. As the match drew to a close, the Madrid Kings could not breach the fortress of their city rivals' goal. When the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, the Pirates players surged onto the field. The players within the arena raised their arms in triumphant exclamation. Half of the fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. They had triumphed over their arch-rivals, securing the first championship trophy of the 2028-2029 season. Chapter 359. Trending topics in the early hours of today. During the Spanish Super Cup final, the Madrid Pirates, featuring our player Hulai, triumphed over their city rivals, the Madrid Kings, with a score of 1-0, thereby claiming the Spanish Super Cup, marking Hulai's first championship of the season. News broadcasts displayed Hulai joyously hoisting the Super Cup trophy, a radiant smile adorning his face. However, before the television, Xiaolon let out a sigh. Hu Lisin, puzzled, inquired, why the sigh? Did he not win the championship? Yes, he did, but he did not score. Not scoring is inconsequential. It is impossible for the entire Pirates team to rely solely on him for goals, right? Winning the championship is what matters. While that may be true, old who knows if those scoundrels will make an issue out of it? When it comes time to evaluate the World Footballer of the Year at the end of the year, what if they exclude our son from the top 3 on the grounds that he did not score in the Super Cup? Realizing his wife's intent to mock FIFA through this matter, Hu Lisin found himself both amused and exasperated. That seems unlikely. Moreover, if we are to discuss the impact on the World Footballer of the Year selection, the Spanish Super Cup is hardly a significant title. Whether one wins it or not is of little consequence, let alone scoring. Xiaolon was well aware that the Spanish Super Cup was a title of little worth. Better to have it than not at all. Yet, she couldn't help but indulge in a bit of sarcasm to vent her frustrations. Deep down, she felt genuine joy. Not solely because her son had another championship to his name, but more so because it was a title won at the expense of Messi. The delight of Hu Lai gaining a championship while Messi lost one was doubly gratifying. In fact, following the conclusion of the match, an online battle had erupted between the fans of both players. Naturally, Hu Lai's supporters ridiculed Messi, the world footballer, for failing to secure the Spanish Super Cup, truly a low point. Conversely, Messi's fans deemed the Super Cup a trivial trophy, suggesting that only fans of lesser acclaimed players like Hu Lai would celebrate with such fervor. In response, Hu Lai's fans unearthed a photograph of Messi gleefully lifting the Super Cup after Madrid Kings' victory, pointing out that he ought to have been sorrowful to honor the lofty expectations of his supporters. Additionally, some Messi fans asserted that the Spanish Super Cup was a title anyone could claim, emphasizing the need to focus on performances in genuinely significant matches. Hu Lai's fans countered with statistics. Who had scored 28 goals over 18 league matches and netted 6 goals in 6 Champions League group matches. So, when Messi's fans claimed superiority in major matches, Hu Lai's supporters quipped, "Hey, did you not realize, as you were making that statement, La Liga and the Champions League were already excluded from the category of important competitions?" In retaliation, Messi's fans targeted Hu Lai's supporters' vulnerabilities, declaring, "No matter how you spin it, Messi is still the World Footballer of the Year. And your Who is merely in 4th place. Fans of Who, we have secured the Spanish Super Cup. Me, Messi is the World Footballer of the Year. Fans of Who, we scored 28 goals in the league, 6 in the Champions League, totaling 76 goals in a year. Me, Messi is the World Footballer of the Year. Fans of Who, can you refrain from repeating that? Are you a parrot? Me. All right, Messi is the European Golden Ball winner. Oh, and also the Champions League champion, European Super Cup champion, and Club World Cup champion. Does that suffice? Fans of Who, WTF. Me, LOL. Such exchanges are ubiquitous across the internet, where fans from both sides unleash their imagination and creativity, concocting a myriad of quips to critique one another, as if this somehow signifies their victory. Previously, there existed a faction of fans who admired both Messi and Who, fantasizing about a collaboration between the two. However, such neutrality seems to have dissipated, particularly following the recent World Footballer of the Year selection, which has led to a complete rift between the supporters of both camps. The competition between the two has intensified remarkably, compounded by the emergence of Carbanca. A tripartite rivalry has taken shape. Whether a new quartet of stars will emerge in the future depends on the efforts of others. In any case, the statuses of Messi, Carbanca, and Who are now firmly established and unassailable. What once seemed a distant dream for Chinese fans, a Chinese player standing among the world's elite, is gradually materializing. Regardless of the disputes between Messi's and Who's supporters, there is one aspect on which they unanimously agree. Performance in crucial matches is paramount, as it directly impacts their ultimate achievements. Such important matches refer to competitions like La Liga and the Champions League. However, the Champions League will not commence until February, while the focus now shifts to La Liga and the Copa del Rey. A week after the Spanish Super Cup, La Liga resumes. The Catalan team, where Carbanca plays, has regained form and confidence following their defeat by the Madrid Pirates in the league and their elimination from the Super Cup by the Madrid Kings. They triumphed in an away match against coveted Atletico with a score of 4-0, where Carbanca contributed 1 goal and 3 assists, creating all the team's goals, thereby releasing the frustration from their previous losses against 2 rivals. He has now achieved double digits in both goals and assists in the league, marking him as the only player in La Liga to do so, with 11 goals and 10 assists. The Madrid Kings secured a 3-0 victory over Getafe, with Messi netting a hat-trick, marking his first of the season. The Madrid Pirates triumphed at home with a score of 2-0 against Royal Velva, with Hu and Kamara each scoring a goal. Looking at this round of matches, one would reasonably conclude that both Carbanca and Messi outperformed Hu. Yet, post-match, it was Hu who garnered more attention and discussion. Despite Messi achieving his first hat-trick of the season, he still failed to eclipse Hu in terms of public interest. This situation leaves the fans of Madeira in a state of discontent. However, there is little that can be done. While Madeira's hat-trick is indeed remarkable, Hulai is faced with an even more extraordinary achievement. Since the 5th round of the league this season, he has scored in 15 consecutive matches, continuing through the halfway point of the season. This performance not only vastly surpasses his own record of 11 consecutive matches from the previous season with the Madrid Pirates, but also draws perilously close to the legendary record set by the esteemed player Alejandro Salados, who scored in 17 consecutive matches during the 2022-2023 season, tallying a total of 25 goals. This not only stands as the record for consecutive goals in La Liga, but also in the 5 major European leagues. Hulai is merely 2 matches away from this record. Given that the upcoming opponents for the Madrid Pirates are Valero and Loga, neither of whom are particularly formidable, it seems quite feasible for Hulai to find the net against them. Thus, there lies a significant probability that he will equal Salados' record. Compared to Madeira's first hat-trick of the season, this development clearly carries more intrigue. Furthermore, eager media reporters have sought out Salados for his thoughts on the potential shattering of his record by a rival player, emphasizing the rivalry. Salados, as a commendable player of the Madrid Kings, maintains a humble demeanor. It is indeed impressive to score in 15 consecutive matches. It reflects Hu's current excellent form. However, I cannot comment on the possibility of him breaking the record, as he has yet to do so. I even believe that your inquiries might not be beneficial for Hu, as they place undue pressure upon him. Implicitly, he suggests that the extensive publicity and attention will weigh heavily on Hulai. Should he fail to equal the record, who will bear the blame? While his words may seem considerate of Hulai, it is evident that he does not genuinely wish for Hu to surpass his achievement. Salados does not shy away from expressing his true feelings, concluding with, "Of course, as a King player, I do not wish for a Pirate player to break my record. My apologies." The fans of the Kings are quite displeased with the media's decision to interview Salados, perceiving it as an affront. Consequently, a fierce online dispute erupts between the fans of the Madrid Kings and the Madrid Pirates, further fueling the controversy. Perhaps, as Salados suggested, the pressure has indeed shifted to Hulai. If he fails to score in either the next match or the one following, he will likely become a target for ridicule. This is undoubtedly not an advantageous situation for Hulai. Chapter 360. Equalization. This is certainly not a favorable circumstance. Practicing in the backyard, Hulai engages in a discussion with Li Qingqing about the recent hot topics. Yet, I cannot control the media. It is not I who incited the sensationalism. However, it is not a matter of great concern. It is merely pressure. I never claimed that breaking the record was a necessity. Ultimately, if I fail to achieve it, it certainly would not be my fault. Li Qingqing remarked with a smile, "You seem quite unfazed. If success eludes us, even I would feel a tinge of regret. As a professional athlete, one must learn to confront pressure. Moreover, even if I do not succeed this time, I am confident that I shall break the record in the future. Last season, my scoring streak ended at 11 matches. And did that not leave everyone feeling a bit disappointed? This year, I aim for 15 matches. At this rate of progress, I should be able to shatter the record next year, should I not?" Hulai chuckled heartily as he faced Li Qingqing's half-volley. He straightened his foot and struck the football forcefully towards the small goal. The ball skimmed the grass with remarkable speed, yet remained grounded. Ultimately, it transformed into a low-flying meteor, piercing the small goal with precision. The tremendous force even upended the goalpost, which was anchored to the ground with pegs. "Splendid." Li Qingqing applauded enthusiastically. What a well-executed shot. From this single kick, it was evident to Li Qingqing that, despite his verbal assurances of having an escape plan, Hulai was in exceptional form. To strike a volley so low without making it a ground ball demonstrates an extraordinary level of skill. With such a state of play, those who awaited Hulai's downfall would likely be disappointed. Everyone was curious whether Hulai could maintain his streak of consecutive goals in the league. However, The answer would not be revealed swiftly. Before the next round of the league, the Madrid Pirates would first compete in a match for the Copa del Rey. Since its reform, aside from the 4 teams participating in the Spanish Super Cup, all other teams enter from the first round, including those from La Liga. The 4 teams in the Super Cup only join in the third round of the Copa del Rey. This serves as a compromise for the reformation of the Super Cup. Otherwise, the 3 giants of La Liga might not have agreed. At the very least, they have played 2 fewer rounds in the Copa del Rey, offsetting the increase of the Super Cup to 2 rounds. In the third round of the Copa del Rey, the Madrid Pirates faced a challenge against the third-tier team, Majadahonda International, away from home. Although it was an away game, it was quite close for the Madrid Pirates, as their opponents were located in the small town of Majadahonda, west of Madrid, and in proximity to their training base, Casa de Trabajador. The distance from where most of the players resided was also minimal. Thus, while technically an away match, it bore little difference from a home game, though the opponents were from the third tier. Their ability to advance through 2 rounds of competition indicated some degree of strength or perhaps fortune. Parati continued to deploy a rotated lineup for the Copa del Rey. Facing a third-tier team did not necessitate fielding the full-strength squad. As long as the substitutes maintained the right mindset, there was little suspense to be expected. Last season, in the third round of the Copa del Rey, the Madrid Pirates employed a similar strategy, executing a complete rotation while the main players rested comfortably at home. Ultimately, the team triumphed with a score of 3-1 over the Spanish team, Almerian. This encounter was no exception, even with a rotated lineup. The Madrid Pirates effortlessly secured a 2 o'clock victory against the considerably weaker Majadahonda International. The goals for the Madrid Pirates were scored by the Italian forward, Daniel Di Quanzo, and the Croatian left winger, Luka Salavic. Following this round of the King's Cup, the league's 20th round awaits, where the Madrid Pirates will host Valero. In the inaugural match of the new season, the Madrid Pirates faced Valero away, during which Ulai was in the United States participating in the Olympics and thus could not return. Lacking his presence, and still grappling with a challenging adjustment period, the Madrid Pirates were held to a goalless draw by Valero. However, circumstances have shifted dramatically since then. The entire Madrid Pirates squad is in excellent form, bolstered by a rejuvenated Ulai. The focal point of interest is whether Ulai can maintain his scoring streak in the league. Should he find the net in this match, he would be just 1 game away from equaling Salato's record. Could he achieve this? Ulai answered everyone with his goal in the 73rd minute. I can. The Madrid Pirates secured a 3-1 victory over Valero at home, with Ulai contributing the final goal, thereby sealing the victory. His streak of consecutive matches with goals has now reached 16. He is now just 1 match away from Salato's record. If he manages to score in the upcoming 21st round against Loga United, he will share the record for consecutive goals with Salatos. All eyes are now on the next league match, where the Madrid Pirates will challenge Loga United away. However, before that, they must first contend with another King's Cup match. This time, the Madrid Pirates will face the La Liga team, Real Castilla. Parati continues to employ a rotated lineup, though the extent of the changes is less pronounced than in the previous round of the King's Cup. Nonetheless, Ulai remains absent from the squad list. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over Real Castilla with a score of 2-1, advancing to the quarterfinals of the King's Cup. 3 days later, in the 21st round of the league, the Madrid Pirates will challenge Loga United away. Prior to the match, Ulai, who was included in the starting lineup, stated in an interview with reporters, "I do not score to break records. It is merely my duty. Therefore, I feel no pressure. Work is work. What pressure could there be? Professional players live under such pressure weekly," whose demeanor appeared remarkably relaxed, instilling hope in his performance for the match. A reporter, after interviewing Ulai, relayed to the host behind the camera, "This is indeed good news. We are all eager for Hu's performance." The host joyfully responded, noting that he was not a fan of the Madrid Royals, relishing the unfolding drama. In the XME League against Loga United, Parati has fielded all available first-team players. Although Loga United is a newly promoted team and participating in La Liga for the first time in history, they present a formidable challenge. However, they have performed remarkably in this season's La Liga, achieving 7 victories, 6 draws, and 7 defeats, accumulating 27 points, which places them 8th in the league, surprisingly within the top 10. If they can maintain such form, securing their position in La Liga by the season's end is not beyond the realm of possibility. The Madrid Pirates cannot afford to underestimate a team like this when playing away. Naturally, Ulai started the match. From the very first minute, Anticipation filled the air as everyone awaited Hulai's goal. It was evident that the players of the Madrid Pirates were actively creating opportunities for him. Would this make the Loga defense more targeted in their approach? Xiaolan turned to her husband and asked. Hulisin shook his head. That is not the case. He is already the Pirates' primary scorer. Regardless, the Loga defense would focus on him. For him, this is just routine. So, does our son have a chance to score again? Xiaolan's tone suddenly brightened, filled with expectation as she gazed at her husband. Hulisin, however, pragmatically shook his head. It's hard to say. Football is unpredictable. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Xiaolan shot him a glance, exclaiming, men are all such bores. In the previous match, after his teammates had scored, Hulai only found the net in the 73rd minute. Hence, there were concerns that a similar situation might arise in this game. After all, the targeted defense of Loga was more formidable and tenacious than that of Valero in the last match. In the 12th minute of the game, Vukovic suddenly delivered a lob pass from outside the penalty area to the flank. Hulai made a proactive run, successfully evading the offside trap, and then, in a challenging angle, struck the ball without stopping. As the ball descended, Hulai directed it towards the goal. The goalkeeper of Gallen assumed Hulai was aiming for the top corner and prepared to leap upward, but as the ball approached, it skimmed low over the grass and surged past him into the net. He has done it. Scoring in 17 consecutive league matches. Incredible. He achieved it. Hulai. What a goal. What a strike. Hifeng and Yin Kong also cheered. A splendid shot. This marked his 31st goal of the season, and his 28th in the 17th consecutive match. This goal placed him alongside the legendary scorer of Madrid, Salados, in the annals of history. They both accomplished the remarkable feat of scoring in 17 consecutive league matches. He became one of the only two individuals to achieve this milestone in history. Xiaolan leaped up, raising her arms in triumph. Beside her, Hulisin, though not as exuberant, silently exhaled in relief. At this point, the burden on his son had surely been lifted. Regardless, his son had accomplished something only the four great kings, Salados, had achieved, leaving all those who awaited his failure speechless. Any discussions regarding Hulai's ability to equal Salados' record could now be laid to rest. From this moment on, whether Hulai continues to score or not seemed inconsequential to Hulisin. It is undoubtedly preferable to continue scoring. However, should the momentum be interrupted, it may not be a misfortune, for no one would dare to criticize, question, or mock him. Hulai has achieved what no one else has accomplished. After scoring, Hulai intended to rush towards the corner flag to perform his signature celebratory gesture. Yet he was abruptly embraced by the exuberant Kamala, interrupting his ritual. Subsequently, more players from the Madrid Pirates flocked to surround Hulai, appearing even more exhilarated than Hulai himself. Wow, incredible! Kamala exclaimed, holding Hulai tightly. Amazing, Hu. You did it. You achieved it. Various enthusiastic cheers resonated in his ears. It wasn't merely the fans and media eagerly anticipating this moment. Hulai's teammates from the Madrid Pirates were equally excited. Since the beginning of the match, they had tirelessly created opportunities for him. They had anticipated it would take 50 or 60 minutes for Hulai to score. Yet he astonished them by accomplishing this in just 12 minutes. They genuinely rejoiced for Hulai, although this was Hulai's individual glory. Due to his popularity and standing within the team, everyone felt a sense of shared pride. Particularly noteworthy was Hulai equaling a record that belonged to the Madrid Kings. As dedicated rivals of the Kings, the Pirates wholeheartedly supported anything that could evoke negative sentiments towards them. The entire Madrid Pirates celebrated Hulai's achievement in matching Salados' record, fueled by a simple yet profound rivalry that required no justification. However, Hulai did not cease his scoring exploits after equaling Salados' record. In the 22nd minute of the match, the Madrid Pirates were awarded a penalty after Kamala, penetrating the penalty area, had the ball deflected away only to be tripped by an opposing defender, resulting in his fall. The referee decisively blew the whistle, ruling a foul against the defender and awarding the Pirates a penalty, which Hulai confidently converted, securing his second goal of the match and his 32nd goal in the league. Oh my goodness! Hifeng exclaimed upon announcing this figure. Astonished by such a remarkable scoring efficiency, the league had only just reached its midpoint, and Hulai's goal tally already surpassed all of Mary's league goals from the previous season. If he maintained this pace, one could only wonder how many goals he might achieve by the season's end. Even without engaging in the simplistic calculation of doubling the first half's tally, Considering fluctuations in form and the impact of the Champions League knockout stages on the league, a conservative estimate would likely approach 50 league goals. Looking back over a century of history across the 5 major European leagues, no one has ever netted 50 league goals in a single season. The closest anyone has come to this number is 49. The record for the most goals in a single season of the English top flight, with an astonishing 49 goals, was established by the legendary English striker George Swindon during the 1925-1926 season of the English Football League Division 1. Before the inception of the Premier League, this league was considered the pinnacle of English football, and at that time, he played for the formidable Hull City, which was capable of clinching both the league title and the FA Cup. This remarkable tally remains unbroken in the annals of English top-flight football. If we consider only the Premier League, the record stands at 35 goals, set by the Scottish international Brian McClare during the 1993-1994 season, which has also yet to be surpassed. In an era where modern football increasingly emphasizes teamwork and organized defense, coupled with the comprehensive tactical demands placed upon forwards, who are now expected to contribute beyond mere goal scoring, the prospect of a striker netting 40 or 50 goals in a season has become increasingly elusive. However, this season, Hulai has performed as if endowed with extraordinary prowess, displaying a remarkable efficiency in front of goal. While this can be attributed to the Madrid Pirates' strategic enhancements and player arrangements that favor Hulai's scoring opportunities, his individual form has proven to be equally vital. With Hulai's brace, the Madrid Pirates triumphed 2-0 against Loga United. Following the match, Hulai equaled Salato's record for consecutive goals, making headlines across media outlets and becoming a trending topic online. Contrary to Hulai's expectations, the discourse surrounding his achievement intensified rather than waned, as observers speculated, having matched Salato's record, how close could he be to breaking it? Coincidentally, the upcoming league match features a Madrid derby between the Madrid Pirates and the Madrid Kings. Should Hulai score in this encounter, he would surpass Salato's record. Conversely, the Madrid Kings will undoubtedly exert every effort to thwart Hulai's scoring ambitions, seeking not only to end his streak, but also to vanquish the Madrid Pirates, thereby seizing the initiative in the league title race. The Madrid Pirates currently trail the Kings by a single point. Should the Kings prevail in their next fixture, they would extend their lead to 4 points and achieve a season sweep over the Pirates, gaining an advantageous position in their head-to-head record. Even if the Pirates were to equalize points later, this advantage could secure them the championship. With so many consequential narratives converging on a single match, how could it not capture widespread attention? The media, ever eager for a story, would not easily relent. Thus, the discussion surrounding Hulai's potential to continue his scoring streak is sure to persist. In a display of relentless curiosity, reporters flocked to the training grounds of the Madrid Kings, eager to intercept Salato's and glean his thoughts on the unfolding drama. During their last interview with Salato's, Hulai was merely 2 league matches away from equaling his record, an event perceived as a grave insult by many fans of both Salato's and the Madrid Kings, igniting their ire. This time, returning to interview Salato's could hardly be deemed a humiliation, as Hulai has indeed matched the record, rendering it appropriate to seek the perspective of the other party involved. Faced with the reporter's microphones, Salato spoke considerably less than before. Congratulations to who? He has accomplished something remarkable. A journalist pressed further, inquiring, in the upcoming match, he will face your Kings. Do you think he can surpass your record in this game? Salato's, however, chose to remain silent, disregarding the question, and instead rolled up the car window, slowly driving out of the reporter's throng. It seemed clear that Salato's was deeply concerned about the potential breach of his record. Indeed, his apprehension was etched upon his face. The journalists gazed at the departing vehicle, engaging in fervent discussions. The following day, media reports emerged, highlighting Salato's dissatisfaction with Hulai's equalization of his record, while various rumors proliferated across the internet. Fans of Hulai and the Madrid Pirates mocked Salato's for his lack of grace in accepting defeat, to which Salato's offered no response. Even his own children could not restrain their curiosity at the dinner table. Dad, do you really struggle to accept defeat? Before Salato's could respond, their mother shot a disapproving glance at the children. How could that be? Your father is not that petty. Salato's gently placed his hand over his wife's, and then turned to smile at the children. Not at all. While I cannot claim to accept it with complete ease, I certainly do not struggle with defeat. The children, still puzzled, pressed on. Then why didn't you clarify that in front of the reporters? There are rumors circulating that you cannot accept losing. Because the next match is against the Pirates, Salados began, but before he could finish, another child interjected. Realization dawning. I understand. Since who has not yet surpassed you? Dad, you haven't lost at all. If you haven't lost, then certainly there's no issue with accepting defeat. The first child, eyes wide with understanding, chimed in. So, Dad, you're going to do everything you can to stop who from scoring in the next match, right? Go for it, Dad. Salados affectionately ruffled his children's hair, smiling but remaining silent. In the away locker room at Pirate Park, adorned with the captain's armband, Salados surveyed his teammates. He had a message for them. I am aware of the recent rumors surrounding me. I also know what everyone is thinking. However, it may not align with your assumptions. I do not particularly care whether this record is preserved. His teammates in the locker room stared in astonishment at their captain. In response to their surprise, Salados smiled gently. Of course, it would be best if who did not break the record. But what if we successfully prevent who from scoring in this match, yet still end up losing? A heavy silence fell over the room, as they found themselves unable to answer such a dilemma. Is the significance of a captain's personal record greater than that of the team's achievements? The answer is rather evident. Yet no one would be foolish enough to declare in front of the captain that the team's success is paramount. Such sentiments can only be articulated by Salados himself. I can even surmise that the Pirates believe we will recklessly attempt to thwart who during the match. Hence they will employ who as a decoy, creating scoring opportunities for others. The moment they score, we will find ourselves in a defensive position, so we must refrain from fixating on records. We should treat this as a regular match. Our primary objective is to perform our duties and triumph over the Pirates. Records are destined to be broken eventually, but if I could exchange a record for a league championship, I would do so without hesitation. The atmosphere above Pirate Park Stadium was rife with jeers. The cause of the unrest among the Pirates fans was unfolding on the pitch. Just a second prior, Salados had retreated to head the ball, redirecting it into the vacant space behind him. Seizing the advantage of his speed, Melabaniga surged forward, receiving the ball behind the Madrid Pirates defensive line. The assistant referee followed suit, not raising his flag. The main referee also trailed behind, refraining from blowing the whistle. With the introduction of VAR, when a potential offside arises, the game typically continues until the offensive play concludes before a final decision is made. This is because the determination of offside has been entrusted to the video referee team, relieving the on-field officials of that responsibility. Thus, the fans were left uncertain as to whether Melab was indeed offside. However, this did not hinder them from expressing their discontent or attempting to exert pressure on the referees. Melab, having broken through, advanced toward the edge of the penalty area, with goalkeeper Haywell rushing out to the penalty spot. Faced with the advancing Haywell, Melab lifted his right leg, seemingly preparing to shoot to the right. Consequently, Haywell shifted his weight and steps in that direction, ready to make the save. Yet, as Melab's foot descended, a subtle adjustment occurred. He deftly nudged the ball to the left with his toes. He then accelerated, evading Haywell. Before him lay an expansive, unguarded goal. Despite center-back Danny Drew's valiant pursuit, he was too close to stop Melab at this juncture. As Drew closed in, Melab effortlessly pushed the ball with his left foot. Amidst the cacophony of boos, the ball rolled into the Madrid Pirates' net. Melab, G000000000000000000000000L. Who would have anticipated that the visiting team, the Kings of Madrid, would be the first to score in this highly anticipated match? They capitalized on the Pirates' aggressive offensive play, executing a successful counterattack. In the 17th minute, the Kings led the Pirates 1-0. The boos intensified, as if a storm were brewing above Pirate Park Stadium. Amidst the cacophony of boos, the referee pressed his ear to the communication device, engaging in dialogue with the video assistant referee team to ascertain whether Melli was offside during the moment of Serrato's rearward flick. The televised broadcast displayed the video referee team's analytical comparisons, accompanied by the caption, "Goal under review." Swiftly, the video assistant referees reached a verdict, no offside. Thus, the referee signaled with a whistle, directing his finger towards the center circle. Melli could finally indulge in a jubilant celebration of his goal, raising his fists towards the die-hard Pirate supporters in the southern stand of the stadium. 1, 2, 3. The boos intensified. Meanwhile, Han Shuyu in the stands clasped her head in despair. Beside her, Li Qingliang gazed skyward, overwhelmed with disappointment. In the commentary booth, Feng and Yin Kong also clasped their heads with a sigh. The kings have taken the lead away from home. Meli's timely and decisive run had led to this goal. The duo had flown from their homeland to Madrid specifically to provide live commentary for Chinese fans, not only because it was a Madrid derby, but also due to the potential for Hu Lai to set a new record. They yearned to witness history at the brink of the record. However, what they encountered was the kings scoring first. From the outset of the match, the visiting kings adopted a proactive approach, catching the pirates somewhat off guard. Prior to the match, the focus had been on whether Hu Lai could break the record, as if the kings were solely intent on thwarting Hu Lai's scoring efforts. After his sigh, Yin Kong analyzed for the viewers at home. In reality, the king's sharper offensive maneuvers caught the pirates unprepared. The initiative in the match had shifted to the side that had scored first. Feng remarked, based on the first 20 minutes of play, it seems the kings are unconcerned about whether Cerrados can maintain his record. At the very least, they are investing more in their offensive efforts. That is precisely right, Feng. When juxtaposed with individual records, team achievements undoubtedly hold greater significance. The Madrid Kings currently lead the Pirates by a point. Should they defeat the Pirates away, the gap would widen to 4 points, thus maintaining an advantage in the standings. This could potentially influence the outcome of the league championship, rendering Cerrados' record trivial in comparison. The players of the Madrid Kings surged towards the goalscorer Meli, enduring the jeers from the Pirate supporters. Meanwhile, the players of the Pirates appeared somewhat disheartened, caught off guard by such an early concession. Their coach, Parati, stood at the sidelines, his expression grave. This was not an auspicious start. Following the restart, the leading Madrid Kings continued their relentless assault on the Pirates. Their forte lay in direct and rapid attacks, seldom indulging in back-and-forth passes in the midfield. They would seize opportunities to advance the ball forward, favoring through balls over lateral passes. The consequence of such a strategy was a higher likelihood of errors during attacks. Yet the benefit was greater potential threats created when their stamina was at its peak. It was evident that the Kings' head coach, Roy V., intended to capitalize on the early stages of the match when the team's vigor was abundant, aiming for multiple goals. If they could secure a 2-goal advantage, they would be able to slow down the pace and engage with the Madrid Pirates in a more composed manner. As time passed, and the Pirates grew impatient, intensifying their offensive efforts, it would present an opportune moment for the Madrid Kings to counterattack. In response to the Kings' fierce assault, the Pirates aimed to stabilize their defense through collective tactics before attempting a counteroffensive. However, the Pirates' efforts to launch a counterattack were met with challenges. Max Kyrie faced relentless marking from the opposing young midfielder, rendering him unable to deliver a noteworthy performance. In this match, the Kings' original starting midfielder, Mohamed Osei, was sidelined due to injury, replaced by the 20-year-old prodigy, Claudio Rey. This talented player, nurtured by the Kings' Youth Academy, has garnered much anticipation, with some fans even referring to him as the Crown Prince, as his future appears exceptionally bright, promising to become a significant figure in the first team. Although Osei is still in the prime of his career, the Kings are prudently preparing for the future by ensuring a successor is ready. Consequently, Claudio Rey has been officially promoted to the first team this season, having already made 15 appearances across various competitions, including 5 as a starter. Standing at 1.87 meters, Rey is not only capable of playing as a midfielder, but can also serve as a makeshift center back, showcasing his commendable offensive skills with his impressive long-range shooting, enhancing his adaptability on the field. In today's match, Rey appeared exceedingly enthusiastic, shadowing Kyrie closely and effectively fulfilling the coach's directive to create difficulties for him. Under Rey's tenacious defense, Kyrie found himself struggling. In their previous encounter during the Spanish Super Cup final, Kyrie had effortlessly received the ball along the flanks and in the channels without any interference from the Kings players. This time, however, each time Kyrie attempted to receive the ball, Rey would appear like a shadow at his side, employing his agility to disrupt and defend. On one occasion, Kyrie attempted to deceive Rey with a feint, but his intentions were swiftly recognized, resulting in Rey taking the ball cleanly away and nearly causing Kyrie to stumble embarrassingly. After completing his defensive duties, Rey glanced back at Kyrie, who was struggling to regain his balance, and with a hint of regret, he mused, how splendid it would have been if this moment had occurred at the Crown Stadium. Surely it would have elicited a thunderous cheer from the entire crowd. What a spectacle it would have been. Indeed, matches like the Madrid Derby present the perfect stage for heroes to emerge. Prior to this match, Claudio Rey had already made 15 appearances this season, yet none had created significant ripples. He either participated during the dying minutes of matches or in less critical fixtures, such as the King's Cup. The Madrid City Derby was a first for Ray. In the earlier half of the season's derby, he did not even make the squad list. Relegated to the stands to absorb the derby atmosphere. As a player who has grown up within the ranks of Madrid's royal team, Lay has long dreamt of stepping onto the pitch for the Madrid derby, donning the royal jersey and triumphing over their city rivals. An injury to the team's primary defensive midfielder, Osai, during the recent 4-1 victory against Sebastiani has opened the door for him. He silently vowed to earn the trust of coach Roivy through his outstanding performance, hoping to secure more playing opportunities in the latter half of the season. Perhaps even usurping Osai's position was not out of the question. With such thoughts in mind, Lay glanced at Kelly as if he were gazing upon a stepping stone leading to the Hall of Success. Yet, it was still insufficient. His gaze then shifted to the distance, landing on Hulai, the focal point of this match. He represented a far greater stepping stone. Chapter 363. What is this rascal doing? Today's pre-match lucky ritual was performed by Hulai. He tossed 3 coins, and I hope he achieves a hat trick in this match. If this proves to be true, I suggest increasing the number of Mary's lucky coins to 4 next time. Han Shiyu stood in the southern stand of Pirate Park Stadium, overhearing the discussions among the die-hard Pirate fans around her. In moments when the score lagged and the game became tense, most fans placed their hopes on Hulai, relying on his recent stellar form. In this match, Han Shiyu did not appear in the media section as a temporary reporter for CCTV, as a dedicated film crew was sent to Madrid specifically to cover this game. With real journalists present, her participation was unnecessary, since she could not enter the stadium as a reporter to watch the game. It became quite challenging to enjoy the match up close. After all, tickets for the Madrid Derby are notoriously difficult to obtain. However, Han Shiyu faced no such dilemma, as she had managed to enter the southern stand of Pirate Park Stadium directly, thanks to the assistance of that mysterious uncle. Similar to the northern stand of Crown Stadium, the southern stand of Pirate Park is where the team's most loyal fans congregate. When standing, it can accommodate up to 28,000 fans simultaneously. In European competitions, when converted to seating, it can host 14,000. Only the most devoted Pirate fans can witness the match from this vantage point. Unlike Crown Stadium, tickets for the southern stand of Pirate Park are not sold to the public. Consequently, although Han Shiyu had previously purchased an expensive ticket for the northern stand of Crown Stadium to watch the Madrid Derby, she had never managed to secure a ticket for the southern stand of Pirate Park. Even when circumstances prevented attendance, most Pirate fans would have their relatives take their place. And if tickets were to be transferred, it would only be within a close-knit circle. Otherwise, they would simply remain unused. For the Pirate fans, the southern stand is a sacred space, and they would never allow it to be tainted by tourists merely seeking to join the fray. This reflects the more intense and extreme sentiment held by the working-class fans. To know, at the royal side in Madrid, the renowned Crown Stadium's northern stands have been transformed into an international venture by travel agencies. Fans of the Kings from across the globe pilgrimage there, experiencing the thrill of watching the game alongside die-hard supporters. Although some ardent Kings fans have voiced their dissent against this commercialization, the club shows no intention of altering its approach. They even promote it as a splendid means to amplify the Madrid Kings' influence worldwide, asserting that the Kings have never been merely a local club. Conversely, the Pirates are more extreme in their purism. They harbor no ambitions of becoming a global entity. They simply wish to be a Madrid football club. Han Shiyu's access to the southern stands was fortuitously aided by a mysterious gentleman she had encountered multiple times. It was during this encounter that she discovered this enigmatic figure was none other than the husband of Lucky Mary. To her astonishment, the seats that the gentleman had secured for her and Li Qinghuan were indeed those of Lucky Mary, an observation made as soon as they settled in. Their seats were located in the third row of the southern stands, remarkably close to the goal. It was indeed easy to toss a coin onto the field beyond the advertising boards. However, Han Shiyu's first meeting with the gentleman did not occur here. Rather, these seats perpetually reminded him of the moments spent watching matches with his wife. Should he remain there to watch the game, the vacant seat beside him would forever serve as a poignant reminder of her absence. Thus, for many years, he chose to watch matches elsewhere. As for these seats, they either remained unoccupied or were generously offered to eager Pirates fans who found themselves unable to procure tickets. Li Qinghuan overheard the discussions among surrounding fans and shook his head at Han Shiyu, saying, "I cannot share their optimism. Forget about a hat trick. I would consider it a miracle if Hulai manages to score even once in this match. He added, such pragmatic pessimism is not my style, old Li. Han Shuyu patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's not pessimism, Li Qingliang quickly clarified. After all, the Kings would undoubtedly focus on containing Hulai during the match, preventing him from scoring. Moreover, defending against Hulai does not conflict with stopping the Pirates, as Hulai is their primary scorer. Thus, the notion that the Kings would lose simply to thwart Hulai from breaking records is unfounded. As he spoke, a nearby Pirates fan was also engaging in a similar discourse with his companions. While I wish for Hu to break the record, I fear it will be quite challenging for him to score in this match. The only solace I find is that Hu has already equaled Salato's record. Regardless, in the future, whenever this record is mentioned, Hu's name will undoubtedly be included. Li Qingliang and Han Shuyu turned simultaneously to the fan who had voiced these concerns. I share your apprehension, Li Qingliang admitted. Han Shuyu reassured him, fear not. Haven't you heard the saying online? Hulai is the chosen one. The more controversy there is, the more we must believe in him. I know, he replied, and there are countless instances where Hulai has proven his doubters wrong. Precisely. In any case, you can always place your trust in Hulai. Han Shuyu raised his thumb, placing it against his chest, and flashed a grin that revealed a perfect set of 8 teeth, embodying the essence of a genuine smile. The Pirates organized their offensive maneuvers in front of the King's restricted area. With Maxi Kelly under tight surveillance, Vukovic, who had previously relied solely on passing to create opportunities, suddenly surged forward with the ball, penetrating the defenses of Madrid's Kings. It appeared to be a reckless endeavor, a headlong rush into a cul-de-sac. Yet, he stirred the Kings' defense, creating a gap within their ranks. When the opening emerged, all Vukovic had to do was direct the ball into that very space. He had faith that the right player would materialize at the opportune moment. Indeed, as he delivered the pass, Hulai received the ball. The stands erupted with jubilant cheers from the Pirate fans. Amidst their exuberance, Hulai took aim to shoot. However, the ball was thwarted by a foot that suddenly intervened. Claudio Lay, the commentator Sanchez exclaimed with fervor, as at the most critical juncture. Lay executed a pivotal defensive maneuver. He had anticipated Vukovic's passing trajectory, positioning himself right in front of Hulai. What a splendid defense. Not only did he stifle Maxi Kelly's contributions in midfield, but he also had the presence of mind to block Hulai's shot. Can you believe this is his first Madrid derby? After completing the defense, Lay was met with accolades from his teammates, receiving pats on the shoulder. With an air of nonchalance, he turned to cast a glance at Hulai, who, with his hands on his head, appeared deeply regretful. A hint of a smile finally broke through on his face. It was evident that Hulai faced exceptionally tight marking during the match. However, it would be inaccurate to suggest that the entire Madrid Kings squad was solely focused on preventing Hulai from breaking records. In a typical Madrid derby, Hulai would invariably attract such defensive attention. Being the most threatening player for the Pirates, it would indeed be peculiar if he were not subjected to such scrutiny. After a hard-fought opportunity in the penalty area, he managed to take a shot, but due to Peralta's interference, it was somewhat rushed, too straight, and lacked power. The ball was easily gathered by goalkeeper Buckler. Shortly thereafter, Hulai attempted to contest a header in the penalty area, but was knocked aside by Peralta. As he fell to the ground, Hulai raised his arms, yet the referee paid him no heed, merely signaling for the Pirates to take a corner kick. During this time, Hulai was not limited to shooting. He frequently passed the ball to his teammates, striving to create space for them. However, the outcome was less than favorable. The Kings had come prepared, not focusing their defensive efforts solely on Hulai. Kamara, Kelly, Vukovic, and Tanini, among other attackers, also faced the Kings' stringent defense. Kelly's performance in this match left much to be desired. Following their conceded goal, the Pirates' attack stagnated, struggling to find an appropriate breakthrough. After conceding, the Pirates failed to equalize swiftly, causing the dynamics of the match to gradually tilt in favor of the visiting Kings. After all, every unsuccessful assault by the Pirates signifies that Meili might seize an opportunity to threaten their defensive line. Hulai retreated to the flanks to assist in the team's offensive coordination. He passed the ball back to Tanini before pivoting forward. Tanini returned the ball to him, and the two executed a wall pass. Upon receiving the ball, Hulai attempted to advance, but soon Claudio Rey closed in on him. Before long, he was knocked to the ground, and the ball was dislodged out of play, eliciting a cacophony of boos from the stands. However, the referee did not penalize Claudio Rey for a foul. Instead, he signaled for the pirates to take a throw-in. This decision incited Hulai's discontent, prompting him to rise and vocally protest to the referee. Hey. He used his hands. He even gestured as if pushing someone. I'm not the same frail figure I once was. He wouldn't have knocked me down without making contact. Hulai continued his appeals to the referee. In truth, the referee had already rendered his decision, and his protests were unlikely to alter it. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to voice his grievances, hoping to exert pressure on the referee that might influence future calls. Perhaps the next time Hulai found himself on the receiving end of a collision with Ray, the referee would whistle for a foul, such as the wisdom gleaned from experience in the game. Although still young, Hulai possessed considerable match experience, and some lessons are learned intuitively. Observing Hulai's complaints to the referee, Peralta chuckled, turning to his midfield comrade Albin Estrom. Look at him, he's flustered. He's really flustered. Estrom laughed, covering his mouth as he replied, that kid is doing well, he should keep it up. The kid he referred to was, of course, Claudio Ray. This moment would become a stepping stone to his fame. Peralta nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ray was indeed in fine form today. As the two enjoyed the spectacle of Hulai's plight, while simultaneously lauding their teammate, they noticed Claudio Ray retreating while loudly taunting Hulai. Hey, you. All right, enough noise. Next year's World Footballer of the Year is yours. World Footballer of the Year. Peralta and Estrom exchanged glances, both bewildered by the antics of this cheeky rascal. Just as Hulai was exerting pressure on the referee, he heard Claudio Ray's taunts. Hulai paused, first glancing at the referee, then turning to face Ray, who seemed quite pleased with himself, shrugging and adding, not just the World Footballer of the Year, but the Ballon d'Or is yours too. Happy now? He laughed, as though sharing an amusing anecdote. Especially when he saw Hulai in a daze, he felt as if he had won a battle, finally rendering Hulai speechless. The claims regarding Hulai's sharp tongue were merely exaggerated, or perhaps those who clashed with him were simply too inept, unable to withstand the pressure. Thus, he arrogantly turned back to his position, only to be unexpectedly met with a stern inquiry from the team leader. Estrom, what are you doing? Lay paused momentarily. I wasn't doing anything, I was just. His words were cut off by Estrom. Why did you talk to him? Isn't trash talking a norm in the game? Lay couldn't fathom why extinguishing Hulai's bravado would not elevate his team's morale. Instead, his teammates seemed displeased with him. Indeed, it was a norm, but Hulai's situation was different. Estrom stated gravely. Lay had certainly heard the rumors about Hulai's verbal prowess, especially the recent tale involving the goalkeeper Carlos Cordolo, who had fallen victim to Hulai's tongue. Nevertheless, he dismissively replied, rest assured, he cannot deceive me. I was merely provoking his anger to incite him into losing his composure. Observing the young man's inflated self-assurance, Estrom ceased his counsel, merely sighing, I hope you are right, kid. Leading by a goal, the Madrid Kings were generally in favorable circumstances. The Pirates were facing offensive setbacks. If they could endure a little longer, it would be enough to unsettle the Madrid Pirates players, creating opportunities for the Kings. Yet, Estrom sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Despite a lack of clear signs or reasons, he shot a warning glance at the impetuous Claudio Lay, internally lamenting how this kid's reckless antics were making things harder for everyone. At just 20, Lay had gained fame early, having been a standout talent in the youth academy. Upon joining the first team, he was well cared for, maintaining good relationships with Captain Salados and Melli, as they shared a legacy of mentorship. In his first season with the first team, he had already made 16 appearances across all competitions, including this match. Setting aside his age, he had even surpassed Melli's debut record in terms of appearances during his first season. Of course, Melli had been just 16 in his first season with the Madrid Kings. Reflecting on this, Estrom felt a pang of bitterness as he cast his gaze toward Hulai, curious to see his reaction. However, Hulai showed little response, or rather, not the reaction everyone anticipated. Typically, someone subjected to such humiliation would retaliate verbally or seek confrontation, yet Hulai did neither. He neither argued with Claudio Lay nor complained to the referee. Instead, he simply turned and walked towards his teammates, a calm demeanor that sent chills down Estrom's spine. If Hulai were to shout and scream, Estrom might actually breathe a sigh of relief, as it would signify that Hulai had been provoked by his opponent. Oh, he is anxious. At this moment, it feels more like the calm before the storm. It seems as though he is plotting something. Oh my. In the living room rented by Chu Yifan and Tang Shuyuan, a crowd of friends has gathered to witness this Madrid derby. Everyone is now staring wide-eyed at the television screen, voicing their astonishment. This is Lay's inaugural Madrid derby. Surely someone on the king's side could enlighten him on the nuances of the match. This lad is truly audacious, daring to provoke Hulai. To be honest, after watching so many matches, I have seldom seen anyone actively seeking to confront Hulai. Can you guess what he said to Hulai? Does it even matter what he uttered? Regardless, it won't bode well for him in the next match. During the live broadcast, the sounds of the players on the field were nearly inaudible, as the camera was not positioned near them, and the atmosphere was exceedingly noisy. To decipher what Claudio Lay said, one would have to rely on the interpretations of lip-reading experts post-match. Fortunately, Lay did not cover his mouth while speaking, otherwise, it would have remained a mystery. Once Hulai comprehended Claudio Lay's words, he did not exhibit any anger. Instead, he approached Maxi Kiri. "Are you capable of handling this?" Kiri looked at him. "What is it to me? You were the one who faltered against him." Hulai smirked, covering his mouth. Heh. After the match, those media reporters will eagerly discuss why the opposing midfielder assigned to defend Maxi Kiri frequently finds himself near me, the center forward. Do you think they will conclude that I am inadequate, or that you are? Kiri fell silent. Hulai chose not to continue the conversation and returned to his position. Behind him, Maxi Kiri shifted his gaze from Hulai to the opposing number 33, Claudio Lay. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pressing his tongue against his upper palate, scrutinizing his opponent. Upon returning to his position, Hulai even leaned closer to Peralta, showing no inclination to avoid him. He then inquired of Peralta, "Who is that lad?" Peralta thought to himself, "Can't you just see for yourself?" However, he refrained from voicing this and remained silent, finding it difficult to engage Hulai in conversation. Following the defeat of Catalonia Union at the hands of Madrid Pirates, the tale between Cordolo and Hulai spread widely. If previously there were merely vague rumors, Cordolo's plight transformed all prior tales about Hulai's sharp tongue into undeniable truths. Everyone is aware that Hulai possesses the ability to bring the dead to life and extinguish the living. Thus, whether intentionally or unintentionally, as opponents, they tend to avoid verbal exchanges with Hulai during matches. Who knows where that might lead? Hulai is indifferent to Peralta's silence. He has grown accustomed to such treatment during games. There is nothing to be done. A tall tree catches the wind. Now all of Spain knows that when facing him, it is best to remain silent. Thus, he was quite surprised that Claudio Rey would take the initiative to provoke him. He cheerfully inquired of Peralta, "Did you not warn him about certain precautions beforehand?" Peralta cast a glance at Hulai, but remained silent. Hulai continued to smile. "It's all right. Please convey my thanks to him, or perhaps I shall thank him personally." After saying this, Hulai ceased to engage with Peralta. However, the expression of the Argentine center-back grew increasingly grave, for he detected a hint of threat in Hulai's tone. There was no tangible evidence to support this, merely the instinct of a top-tier defender. A sudden irritation washed over him. That rascal Claudio, always causing us trouble. Peralta's intuition proved correct. Before long, he executed an almost extreme tackle, successfully blocking Hulai's shot. Although he had defended well, there was no trace of joy on his face. Upon rising, he pressed his hand against the groin area of his thigh. He felt as though he had strained a ligament while performing that tackle. Had he not executed it with such intensity, he might not have been able to block Hulai's strike. Prior to shooting, Hulai feigned a move, then used the outside of his left foot to redirect the ball before taking his shot. Peralta came from the right, needing to exert himself to make the tackle. "Well done." This phrase did not come from a teammate, but rather from Hulai, who gave Peralta a thumbs up, seemingly offering genuine praise. Yet, Peralta could not muster any happiness. He sensed that Hulai had suddenly become more talkative. This was not a good sign. Claudio Rey also wished to give Peralta a thumbs up, expressing admiration for his remarkable tackle. He recognized the extremity of the maneuver. Then he glanced at Maxi Kiri, deciding to deal with this old fellow first before assisting Peralta. Although Captain Salados had mentioned that he did not care about whether his record would be broken, Rey still hoped to halt Hulai's streak of consecutive goals through his own efforts. Kiri noticed Rey's gaze and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What? Do you wish to present me with the World Footballer of the Year award?" Maxi Kiri had never received the esteemed accolades of World Footballer of the Year or the European Golden Ball. At the peak of his career, he had only garnered the European Silver Ball and had merely placed among the top 3 in the World Footballer of the Year voting, without winning the award. This was also why he was not considered among the 4 greats, as those 4 had at least won the European Golden Ball and the World Footballer of the Year. However, It would be a fallacy to conclude that Maxi Carey's lack of awards diminished his prowess compared to the four. The Dutchman had long been dubbed the uncrowned king, with his supporters asserting that Supermax was sufficiently great without the need for trophies. Others referred to him as the killer of kings, for he held his own and even triumphed over opponents in confrontations with the four greats. During his prime, Carey embodied both speed and skill, adept at dribbling past defenders, creating opportunities through precise passing, and scoring with remarkable finesse. Additionally, he possessed an exceptional free-kick ability, rendering him nearly devoid of weaknesses. However, it is his personal temperament that has prevented him from reaching the heights of the footballing elite. Now, plagued by successive injuries, he can no longer execute rapid dribbles or sustain breakthroughs. Consequently, his position has shifted, although he plays as a forward. He increasingly resembles a playmaking attacking midfielder or a shadow striker. Frequently, he finds himself matched against defensive midfielders rather than center-backs. In this particular match, he faced Claudio Rey, who was taken aback when Carey unexpectedly launched an attack on him. Rey soon realized this might stem from his successful containment of Carey during the game, provoking the latter's ire. This presented an opportunity. Knowing Carey's volatile temperament, Rey thought that if he could provoke him further, perhaps Carey would be substituted prematurely, allowing him to claim credit for the intervention. Thus, he retorted, "Oh no, you won't be winning the Ballon d'Or anytime soon. You're far too old for that." Upon hearing this, Rey noticed Carey's expression darken ominously, which thrilled him. He decided to escalate his taunts. "Of course, if you desire. I could order a replica online and have it sent to you." Carey merely nodded in response, turning to walk away. Rey called after him. Then it settled. As the ball was passed to Carey, Claudio Rey promptly closed in, determined not to allow Carey an easy reception. Unfazed, Carey spun around, as if to let the ball slip through Rey's legs. In the process, he planted his left foot to pivot while lifting it, striking the approaching ball with the outside of his left foot towards the lateral support of Vukovic. Rey, quick to react, attempted to follow Carey's movement. However, upon turning, he was bewildered to find the ball had mysteriously shifted away from Carey and landed at Vukovic's feet. He struggled to comprehend how the ball had ended up there, as he had been sure it was headed directly for Carey. In that moment of confusion, Carey surged forward, and Vukovic promptly delivered the ball back to him. The two executed a seamless 1-2 pass, leaving Rey behind as Carey charged towards the King's penalty area. Fortunately, Estrom arrived just in time to thwart Carey's advance, preventing him from penetrating the defensive line and entering the box. By the time Rey returned to reorganize the defense, Carey had already released the ball, leaving him in a state of frustration. With Carey attracting both Estrom and Rey, Vukovic found himself facing considerably less defensive pressure. After receiving Carey's pass, Vukovic unleashed a shot. Like a cannonball, it soared towards the goal of the Madrid Kings. Rodriguez soared into the air, single-handedly deflecting the soccer ball away from the crossbar. "What a close call," Sanchez exclaimed, as Vukovic delivered a stunning shot. Yet, it was the preceding display by Carey that was truly remarkable. The television broadcast immediately replayed not Vukovic's shot, but the moment when Carey elegantly turned and passed the ball to Vukovic. This is Max Carey, bursting with brilliant imagination. One can never predict the dazzling feats he will perform in front of defenders. The ingenuity of utilizing the kinetic energy from his supporting foot to deftly flick the ball is something only Max could conceive, and he executed it flawlessly. As the ball sailed out of bounds, Lay turned around only to find Max Carey gazing at him. "Remember to prepare the trophy. I desire it in pure gold." With that, Carey strolled into the penalty area. Lay turned again, his gaze trailing after Carey's retreating figure. He found it perplexing how Carey, whom he had previously contained with ease, suddenly seemed invigorated. The Pirates' corner kick posed no threat to the goal, inadvertently allowing the Madrid Kings to launch a counterattack. Melli sprinted forward with the ball, had it not been for Ion Martinez's desperate chase, who at a crucial moment managed to slide in and redirect the ball out of bounds. It is uncertain whether Melli would have scored once more. During this period, the Madrid Kings' offensive opportunities were scarce, yet each was significantly menacing. Roy's team should not be content with merely a one-goal lead at halftime. With roughly 10 minutes remaining, if they could secure another goal to finish the half at 2-0, it would prove exceedingly difficult for the Madrid Pirates to mount a comeback. Indeed, trailing by 2 goals could compel the Pirates to exhaust every effort to assist Juan in setting a new record, the commentator Sanchez expounded. The Madrid Kings took their corner kick. This time, their center back Siqueiros headed the ball, but it was too straightforward, allowing the goalkeeper Havel to gather it effortlessly. Without delaying on the ground, Havel promptly threw the ball outside the penalty area. The Pirates initiated a counterattack. However, the Kings responded swiftly, thwarting the Pirates' advance. They had no choice but to decelerate and wait for more teammates to join in support. Ultimately, the counterattack devolved into a positional battle. Nevertheless, the Pirates were not daunted by this scenario, for they boasted organizers like Max Kyrie and Vukovic. Claudio Rey positioned himself once again in front of Kyrie. Even though the ball had yet to be passed to him, he remained poised and ready. Kyrie glanced at the opponent but raised his hand, signaling for the ball from Vukovic. Vukovic obliged, delivering the ball to Kyrie, who slightly retreated to receive it. By the time he had the ball, Claudio Rey stood directly in his path, lowering his center of gravity and bracing himself. "Oh, what a pity you didn't keep up. I was hoping to bypass you the same way once more," Kyrie remarked with a subtle smile, observing Rey's tense demeanor. Rey disregarded Kyrie's comment, intently focusing on the ball at his feet, preparing to retort once he had successfully completed his defensive task. As Kelly noticed that his opponent was ignoring him, he gently nudged the soccer ball to the right with the outside of his right foot and began dribbling in that direction. Rey swiftly cut across to keep up. Just as he caught up with Kelly, he saw Kelly lift his right leg, seemingly preparing to take a shot on goal. In a hurry, Rey lifted his foot to block the shot. However, it turned out that Kelly's move was merely a feint. He lifted his right foot and deftly pulled the ball back to the left. His entire body followed suit, turning to the left. Rey, momentarily deceived, turned around in a determined attempt to catch up. As he closed the distance, Kelly used his left foot to nudge the ball back to the left, then raised his left leg as if to take a long-range shot. Rey could only exert himself to make a more pronounced tackle this time. Yet again, he was deceived by Kelly. The left-footed shot was still a feint. He neither shot nor controlled the ball, but instead placed his foot upon it. Rey slid past him. At this moment, he found himself powerless to stop Kelly. Completely outmaneuvering his opponent, Kelly pulled the ball back with his left foot, then gently nudged it with the outside of his right foot, evading the approaching challenge from the Madrid Kings' central defender, Siqueiros. He then accelerated towards the penalty area. Using the outside of his right foot to dribble, he dashed diagonally to the right. This forced the Madrid Kings' left back, Rafael Fonseca, who had just charged in from the right, to come to a screeching halt and pivot back. However, just as he turned, he saw Kelly already raising his right leg. Poised to shoot, he immediately lunged forward, intending to block the ball with his body. Simultaneously, goalkeeper Backer rushed out to the edge of the small box to cut off Kelly's shooting angle. Upon seeing Kelly shoot, he too made a diving save. Yet, once again, Kelly's kick was merely a feint. He pulled the ball back with his right foot, causing both Fonseca and Backer to tumble to the ground. He then brought the ball to his left foot and finally struck it with purpose. This time, it was no longer a feint. No one could obstruct his shot. He struck the ball cleanly and decisively towards the goal. Kelly! Kelly! Oh my goodness! Kelly! Kelly! Guulol! Sanchez let out a triumphant roar. Amidst his prolonged shout, the ball rolled into the Madrid Kings' net. The crowd at Pirate Park erupted in cheers. After scoring, Maxi Kelly did not exuberantly run around, but instead stood still, shrugged, and spread his arms, cheerfully embracing and high-fiving his incoming teammates. In fact, he appeared less excited than his teammates, as if this spectacular goal was merely a routine endeavor, not worthy of excessive celebration. What are you all so excited about? I merely scored a goal. Chapter 366, A New Record. Maxi Kelly's goal was undeniably magnificent. Yet his demeanor suggested it was an inconsequential strike, which was quite dramatic. Commentator Hifeng chuckled upon witnessing his demeanor. Here we go again. Kelly is back. I am aware of the various names he is referred to online. Indeed, Kyrie's personality is precisely this way, yet it is also what makes him endearing, huh? That goal was truly magnificent. It felt as though every maneuver preceding the final shot was a mere feint. No one could anticipate precisely when he would strike. Although Kyrie's tally this season has not been extensive, each goal has been spectacular. Take, for instance, that remarkable strike in the recent Supercopa encounter between the two teams, where the ball appeared to be both a pass and a shot, sailing directly into the net. Kyrie consistently delivers such breathtaking goals for all to enjoy. The Madrid Pirates supporters roared from the stands, and the stadium reverberated with the team anthem, creating an atmosphere akin to a grand celebration. After the jubilant commemoration with his teammates, Kyrie returned to his half. As he passed Claudio Rey, he pointed at him and remarked, "Don't forget. I want it in pure gold." Rey, already disheartened from conceding a goal, found himself momentarily speechless, unable to retort, feeling utterly stifled. The elation he had felt while verbally sparring with Kyrie now turned into profound frustration as he was silenced in return. But the episode was not yet concluded. After Kyrie departed amidst his teammates, Hulai approached from behind, grinning at Rey. "You've provoked the wrong person. I suggest you defend against me instead. I'm much easier to handle." Haha. With that, he laughed heartily and skipped away. In that moment, Claudio Rey felt as though his chest might burst. He fixated on Hulai's retreating figure, his chest heaving, taking deep breaths to alleviate the pressure within him. The score was level. The Pirates fans in the stands erupted with joy. Han Shuyu, while celebrating, felt a pang of regret. What a pity it wasn't Hulai who scored. Li Qingliang replied, "It's not that simple." Han Shuyu chuckled, "You must always believe in Hulai. Oldly, your devotion as a Pirates fan pales in comparison to my loyalty as a King's traitor." Li Qingliang grinned, "I dare not take sides so lightly." Shortly after Maxi Kyrie equalized for the Pirates, the first half concluded. The Madrid Pirates, having leveled the score, sought to mount an aggressive attack to seize the lead. Meanwhile, the Madrid Kings tightened their defense, resolutely preparing for counterattacks. With little time remaining, opportunities were scarce for both sides, and the half ended with a score of 1-1. In the visiting team's locker room, despite being skillfully outmaneuvered twice during Kyrie's goal, Claudio Rey still received praise from Roivy. Excluding that conceded goal, his performance was truly impeccable. In fact, that goal was not even his fault. The coach's commendation revitalized Rey's confidence. He resolved to confront Kyrie in the second half, determined to repay the humiliation he endured in the first half with interest. Additionally, he would ensure Hulai would rue the day. As the second half commenced, the rejuvenated Pirates, buoyed by their equalizer, launched an aggressive assault on the Kings' goal from the onset. In response to the Pirates' early onslaught, the Kings naturally adopted a defensive posture, preparing for counterattacks. Everything unfolded much like the final moments of the first half. Roy stood at the sidelines, keenly observing the match unfolding before him. During the halftime break, he surmised the tactics that the Madrid Pirates would employ in the second half. Such foresight was hardly remarkable, as even an ordinary fan could easily predict the impending reactions of the Pirates. His sole concern lay with Maxi Kyrie, who had evidently been invigorated by that recent goal. Once Kyrie found his rhythm, the offensive threat posed by the Madrid Pirates would elevate significantly. Roy was uncertain how long his team could withstand the pressure, nor could he gauge how long the Pirates could maintain their relentless assault. Thus, during the intermission, he urged his players to remain poised for counterattacks in the second half, placing his hopes upon Melli. If they could secure a goal during a swift counter, the scales of victory would tip back in their favor. Claudio Lu rushed towards Maxi Kyrie, determined to intercept him. However, Kyrie paid him no heed whatsoever. As he received the ball, he swiftly passed it, immediately dashing to another position to receive it again. Lu followed closely behind, but just as he caught up to Kyrie, the latter abruptly pivoted and surged forward. Meanwhile, the ball was delivered by Vukovic right into Kyrie's path, behind Lu. In a reflexive motion, Lu reached for Kyrie's jersey, only to be brushed aside by the Dutchman. Kyrie seized the ball, and Lu exerted himself to collide with Kyrie, hoping to disrupt his control. Yet, Kyrie retaliated with a forceful bump, leaving Lu momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his composure, Kyrie had already sent the ball soaring forward with a precise through pass, penetrating the gaps in the Madrid Kings' defense. Kamara made a decisive cut-in from the right flank, receiving Kyrie's pass and accelerating towards the baseline. He lofted the ball into the air near the goal line. In a hasty attempt to clear the ball, the center-back Sekeros leapt but failed to make contact. The ball arced high, heading straight for the far post. Peralta rushed back to the goal, helplessly watching as the ball sailed over him, its height far beyond his reach. As he turned to follow the ball, he caught sight of a figure charging towards the back post. Hoo! Sanchez's voice resonated, elongated in exhilaration. The atmosphere above Pirate Park erupted in a chorus of anticipation. Amidst this cacophony, Hulai, in full stride, swung his left leg. The goalkeeper, Backer, turned swiftly to respond, preemptively diving before Hulai could unleash his shot, spreading his arms and legs in a desperate effort to cover more ground. At this moment, there was no longer any reliance on the goalkeeper's skills. It was a matter of fervent prayer to the divine for fortune to favor them. Alas, on this occasion, the divine chose to lend its support to the Chinese. With a taut left foot, Hu Lai struck the descending ball. Bang! The ball was sent hurtling towards the back post, narrowly evading backers' desperate reach. He turned to behold the ball plunging into the far netting. No one could have anticipated that merely 6 minutes into the second half, Hu Lai would score. The historic moment arrived with astonishing suddenness. Hu Lai. Magnificent. A stunning volley from a tight angle. Hu Lai. Splendid. He has found the net. For the 18th consecutive round, Hu Lai has scored, establishing a remarkable record in La Liga, as well as across the esteemed top 5 leagues in Europe. He no longer needs to share this accolade with anyone. The commentator He Feng, overwhelmed with excitement, rose from his seat, pressing one hand against his earpiece while vigorously pumping his fist in the air, accompanied by his fervent shouts. Beside him, Yan Kong echoed the sentiment, exclaiming, "This record belongs to Hu Lai and to Chinese football. Hu Lai has proven that we, as Chinese, can play exceptionally well." The cheers that erupted above Pirate Park grew even louder, as every Pirate supporter leapt from their seats, raising their arms in jubilant exultation. Han Shuyu was no exception, jumping up to high-five Li Qingliang, before exuberantly declaring, "What did I say? What did I say? You can always believe in Hu Lai." Li Qingliang, no longer needing to cautiously accumulate goodwill for Hu Lai, excitedly waved his fists towards the field, shouting, "Who is the King of Madrid? Who is it?" After scoring, Hu Lai sprinted towards the corner flag, leaping high into the air. Yet this time was different. Instead of crossing his arms over his chest as he usually did, he raised them triumphantly above his head, bringing them down with tremendous force, exuding a sense of power. When he landed, he bent low, arching his back dramatically. The stadium reverberated with deafening roars. Ho-oo! Once the roar subsided, the fans of the Madrid Pirates erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment. More players from the Pirates rushed to embrace Hu Lai, celebrating this historic goal together. Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai. He has done it. 18 consecutive rounds of scoring. He has surpassed Salados, becoming the record holder for consecutive goals in La Liga. As Sanchez's voice echoed, the television broadcast shifted from Hu Lai's celebration to the captain of the Madrid Kings, Alexander Salados. The camera captured Salados, who, rather than appearing despondent, was clapping his hands and shouting something to uplift his teammates. Yet, as the camera panned to other players of the Madrid Kings, their expressions ranged from shock to anguish. It was evident that Hu Lai's goal had struck a heavy blow. Even Meili gazed in the direction of his own goal, merely panting, devoid of any other expression or movement. No one knew what he was thinking, or perhaps what he thought was inconsequential. In truth, even if the Pirates were to lose to the Madrid Kings at home, it would not alter the fact that Hu Lai had broken the record. The record held by the Kings players was shattered by their arch-rivals, the Pirates, and notably, it was achieved in a match against the Kings. For every fan of the Kings, this was no mere double blow. It was a barrage of multiple injuries, a veritable hail of gunfire. Their hearts had been reduced to a sieve. Chapter 367, The True King's Arch-Nemesis. Hu Lai's record-breaking goal sent his supporters into a frenzy, even after the match commenced. Commentators He Feng and Yan Kong continued to expound upon the significance of Hu Lai's achievement. Prior to Hu Lai, the record for consecutive goals in La Liga had been set by the captain of the Madrid Kings, Alexander Salados, who scored in 17 consecutive matches during the 2022-2023 season, netting an astonishing 25 goals in that span. At the time, this record was regarded as insurmountable across the entirety of Europe's top 5 leagues. After Salados set this benchmark, it was thought that it would remain unbroken. Yet, once again, history has proven that records are meant to be shattered, huh? Yan Kong interjected with a laugh. He Feng maintained a relatively composed tone. Indeed. To be honest, even Hu Lai's record will one day be surpassed. But what of it? Even if it is eventually broken, it does not diminish Hu Lai's status as the record's creator. He scored 31 goals over 18 consecutive matches, surpassing both the length of consecutive scoring and the total number of goals, with an even more astonishing efficiency. Football history will forever remember this record and commemorate Hu Lai's remarkable achievement. As He Feng spoke, his excitement became increasingly palpable. As a Chinese commentator, discussing such European football records had previously evoked a sense of distant admiration. The great moments in football history seemed like towering peaks, which Chinese fans could only gaze upon from afar. never able to approach. It felt as though merely admiring from a distance was the only option available to Chinese supporters. However, now, amidst those undulating summits, one pinnacle has emerged, forged by a Chinese player. Instantly, the perspective shifted. Viewing this landscape was no longer just an appreciation of beauty, but rather a surge of pride. This expanse of mountains includes us. Chinese players can stand tall and proud among the stars of world football. Besides Hefeng and Yinkong, countless Chinese fans, both in front of their televisions and online, fervently discussed Hu Lai's record. Their fervor suggested that the greatest goal had already been achieved. The outcome of the match against the Kings mattered little to them. Yet, the players on the field had no intention of conceding that the game could end at this point. With their spirits lifted after taking the lead, the Madrid Pirates launched a fierce assault on the Madrid Kings goal. Meanwhile, the Kings, under pressure from the opposing onslaught, were forced to retreat and stabilize their defense before considering a counterattack. However, having just conceded a goal, especially to the player they least wished to see score, the players of the Madrid Kings were clearly shaken, their performance on the field suffering as a result. Dudu Carlos seized the ball and advanced forward, marking a counterattack opportunity for the Madrid Kings. However, in his attempt to pass, his intention to find Meili was overly conspicuous, allowing the well-prepared Vukovic to intercept the passing lane, ultimately halting the ball mid-flight. Consequently, the Madrid Pirates swiftly transitioned into a counterattack. Vukovic feigned a pass to his central teammate, Max Akiri, tricking Deducalos into pursuing the interception. In truth, he cleverly drew Deducalos away, creating an opening in the center. Seeing his plan succeed, Vukovic propelled the ball forward and accelerated past Deducalos. By the time Deducalos attempted to recover, he found himself outmaneuvered by Vukovic. As a deep-lying playmaker, Vukovic, once an attacking midfielder, possessed a robust ability to advance with the ball. Ironically, his deeper positioning afforded him greater opportunities to exploit this strength, as the space ahead was now more abundant. Vukovic's surge disrupted the defensive line of the Madrid Kings. While some players retreated to defend, others advanced to apply pressure. The originally linear defensive line of the Madrid Kings appeared staggered and uneven. Observing the gaps with a keen eye, Vukovic deftly angled the ball with his right foot. The ball sliced through the openings in the Madrid Kings' defense, tracing an arc across the grass, heading straight for the vacant space behind them. Hu Lai, having moved wide, burst forth from the back line, sprinting towards the ball. Upon receiving it, he charged into the penalty area of the Madrid Kings. Hu Lai had the opportunity. Hefeng and Yinkong abandoned their previous conversation, swiftly transitioning into commentary mode. Peralta, the central defender for the Madrid Kings, thundered back from the defensive line. Aware that Hu Lai was not particularly adept at dribbling, he recognized that there was still a chance to intercept outside the penalty area. If Hu Lai were to enter the box, within shooting range, it would spell trouble. Before Peralta could close the distance, Hu Lai swung his left leg, initiating a shooting motion. Peralta, not daring to be complacent, surged forward in an attempt to block the shot. Ultimately, Hu Lai's move was, of course, a feint. He deftly nudged the ball to the right with his left foot, simultaneously coming to an abrupt stop. Due to the speed of his prior sprint, his momentum was too great. Even as he halted, he slid forward. He had to lean down, using his hands to brace against the turf to increase resistance. Thus, he managed to come to a stop. Peralta, however, was less fortunate, unprepared as he charged past Hu Lai. He could only turn his head to watch as Hu Lai regained his footing, launching after the ball. With a deft flick of his right foot outside, he guided the ball sideways, creating an angle for his shot before swinging his right leg. This time, no one could impede him. He curled the ball with the inside of his foot, sending it soaring from just outside the penalty area, flying towards the far corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Bakker leaped, extending his arms desperately, yet he could not touch the ball. As he twisted in midair, his gaze remained locked on the ball, and in despair, he watched it once again nestle into the net. My goodness! Hefeng exclaimed. Hu Lai has scored again. A brace. He has netted 2 goals in consecutive matches. Just 6 minutes have passed since his last goal. 2 goals in a mere 6 minutes. Hu Lai's form is simply astonishing. Sanchez was equally astonished. This marked Hu Lai's 34th league goal this season. In the 22nd round of the league, he had already scored 34 goals. Goodness, what is his limit? Upon scoring, Hu Lai spread his arms wide and sprinted towards the corner flag to celebrate. The visiting coach, Roivy, infuriated, hurled the water bottle he held. Clearly dissatisfied with the chaos that ensued after his teams conceding a goal, he feared that the Madrid Pirates would capitalize on the Kings' disarray to score again, especially with the highly efficient Houlé in their ranks. Now that his concerns had manifested into reality, how could he not be enraged? He then cast a glance towards the VIP section, where the high-ranking officials from both clubs were seated, including the presidents and managers. Among them was Javier Sanchez, the football director of the Madrid Kings. As the head coach, Roivy had little say in transfers. The power resided entirely with director Sanchez. Never before had Roivy felt such discontent with Sanchez's work as he did today. Why didn't they secure Houlé from the outset? Even if it had cost 10 million euros while he was still in China, it would have proved to be a tremendous bargain in hindsight. Was the illustrious Madrid Kings truly a club that could not afford 5 million euros? In this moment, he pondered whether the exalted Sanchez harbored any regrets. Though it was too late for such thoughts now. Sitting in the VIP section alongside club president Juan, Sanchez's expression was far from favorable. On Beneto's other side stood Carlos Lombo, the president of the Madrid Pirates, who was on his feet, enthusiastically cheering. He even joined the ordinary fans in a raucous shout as Houlé landed, exclaiming, "HUU," followed by hearty laughter. This laughter pierced Sanchez's ears, evoking a disconcerting illusion that Lombo was mocking him, ridiculing his earlier oversight in missing out on Houlé. But could he truly be blamed? Who could have foreseen that a Chinese player would ascend to such heights? The ordinary Chinese club had deemed 5 million euros insufficient. What could he have done? When he signed Madeira from Argentina, it didn't even cost the club 5 million, with a plethora of seasoned scouts at his disposal. None had believed that Houlé could ever be compared to Madeira, or even that he could secure a place in the first team of the Madrid Kings. They merely considered Houlé's talent acceptable for a Chinese player, especially with the added allure of the Chinese market. If he could be acquired at a lower price, it would be a risk-free investment. Should he succeed, the club could profit handsomely, certainly more than 5 million. Even if he did not thrive, the initial modest investment would not inflict significant losses on the club, thereby alleviating some pressure from the transfer team. This was the initial assessment of the Madrid Kings regarding Houlé. Few believe that Houlé can establish himself in the Kings' first team. They regard him as just another young player emerging from the Madrid Kings Youth Academy, akin to countless others who have found their footing in different teams. True geniuses, like Madeira, flourish in this fertile environment. This notion is not without merit, as the Kings' youth training and talent acquisition have historically functioned in this manner. However, they have underestimated Houlé, who is no ordinary prodigy. His rate of improvement and the heights of his achievements far exceed initial expectations. It is understandable that Javier Sanchez failed to recognize his potential, for even many in China at the time were uncertain about the heights Houlé could reach in Europe. Javier Sanchez does not regret his earlier decision, as he arrived at that conclusion based on his experience and the information available to him. He now merely laments that Madrid may never have the chance to acquire Houlé, given the frequency with which he has outperformed them, seemingly turning into genuine rivals. As the commentator's voice boomed, the Argentine star dribbled towards the Madrid Pirates' penalty area. Blocking his path was Danny Drew, who faced Madeira and retreated cautiously. Madeira decided to accelerate past his opponent, lifting his left foot to flick the ball with the outside of his foot. Yet, just as he raised his foot, Drew unexpectedly lunged forward, executing a lightning-quick tackle that dislodged the ball from Madeira's control. Madeira quickly turned to regain possession, but Drew forcefully shoved him aside. In terms of sheer strength, Madeira was no match for Drew. After pushing him off, Drew maintained control of the ball and decisively passed it away, denying Madeira any chance to reclaim it. Drew had successfully defended against Madeira once more. In their 3 encounters this season, during their first clash, Drew had struggled against Madeira, but his performance had markedly improved in their recent encounters. Hifeng exclaimed with excitement. As a Chinese commentator, he naturally supported the Madrid Pirates. Thus, witnessing Drew hold his own against Madeira genuinely delighted him. After all, if Houlé scored 2 goals while the team's defense conceded 3, what would be the point? Madeira was infuriated and forcefully shoved Drew aside. Drew turned to him and cautioned, "Be careful, Madeira. That move is quite dangerous." In a foul mood, Madeira retorted, "When did you learn to talk so much like who?" Drew responded, somewhat surprised, "If I had truly emulated who, I would have fallen to the ground after that push. Madeira, you should be grateful I'm not like him. I have a good relationship with him, but I am not him, so please do not slander me." Madeira was at a loss for words, realizing that had it been who, he indeed would have crumpled to the ground. And he might have ended up receiving a yellow card. Although bearing a yellow card may not be a significant concern for an attacking player, Melli still feels a twinge of disgust. At 25 years of age, Melli has been gracing the professional field since the tender age of 16, amassing 9 years of experience and encountering a myriad of opponents along the way. Among them, some were formidable, while others were of questionable character. However, he had never before faced someone as powerful yet morally deficient as Hulai. A flicker of regret crossed his mind. Perhaps he should not have regarded Hulai as merely a tool for motivation. Initially, he perceived it as an ordinary whip, only to discover it was laced with chili sauce and equipped with barbs. After the Madrid Kings took the lead, they failed to score again until the second half, while the Madrid Pirates surged forth, netting 3 consecutive goals. Now, they find themselves trailing 1-3. Eager to score, Melli fell victim to Drew's precise strike, resulting in a deadlock for the Kings' offense. Conversely, the Pirates seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. The defensive players of the Kings faced immense pressure, particularly Claudio Rey. Max Kyrie seemed to target him specifically, opting to confront him whenever an opportunity arose. Before the skillful and imaginative Kyrie, the heir apparent of the Madrid Kings no longer radiated the ease and confidence he displayed in the first half. The coach's encouragement and praise during halftime appeared to have little lasting effect, or perhaps their impact had faded too quickly. The buff had expired. A piercing whistle pierced the air, met by a chorus of boos from the crowd. Max Kyrie writhed on the ground, clutching his calf, while Claudio Rey, seated beside him, gestured to the approaching referee in an attempt to plead his case. However, the referee seemed disinclined to heed his arguments, pulling a yellow card from his pocket as he approached. Rey had tripped Kyrie just as he was about to break through. A yellow card was entirely justified. The commentator, Sanchez, noted that Rey, who had held an advantage in the first half, was now being thoroughly suppressed by Kyrie. Yet, the Pirates coach, Perotti, did not believe a mere yellow card was sufficient, complaining to the fourth official, that should have been a red card. Assistant coach Valentin leaned in to suggest, "I think we should substitute Max. He must not sustain an injury." Perotti nodded in agreement. Have Di Quinzo warm up. With a 2-goal lead over the Kings, it was indeed prudent to consider substituting Kyrie. There was no need for him to endure the full 90 minutes in such a heated derby. Given Kyrie's outstanding form this season, an injury would severely undermine the team's offensive capabilities, a risk Perotti was unwilling to take. Kyrie managed to rise from the ground, limping a few steps before realizing the pain in the struck area was less severe than expected, indicating no joint injury. With that reassurance, he began to relax, but continued to glare at Claudio Rey. As a player who had suffered 2 severe injuries in the past, he was particularly sensitive to the prospect of injury. Regardless of Rey's verbal taunts and provocations, Kyrie chose to remain unfazed. However, such actions may lead to potential injury, and he cannot remain indifferent. "Young man, is this the only method you have to stop me?" he inquired, fixing a steely gaze upon his opponent with a hint of derision. Claudio Rey appeared somewhat flustered, yet he stubbornly retorted, "I was aiming for the ball." "Who would believe your words?" Tony and I interjected, coming to his teammate's defense. "Your kick was clearly intentional." As a result of Claudio Rey's foul, both teams converged in a heated exchange, causing the match to be paused for several minutes. Once order was restored, the Madrid Pirates swiftly made a substitution, bringing on Di Quinzo to replace Maxi Kelly. After a brief exchange with Di Quinzo at the sidelines, Kelly departed the field. Head coach Perotti approached him, grasping his hand and explaining, "I am concerned for your well-being. That lad is evidently quite agitated." Kelly nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. You've already given him a stern lesson. Now take a proper rest." Perotti gave Kelly's shoulder a firm pat, guiding him to the bench. After exchanging high-fives with his teammates, Kelly settled into his position, wiping the sweat from his face and neck with a towel, then directing his gaze back to the field. He had indeed taught that scoundrel a lesson. Yet Kelly felt it had not been sufficient. Regrettably, he could not afford to take further risks at this juncture. Curse this wretched body. Due to Claudio Rey's foul, the Madrid Pirates were awarded a free kick in the attacking half. This set piece, located near the right side of the midfield line, was to be taken by Tony and I, though it posed no immediate threat to the Madrid Kings' goal. Tony and I opted for a diagonal long pass, directing the ball toward the right flank. Kamara received the ball near the sideline and sought cooperation with Vukovic, who had come to support him. After passing the ball to Vukovic, he surged forward. The left back Rafael Fonseca of the Madrid Kings trailed him in retreat. Observing this, Vukovic hesitated to pass immediately. Instead, he pivoted and cut inside. Seeing Vukovic's intention, Fonseca ceased his retreat, as Kamara also slowed and halted. Just as Fonseca moved centrally to compress Vukovic's space, the Serbian international suddenly delivered a through ball with his left foot. The ball slipped through the gap between Fonseca and center-back Sekaros. At the moment of his pass, Kamara dashed forward once more. With a burst of speed, he received the ball behind Fonseca. Vukovic. Well played. Kamara. After receiving the ball, Kamara lifted his head to assess the situation in the center. Noticing that Hulai and Di Quinzo had formed a two-pronged attack, he refrained from carrying the ball toward the byline. Although space was available, it might jeopardize a better scoring opportunity. Thus, he decisively delivered a cross toward the goal. Di Quinzo, charging toward the goal, spotted Kamara's pass just in time, nearly overshooting it. He quickly halted, turned, and leapt in an attempt to execute a bicycle kick. However, in his haste, he failed to make contact with the football, which glided past his foot before he could hook it. Just when the fans of the Madrid Kings and the defensive players began to breathe a sigh of relief, a figure soared low nearby, Hulai. Like a torpedo skimming the ocean's surface, cutting through the waves with precision, Hulai executed a stunning header at an astonishingly low altitude. The ball struck perfectly. Given the proximity and the abruptness of his header, goalkeeper Baker could only react instinctively, but it was utterly impossible for him to intercept the ball. Before he could dive, the football had already found its way into the net. Hulai, what a goal! What a magnificent goal! Hulai, truly remarkable. He has completed a hat-trick. Once again, Hulai has performed a hat-trick against the Madrid Kings. He has truly taken them on. The commentator, Kifone, was hoarse from his fervent shouting, his voice breaking under the strain. In a noisy environment, one cannot help but raise their volume. The Pirate Park Stadium now resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, the tremendous roar resonating from the depths echoing throughout the arena. Even though Kifone and his colleagues wore noise-canceling headphones, they could not escape the clamor. The table before them trembled, and it felt as if they were seated in a 4D theater, experiencing an exhilarating blockbuster filled with popcorn moments. They were enveloped in the sheer astonishment Hulai's goal had instigated within the stadium. Literally breathtaking. Chapter 369. Thank you. Upon witnessing Vukovic's precise pass to Kamara, Hulai realized that the defensive line of the Madrid Kings had been breached. Yet, he refrained from rushing forward. Many forwards would have eagerly wished to teleport directly to the opposing goal line to seize a favorable position. Di Quinzo was one such player. Upon seeing Kamara receive the ball, he sprinted rapidly from outside the penalty area into it. Hulai, however, purposefully slowed his pace, lingering behind. He understood that Di Quinzo's charge would draw away the opposing defenders, and all he needed was a moment's patience for a more advantageous opening. As Kamara prepared to cross, he raised his head to survey the penalty area. Despite both Di Quinzo and Hulai making runs towards the goal, creating a dual threat, Kamara's gaze was fixed solely on Hulai, completely disregarding Di Quinzo, who was closer to the goal and waving his arms. Consequently, when he passed the ball, he specifically directed it back to the trailing Hulai. Di Quinzo, unaware of this, believed he had outpaced the ball and abruptly halted to attempt an acrobatic kick to make amends. Upon witnessing Di Quinzo's actions, Kamara's eyes widened in alarm, fearing that the Italian might jeopardize his own opportunity. Even if Di Quinzo did not touch the ball, he worried that his actions might distract Hulai behind him. Hulai appeared utterly oblivious to Di Quinzo's acrobatic attempt. As the ball soared towards him, he resolutely launched himself off the ground. When Di Quinzo failed to make contact, allowing the ball to pass by, Hulai galloped in with impeccable timing. Despite the ball's low trajectory, Hulai's leap was a flawless header that connected beautifully. His execution was nothing short of breathtaking, as if he had foreseen Di Quinzo's miss. Kifone and Yin Kong, captivated by the slow-motion replay of Hulai's goal, continued to extol his brilliance. The challenge of such a header at such a low height was immense. Many would instinctively opt to kick. Yet Hulai chose to use his head, ensuring pinpoint accuracy. It was akin to a low-altitude strike, delivering precision with devastating effect. The Spanish commentator, Alvarez Sanchez, exuberantly exclaimed, "Who has completed his hat trick?" The last time he faced Madrid Kings at home, he also secured a hat trick, aiding the Pirates in their triumph. This marked his 35th league goal of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, the single-season goal record in La Liga stands at 38, and with only 22 matches played. who is merely 3 goals shy of this illustrious milestone. He has already eclipsed Saleido's record of scoring in 17 consecutive matches. And now he sets his sights on Javier Bolano's 38 goals established 77 years ago, a relentless record breaker indeed. This is merely Hulai's second season in La Liga. One can only wonder how many more records await his conquest. 77 years ago, during the 1951-1952 season, the legendary Javier Bolano, playing for Catalonia, set the single-season goal record at 38. This record has remained unbroken until now. Even Saleido's, in his remarkable 2022-2023 season, scoring 25 goals in just 17 matches, ultimately fell short, finishing with 35 league goals. It appears increasingly likely that Hulai may shatter this record, given that he is only 3 goals away. Score 3 more, and he equals the record. For more, and he surpasses it. With his current form, can he truly fail to net even 4 goals in the remaining 16 matches? When Hulai scored his first goal, which broke Saleido's record, Saleido's was still clapping and encouraging his teammates. However, now, after Hulai's hat trick, Saleido's stood motionless with his hands on his hips. With the score at 4-1, what good are his rallying cries? Even his battle cry of onward, Kings, never give up, fight to the end, seems ineffective in the face of Hulai's godlike prowess, evoking a sense of helplessness. It feels as though all efforts are in vain. Meli, too, appeared emotionless in close-up. As Hulai's rival, he could not escape the spotlight when Hulai excelled. It must be said that in today's match, Meli's initial performance was remarkable, with his goal helping the Kings take the lead. However, as Drew's outstanding performance unfolded, Meli's threat began to diminish sharply. In comparison to Hulai, who has completed a hat trick, Meli's solitary goal undoubtedly falls short of expectations. Should the Kings ultimately lose the match, Meli will certainly face severe criticism post-game. After all, he has taken up the mantle from Cerrados to lead the Kings forward, enjoying various tactical privileges such as being the first to take shots. With the crown comes its weight, while basking in the glory of being the Kings' star player. He must also shoulder all the pressure. If the team fails, he is the primary scapegoat, and even his single goal will be of little consequence. Everyone knows that as the Kings' foremost star, Meli has succumbed to Hulai in their rivalry, with his goal tally falling short and his team defeated by the Pirates. As the world's best footballer and a Ballon d'Or recipient, how could he not lead his team to triumph over the Madrid Pirates, where Hulai excels? If Hulai can achieve this, what does it say about Meli's status as the world's best? This sentiment is rather nuanced. Meli gazed toward the breached goal, reflecting on how this differed from what his agent Candela had initially conveyed to him. The whip he envisioned should have been behind him, propelling him forward. He believed he should be in front, with Hulai trailing behind. Yet, now it seemed Hulai had overtaken him. If Hulai is ahead, can he still be regarded as a motivating force? The fans of the Madrid Pirates erupted in collective cheer as the ball soared into the net, their jubilation resonating like thunder, echoing across the stadium. A hat trick. He has done it. Hulai is indeed the perfect candidate for pre-match rituals. I believe this selection should be established going forward. In a corner of the stands, Mantors Alvarez listened to the excited chatter around him, yet turned to glance back. In actuality, there was nothing behind him. He was in the last row of the stands, facing a wall. However, beyond that wall, past the solid outer barrier of the stadium, lay a tranquil cemetery where his wife rests in eternal slumber. I hoped we would score 3 goals for the Kings in this match, so I tossed 3 coins. Mary, did you see? This fellow really scored 3 goals after tossing 3 coins. And this isn't his first time doing so. So, you've been waiting for his appearance all along, haven't you? Huh. Prepare to hear this thunder. He redirected his gaze to Hulai, who was sprinting toward the corner flag, arms raised in jubilance. He, along with all the other Madrid Pirates fans, took a deep breath, releasing their pent-up energy in unison. Hoo! Laughter erupted, and they embraced, exchanging high fives. Claudio Rey stared blankly at Hulai, who was celebrating. In truth, Hulai's leap and header had originated from the very spot in front of him. Had he merely extended his hand, he could have disrupted Hulai. Yet at that moment, his attention was fixated on D. Quanzo's bicycle kick. And by the time he noticed Hulai's leap, it was far too late. Thus, he missed an opportunity to thwart Hulai. He had previously vowed to use Hulai as a stepping stone, but who would have imagined that this stepping stone would prove to be loftier than he himself? As Claudio Rey was lost in thought, Hulai, having concluded his celebration with teammates, sprinted back to his half of the field. Midway, He suddenly veered off course and dashed directly toward Claudio Rey. Rey gazed in astonishment at the approaching figure of Hulai. This action captured the attention of everyone present. Even the fans in China, thousands of miles away. What was he up to? Just as Xiaolan's words fell, the television broadcast captured Hulai arriving before Claudio Rey, placing his right hand on his left shoulder and bowing respectfully. But the performance did not end there. After straightening up, he extended both hands forward, palms open, directing his gesture towards Claudio Rey. He then clasped his hands together and formed heart shapes over his left and right chests. His right hand returned to his left shoulder as he bowed once more. Standing upright, he made a sign of gratitude with his thumbs resting on his chest. Following this, he crossed his hands in front of him and spread them wide apart, singing, "Listen to me say thank you, for your warmth has brightened all seasons. Thank you, for your presence has made the world more beautiful." After the match concluded, a Spanish fan posted a video on Facebook featuring the segment where Hulai celebrated his third goal with a dance for Claudio Rey. This Spanish fan sought help from the internet, expressing a desire to know the title of the song accompanying the video. The video itself had been crafted by Chinese fans and, through various channels, eventually reached foreign supporters. The footage depicted Hulai's unique celebration after completing his hat trick. The Chinese fans had set the video to a song titled "Listen to Me Say Thank You," which was the original track accompanying Hulai's gesture dance. For Chinese fans, this melody was not utterly unfamiliar, though not widely recognized either, primarily popular in kindergartens and elementary schools, often featured in school performances. However, for foreign fans, the essence of the song eluded them, yet they were eager to uncover its meaning. When the Chinese fans created this video, they had not anticipated its circulation beyond their borders, thus neglecting to include lyrics or subtitles. Fortunately, a substantial number of Chinese students studying abroad were keenly interested in all matters related to Hulai. The plea from Spanish fans was recently posted online, immediately capturing the attention of enthusiastic Chinese students abroad. Soon, video versions featuring English and Spanish lyrics emerged. Not only did the original Spanish fan understand the meaning of Hulai's gesture dance, but other foreign fans also grasped its significance. So, was Hu expressing gratitude to Claudio Rey? Quite audacious. However, I find it delightful. After witnessing him send Max off the field, I wish someone would teach that young man a proper lesson. Thank you, Hu. Some question why Hu would choose such a celebratory gesture to humiliate Claudio Rey, while others labeled Hu as petty. Thus, I felt compelled to share this video for you to witness the rivalry between the two sides. The video captures the moment in the first half when Hulai was knocked to the ground by Rey, and the ensuing exchange of words as Hulai approached the referee in complaint. This segment became one of the focal points of post-match media discussions, as everyone was eager to uncover what Claudio Rey had uttered to Hulai. After analysis by lip-reading experts, it was revealed that Claudio Rey said, "Hey, you, all right, enough with the noise. Next year's World Footballer of the Year is yours. The World Footballer of the Year. Not just that, the Ballon d'Or is also yours. Is that all right?" The truth is now clear. Since Claudio Rey initiated the provocation, his humiliation at the hands of Hulai is hardly deserving of sympathy. After all players are professionals, and verbal exchanges or psychological games are commonplace in matches. Regardless of victory or defeat, one must bear the consequences oneself. It is unreasonable to taunt an opponent and then complain about being struck back when the tables are turned. Thus, Claudio Rey's embarrassment at Hulai's hands is indeed self-inflicted. Knowing that the selection for the World Footballer of the Year had ignited considerable controversy, he still chose to provoke Hulai with the title. And it is only fitting that Hulai retaliated. Additionally, Hulai's fans mocked Rey. Did you not know that one should not speak with Hulai during a match? The truly brave dare to provoke Hulai. Perhaps the King of Madrid has shielded this young prince too well, leaving him oblivious to such fundamental rules. As a result of the events on the pitch, the young talent of the King of Madrid became the center of attention, or, rather, the butt of jokes post-match. The esteemed prince has been reduced to a figure of ridicule. The re-edit video by Chinese fans, complete with English and Spanish subtitles, went viral online. The day after the match between the Madrid Pirates and the Madrid Kings, it seemed no fan had escaped viewing that clip. Claudio Rey may have never envisioned that he would gain notoriety in European football in such a manner, and yet, here he is, becoming widely recognized for it. A simple refresh on any football-related query online would reveal Hulai's gesture dance video set to music. In no time, The lyrics of Thank You echoed like an enchanting melody, captivating the minds of many. This song has actually existed in China for quite some time, yet it has never achieved widespread popularity or recognition beyond the confines of younger school demographics. However, this time, thanks to Hulai's influence and the fervor surrounding his hat trick in the Madrid Derby, the song has transcended its original boundaries. Some Chinese fans have humorously lamented their inability to articulate the simple phrase thank you in its proper context. Is there anyone else sharing this peculiar experience? If it were merely popular among Chinese fans, it would suffice, but notably, this song, accompanied by the viral video, has also gained traction in Europe. Even those foreign fans unfamiliar with Chinese characters or language can now be heard imitating the catchy chorus, albeit with a peculiar accent. Ding was shua shi. As time progressed, its reach extended beyond the realm of football. The song and Hulai's signature dance moves became synonymous with humorous ridicule in various contexts. A TikTok challenge emerged, showcasing countless influencers dancing before the camera to the infectious tune, provoking a desire for mischief among viewers. Unexpectedly, this competition birthed a plethora of captivating moments and historical highlights, with the highest viewership not attributed to Hulai breaking the Celebes record with his initial goal, nor to the hat trick itself, but rather to a celebratory gesture he performed post-hat trick aimed at unsettling his opponents. Mainstream media diligently reported on Hulai's remarkable feat of scoring in 18 consecutive matches, shattering the Celebes record and establishing a new benchmark for the longest scoring streak in Europe's top 5 leagues. They also delved into the rivalry between Hulai and the Madrid Kings, questioning why he had managed to score a hat trick in their home encounters for 2 consecutive seasons. Was the animosity between them truly that profound? Was it merely due to the Kings' initial reluctance to increase their offer for him, or were there deeper, undisclosed reasons at play? A humorous anecdote circulated online, suggesting that Madrid Kings football director, Javi Sanchez, once remarked to his staff that Hulai was worth no more than €5 million, insisting that the club would not spend a single cent more. He purportedly added that if he were Hulai, he would rather pay to join the Kings, as being valued by such a prestigious club was an incredible honor. Of course, Sanchez promptly refuted these rumors, labeling them as entirely unfounded. Nevertheless, the allure of such tantalizing secrets continued to captivate the public, despite the official denial. Additionally, some media outlets engaged in the age-old debate of who was superior, Hulai or Meili. In this particular match, Meili scored twice, his second goal coming just before the final whistle, demonstrating commendable performance, albeit 1 goal fewer than Hulai. Yet, within the court of public opinion, Meili's contributions seemed to be perceived as disastrous, with some attributing the Kings' defeat solely to him. This perception is rather unfair to Meili, but alas, the luminescence of Hulai's brilliance overshadowed all else in this encounter. Buff is nearly maxed out, yet how could Meili's remarkable performance possibly surpass Hulai's? Furthermore, the Madrid Pirates, with their victory in this match, have overtaken the Kings in the league standings, currently sitting at the pinnacle with 59 points, while the Madrid Kings, accumulating 57 points, have fallen to 3rd place. Hulai has scored 35 goals in just 22 league matches, not only setting a record for La Liga during this period, but also achieving a milestone across the top 5 leagues. Historically, no player has reached such a goal tally halfway through the league season, with Hulai's form being so blistering. It is almost unfathomable to contemplate how many goals he might net by the conclusion of this season. Maxi Kyrie also showcased an extraordinary goal, weaving through multiple defenders. That singular strike could contend for the season's best goal in La Liga. Amidst the plethora of events and narratives that unfolded in this match, nothing could quite compare to Hulai's gesture dance. Perhaps years from now, many will forget that Hulai shattered Salato's record for consecutive goals in La Liga during this match, or whether he achieved a hat trick. However, they will undoubtedly recall Hulai's captivating dance and the infectious tune that accompanied it. Even those who have no comprehension of football or who do not follow the sport will encounter it through various channels. This dance and song have transcended into a subculture, spawning countless versions and widespread dissemination. Claudio Rey, who was left utterly flabbergasted, has become a near-permanent meme, widely recognized. As for Hulai, the catalyst of it all, there exists a specific term to describe him, the source of all evil. Chapter 371. Is it also a form of training? Focus. Assistant coach Fernando Gonzalez bellowed on the training ground. This is practice, not child's play. Acting this way will yield no training benefits. Claudio Rey quickly apologized to the assistant coach and re-engaged in the training session, yet still managed to draw an audible grunt of disapproval from head coach Roy Wei. After practice, as Claudio Rey swiftly gathered his belongings and departed the locker room, the captain, Salados, returned, scanning the room before inquiring, "Where's Claudio?" Someone replied, "He just left not long ago." Salados sighed, "All right, I'll seek him out tomorrow." "What is going on?" a teammate asked curiously. "Was Mr. Wei looking for you because of him?" "Who else could it be?" Salados shrugged. "Haven't you noticed that since that match, Claudio's mental state has been somewhat off?" In fact, it was not just after the match, but rather the day following it. As the video circulated widely across the internet, its impact grew exponentially, leading to a precipitous decline in Claudio Rey's mental state. It was evident that the comments and discussions online had deeply wounded him. I understand that it may be inappropriate to say this, but I must assert that he brought this upon himself. The team's primary central defender, Peralta, discarded his training gear, letting it fall at his feet, his upper body exposed, and scoffed. Albin Estrom concurred, stating, "I distinctly remember warning him before the match not to provoke Hu, right? Before he engaged in such folly, we were leading both in score and momentum. Yet, for reasons unfathomable, he chose to taunt Hu, inciting not only Hu's wrath, but also awakening Kyrie. What a fool." As a midfielder, Estrom found himself relentlessly covering for Claudio Rey in the latter half of the match. Yet against the frenzied assaults of Maxi Kyrie and Vukovic, he was utterly overwhelmed, struggling, and appearing quite disheveled. In the midfield trio, the designated defensive midfielder, Osei, was tasked solely with defense, while Deducalos focused on orchestrating the offense. Estrom, however, was burdened with the dual responsibility of both attacking and defending, straddling both roles. Yet, during the Madrid derby, he ended up functioning almost purely as a laborer on the pitch. This was neither a role suited to Estrom's capabilities nor one he relished. The absence of his support in attack significantly diminished the offensive opportunities that Deducalos could create. The repercussions were profound, as one strand of the web was tugged. The quality of the Madrid Kings' offense plummeted, ultimately being overwhelmed by the Madrid Pirates. Estrom harbored a plethora of grievances towards Claudio Rey, and it seemed that others shared his sentiment, all eager to voice their complaints. Post-match analyses abounded, with everyone recognizing that the pivotal moment of the game was indeed Claudio Rey's decision to provoke Hulai. Following that incident, Hulai approached Kyrie, exchanged a few words, and then Kyrie erupted into brilliance, equalizing the score before halftime. In the second half, Hulai was unstoppable, culminating in the Madrid Kings' defeat. The fact that Hulai sought out Claudio Rey to celebrate his hat trick further highlighted his displeasure with Rey's earlier provocation. Notably, he refrained from celebrating immediately after scoring his first goal, opting instead to wait until he completed his hat trick, indicating his intent to score thrice before confronting Rey. Was this not a clear indication that Rey instigated the situation? Moreover, it was particularly irksome that, prior to the match, they had explicitly instructed Rey to refrain from engaging with Hulai under any circumstances. The tragic fate of Cortolo was still fresh in everyone's minds, not long ago. No one wished to become a second Cortolo, hence the heightened sensitivity surrounding this issue. Yet, despite the collective concern, Claudio Rey, in his defiance, chose to ignore the warnings, plunging the entire team into an irretrievable predicament. This was truly the most exasperating aspect. Salados perceived the emerging trend and promptly intervened in his capacity as captain. He addressed the team, asserting, regardless of the circumstances, he is one of us. We cannot simply attribute our defeat to him alone. With the captain's words resonating, the others found themselves unable to continue their grievances, falling silent, though their expressions betrayed lingering concerns. Salados was acutely aware of the sentiments swirling within the locker room. His gaze eventually settled on Melibane, who had remained silent and devoid of overt emotion. Recognizing Melibane's deep admiration from Claudio, Salados sought to encourage Melibane to offer guidance to Claudio. He proposed, "Melibane, would you consider taking a moment to speak with him?" To Salados' surprise, Melibane's response was candid. "I believe this is not the optimal moment to approach him, Captain. Claudio has indeed suffered a setback, yet it may serve him well. Individuals must navigate through adversity to experience growth. He requires this trial. Without such challenges, his mental fortitude may not suffice to thrive within a club of our stature." Salados grasped the essence of Melibane's reluctance to intervene. While he acknowledged a degree of truth in Melibane's perspective, The pressing concern was that Claudio's current ordeal seemed disproportionately burdensome. If it were merely a matter of being outmaneuvered by Kyrie during the match or conceding a goal to Hulai, it would be manageable. However, the reality was that post-match, the online vitriol directed at Claudio had intensified rather than subsided. Salato's harbored doubts about whether Claudio could withstand this barrage. Certainly, if he could endure, his future prospects would be boundless. Yet, what if he could not persevere? Surely, someone must extend a hand to this young talent. It is the duty of seasoned players. Determined, Salato's resolved to take action himself. After all, Claudio was a prodigious talent nurtured by the Kings. As captain, he could not turn a blind eye. I've heard that Claudio seems to be facing some issues, Li Qingqing remarked during dinner, sharing gossip she had overheard within the team. What sort of issues? Inquired Hulai. He has been out of sorts during training for several days and has faced reprimands from the coach. Everyone is saying it's because of that celebration of yours. She replied. Hulai chuckled. Is that lad's mental resilience truly so fragile? This is precisely where he falls short compared to us Chinese players. How so? She asked. We've been scolded since childhood, forging ourselves into resilient individuals with unwavering hearts. No matter the tempests of fortune, I remain steadfast, he proclaimed, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Qingqing playfully tapped him. You certainly are quite proud. Then, with a smirk, she added, but I'm not concerned about the Kings fans turning their ire towards you. Your heart is far larger than Claudio's. Heh, I'm grand in every aspect, Hulai replied, puffing out his chest. Li Qingqing laughed. Oh, are you hoping I'll seek vengeance for the Kings? Hulai immediately backtracked. No, that is not what I meant. He then shifted the topic, expressing his worry. I'm more concerned that you might get caught in the crossfire. They know insulting me is futile. What if they turn their wrath on you? Li Qingqing scoffed. If you truly insult me, I shall transfer to the pirates. Hulai was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Li Qingqing waved her hands dismissively. I'm just joking. The King's fans would never come after me. My teammates agree that this situation is ultimately the result of Lei's provocation. Had he not used the World Footballer of the Year to bait you, you probably wouldn't have reacted this way. Hulai nodded in agreement. Of course. Engaging in a verbal spat on the pitch is quite normal. If we lose, we must accept it without grievance. If there's any discontent, we can always win it back in the next match. Or wait until Thursday when you help Lei seek revenge. Li Qingqing shot Hulai an incredulous glance. Why would I assist him in seeking vengeance? Hulai appeared surprised. You're not even curious why it's Thursday? Because you have the King's Cup semi-final against Royal Carton on Wednesday, replied Li Qingqing. Hulai chuckled. That is precisely the point. On the evening of February 7th, the Madrid Pirates faced off against Royal Carton at home in the first leg of the King's Cup semi-final. In fact, prior to the Madrid derby against the Kings, they had already played a King's Cup match, where the Pirates, with half of their main roster rotated, triumphed 3-2 over Samir Sports. Hulai came off the bench in the second half of that match, but did not score. His appearance was merely to maintain match fitness for the upcoming encounter with the Kings. Against the backdrop of the Madrid derby, this King's Cup match garnered little attention. Some were even unaware that just 3 days prior to the City derby, the team had another King's Cup fixture. Initially, little energy was invested, as it was merely an opportunity to test the rotated squad. However, having reached the semifinals, they could no longer approach it with a mindset of merely developing the team. Thus, in the first leg of the semifinal against Royal Carton, despite just having completed the Madrid derby, Coach Perotti fielded nearly the entire first team, making only a few substitutions. For instance, in the goalkeeping position, the 33-year-old backup goalkeeper Olmo Caballo replaced the starting keeper Havel. The 29-year-old Havel was at the peak of his career, and unless injured, it would be challenging for the backup keeper to displace him. To ensure the backup goalkeeper had playing opportunities, Caballo had been the starter before the King's Cup matches. Should the team advance to the King's Cup final, this arrangement would persist, aiming to consider the feelings of the backup keeper. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for someone who had played for several seasons to have fewer than 10 appearances combined. However, apart from the crucial goalkeeping position, Perotti fielded his best lineup. The starting forward duo remained Maxi Kelly and Hulai. Midfielder Vukovic also did not rest. The only change was the captain Juan Ramirez, who was substituted by Joaquin Bella. Bella is an exceptional utility player, balanced in both offense and defense, and is naturally capable of playing as a defensive midfielder. Ultimately, thanks to goals from Hulai and left-back Olaf Blinjorlsen, the The Madrid Pirates secured a 2-0 victory over Royal Carton at home, gaining the upper hand in the semifinal. The semifinal's second leg shall not occur until a month later, as it must yield to the league in the impending UEFA Champions League knockout stage. 2 months following the conclusion of the group stage, the Champions League knockout rounds will finally commence. The matchups for the round of 16 are as follows: Ajax vs. Paris Ager, St. Petersburg Metallurg vs. Blue and White Munich, Torino vs. Tramed, Westphalia vs. Madrid Kings, Manchester Athletic vs. Catalonia United, Stan Park Rangers vs. Madrid Pirates, North London Wanderers vs. Porto United, Alvara vs. Ruhr-Rhein. Note: the first leg is played at the home ground of the group runners-up. Chapter 372. The turn of the player and ball on February 10th, Saturday, during the 23rd round of the league, Madrid Pirates faced Sammy Sport away. In preparation for the first leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 next Tuesday, Coach Perotti opted not to field the full starting lineup. Nevertheless, Hulai was essential to the team. This season, Madrid Pirates had secured second place in the league for 10 rounds, and after a hard-fought victory over the league leaders, Madrid Kings, they had finally ascended to the top. To relinquish that position after just one round would indeed be unjust. Thus, despite not fielding their strongest side, Madrid Pirates were determined to triumph over Sammy Sport on their turf. Moreover, Hulai had scored in 18 consecutive league matches. At such a critical juncture, it was inconceivable to exclude him from the squad. Not only could he not be omitted from the roster, but he also had to appear in the starting lineup. Everyone was eager to witness how far Hulai could extend this remarkable record. In this round, the newly minted record holder Hulai faced staunch resistance from the entire Sammy Sport team. While Madrid Kings had faltered, Sammy Sport focused solely on preventing Hulai from scoring, disregarding the other players of Madrid Pirates. Consequently, under Hulai's cover, Di Quinzo and Lukakelevich each netted a goal, leading Madrid Pirates to a 2-0 advantage by halftime. Yet, Hulai himself was unable to find the back of the net. Did they believe that allowing a Chinese player to set a new record would be a matter of national pride? Shilon, rising in the dead of night to watch the live broadcast of the match, was deeply frustrated and could not help but indulge in conspiracy theories. Huli Xin refrained from contradicting her, instead offering a wry smile, for he too could not ascertain the truth of the situation. What if that were indeed their mindset? Previously, this record belonged to Salados, a native Spaniard, while Hulai was an outsider. It is conceivable that the Spaniards might not wish for a foreigner to claim this record in La Liga. Should Hulai's consecutive scoring streak end at 18 matches, there might still be future contenders. However, if the tally reached an overwhelming number, it would prove difficult for others to match. If one were not to entertain such speculations, it would be perplexing to explain Sammy Sport's seemingly one-dimensional tactics. Observing Hulai's continued inability to score, assistant coach Valentin inquired of Coach Perotti whether he should substitute him. His inquiry stemmed from the looming UEFA Champions League round of 16 match against Stan Park Rangers in 3 days. He was concerned that Hulai had expended too much energy in this match, which might adversely affect his performance in the Champions League. However, Perotti firmly stated, no. Substitute him only after he scores. But what if he continues to remain scoreless? Perotti glanced back and provided his answer, then let him play the entire match. Valentin, understanding Perotti's unwavering stance, realized the head coach did not require his counsel. His trust and indulgence towards Hulai were evident, and indeed, Hulai deserved such leniency from his coach. After all, he was a formidable player who had scored 35 goals over 22 league matches. In contrast, had it been a striker who managed only 1 goal in 22 rounds, there would be no hesitation in substituting him, and even Valentin, as an assistant coach, wouldn't need to suggest it. As Hulai made a diagonal run to receive the ball, he took a shot, only to send the football soaring over the goal and into the stands. The fans of Samir Sports erupted in a cacophony of mocking cheers and laughter. Hulai himself was dissatisfied with the shot, shaking his head vigorously. He then gave a thumbs up to the derisive Samir Sports fans and deliberately applauded them. The laughter dissipated, replaced by jeers. Upon hearing the familiar sound of disapproval, Hulai nodded with satisfaction, his expression seemingly conveying, "Now that's more like it." Meanwhile, Maxi Kelly, who was watching the live broadcast at home, could not help but smirk at this scene. His wife, curious, inquired, "What is he doing? What is the purpose?" Kelly replied, "There is no purpose. You could interpret it as merely being a nuisance." "A nuisance? I don't quite understand. What benefit does he derive from it?" she asked. None at all, Kelly shrugged. I thought he might be trying to provoke the opponent into losing their composure, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. His wife was taken aback that Hulai would engage in such self-sabotaging antics, leaving her speechless. She then asked, if you were on the field, wouldn't he have it easier? Kelly responded with pride and certainty, of course. I would solve the vast majority of problems for him. He would only need to find the space and take the final shot. Do you think he can score in this match? After a moment of contemplation, Kelly shook his head. I don't know, but it seems unlikely. So, his consecutive scoring record stands at 18 matches? Detecting the implication in his wife's tone, Kelly chuckled. 18 matches is still quite impressive. What is there to lament? I thought he could extend that record a few more rounds given his current form. If he only surpasses the previous record by one match, it feels like a waste of his talent. As the couple conversed, the broadcast showed the Madrid Pirates launching another attack. Hulai, positioned outside the penalty area with his back to the attacking direction, raised his hand for the ball. He seemed to be challenging the Samir Sports defense. Logically, he shouldn't have been asking for the ball with his back to the goal at that distance. Once he received it, he would have to engage in a physical confrontation with the opposing center back. However, this was not the style of play that Hulai excelled in. Observing the situation, Maxikari gently shook his head. Reflecting on his earlier interaction with the Samir Sports fans, he resembled a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Hulai could sense the pressure exerted by the Samir Sports center back trailing behind him, allowing him to ascertain without turning that he had indeed drawn the opposing defender out of the penalty area. Thus, he continued his sprint towards the ball. The Samir Sports center back, having followed him outside the box, felt it unnecessary to halt his pursuit. What? Would his advancement create a gap that other Pirate players could exploit? Trailing by 2 goals, who would concern themselves with that? Above all, Hulai must not be allowed to score. Yet, as the Samir Sports center back pondered this, he witnessed Hulai suddenly pivot to the left. Simultaneously, the ball soared in from the right. He stood there momentarily, uncertain whether to confront Hulai or intercept the ball. Ultimately, he remained rooted to the spot, watching helplessly as Hulai and the ball maneuvered past him on either side. He resembled a colossal boulder in a raging current. Despite his imposing size, he could not impede the flow of water that swirled around him, rushing onward. Who? Sanchez shouted loudly. Maxikari's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. His wife gasped beside him. That's an extraordinary dribble. The voice of Sanchez from the television echoed her sentiments. Who? He scored. When the Samir Sports center back turned around, he beheld the sight of Hulai receiving the ball from behind. He could never have anticipated that the void left by his earlier retreat would not be exploited by other Madrid Pirate players, but rather utilized by Hulai himself. As Hulai surged into the penalty area to receive the ball, the suddenness of the moment rendered the Samir Sports defenders unable to converge on him in time, making it exceedingly easy for him to control the ball. Hulai, beautiful. Wow, what an opportunity. Accompanied by Hefeng's thunderous shout, Hulai took his shot. The ball whizzed past the fingertips of the Samir Sports goalkeeper, crashing into the net. It's here. Magnificent. Magnificent. Hulai, he finally scored. A goal in his 19th consecutive league match. He has once again extended his new record by another game. His journey continues. In front of the television, Cielon let out a high-pitched scream, raising her arms in jubilation. The immense weight that had burdened her heart finally lifted. Beside her, Hu Lisin applauded his son's remarkable goal, not solely for the continuation of the new record, but also for the sheer beauty of the goal itself. After Hulai completed his celebration, the television broadcast replayed his goal in slow motion. From the slow motion replay, it was clear how Hulai executed that exquisite dribble. As the ball rolled towards him, his body subtly leaned to the left, signaling the impending turn. However, simultaneously, his right foot lagged behind. As the football rolled toward him, he deftly flicked it backward with the tip of his right foot, pivoting to the left. The ball, having evaded the defense of Samir Sports center back, did not travel in a straight line but rather veered inward due to its spin, converging with Hulai, who had also maneuvered around the opponent. As a non-traditional center forward with a physique that did not confer a significant advantage, Hulai's back-to-goal skills were admittedly not remarkable, even falling short of those exhibited by his national teammate, Zhou Zijing. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Hulai lacked alternative methods for playing with his back to the goal. After all, he had spent numerous nights training intensively with Li Qingqing last season. He adeptly exploited his agility in turning, complemented by imaginative flicks, ultimately freeing himself from the clutches of the Samir Sports defender who had marked him for 70 minutes. His prolific scoring this season was not solely attributable to his teammates' relentless assists, although he remained unaware of his son's specialized training with Li Qingqing. Hu Lisin felt genuine joy for Hu Lai. Upon witnessing Hu Lai's goal, assistant coach Valentin exhaled deeply before rushing out to celebrate. Once the jubilation subsided, he returned to inquire of Pilati, "Is it time to substitute him now?" Pilati nodded vigorously. Yes, let us bring Ruiz on." Without waiting for him to finish, Valentin spun around to summon a substitute, seemingly anxious that any delay in the substitution might waste Hu Lai's stamina and affect the upcoming Champions League match on Tuesday. Observing his assistant's eagerness, Pilati chuckled and shook his head, feeling a sense of relief within. His unconditional trust in Hu Lai had paid off. He was prepared for Hu Lai to complete the full match. If Hu Lai were to fail to score, it would certainly not be due to a lack of time granted by him as head coach. Chapter 373. Captain who had now scored in 19 consecutive league matches. The television screen displayed Hu Lai's goal, showcasing his exquisite turn and dribble. Among the crowd fixated on the screen, someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Given his current form, it seemed plausible that he could continue scoring in the league. Let him score, let him score. Let us see how far he can extend this record, they mused, as long as he refrains from scoring against us in the Champions League. A low chuckle resonated in the conference room. Amidst the laughter, head coach Scott Brooks inquired of Harry Bernard. "What are your thoughts, Harry?" Harry Bernard replied earnestly, who has indeed been in outstanding form recently. However, the match between Samir Sports and the Madrid Pirates has provided us with some insights. As long as our midfield can contain the Pirates' midfield, I believe defeating them at home will not prove difficult. Maxi Kelly is their key player, and this match against Samir Sports clearly illustrated the disparity in the Pirates' performance with and without him. If we can maintain sufficient toughness and aggression in midfield, we can certainly neutralize Kelly's impact. After listening to Bernard's response, Brooks nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Kelly is pivotal to the Madrid Pirates' offense. This season, Maxi Kelly has scored 5 goals and provided 8 assists in the league, and in the Champions League, he has netted 1 goal and assisted twice. From a statistical standpoint, these figures position him at the top of the assist leaderboard within the Madrid Pirates, yet they do not seem overwhelmingly impressive, especially when compared to Hu Lai's goal tally. However, certain aspects cannot be encapsulated merely by numbers. For instance, the imaginative space Kelly brings to the Pirates' attack cannot be conveyed through simple assists or key passes. With Kelly on the field, the Pirates' offense indeed operates with greater composure, as his skills offer the team a multitude of possibilities, which may alter the course of the match. Nonetheless, we must not fixate solely on Kelly or Hu, Brooks added. The Madrid Pirates function as a cohesive unit. Similarly, to thwart them, we must also present ourselves as a unified front. In our home ground, we need to employ more vigorous movement to trouble them, confronting them fiercely at every ball and every patch of grass on the field. We must engage in more aggressive duels and accelerate our pace. These intensified efforts will collectively become our weapon to defeat the Pirates. Following the conclusion of the coaching staff's tactical meeting, the coaches departed the conference room. Harry Bernard was retained by head coach Brooks, alongside assistant coach Stephen Brown. "Harry, are you really not considering participating in this match?" Brooks inquired of Bernard. At this point, stepping onto the field would not enhance the team's performance. Why occupy a position? Harry Bernard replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "As you mentioned, the team needs aggression in this match, and you can bring that aggression. I might only last half a game before being substituted," Bernard quipped. "Dixon alone cannot sustain our midfield's toughness," Brooks expressed his concerns. "Scott, I still believe you should place more trust in Jimmy, solidifying him in the central position rather than having him float between various roles. He is indeed versatile, yet he has a specific position that suits him best and that he prefers, which is central midfielder. Unlike me, he can endure solitude," indicating he is a remarkably resilient player, and this resilience will aid him in withstanding greater pressure when faced with challenges and difficulties during matches. The Jimmy referred to by Bernard is the team's current midfield utility player, Jimmy Stokes. In the 2026 to 2027 season, he transferred from the then-promoted Premier League team, Southampton, for a fee of £20 million, reflecting the high hopes Stan Park Rangers harbored for this young player. In the season following his signing, the team loaned him to a championship club. He excelled in the championship season, making 36 appearances, scoring 6 goals, and providing 4 assists, proving to be a key player for the team. Upon the conclusion of his loan, he returned to Stan Park Rangers for the 2027 to 2028 season, officially registering as a first-team player. However, Stokes' performance in the first team at Stan Park Rangers paled in comparison to his brilliant displays in the championship. More often than not, he found himself serving as a versatile utility player, filling in wherever the team required him. He adeptly played as a defensive midfielder, central midfielder, and winger, even stepping in as a fullback when injury struck. For a time, the fans of Stan Park Rangers jestingly remarked that aside from the goalkeeper position, Stokes was capable of playing anywhere on the pitch. This remarkable versatility led to frequent appearances, yet his performances did not shine as brightly. Doubts began to arise regarding whether the club's investment of £2 million in a utility player was justified. Stokes' fate this season remained unchanged, as head coach Brooks continued to utilize him as a stopgap, rarely placing him in his preferred and most proficient central midfield role. The root of this issue lay in Brooks' evident lack of trust in Stokes, perhaps due to his long-standing partnership with Harry Bergard. Brooks believed that only a robust player like Harry could command the central midfield of Stan Park Rangers. In contrast, Stokes' quiet demeanor and gentle nature seemed devoid of the heroic spirit, leading to questions about his mental fortitude and ability to withstand pressure. Consequently, in crucial matches, Brooks grew increasingly hesitant to entrust Stokes with significant responsibilities. Despite this lack of faith from his coach, Stokes expressed no discontent, instead submissively accepting his role. This further reinforced Brooks' perception of Stokes as a timid and unambitious player, ultimately diminishing his impression of him. The club had originally acquired Jimmy Stokes for his comprehensive skill set, hoping he would emerge as the successor to the aging Harry Bergard. Yet, the meekness of Stokes made it difficult for anyone to envision him as the heir to the formidable Harry Bergard. "Very well, Harry. I shall give it serious consideration," Brooks replied, acknowledging Bergard's determination and ceasing further persuasion. After Bergard departed, the assistant coach, Stephen Brown, who had silently observed the entire exchange, remarked wistfully, "It is indeed bittersweet." The once indomitable Harry, who would rather endure the pain and walk off the pitch than be carried off on a stretcher, has now reached a day where he admits his limitations. No one can triumph over time. As Brooks bent down to organize the documents on his desk, he added, "In the past, if I had dared to exclude him from the squad for this match, he would have come knocking at my door in the middle of the night to demand a change." Brown chuckled at Brooks' vivid depiction. "That certainly sounds like something he would do." He then inquired, "Are you truly considering starting Stokes?" "I have yet to decide," Brooks candidly replied. In Brooks' arrangement, although he had consistently encouraged Bergard to take the field, he had also prepared for the eventuality that Bergard might not participate. His contingency plan involved pairing Matthew Schneider and Jonathan Dixon in the central midfield, a conventional combination that had been employed for most of the season by the Stan Park Rangers. However, Brooks harbored concerns that this midfield duo might struggle to compete against the formidable trio of Maxi Kelly, Vukovic, and Juan Ramirez from the Pirates. Harry had genuinely taken care of Stokes, having spoken on his behalf more than once. It was said that he privately expressed his sincere belief in Stokes, contrary to the prevailing opinions, as he anticipated Stokes would succeed him, given his role as captain. The implication of Brooks' statement was clear. As the leader of the team, Harry Bergard was always expected to unite his teammates. Regardless of others' perceptions of Jimmy Stokes, Bergard, as an exemplary locker room leader, was obliged to consistently stand by Stokes' side. Brown understood this sentiment and lamented, regretting that such an outstanding leader was on the verge of retirement. At just 36, had it not been for that severe injury, he could have easily played until 40. At this point, Brown hesitated momentarily before continuing, suddenly recalling that Stokes' injury had occurred during a confrontation with Who. A thought that evoked a sense of fatalism. He muttered to himself, in that fateful match, Hulai had delivered a hat-trick at Stan Park, leading the underperforming Leeds City to a shocking victory over the Stan Park Rangers, thereby ending their remarkable 90-match unbeaten streak at home across all competitions. The decisive goal scored by Who had sailed past Harry Bergard, who, in a desperate attempt to thwart it, had collided with the goalpost, sustaining a severe injury. Subsequently, to recover in time for the World Cup, Bergard underwent meniscus surgery. This operation, however, left him significantly diminished upon his return to the pitch. Nevertheless, through sheer mental fortitude, he continued to lead his team forward, ultimately guiding them to the UEFA Champions League final last season, where they narrowly lost to Madrid's Kings. After that season concluded, Burgard had resolved to retire following the new one, and he had already begun transitioning into a coaching role, becoming more involved in training under Scott Brooks' coaching staff. This season, his appearances as a player had dwindled, leading many to mistakenly believe that he had already retired. The coaches of the Stan Park Rangers were acutely aware that Harry Burgard was preparing to become a head coach. In the future, he was destined to become the captain of this team. Chapter 374. The Land of the Dragons Rise. Hulai stood in the players' tunnel of Stan Park, turning his gaze towards the large photographs adorning the walls. Upon witnessing this, Tanini approached with the intent to introduce him. Harry Burgard. Thank you, Tanini. But I am already acquainted with this individual, Hulai politely declined, deftly thwarting the author's insidious attempt to prolong the narrative with superfluous content. Oh, I suppose that makes sense, considering you have previously faced off in the Premier League, Tanini chuckled. But why do you continue to gaze so intently? I am merely a tad curious. I heard that only retired legends of the Stan Park Rangers are honored on the walls, yet Burgard has not officially retired. Hulai remarked. It is no secret that he intends to retire at the conclusion of this season, and honestly, his current state is hardly distinguishable from retirement, Tanini shrugged. Having played only 12 times this season is astonishingly low compared to his former self. It leaves one feeling rather nostalgic. I recalled the scene from my first match here, when the Stan Park Rangers were on an unbeaten streak of 90 games across all competitions. Everyone believed we would surely lose, Hulai recounted. Tanini's interest was piqued. This was when you were still at Leeds City, correct? I have heard of that. To be honest, I would have thought so too. The disparity in strength was quite evident, Hulai admitted. Indeed, so our eventual 4-3 victory was certainly an upset. I scored 3 goals in that match, and afterward, the media declared me the first to achieve a hat trick at this stadium in 9 years. 9 years. Back then, I wasn't even a professional player. Hulai seemed genuinely reflective, as this stadium marked a pivotal milestone in his career. That 4-3 victory galvanized Leeds City's resolve to pursue the championship, instilling within them the belief that they could contend with the most formidable opponents in the National League. Why not dare to dream of the Premier League title? Prior to that match, Leeds City trailed Stan Park Rangers by 11 points in the standings. In the 36th round of the league, Leeds City secured a dramatic away victory against Tranmere, surpassing Stan Park Rangers in the standings by a single point to claim the top position. They maintained this slender lead until the season's end, historically lifting the Premier League trophy for the first time. This was Hulai's first championship in Europe, marking the inception of his rapid ascent to prominence as a heavyweight in the world of football. The hat trick at Stan Park made him realize his potential to achieve great feats. No player had managed a hat trick at Stan Park in 9 years. He accomplished it. No Asian player had ever secured the Premier League Golden Boot. He did. No Asian player had claimed the World Cup Golden Boot. He also achieved that. Following this, he amassed accolades including the UEFA Europa League title, the Europa League Golden Boot, La Liga Championship, La Liga Golden Boot, the Champions League Golden Boot, and Olympic Gold. One by one, he accomplished feats that others had scarcely dared to imagine. Thus, Hulai surveyed the corridor adorned with the legends of the Rangers. This is indeed a place of great significance, he exclaimed with heartfelt emotion. It is said that this innovative tradition was conceived by the team's head coach, Brooks, which certainly is quite novel. I wonder if this tradition will endure after his departure, Tony inquired suddenly. It seems unlikely, Hulai replied, as they appear to be downplaying the notion that this arrangement originated with Brooks. This is likely a preparatory measure for the future. As they were conversing, they spotted Harry Burgard, clad in the team jacket, approaching from the direction of the home locker room, exchanging high-fives with his teammates to encourage them. He also greeted the opposing players whom he was familiar with. Upon seeing Hulai, he strode directly over, extending his hand. Hulai took it, and they engaged in pleasantries. What a pity, I thought you would start, Hulai remarked, observing Harry Burgard's attire. Though he, like his fellow Rangers teammates, wore a long-sleeved jacket, his lower half was clad in long pants rather than shorts, and he held a pair of shin guards in one hand, clearly intending to head straight to the bench rather than line up with the others in the tunnel waiting to take the field. Harry Burgard smiled slightly. It's unfortunate that I cannot be a weakness for you to exploit, right? How can you say that? You're no weakness at all. You are the captain of the Rangers. Hulai insisted, waving his hands dismissively. We may not have another chance to face off on the field. Who? Harry Burgard replied, brushing off Hulai's flattery as he gently patted Hulai's back in farewell. Hulai was at a loss for words, merely nodding as he watched Harry Burgard continue on. greeting each player from both teams. At the front of the group, he paused to chat a bit more with the captains of both teams before stepping out. As he appeared at the tunnel's entrance, a chorus of cheers erupted from the stands of Stan Park Stadium, with fans chanting, "Harry! Harry! Harry!" Harry raised both hands in acknowledgement, clapping in gratitude, still clutching the shin guards in his hand. "What were you discussing with Harry just now?" Juan Martinez inquired curiously. Approaching Hulai. "I have good news, Juan. Harry is unlikely to play in this match," Hulai explained. "How do you know?" Juan asked, puzzled by Hulai's certainty. "He told me that he and I probably won't have the chance to face each other on the field again," Hulai replied. Juan pointed out a potential flaw in Hulai's reasoning. "What if he was deceiving you?" Hulai chuckled. "Huh, he is tough guy Harry. He wouldn't stoop to such despicable tactics. If he said it, it must be true. Why then is he still on the roster if he won't play? Does Stan Park Rangers have such an abundance of roster spots?" Juan questioned further. "Perhaps it's merely a gesture. A way to encourage the Rangers players on the field to perform well, knowing that their big brother is watching over them," Hulai said, pointing to his eyes, and then forward. Juan clicked his tongue. "I thought he was playing so little in the league to conserve energy for the Champions League," Tony remarked. "After all, it's impressive for someone with half a meniscus to have made it this far." Indeed, Berghardt settled himself into the seat beside Jimmy Stokes, immediately eliciting a respectful greeting from the latter. "Captain." Berghardt nodded and addressed Stokes, saying, "Jimmy, prepare yourself for the possibility of being called to play in this match." Stokes, somewhat taken aback, responded, "But the game hasn't even begun yet. Why would the captain say such a thing before we've started? Does he anticipate some trouble during the match? Or perhaps an injury?" Such words did not bode well. Berghardt did not answer directly, instead diverting the conversation to his recent encounter in the corridor. "I just had a brief chat with Hu. He seemed relaxed and even expressed interest in touring our Hall of Honors." Stokes refrained from asking questions and simply gazed at his captain, awaiting further elaboration. Berghardt's demeanor reminded him of a previous match when the captain had taken a similar pregame tour, after which he had performed a hat trick. Thus, his intuition warned him that they might find themselves in a fierce contest at home. If the head coach intends to make any changes, you may find yourself with an opportunity, he added. Upon hearing the captain's explanation, Stokes chuckled. "In that case, I would prefer to sit on the bench for the entire 90 minutes, as it would imply we have won the match comfortably." Berghardt found amusement in his response. But once the laughter subsided, he spoke earnestly. "Even if you're on the bench, you must be mentally engaged from the very first minute. That's how one seizes opportunities." Noticing the captain's serious expression, Stokes nodded earnestly. "I will, Captain." "Excellent," Berghardt replied, choosing not to continue the conversation. He settled into his seat on the bench, greeting each substitute player as they arrived, exchanging high fives. Once all were in position, the Grand UEFA Champions League anthem resonated throughout the stadium. Amid the music, Berghardt stood first, prompting the players from Stan Park Rangers beside him to rise as well. Standing shoulder to shoulder, all turning to gaze toward the tunnel's entrance, paying tribute to the players entering the field. Matthew Cox, the English commentator at the broadcast booth, also stood, leaning forward to peer down while proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to Stan Park Stadium." Chapter 375. A method without better alternatives. Harry Berghardt leaned back in his seat on the bench, calmly and intently observing the match. Beside him, Jimmy Stokes glanced at the field, then cautiously turned to sneak a look at the captain. To his surprise, the captain's prediction was indeed accurate. Once the match commenced, the home team, Stan Park Rangers, found themselves struggling despite the home advantage. Instead, it was the Madrid Pirates who took the initiative, gaining the upper hand. Stokes understood the tactical approach the team would employ against the Madrid Pirates, simply to outpace them, fight harder, and assert dominance through sheer will. There was nothing particularly ingenious about it. It was fundamentally about grit, a hallmark of Coach Scott Brooks' philosophy. However, in the face of the Madrid Pirates' emphasis on cohesive possession and control, the Rangers' frantic efforts appeared more like a swarm of headless flies than a coordinated strategy. Stokes was acutely aware that his thoughts were disrespectful to the head coach and unfair to his teammates. Yet, he could not help but entertain such notions. The exceptional passing of the Madrid Pirates rendered the players of the Stan Park Rangers mere followers, chasing the ball's tail. The dual playmaking configuration of Max Kyrie and Vukovic left the midfield defense of the Stan Park Rangers severely exposed. Clearly, Relying solely on a single defensive midfielder was inadequate to withstand the opposing team's onslaught. Matthew Schneider, an attacking midfielder, neither excelled in defense nor relished it. Though he exerted himself vigorously under the coach's directives, his efforts felt akin to forcing a duck onto a perch, lacking the necessary professionalism. Just 5 minutes prior, in the 33rd minute of the match, the Madrid Pirates took the lead, but it was not Hulai who scored. Rather, it was their center-back Danny Drew who netted a goal from a free kick taken from the flanks. Tony and I delivered a cross into the penalty area, where both Hulai and Max Kyrie attracted the attention of the Stan Park Rangers defenders, allowing Drew to surge in from outside the box and head the ball into the net. The ball flew past the Brazilian goalkeeper, Ramos. This goal was a direct conversion of the earlier dominance displayed by the Pirates, who had already established superiority in ball possession. The Stan Park Rangers had no viable means to thwart their advances. The free kick that led to the goal stemmed from Kamara's sudden switch to the left flank, resulting in a breakthrough. Stokes cast a furtive glance at Harry Brigade, astonished that the captain had truly anticipated this scenario before the match. One could not help but admire the captain's foresight. He then recalled the captain's words to him prior to the match. Did he truly stand a chance of being fielded? With this thought, he could not resist stealing another glance at the coaching bench. He knew the head coach did not favor him, so would Mr. Brooks bestow upon him a significant responsibility? Scott Brooks furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Following the 33rd minute goal conceded, the Madrid Pirates intensified their offensive, while the Stan Park Rangers, despite being the home team, were forced to retreat into a defensive posture, passively enduring the onslaught. Increased movement and fiercer challenges proved futile at this juncture, even presenting the opposing team with more opportunities for set pieces. Wasn't the Pirates' goal scored from a free kick in the attacking zone? Moreover, the Pirates boasted set-piece specialists like Max Kyrie and Tony and I. One excelled at curling free kicks, while the other mastered direct strikes, showcasing a diverse skill set that catered to any situation, distance, and angle. This left the Stan Park Rangers players feeling somewhat hesitant as they battled for possession. Now, the Stan Park Rangers needed to regain control of the midfield. However, given their current personnel configuration, reclaiming midfield dominance proved exceedingly challenging. Matthew Schneider, an attacking midfielder with exquisite ball skills and a flair for dribbling, possessed commendable physical resilience. His shorter stature and low center of gravity made it exceedingly difficult for opponents to dispossess him. However, he does possess certain shortcomings, notably an excessive confidence in his dribbling abilities, which occasionally leads him to hold onto the ball for too long, while he often manages to maneuver the football out from under the pursuit of multiple opponents, eliciting thunderous applause from the spectators. There are moments when his dribbling causes him to miss more advantageous passing opportunities. Thus, Matthew Schneider is not an exemplary attacking orchestrator. Rather, he functions as an attacking midfielder, contributing to the team's offense through goals. Yet, in the face of Juan Ramirez, a world-class defensive midfielder, his skills prove largely ineffective. His relentless dribbling only ensnares him in a physical confrontation with Ramirez, hindering the attacking momentum of the Stan Park Rangers. Brooks understands the necessary adjustments, yet he remains somewhat hesitant. The team trails by a goal, and the situation is dire. Can that lad Stokes withstand the pressure? Just as Brooks grapples with his indecision, Schneider finds himself dispossessed by Ramirez during his dribble. He tumbles to the ground, met with a chorus of boos from the Stan Park Rangers supporters, who believe Ramirez's tackle was a foul. However, the referee remains unmoved. He observes keenly that Ramirez executed a clean and precise tackle from the side, making contact with the ball, and though Schneider was subsequently brought down, it does not constitute a foul, as Schneider lies on the ground, raising his hands in protest. The Madrid Pirates swiftly launch a counterattack following the turnover. Vukovic sends a long pass to Kamara. This time, Kamara does not drift to the left to challenge the Rangers' right back and captain, Johnson. Instead, he receives the ball on the right flank. As the football arrives, he deftly directs it towards the center, passing it to the advancing Hulai. After this, he accelerates forward, seemingly intent on executing a 1-2 wall pass with Hulai. The Rangers' left back, Bruno Martins, quickly retreats to defend. In response, Hulai pivots and carries the ball toward the center. After taking 2 steps, he is confronted by the Rangers' center back, Eric Jacobs, and defensive midfielder, Jonathan Dixon, who converge on him. He then deftly lays the ball off to the incoming Tony and I. Before changing direction and penetrating the penalty area, Tony and I plays a diagonal pass, allowing Hu Lai to receive the ball behind the retreating Jacobs. Despite Jacobs' vigorous attempt to leverage his physical strength to disrupt Hu Lai, the latter has significantly improved his core stability since his days in the Premier League. He withstands Jacobs' challenge without faltering. It is noteworthy that Jacobs stands at a towering height of 1.9 meters and is remarkably robust, resembling a formidable black tower on the field, with strength being his greatest asset. Yet, he fails to unbalance Hu Lai at the first attempt. In truth, Hu Lai manages to absorb Jacobs' initial physical impact. Should Jacobs strike again, Hu Lai would likely crumble. Nevertheless, as a forward, being able to withstand the first challenge from an opposing center back within the penalty area already grants him additional time to maneuver. Even a mere half-second more of effort could determine the success or failure of this offensive maneuver. After Hu Lai withstood the initial onslaught from Jacobs, he spread his arms to maintain balance and then unleashed a powerful shot. Hu Lai, here it comes. Another defender from the Stan Park Rangers, Zach Gordon, lunged in an attempt to block Hu Lai's strike, but alas, it was too late. The football sailed past his outstretched foot, heading straight for the upper corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, Ramos, propelled himself like an arrow released from a bow towards the ball. Yet, Hu Lai's shot from the penalty spot was too forceful. No matter how swift Ramos' reaction, it could not match the speed of the ball as it found the back of the net, while he merely crashed to the ground in a futile attempt to intercept it. Goal. Hu Lai. Magnificent. The Madrid Pirates now lead by 2 goals. And the first half isn't even over yet. He foam exclaimed excitedly. Yen Kong beside him sighed in disbelief. I recall when Hu Lai was with Leeds City. They only managed to win once at Stan Park Rangers, and that victory came with great difficulty. Now, the Pirates are ahead by 2 goals in the first half. Although there is a decline in the strength of Stan Park Rangers, the Madrid Pirates have indeed vastly improved since Hu Lai's time at Leeds City. Scoring. Hu Lai sprinted towards the corner flag. He felt nostalgic about celebrating in this stadium, as it had been nearly 3 years since he last did so. In the 2026 to 2027 season, during the 5th round of the Premier League, Leeds City faced Stan Park Rangers away. Due to their upcoming debut in the Champions League, coach Tony Clark made significant rotations, and Hu Lai did not start. He ultimately came off the bench and scored a goal, which was his last in this stadium. Now, after 2.5 years, he returned to this ground and found the net once again. Truly a place of great fortune. An elated Hu Lai raised his arms high, greeting the Stan Park Rangers fans in the stands. Then, he leaped, turned, and landed. Hu. He even provided sound effects for his own celebration. Seeing Hu Lai plant his flag once again at Stan Park. He had previously mentioned in an interview that he referred to this act as planting a flag, symbolizing his achievement of scoring at an opponent's home ground. Scott Brooks turned to his assistant coach, Brown, and said, "Let Stokes warm up and have him follow into the locker room at halftime." He had finally made the decision to give this player, whom he had initially doubted, an opportunity. After all, he had no better alternatives. Chapter 376, Is Change Upon Us? During halftime, Stan Park Rangers were the first to make a substitution, replacing attacking midfielder Matthew Schneider with Jimmy Stokes. Stokes is a versatile midfielder capable of adapting to multiple positions. Prior to the beginning of the second half, Stan Park Rangers made their substitution. Stokes did not wait on the sidelines for Schneider to hand over, but instead ran onto the field with his teammates. The substitution had actually been completed during halftime. The 4th official raised the substitution board at the sidelines, merely to inform the spectators that the Stan Park Rangers had just made a change. The television broadcast also relayed this information to the viewers through subtitles. It seems Brooks had truly exhausted his options, even resorting to a utility player. Although Schneider's performance in the first half was mediocre, was it truly necessary to bring on Stokes? Schneider still possessed some forward thrust, and now, with the team trailing by 2 goals, what purpose does it serve to bolster the squad with a mere utility player? Are we to rely on Stokes to make incisive runs? Wasn't Bergard seated on the bench? In such dire circumstances, this would have been the opportune moment to deploy Bergard. Allowing the captain to lead the charge could potentially reverse the team's fortunes. What on earth is the rationale behind substituting Stokes? Upon witnessing this change, fans of the Stan Park Rangers in China took to the internet, expressing their dismay. Few held any optimism for Stokes, which is hardly surprising. After all, the notion of this versatile player as a jack of all trades has become deeply entrenched. While a utility player may sometimes be regarded as a beneficial addition in times of adversity, no one would think to turn to a utility player let alone believe that they could help navigate through difficulties. The only aspect that may endear Stokes to the Stan Park Rangers supporters is his diligence, regardless of the position assigned to him. He approaches it with unwavering dedication and a commendable work ethic. However, in football, talent ultimately prevails. Without it, even the most amiable character cannot garner recognition or appreciation. Stokes currently finds himself in an awkward position with the Stan Park Rangers. While everyone acknowledges him as a good person, whether he is a suitable player for the team remains questionable. When Maxi Kelly moved to his designated spot, Stokes followed suit, positioning himself closely to impede Kelly's ability to receive the ball effortlessly. During the halftime break, Stan Park Rangers coach Scott Brooks tasked Stokes with countering Kelly, urging him to be fierce and resolute. Throughout the first half, both Schneider and Dixon had allowed the Dutchman far too much ease. Although Kelly did not directly assist in scoring, his ability to effortlessly receive the ball in midfield facilitated the Madrid Pirates' offensive maneuvers tremendously. By substituting Stokes, Brooks aimed to alter this dynamic. Facing Stokes, Kelly did not regard the young player with any seriousness. He continued to raise his hand, beckoning for the ball. When the football was passed to him, he deftly flicked it behind him with his heel before turning. Thus, he effortlessly eluded Stokes. Yet, just as Kelly prepared to pass, he suddenly felt a grip on his outstretched arm. Drawing upon his extensive experience, Kelly swiftly halted to protect the ball. Indeed, just as he secured possession, a foot collided with his calf, threatening to disrupt his control. Had he not promptly retracted his foot to shield the ball, it is highly likely that it would have been snatched away, even if it were not. The interference at such a critical moment would undoubtedly compromise the accuracy of his pass. As Carey shielded the football, he glanced back and was surprised to see Stokes, the player he had effortlessly bypassed moments ago, pursuing him once more. The lad certainly had quick reflexes. However, Carey felt no distress, for he had secured possession of the ball, making it challenging for his opponent to reclaim it without resorting to foul play. In fact, Carey welcomed the prospect of a foul, as it would grant him an excellent opportunity for a free kick, positioned about 30 meters from the goal. To entice Stokes, he subtly baited him, yet Stokes remained unfazed, refusing to take the bait. Meanwhile, other players from the Stan Park Rangers closed in, attempting to encircle him. Carey swiftly passed the ball to the flanks, eventually leading to Iona Martinez delivering a cross from the left. Vukovic made a determined run into the penalty area for a header, but was unable to connect successfully. The ball was cleared by Stan Park Rangers center back, Zach Gordon, who headed it away. As the ball soared, Maxi Carey sprinted to control the second ball, closely followed by Stokes. This time, as Carey endeavored to gain possession, Stokes forcefully shoved him aside, seizing control of the ball for himself. Carey stumbled a few steps and turned to the referee to protest the foul. His complaint was dismissed. The stands at Stan Park resounded with applause for Stokes. Amidst the cheers, the Stan Park Rangers launched an attack that advanced into the final third, culminating in a shot on goal. Unfortunately, the forward, Ben Tyson, was thwarted by Danny Drew's interference, resulting in a shot that was too straightforward, easily caught by the Pirates goalkeeper. Although the attempt did not threaten the Madrid Pirates goal, the fans in the stands applauded the Rangers for their effort. At the very least, this near miss indicated a marked improvement in the Rangers' performance. Since Stokes' introduction, he had relentlessly pressured Maxi Carey, effectively transforming the dynamics in the Rangers' midfield. As a more versatile and diligent midfielder, Jimmy Stokes might not possess the dribbling and breakthrough prowess to directly deliver the ball into the Madrid Pirates' 30-meter zone. However, like Dixon in the midfield, he was capable of stifling the offensive efforts of both Maxi Carey and Vukovic. Dixon, positioned as his midfield partner, felt this impact most acutely. In the first half, Schneider's contribution to defense was minimal, leaving Dixon, the sole genuine defensive midfielder, feeling overwhelmed, as he had to compensate for two players. Opposing him were the top-tier attacking talents of Maxi Carey and Vukovic, with Vukovic making forward runs and Maxi Carey dropping back. The strain of contending with two formidable adversaries was palpable. However, upon Stokes' arrival in the second half, Dixon immediately sensed a reduction in pressure. At last, he could focus his efforts on just one opponent, allowing him the capacity to assist when needed, rather than facing two elite players head-on as before. Despite Stokes rarely gaining the upper hand while defending against Kyrie Irving, his ability to entangle Irving, preventing him from controlling the ball as effortlessly as in the first half, proved to be immensely beneficial for Dixon and the team. Following Stokes' entry onto the field, our midfield indeed stabilized. 15 minutes into the second half, assistant coach Stephen Brown remarked to head coach Scott Brooks, who nodded in agreement. Yes, both Kyrie and Vukovic have been effectively contained. Brown cast a glance towards Herbergard, suggesting a shift in focus towards offense. Brooks concurred, acknowledging that solidifying the midfield was the first step. Without control in that area, the team would be led by the opponents, rendering any subsequent adjustments futile, mere illusions, and dreams. He did not expect Stokes to instantly reverse the team's fortunes upon his arrival. The offense would still rely on others. He informed Brown, prepared to substitute Villani. Good, Brown exclaimed, eagerly heading towards the warm-up area to summon the South African forward, Tristan Villani, who was preparing there. Villani, who transferred from the La Liga team Sebastia last season, is only 24 years old. The Stan Park Rangers recognized his talent, which prompted their acquisition. After joining the Rangers, he quickly became a key player in the forward line due to his capabilities. However, he suffered a muscle strain during training in January and had been sidelined for an extended period, preventing him from starting in this match. As a South African international, Villani is known for his speed and technical prowess, excelling in dribbling, with his preferred position being that of a winger. His substitution at this moment aimed to leverage his speed and individual breakthroughs to create opportunities for the Stan Park Rangers. With approximately 30 minutes remaining in the half, it was still timely to make this adjustment. Upon witnessing Villani being called back by assistant coach Brown, Herbergard understood that head coach Brooks had recognized Stokes' efforts and chosen to trust him. Such a decision to adjust the front line at this juncture would not have been made otherwise. Therefore, Herbergard rose to his feet, applauding on the sidelines in support of Jimmy Stokes. If the Stan Park Rangers could equalize despite being 2 goals down, this match would undoubtedly solidify Stokes' standing within the team. Brooks would have no reason not to place his faith in him. Chapter 377. A stinging blow as Villani donned the Stan Park Rangers number 11 jersey and sprinted onto the pitch. The cheers from the Rangers fans grew increasingly thunderous. This substitution seemed to signal the dawn of a counterattack. The young South African, who had previously played for Sebastia, had showcased remarkable performance since his transfer to the Stan Park Rangers last season. His speed and ability to break through defenses left a lasting impression. His contributions were undoubtedly vital in propelling the Stan Park Rangers to the Champions League final last season. Last season, he netted a total of 23 goals across all competitions, firmly establishing himself as the team's primary striker. In the first half of this season, he scored 15 goals, showcasing his commendable performance. However, a muscle strain in January interrupted his remarkable run. Despite this setback, when Stan Park Rangers found themselves in distress, the fans continued to place their hopes in this talented forward, wishing for him to leverage his individual skills to regain control for the team. The introduction of Stokes gradually stabilized the midfield for Stan Park Rangers, and now, the substitution of Villani was undoubtedly intended to arm the struggling Rangers with a sharp edge. Relying solely on brute force to overcome formidable opponents like Madrid Pirates proved exceedingly challenging. Upon Villani's entry, he indeed utilized his speed to create a moment of threat. Receiving the ball on the flank, he deftly flicked it past the overly aggressive right back, Irasusta, avoiding his tackle with a nimble leap. After landing, he accelerated to chase down the ball, heading straight for the Madrid Pirates' penalty area. Fortunately, his eventual cross was deflected by the Pirates' central defender, Riva Moreno. Although it did not culminate in a shot on goal, Villani's breakthrough raised the temperature in Stan Park significantly. Fans waved their fists and scarves, singing songs in support of the team. This was a positive phenomenon. The English commentator, Matthew Cox, excitedly remarked that, after the substitutions of Stokes and Villani, Stan Park Rangers finally possessed the capability to contend with the Pirates. Stokes' performance was particularly impressive. He withstood pressure from the Madrid Pirates while maintaining composure, creating a counterattack opportunity for Stan Park Rangers. In response to the Rangers' burgeoning momentum, Pirates coach Parati did not remain idle. He refrained from allowing his team to engage in a head-on clash with Stan Park Rangers in midfield, despite the Pirates' formidable strength. Economically speaking, such an approach did not seem prudent. After all, they led by 2 goals. If a more economical strategy was available, why engage in a direct confrontation? The so-called economical strategy involved allowing the team to recede slightly and then counterattack, utilizing long passes from the flanks and defense to directly send the ball into the Rangers' 30-meter zone. Simple and straightforward, this approach lacked the finesse of possession play. Consequently, The fans of the Catalan Union looked down upon the Madrid Pirates, deeming them a team of faux possession play. They believed that true possession was only displayed when one was stronger than the opponent, when faced with a superior rival or encountered difficulties during the match. They swiftly reverted to a defensive counterattack, employing outdated tactics of simple, aggressive play on the wings. In response, Pirates fans asserted that whether possession play was genuine or faux, or whether it was outmoded, mattered little. What truly counted was the ability to win and secure championships, which was the hallmark of true excellence. Last season, the Madrid Pirates emerged as champions of La Liga, while the Catalan team, renowned for their persistent possession play, failed to secure even a single Copa del Rey title. The Madrid Pirates relinquished control in the attacking third, allowing the Stand Park Rangers to press forward aggressively. The Rangers supporters in the stands cheered fervently for every offensive endeavor, all the while yearning for an early breakthrough to level the score. After all, they trailed by 2 goals with merely 30 minutes left on the clock. Should they remain goalless for another 10 minutes, securing even a draw would become an exceedingly arduous task for the Stand Park Rangers. Varane indeed possesses remarkable talent. Upon witnessing Varane's threatening breakthrough, Yearned remarked, "Is it any wonder he is dubbed the South African Merle?" He chuckled, acknowledging that Varane's playing style closely resembles that of Merle, showcasing exceptional individual prowess. Had he not been injured and started this match, perhaps the Madrid Pirates would not have had such an easy first half. At the very least, Varane's swift counterattacks could have posed a significant threat to their goal. Hearing the commentators, Cielon retorted sarcastically, "Oh, even Merle has a successor now, and he's so young? Whereas the next Hulai?" Hulisin understood that his wife harbored resentment towards Merle as he was a competitor of their son, yet he remained unfazed, simply smiling and replying. Becoming the second Merle is relatively simple, but aspiring to be the second Hulai is no easy feat. Players of his caliber are exceedingly rare in today's football landscape. In truth, his style somewhat diverges from contemporary trends. To succeed against the tide is what truly holds value, Cielon proudly commented. Her husband's observations resonated with her, as she had frequently encountered various analyses and commendations of their son's prowess online. Indeed, the prevailing trend in football now emphasizes the versatility of strikers. Players nurtured under this philosophy, who excel only in scoring, are likely to be gradually phased out as they transition from youth teams to professional ranks. Scoring goals, after all, is a relatively straightforward endeavor in youth competitions. Many young athletes can net numerous goals during their formative years, often requiring just one standout quality to outshine their peers, be it speed, strength, or height. However, these singular attributes tend to diminish in effectiveness once they step into the adult realm. Consequently, it is not uncommon to witness prodigious talents dominating youth matches, amassing double-digit goals. Yet, upon joining senior teams, replicating such extraordinary performances becomes exceedingly challenging. This discrepancy can be attributed to tactical nuances, physical conditioning, and technical limitations. Ultimately, those who only excelled at scoring during their youth are likely to find themselves sidelined in adult competitions. Cultivating a player of Hulai's caliber is a formidable challenge. Presently, neither at Flash Star nor in Li Ziqiang's coaching tenure at the Dongchuan High School football team can one find another player endowed with Hulai's unique abilities and innate talent. One can only marvel at the truth that no supreme genius can be mass-produced. Conversely, those who can be mass-produced are unlikely to be true geniuses. On the field, Varane ventured into the center, attempting to disrupt the defensive line of the Madrid Pirates. However, he encountered Danny Drew. Despite Varane being dubbed the South African Melly, he is not the genuine article. Drew, undeterred even by the real Melly, paid little heed to an imitation. He fixed his gaze on Varane's feet, waiting for the moment Varane attempted to nudge the ball away, at which point he struck with blinding speed. In a flash, he intercepted the ball. Nearby, Vukovic swiftly advanced to seize the ball, opting not for a delicate short pass, but instead launching a long ball into the forward field. Hulai received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. The aerial pass, traveling dozens of meters, was met with a stable touch. What a splendid stop! Hifong could not help but exclaim in admiration. A good first touch constitutes half of the success, and at this moment, Hulai had achieved that. Just as he had settled the ball, Eric Jacobs, the center back for Stand Park Rangers, charged towards him. Noticing this, Hulai lifted his left foot to nudge the ball towards the center. Jacobs hurriedly stepped in to intercept. With the ball now at his feet, Hulai swung his left leg. This time with a far greater motion, a classic preparatory stance for a shot. Jacobs lunged forward to block. Yet, Hulai merely feigned a shot, deftly directing the ball to his right, while simultaneously twisting to break through. While it may be challenging for Hulai to weave past multiple defenders like Melli or Verini, evading a single defender within the penalty area is certainly within his capabilities, especially under the aura of high shooting efficiency. Which defender would dare to ignore Hulai as he prepared for a shot? Thus, Jacobs was skillfully bypassed by Hulai. The Stan Park Rangers responded by deploying an additional defender, their right back and captain, Johnson Lau, who rushed in from the flank. Without waiting for Lau to approach, Hulai, having just evaded Jacobs, unleashed a shot. The transition was seamless. Caught off guard, Johnson Lau was unable to react. The ball, struck from the right side of the penalty area, shot towards the near post. Goalkeeper Ramos, witnessing Hulai's shot, dove but failed to make contact. For the third time in this match, the ball found its way into the net he was guarding. Chapter 378. We have Hulai. Hulai, swinging his left foot as if to shoot, deceived Jacobs into raising his leg for a block, then swiftly directed the ball to the right. With that deft touch, he immediately followed up with a gentle flick of the ball using the outside of his right foot, simultaneously changing direction. As he altered his course, he did not continue to dribble forward. Johnson Lau was already upon him, prompting him to take the shot. Shooting. He struck the ball towards the near corner of the goal with the outside of his right foot. Goalkeeper Ramos, unable to react in time, could only watch helplessly as the ball soared into the net he was defending. Hulai? Magnificent. It's a goal. Hulai has scored a brace. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. He Feng and Yin Kong roared in unison, creating a resounding harmony. Countless fans in front of the television leapt to their feet, fervently waving their arms. The Madrid Pirates supporters, who had traveled to the Stan Park Stadium, were jubilantly cheering from the highest stands. What about South African Melli? Even if Argentine Melli were to arrive, we would not be daunted, for we possess the formidable Hulai, who, an extraordinarily efficient assassin. After a series of adjustments by Brooks, the performance of the Stan Park Wanderers had begun to ascend, yet at this crucial moment of their resurgence, who seized upon a simple long pass from the backfield to score, delivering a devastating blow to the morale of the Wanderers. Spanish commentator Sanchez raised his arms in exultation, while English commentator Matthew Cox lamented, "Truly, who is remarkable?" This scene was undoubtedly familiar to English fans, as who had repeatedly scored at critical moments during his time at Leeds City, whether to break a deadlock or to bolster the team's spirits. His goals always arriving at the most opportune times. Watching the live broadcast of the match at home with his friend Matt Dawes, Tony Clark reflected, compared to his time at Leeds City, he has become even more efficient. Of course, the Pirates are stronger than the Leeds City of old, so it feels as though he scores with ease. Matt Dawes remarked, he has learned to handle the ball with his back to defenders and has acquired more skills in ball control and evasion, such as this deft touch to escape. Such plays were rarely seen during his time at Leeds City. Clark sighed, though it is bittersweet, one must admit that his move to the Pirates was the right decision. Matt, in a bid to comfort his friend, praised him, saying, "We are not lacking either. We have finally broken free from our habitual reliance on Hu and have restructured our offensive system. Both Lasky and Zhou have performed admirably. Hu is irreplaceable. Yet we have managed to successfully overcome the repercussions of his departure, which is quite remarkable." Listening to his friend's commendation, Clark fell silent. Those seemingly casual remarks belied the arduous efforts of all coaching staff members over the past 2 seasons. From the very first day Hulai departed the team, the Leeds City coaching staff had been striving to diminish his influence. This entailed a painful transitional period, the direct consequence of which was Leeds City missing out on European competition last season. Many had doubted Leeds City, believing that without Hulai, they would achieve nothing. As the team had begun its decline from its peak, with each subsequent season destined to be worse than the last. Though the golden era of Leeds City was dazzling, it was all too brief. Yet this season, Leeds City appeared to be on the verge of a resurgence. After 25 rounds of league play, they stood 6th, accumulating 43 points, just 4 points shy of third-placed Stan Park Wanderers. The stark contrast to their 13th-place performance at the same point last season was striking. For someone like Matt Dawes, who held deep affection for both, there was nothing more gratifying than witnessing both Leeds City and Hulai thriving. At this very moment, Leeds City fans like David Miller, watching the live broadcast in a bar, shared the same sentiment. As Hulai sprinted towards the corner flag of Stan Park after scoring, The Leeds City fans rose from their seats, erupting into a unified roar of hoo. The moment Hulai landed, David Miller swiftly lifted his wine glass from the table, exclaiming, "A toast to who?" Everyone raised their glasses in spirited response, echoing, "Cheers to who? To Hulai." Oh, suddenly, a voice from the crowd, belonging to Levin, broke into song. In perfect harmony, the crowd followed suit, chanting, "Ho! Who? Who? Who lies what a goal? Who? 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 Who?" Amidst the exuberant celebration of the Pirates and Hulai's supporters, Scott Brooks, seated in the coaching area of the home team. The Stan Park Rangers clasped his head in despair. He had witnessed his team's morale and performance rising, only to be struck down by the opponent's blow. Hulai's goal rendered his previous adjustments and efforts a mere jest. While Brooks felt the weight of frustration, Harry Burgard dashed to the sidelines, vociferously urging, "The match isn't over. Stay spirited. Rangers, never give up." Matthew Cox observed this scene, reflecting on how, even while seated on the sidelines, Harry Burgard embodied the essence of a captain, encouraging his teammates. Unfortunately, he could only do so from the edge of the field now, unable to lead by example as he once did. Brooks still had one substitution available. Perhaps he would consider bringing Burgard on in the final moments? Amidst the cacophony, Jimmy Stokes could not decipher what the captain had shouted. Yet it mattered little. As a player of the Stan Park Rangers, mere sight of Captain Burgard signified his intent. He was likely rallying the chant, "Rangers, never give up." Stokes glanced at the scoreboard on the large screen. In the 71st minute of the match, approximately 20 minutes remained. Given the current state of their opponents, the Madrid Pirates, it seemed nearly impossible for the Rangers, trailing by 3 goals, to reverse their fortunes within this time frame. Let alone overturning the deficit. Even leveling the score appeared unattainable. However, this did not imply that the Stan Park Rangers had no reason to strive onward. The UEFA Champions League knockout stage consisted of 2-legged matches. Losing the first leg did not equate to elimination. With the score at 0-3, the focus should shift to salvaging as much as possible, laying the groundwork for a miraculous turnaround in the second leg. This was the mindset the players of the Stan Park Rangers needed to adopt, and it was the primary reason Captain Harry Burgard urged everyone to persevere. In the forthcoming matches, the objective is to strive for a goal, to reclaim at least 1 point. This would render the second leg considerably easier for the team. With this thought, Jimmy Stokes understood precisely what actions he must undertake. However, he was neither the captain nor did he possess the same level of esteem within the team, making it implausible for him to command his teammates merely through vocal exhortations. His focus had to remain on executing his own responsibilities, not merely to improve, but to elevate the collective spirit through his tangible actions, conveying to his comrades that the match was far from over. Now, he simply needed to await the conclusion of the opponent's celebrations before the game could resume. Yet, the players of the Madrid Pirates continued their revelry. Although leading 3-0 against the Stan Park Rangers away was indeed a cause for jubilation, the duration of the Pirates' celebrations exceeded that of their previous 2 instances, seemingly exploiting the occasion to waste time. Thus, Stokes was the first to approach the referee, pointing towards the celebrating Madrid Pirates and lodging a complaint. "They are deliberately delaying the game, sir. This cannot continue." In fact, the referee had already noticed the Pirates' antics and was preparing to intervene. However, Stokes' actions seemed to serve as a reminder for the referee. With the referee's intervention, the players of the Madrid Pirates swiftly concluded their celebrations and made their way back to their half in small clusters. On the sidelines, the head coach Scott Brooks turned to his assistant coach Stephen Brown and inquired, "Stephen, did you see that?" Brown, aware of what Brooks was referencing, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I saw it." While others were still reeling from the 0-3 setback, Stokes was already contemplating how to hasten the game's resumption. Brooks sighed. "Harry will undoubtedly become an excellent head coach in the future." Brown remained silent. It was evident that Harry Burgard's assessment of Stokes was astute. This seemingly mild-mannered player possessed an unimaginable resilience and a clear-minded perspective. Given more opportunities, he was bound to evolve into an exceptional midfielder, perhaps even a leader. From the viewpoint and insight regarding Stokes, it was entirely understandable for Brooks to express such sentiments. After all, Stokes, favored by Harry, had made an immediate impact upon his entry onto the field. He remained undeterred even when the team faced adversity. Brooks further remarked, "Regardless of the final outcome of this match, we must provide Stokes with more opportunities moving forward." Brown nodded in agreement. He deserves it. Chapter 379. Flow in a UEFA Champions League round of 16 match that concluded in the early hours today. Our player Juan, representing the Madrid Pirates, secured a 3-1 victory against the Stan Park Rangers on their home turf, laying a solid foundation for advancing to the quarterfinals. From the outset, the match was dominated by the Pirates' rhythm, with Danny Drew opening the scoring in the 33rd minute, netting his first official goal since joining the Madrid Pirates from a set piece. Shortly thereafter, Juan received a precise through ball from Tonini in the penalty area, extending the lead. Despite Brooks substituting Stokes and Villani in the second half in an attempt to turn the tide, the recently resurgent Juan scored again, marking his second goal of the match, which effectively sealed the outcome. The Stan Park Rangers managed to pull one back in the 86th minute, courtesy of a goal from the substitute Villani, assisted by fellow substitute Stokes. In this two-legged knockout tie, the Madrid Pirates' away victory of 3-1 against the Stan Park Rangers can be seen as a promising start. Facing last season's UEFA Champions League runners-up, the Pirates managed to assert their dominance. The team's performance this season has been remarkable, particularly against formidable opponents. In the group stage, they achieved a win and a draw against Torino, and in recent league matches, they have successively triumphed over Catalonia Union and Madrid Kings. Notably, they secured victories in both the Spanish Super Cup and the league against the latter, propelling their league ranking to first place. The flourishing Madrid Pirates not only reclaimed the top spot in the league, aiming for back-to-back titles, but they also harbored ambitions in the Champions League. After being eliminated in the semi-finals by the Kings last season, the question remains whether they can return to the Champions League final after 17 years. Post-match, Brooks acknowledged his tactical miscalculations, admitting that the team should not have lost 1-3 at home. However, he emphasized the significance of Villani's goal, which provides an opportunity for a comeback in the second leg. He and his team are determined to fight until the end. Pirates head coach Perotti concurred that the away victory of 3-1 against the Stan Park Rangers does not guarantee progression to the quarterfinals. He cautioned that returning to their home ground with overconfidence could lead to a potential reversal. Ultimately, Juan's 2 goals in this Champions League match have brought his total to 8 for the season, allowing him to reclaim the top position in the Champions League scoring chart. Given his current scoring form, he may have the chance to earn the UEFA Golden Boot once more. Nevertheless, in a post-match interview, Juan expressed that he does not place much importance on individual accolades like the Golden Boot. Rather, he prioritizes the team's achievements. Let us now turn our attention to another Champions League match that took place in the early hours today, where Manchester Athletic hosted Catalonia Union. This match marked the return of Cabin Ka to the FISO Stadium as an opponent after leaving Manchester Athletic. While Chinese fans and media were more focused on the Stan Park Rangers home game against the Madrid Pirates, the highlight of this Champions League match day was, in fact, the clash between Manchester Athletic and Catalonia Union. Since the draw results of the quarterfinals emerged, discussions have erupted regarding UEFA's alleged manipulation of the draw. The conspiracy theories surrounding UEFA's orchestration of the results have resurfaced with fervor. It is not surprising that such thoughts have crossed people's minds. After all, Carbanca's controversial departure from Manchester Athletic, where he had served for 7 years, to Catalonia this past summer has raised eyebrows. Consequently, in this season's Champions League knockout stage draw, Manchester Athletic found themselves pitted against Catalonia. Few are inclined to believe that UEFA did not orchestrate this outcome, reminiscent of the time when Juan transitioned from Leeds City to the Madrid Pirates, only for the two teams to be drawn into the same group in the subsequent Champions League group stage. Such coincidences are indeed remarkable and certainly generate buzz. Fans have humorously remarked that UEFA has opted for the most sensational draw results. However, in stark contrast to Juan's warmly welcomed return to Flanders Stadium, Carbanca's visit to FISO Stadium this time has not been met with the same hospitality. The supporters of Manchester Athletic are quite displeased with Carbanca's departure on a free transfer, which yielded no financial benefit for the club. Although this decision was made by Manchester Athletic, the fans believe that Carbanca should have chosen to renew his contract instead of leaving. Moreover, following the loss of their midfield linchpin, Manchester Athletic's performance has noticeably declined. They currently sit in second place in the league, with their city rivals, Tremade, occupying the top spot. Indeed, it is no error, the long-struggling Tremade has risen this season. Ricardo Balilla seems to have found his form, emerging as Tremade's leading scorer while playing as a winger, netting 18 goals in the Premier League and 5 in the Champions League. Under his leadership, Traymade has surpassed Manchester Athletic, Stan Park Rangers, and several London teams to claim the pinnacle of the league. In the league, Manchester Athletic has been overshadowed by their city rivals, and in the Champions League group stage, they faltered in their pursuit of the top spot against Ruhr-Rhein, settling for second place in a matchup against Catalonia. The fans of Manchester Athletic have attributed all of this to Carbanca's departure, harboring no fondness for the so-called traitor. Each time Carbanca touches the ball during matches, he is met with jeers from the home crowd. Nevertheless, this has not significantly deterred him. He managed to contribute a goal and an assist, helping his new team secure a 2-2 draw against Manchester Athletic. In the next leg, as Catalonia returns home, the likelihood of eliminating Manchester Athletic appears substantial. Should this occur, it is likely that Carbanca will never again return to Manchester Athletic. Once a hero of the team, he has now become the target of widespread disdain, an outcome that few anticipated. It is indeed lamentable. The narratives unfolding during this match have ignited fervent discussions among media and fans alike, with supporters of Catalonia accusing Manchester Athletic fans of ingratitude, to which the latter retorted, suggesting that in due time, they would come to understand that Carbanca is an ungrateful wolf. Both Spanish and Brazilian media have voiced their discontent on behalf of Carbanca, while English media have sided with the Manchester Athletic fans, asserting that their anger is justifiable and should not be escalated unnecessarily. Amidst a plethora of trivialities, it all ultimately serves as the traffic that UEFA desires. The following day, Wednesday, February 14th, Valentine's Day, marks the second night of the UEFA Champions League. On this evening, yet another Chinese player makes his appearance, Xia Xiaoyu, who now stands as a key player for Alvara. Chinese fans can finally rest assured that he will take the field during the late-night Champions League matches, rendering their sleepless nights worthwhile. Alvara, having secured second place in their group, faces the Group A leaders, Ruhr-Rhein, in the round of 16. According to the Champions League knockout stage rules, the second-place team plays at home first. Thus, this match sees Alvara hosting Ruhr-Rhein. Despite the advantage of home ground, public sentiment and betting odds favor the visiting team. Ruhr-Rhein. Last summer, Ruhr-Rhein retained the promising forward, Janis Edman, who has shown remarkable progress this season. His exceptional physical attributes, commendable speed, and indomitable spirit have propelled him to score 13 goals in the Bundesliga and 4 in the Champions League, notably netting a brace against Manchester Athletic in a crucial match that secured his team's position at the top of the group. At just shy of 19 years old, he has begun to fulfill his initial ambition of making Ruhr-Rhein fans forget about Mark Becker's departure to Bayern Munich. Following the likes of Meili, Carbanca, and Hulai, Edman has emerged as one of the most celebrated young talents in European football. Last summer, Real Madrid harbored aspirations of bringing him to their ranks. Although their attempts were thwarted, many believe that this future star will inevitably belong to Madrid. The club is unlikely to accept rejection lightly. As long as they persist in courting Edman, he will likely depart from Ruhr-Rhein eventually. After all, few players can resist the allure of an invitation from Real Madrid. With Meili, Carbanca, and Hulai now united in La Liga, many hope for Edman to join them, for such a scenario would certainly enliven the league. Currently, the only avenue for their encounters lies within the Champions League, which is regrettably infrequent. Of course, should Real Madrid continue to pursue Edman and irritate Ruhr-Rhein, it could incite a verbal spat between the two clubs, intensifying the conflict. UEFA might take note of this tension and draw the two teams together, potentially facilitating the long-anticipated meeting between Edman and Real Madrid. This scenario is indeed plausible. Real Madrid's opponent in the round of 16 is Westphalia, a team of relatively modest strength, giving them a fair chance of advancing to the quarterfinals. Should Ruhr-Rhein eliminate Alvara, it is conceivable that the two teams could be drawn against each other in the quarterfinal draw. Chapter 380. General Xia Xiaoyu Lin Ziyuan and his agent Qiu Xinrong sat on the sofa before the television, engrossed in the match between Alvara and Ruhr-Rhein. Their keen interest in this game stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, to cheer for their dual national teammate Xia Xiaoyu of the national Olympic team. Secondly, as Ruhr-Rhein was the upcoming opponent for Westing Athletic in the German Cup. Since his transfer during the winter break to Westing Athletic, Lin Ziyuan swiftly acclimated to his new environment, having previously lived here for several years. He still had former teammates from his youth squad within the first team. His familiarity with both the language and local customs ensured a seamless transition. It was this remarkable adaptability, coupled with his notable talent, that allowed Lin Ziyuan to secure a place on the pitch merely 2 months after his arrival. While he had not yet usurped the primary goalkeeper Pierre Grosch's position in the league, he had surpassed the other 2 reserve goalkeepers to successfully debut in the German Cup. In late January, he made his first appearance for the Westing Athletic first team in the 3rd round of the German Cup. Although he conceded a goal during that match, he executed 5 crucial saves, helping his team advance to the quarterfinals, where they would face none other than Ruhr-Rhein. By the end of February, the 2 teams were set to clash once more in the German Cup. In that encounter, Lin Ziyuan would directly confront Jana's Edmund. By observing this Champions League match, he could glean insights into Edmund's recent form and performance, preparing himself for their forthcoming duel in the German Cup. Edmund, utilizing his physicality, bulldozed past Alvara's center-back Bruno Pinto to create a shooting opportunity, though his effort was thwarted by Alvara's goalkeeper, Zé Ferreira. Edmund's physique is undeniably impressive, Qiu Xinrong remarked. Sitting beside Lin Ziyuan, despite Edmund failing to score, he appears even stronger than Zhou Zijing. Lin Ziyuan chuckled, isn't that obvious? If Zhou Zijing were superior to Edmund, he wouldn't have only netted 5 goals in the Premier League. Indeed, after the previous season concluded, he had managed just 4 goals. While this season had already seen him surpass that tally halfway through, Qiu Xinrong cautioned Lin Ziyuan against setting his ambitions too high, reminding him that Zhou Zijing had firmly established himself in the Premier League, whereas he was still at the beginning of his journey. I know. Lin Ziyuan quickly shifted the topic. However, I was surprised to see Alvara holding strong, not allowing Ruhr-Rhein to score. It's mainly because Set is being contained, Qiu Xinrong explained. Alvara's tactics are on point. They aren't engaging Edmund directly, but are instead stifling Ruhr-Rhein's offensive organization from the midfield. I never anticipated Xia Xiaoyu could be so formidable in defense. Hey, Uncle Qiu, don't underestimate Xiaoyu's seemingly gentle demeanor. He possesses a fierce determination within, Lin Ziyuan responded. After Lin Gu took the helm at South China Tigers, he once mentioned that he believes Xiaoyu embodies the true essence of a general. The television broadcast captured a close-up of Xia Xiaoyu, prompting the German commentator to remark, Xia has primarily focused on defensive duties in this match, with little notable contribution to the offense. Consequently, Alvara remains yet to concede a goal to Ruhr-Rhein. The German commentator's assessment was relatively objective, in contrast to the more impassioned commentary from the CCTV broadcaster. The latter described the same scene with fervor, stating, Xia Xiaoyu's performance today has been truly remarkable. The head coach assigned him the task of assisting in defense, and he has tirelessly roamed the midfield and backline, effectively limiting John Set's impact. Ruhr-Rhein has yet to score a goal, which is intricately linked to Xia Xiaoyu's contribution in midfield. While this may seem somewhat exaggerated, it is not far from the truth. Xia Xiaoyu indeed exerted considerable effort on the defensive front in this match, particularly in his relentless marking of Set, often employing tight and aggressive tactics. At times, his approach bordered on the unsporting. Although Set's lackluster performance cannot be solely attributed to Xia Xiaoyu, it would be remiss to deny his influence. Edmund, despite having an opportunity to shoot within the penalty area, failed to direct his attempt within the confines of the goal frame due to the interference from Alvara's central defender. Matthew Kiefer, frustrated by the missed chance, Edmund slammed his hands onto the turf and then rose to the sky, unleashing a roar of anger. Observing Edmund's tempestuous demeanor, Xia Xiaoyu understood that this equilibrium could not be maintained for long. As the match progressed into the 70th minute, the score remained 0-0, with Alvara, despite playing at home, failing to secure a goal. The primary reason for this was their unwavering focus on thwarting Ruhr-Rhein's scoring attempts. Although they were the home team, they played as if they were away, adopting a defensive counterattacking strategy. The home fans were remarkably supportive, generating an immense atmosphere to aid Alvara, refraining from booing their team despite the lackluster display. Through the collective efforts of the 12 players on and off the field, Alvara had managed to preserve a draw at home. However, merely achieving a stalemate would not suffice for Alvara to eliminate Ruhr-Rhein and advance to the Champions League quarterfinals. After all, the second leg would be played away. If they could only manage a draw at home, could they possibly secure a victory on the road? Xia Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards the forward line. After observing the game for 70 minutes, he noted that Ruhr-Rhein's defense was pushing higher up the pitch. In the first half, they had shown some caution, but in the second half, they largely disregarded Alvara's counterattacks. Xia Xiaoyu did not perceive this as Ruhr-Rhein underestimating Alvara. Rather, It reflected a shift in their mentality, as they grew increasingly anxious to score quickly. Particularly, their two fullbacks would frequently advance to join the attack. And when Rurline lost possession, their first instinct was not to retreat quickly, but to engage in immediate pressing. While this strategy could potentially create opportunities for a second wave of attack, should Alvaro capitalize on a counter, Rurline's defense would find itself under significant pressure. In that moment, Xiaoyu found himself nostalgically recalling Hugo. Had Alvaro possessed Hugo, they might have already established a 2-goal lead over Rurline. Alvaro had indeed created opportunities for counterattacks. Yet regrettably, none were capitalized upon. During his secondary school years, Xiaoyu recognized Hu Ji's remarkable prowess, and as Hu Ji's tenure in European football extended, Xia increasingly appreciated his greatness. Perhaps it was due to the evolution of tactical philosophies in European football over the past decade and a half that truly effective and consistent goal-scoring forwards had become exceedingly rare. Talents like Molina emerged in abundance, both before and after his time. For instance, the current right winger for Alvaro, Lexinio, embodies this type of player, swift and capable of breaking through defenses, yet lacking in finishing abilities. Among the squandered goal-scoring opportunities, one was indeed wasted by Lexinio. However, Xiaoyu understood that within Alvaro, he had no standing to critique his teammates. His sole responsibility was to assist the team as best as he could within the existing framework and tactical system. In this match, Johnset was feeling quite constrained. He faced stringent marking from the Alvaro players in midfield. Besides the Brazilian defensive midfielder, Eli, who was limiting him, the Chinese defensive midfielder, Xiaoyu, was also proving to be quite bothersome. As he contended with Eli, he had to remain vigilant against Xia's potential interception. Just like this instance, as he received the ball, Eli collided with him. The impact caused Set to miscontrol the ball slightly. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu darted in from the side, extending his foot to intercept. Set attempted to regain control but ended up kicking Xiaoyu's calf, sending him sprawling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on Set. He was left speechless. He acknowledged his foul, albeit without any malicious intent. Xia's actions were simply quicker, and in trying to play the ball, he inadvertently struck his opponent's leg. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to argue with the referee, claiming that Eli's prior collision with him warranted a foul. He turned to the approaching referee to voice his complaint against Eli. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who had fallen, was rising from the ground. He cast a quick glance at Set and the referee before hastily lowering his head, seemingly fearful of drawing attention. Set indeed caught a glimpse of him, and he seized the opportunity to tell the referee, "Look, he's fine. My kick was unintentional. But their number 6 deliberately collided with me." Number 6 referred to Eli. Set aimed to subtly draw the referee's attention to Alvaro's defensive midfielder, hoping to alleviate some pressure in future matches. At that moment, however, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Xiaoyu, who had just taken a step back, launching his foot towards the ball. Instinctively, he tried to intervene, but it was too late. Xiaoyu sent the ball soaring with a powerful kick into the forward field. Quick free kick. The ball soared amidst the jubilant cheers of Alvaro's supporters, covering dozens of meters before landing in the attacking zone. The Brazilian winger, Leixinho, skillfully brought the ball to a standstill with the outside of his right foot, accelerating towards the goal of Rollrain. Splendid. Alvaro's counterattack. Leixinho was not offside. The roar from the Lisbon arena surged like thunder. Having squandered a previous opportunity, Leixinho was determined not to waste Xiaoyu's pass this time. He carried the ball into the penalty area and, faced with the advancing Rollrain goalkeeper, Simon Koenig, he calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. The ball sailed over the fallen Koenig, bouncing into the net. In the 75th minute, the home team Alvaro broke the deadlock with a quick free kick from their own half, taking a 1-0 lead against Rollrain. Chapter 381. Champions League overview. After scoring, Leixinho did not rush to the corner flag to celebrate alone. Instead, he turned back, raising his hand to point at Xiaoyu, who was running towards him. The two embraced at midfield, while their teammates converged from all directions, surrounding them in a jubilant celebration amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Lin Yuan and Xiao Xinrong exchanged astonished glances in front of the television, both surprised that Rollrain, who had appeared dominant, conceded a goal at such a crucial moment. In the 75th minute, Rollrain found themselves cornered. What an astute play by Xiaoyu, Xiao Xinrong reflected. As Setter approached the referee to argue, Everyone's attention was momentarily diverted from Xia Xiaoyu and the ball. Ari also sought to exert pressure on the referee. The others seized the opportunity to catch their breath. By this stage of the match, the players' stamina was severely tested. Thus, even Alvara's players, after earning the free kick, did not rush forward to apply pressure, but rather moved forward slowly. Rolrain's players mirrored this approach, retreating at a leisurely pace. Even those who ran did so at a jog, lacking urgency. No one anticipated that Alvara would take the free kick swiftly. Consequently, Xia Xiaoyu's action seemed quite unexpected. Typically, for a free kick in the defensive half, there is no need to wait for the referee's whistle to commence play. As long as the team taking the free kick believes the moment is right, they will proceed. Thus, the referee did not blow the whistle to halt the game. Upon seeing the ball enter the net, he immediately signaled the goal, pointing to the center circle to indicate its validity. Following the goal, Rolrain launched into a frantic counterattack. Alvara, however, withdrew entirely, setting up a defensive wall in front of their goal. At that moment, no one cared about preserving home field pride. Securing a win against Rolrain would be the greatest honor. In the dying moments, Rolrain drove the ball into the penalty area. Edmund received the ball, but Alvara's center back, Bruno Pinto, charged at him, only to be brushed aside by Edmund's body. Yet, Edmund stumbled, still intent on forcing a shot on goal. At that moment, Xia Xiaoyu surged forth from the side, colliding with Edmund while simultaneously executing a precise tackle on the ball. This decisive move was executed with remarkable conviction. Considering the precarious nature of the situation within the penalty area, a misstep could have resulted in a foul against Edmund, granting Roerlein a penalty kick, which could have allowed them to equalize in the dying moments of the match. Thus, making such a bold tackle in the penalty area requires immense confidence and bravery. Even a moment's hesitation could lead to a foul where none existed. Xia Xiaoyu crashed into the already unsteady Edmund, while his foot deftly connected with the ball. The football was promptly sent out of bounds, with Edmund collapsing shortly thereafter. Witnessing Edmund fall, the Roerlein players raised their arms, vociferously protesting to the referee, insisting that Xia Xiaoyu's tackle was indeed a foul. Conversely, the Alvara players vigorously shook their heads, indicating that Xia Xiaoyu had not committed a foul. The referee remained unperturbed by the players' fervent appeals, relying on his team to ascertain whether Xia Xiaoyu's action constituted a foul. This team included the video assistant referee. He gestured for both teams to maintain their distance, placing a hand on his earpiece to communicate with the video assistant team. During this exchange, television broadcasts replayed the incident from multiple angles in slow motion. From certain perspectives, it appeared as though Xia Xiaoyu had not made contact with the ball. However, from others, it seemed evident that he had indeed struck the ball first. Xia Xiaoyu was undoubtedly not at fault. Lin Ziyuan, watching from the television, confidently voiced his judgment. Shortly thereafter, the referee concluded his discussion with the video assistant team, crossed his arms, and signaled that Xia Xiaoyu's action was not a foul. He then pointed toward the corner flag, instructing Roerlein to take a corner kick. The Lisbon arena erupted in cheers once more. Alvara's players rushed to embrace Xia Xiaoyu, offering high fives and pats on his back and shoulders, expressing their gratitude for his crucial defensive play. Yet, Xia Xiaoyu maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the praise. Perhaps he understood that the match was far from over, and Roerlein still had a corner kick opportunity. A corner kick, no foul, exclaimed the German commentator. Xia's tackle was clean and decisive. Edmund has squandered a golden opportunity to equalize before the match concludes. Lin Ziyuan clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Understood," to thwart Edmund's scoring. "We must enlist Xiaoyu." Qiu Xinrong shot him a glance, retorting, "Stop the nonsense." He then expressed, "Xia Xiaoyu has truly established himself in Europe. If Alvara manages to secure victory in this match, with his assist in attack and a crucial tackle in defense, he might even be named the man of the match." The man of the match? Lin Ziyuan paused momentarily before a thought struck him. Aside from that wretch, has anyone among us ever received the Champions League's Man of the Match award? Qiu Xinrong inquired. Does Li Qingqing count? Lin Ziyuan quickly waved his hand, clarifying. Only in men's football. Qiu Xinrong shook his head, then no. Xiaoyu is indeed remarkable. Ultimately, Roerlein failed to breach Alvara's defenses during the away match. Before the match, they were highly anticipated, yet they suffered a 0-1 defeat against Alvara on their opponent's turf. As the players from Alvara jubilantly celebrated their victory, the broadcast cameras focused intently on Xia Xiaoyu. Indeed, Qiu Xinrong remarked upon witnessing this scene. No sooner had he spoken than an animation appeared on the screen, showcasing a half-body image of Xia Xiaoyu in the lower left corner, accompanied by a subtitle proclaiming, "Man of the Match." Upon seeing this line of text, Luo Kai could not help but take a deep breath. It was a phrase that filled him with longing. He never expected that Xia Xiaoyu would be the first Chinese player to receive the title of Man of the Match in the Champions League. Although prior Chinese players had also garnered this accolade, and not just once, they faded from Luo Kai's consciousness. In his mind, the history of Chinese football commenced with Xia Xiaoyu. This season, Luo Kai has been granted relatively stable playing opportunities in the English Premier League. Yet his standing in the Champions League remains precarious. Establishing himself firmly among the elite clubs is proving to be more challenging than he had initially envisioned. Even a once great club is not easily conquered. Having been in Europe for nearly 3.5 years, he has honed his skills in both the Eredivisie and the Eerste Divisie, adapting to the European football landscape. Last season, upon returning to Trained, he trained tirelessly, employing near-maniacal methods to secure a place in the first team, thereby winning the favor of the head coach. Nevertheless, he still struggled to establish a solid footing in the first team, often participating as a rotational or substitute player, making it difficult to achieve consistent playtime. This season marks his second year with Trained's first team, and he feels he has progressed beyond last season. Yet, the gap to becoming an absolute mainstay in the squad remains significant. The only course of action for him is to persistently strive and wait for the day when Lady Luck will be swayed by his efforts and smile upon him. When that moment arrives, he must ensure he is fully prepared. He has never contemplated leaving Trained for a lesser team, as he has gradually begun to play more matches with this club, who would abandon their ascent halfway up the mountain. The thought of missing the breathtaking view from the summit would be lamentable. In two other Champions League round of 16 matches that concluded early this morning, Alvara, the team Xia Xiaoyu represents, unexpectedly triumphed 1-0 against the formidable Rurlian. During the match, Xia Xiaoyu assisted Lake Sinio in scoring the decisive goal and also made a crucial defensive play in the dying moments of the game. Post-match, he was awarded the title of Man of the Match, making him the second Chinese male footballer to achieve this honor in the Champions League, following Hu Lai. Additionally, the North London Rangers played to a 0-0 draw against Porto, with neither side claiming victory. This concludes the reports on all 4 Champions League round of 16 matches this week, with the remaining 4 matches set to commence next week. Chinese fans eagerly anticipate the debut of 2 additional compatriots on the field. First, there is Luo Kai, whose team, Trained, will face off against the Torino Bulls in an away match. Following him is Chen Xingyi, representing Amsterdam Athletic as they host Paris Aigle in pursuit of a greater presence for Chinese players on the UEFA Champions League stage following the 2-legged round of 16. Chapter 382. How about treating me to a meal? However, at present, Chinese fans are not overly concerned with the performances of Luo Kai and Chen Xingyi in the Champions League. Their primary focus remains on the upcoming La Liga matches this weekend. Will Hu Lai continue to score and break his record for consecutive goals? In the 24th round of the league, the Madrid Pirates will host the Phoenicians. Given that the Phoenicians currently sit in 16th place, their strength should not pose a threat to the Pirates at home. The outcome of this match appears to be a foregone conclusion. Yet, Chinese fans are apprehensive about a repeat of the previous round, where the Madrid Pirates faced Samir Sports away. What if the Phoenicians, too, decide to mark Hu Lai closely, allowing other players on the Pirates to score while attempting to thwart Hu Lai's goals? Although no one from Samir Sports admitted to deliberately obstructing Hu Lai's scoring in the last match, it was evident to any observant viewer that such tactics were at play. During that match, Hu Lai's resilient effort resulted in a goal only in the 71st minute, preserving his record. While the goal was indeed spectacular, the more magnificent it was, the more anxious Chinese fans became. After all, if Hu Lai had to rely on a world-class strike to find the net against Samir Sports, can he consistently maintain such form and luck in every match? Even before the match commenced, some Chinese fans began to voice their frustrations. When Salados set a new record, why didn't other La Liga teams solely focus on him? Is it because Hu Lai is Chinese that this blatant unfairness exists? I believe this is a different form of racism. Given these concerns, the match between the Madrid Pirates and the Phoenicians is far from the one-sided affair suggested by their respective strengths. Prior to the game, media outlets interviewed Hu Lai, inquiring how long he believed his record might last. Hu Lai responded, I do not know where the end of the record lies, nor do I dwell on that question. I simply continue to play match after match. I have already set a new record, so I am not overly concerned. Scoring is wonderful, but not scoring is not the end of the world. His response sparked much discussion. Some deemed him genuinely composed, while others suggested he was merely feigning calmness, secretly anxious. As Hulai's fame grows, the cacophony surrounding him intensifies. Every step he takes is accompanied by a chorus of varying opinions, some melodious and pleasing, others less so, even harsh. Fortunately, Hulai possesses a resilient spirit, enabling him to remain impervious to the clamor surrounding him, undeterred in his performance on the field. Amidst the pre-match uproar, the ultimate verdict rests upon the game itself. Whether Hulai is genuinely at ease or merely feigning relaxation will soon become apparent once the match commences. After much speculation, it took only 13 minutes for the Madrid Pirates to earn a penalty kick, a situation orchestrated by Hulai himself. As he surged into the penalty area to receive the ball, he was unceremoniously brought down by a defender from the Phoenicians. The referee decisively blew the whistle, awarding the penalty. The atmosphere at Pirate Park erupted in jubilant cheers. Every fan of the Pirates understood the significance of this penalty, as Hulai was the team's primary penalty taker. Regardless of any record-breaking aspirations, this penalty was unequivocally entrusted to him, to mitigate any potential misjudgment. The referee consulted with the video assistant referee, confirming through replay that the opposing center back had indeed committed a clear pushing foul, though the force was not overwhelming. It was sufficient to disrupt Hulai's balance as he sprinted forward, resulting in his fall. This penalty is indisputable, he exclaimed excitedly. If Hulai successfully converts the penalty he earned, it would mark his continuous scoring streak over 20 league matches. Is there any difficulty in this? Perhaps for others. There might be. After all, penalties are not guaranteed to score, and the pressure can be immense. Yet, for Hulai, it posed no challenge. Everyone believed that. Given his mental fortitude, the pressure of this penalty was trivial. However, the Phoenicians were determined to make an effort. Their goalkeeper, Julian Marcos, approached Hulai as he positioned the ball and said, "I've heard the rumors about you, but this time, I will save your shot." As a goalkeeper, his words were both a psychological tactic against Hulai and a means to bolster his own confidence. In actual matches, such confrontations between the goalkeeper and the penalty taker are commonplace. But Hulai's response was rather unconventional, leaving Marcos momentarily stunned. "Oh really? If I score, will you treat me to a meal?" Marcos was taken aback. What does that even mean? Noticing Marcos's silence, Hulai continued, "How about this? If you save my penalty, you can treat me to dinner as a token of appreciation for allowing you to make the save. What do you say?" Marcos finally understood that Hulai was playfully teasing him. His breathing grew noticeably heavier. Ignoring the banter, he retreated to his goal line, preparing himself. Once in position, he heard Hulai loudly remind him, "Remember, I enjoy spicy food." Marcos brushed off the comment, lowering his stance, spreading his arms, and readying himself for the impending save. Hulai, undeterred, smiled slightly. At the referee's whistle, he took a few steps back, launched into his run, and struck the ball. With a steady push, the football was directed towards the lower right corner of the goal, while goalkeeper Marcos dove towards the lower left corner, completely misjudging the trajectory. Hulai, the ball has found the net. What a splendid goal. Hulai has scored in 20 consecutive league matches. His remarkable streak continues. The greatest suspense of this match has come to an end. Hulai's goal has opened the door to victory for the Madrid Pirates. In the 20th minute, Maxi Kelly unleashed a powerful shot from within the penalty area. Marcos was unable to make the save, and the football resounded as it found the back of the net. The Madrid Pirates led 2-0 against the Phoenicians. 9 minutes later, Vukovic struck from outside the box with a sudden shot, scoring from a distance. The Madrid Pirates were now ahead 3-0. Before the end of the first half, the Madrid Pirates had essentially secured their victory. All suspense had dissipated. As the second half commenced, both teams returned to the field, yet neither managed to score again. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates triumphed at home with a resounding 3-0 victory over the Phoenicians, maintaining their lead at the top of the league standings. In the midweek Champions League match, Roque did not start in the away game against the Torino Bulls, but came on as a substitute in the 77th minute. This was not a tactical adjustment, but rather a replacement for the injured Welsh right-winger George Payne. At that moment, the score was tied at 1-1, and Roque's primary responsibility upon entering was to fortify the right flank defensively, ensuring that the tenacious Torino Bulls could not threaten the goal from that side. He performed admirably. For Roque, who is capable of playing as a right back for the national team, defense posed no significant challenge. Ultimately, thanks to the collective effort of all the Tramid players, they managed to secure a 1-1 draw against the Torino Bulls, laying a solid foundation for their advancement to the quarterfinals. A day later, Chongqing's Amsterdam Athletic suffered a 2-1 defeat at home against Paris Ager, losing their advantage for advancing to the quarterfinals, although hope still lingered. In the other two Champions League round of 16 matches, St. Petersburg Metallurgy was defeated 3-1 at home by Blue and White Munich, where Mark Becker achieved a hat-trick, surpassing Hulai with 9 Champions League goals, reclaiming the top spot in the scoring chart. The Madrid Kings, with Mali in their ranks, also secured victory away, triumphing 3-0 against Westphalia. The Argentine contributed 1 goal and 1 assist, earning the title of Man of the Match. The first leg of the Champions League round of 16 has concluded, with the return matches set to reignite the competition in 2 weeks' time. This period will be dedicated to domestic cup competitions. Whether it be the King's Cup, the FA Cup, or the German Cup, there will be opportunities to play. Currently, the Madrid Pirates hold the top position in the league, leading the second-placed Madrid Kings by 2 points. They have also advanced to the semi-finals of the King's Cup, having defeated Royal Carthage 2-0 in the first leg. If all goes as expected, their chances of reaching the King's Cup final are significant. Should they indeed make it to the final, they will have the opportunity to pursue the historic feat of becoming the first treble winners in Spanish football history. Last season, the Madrid Kings came very close to achieving this milestone, only to fall short, thwarted by none other than the Madrid Pirates. This season, it remains uncertain whether the Kings will thwart their city rivals, much like the Pirates did last season. At the very least, in the Copa del Rey, they have assumed the role of mere spectators, having been eliminated by Biscay Athletic in the quarterfinals, thus missing the opportunity to compete in the semifinals. The other semifinal match features Biscay Athletic, who triumphed over Madrid Kings, facing Seria. The first leg ended in a stalemate at 0-0. Yet the second leg will be held at Seria's home ground, granting them the advantage of familiarity. This prospect has stirred excitement among Zhang Qinghuan's fans, who yearn to witness a showdown between Juan and Hulai in the Copa del Rey final. Chapter 383. Events of the past week. It was indeed unexpected for Seria to reach the semi-finals of the Copa del Rey, Hulai remarked, gazing at the television screen. At that moment, he sat in the living room with Li Qingqing, watching the live broadcast of the semi-final match between Seria and Biscay Athletic. With Seria playing at home after a 0-0 draw in the first leg, the second leg would determine which team advances to the final. Both the Kings and Catalonia Alliance fielded rotated squads in the Copa del Rey and were eliminated early, Li Qingqing commented. However, it was not entirely premature. The Madrid Kings were ousted by Biscay Athletic in the quarterfinals, while Catalonia Alliance faced an earlier exit, having been defeated by Royal Cartagena in the round of 16. For elite teams, the period from the third round to the semi-finals of the Copa del Rey carries a significant risk of elimination, as their opponents are typically not from lower-tier leagues, but rather formidable La Liga teams. Furthermore, the elite clubs often refrain from deploying their first-choice players, opting for rotated lineups, which diminishes their overall strength. This interplay of diminishing returns naturally heightens the risk of being eliminated. This season, both the Madrid Kings and Catalonia Alliance have found themselves in such predicaments. Notably, the Madrid Kings' exit was particularly disheartening, as they fell just one step short of the semifinals. At that juncture, the Kings had begun to take the Copa del Rey more seriously, shifting from a full rotation to a strategy that incorporated half first-team players alongside substitutes. Nevertheless, football can sometimes defy expectations, as outcomes are not dictated solely by paper strength. The Madrid Kings players evidently prioritized domestic cup competitions less than the League and the Champions League, whereas Biscay Athletic recognized that. With the league largely dominated by the triumvirate of La Liga, the Copa del Rey was their singular avenue for championship glory. With unwavering commitment, Biscay Athletic's resolve naturally surpassed that of the hesitant Kings, leading to the latter's elimination not being a shocking outcome. Last season, the Madrid Pirates experienced a similar fate, being eliminated by Biscay Athletic in the fourth round of the Copa del Rey. In that match, the Pirates executed a complete rotation, with key players such as Hulai and Di Quinzo even omitted from the squad. Ultimately, they suffered a disheartening defeat of 1-2 on the road. Biscay Athletic, hailing from the Bilbao region, possesses an indomitable fighting spirit, thriving in the face of formidable opponents, even causing headaches for the triumvirate of La Liga. Last season, they eliminated the Madrid Pirates, and this season, they have once again triumphed over the Madrid Kings. In the Copa del Rey, they have truly become the bane of La Liga. However, the formidable Athletic Bilbao, known for rising to the occasion, seemed to falter against the relatively weaker Sarria, inexplicably losing the spark that had fueled their previous encounters with the La Liga giants. Consequently, in the first leg of the semifinals, they found themselves held to a frustrating 0-0 draw at home against Sarria. Now, after 60 minutes of the second leg, the score remains unchanged at 0-0, with Athletic Bilbao not only failing to score, but also lacking dominance in the match. Despite their prior success against the Madrid Kings, their performance against Sarria has been lackluster. As Juan sat on his living room sofa, watching the match with Li Qingqing, a week had elapsed since the last chapter. During this time, the Madrid Pirates had triumphed over the Sevilla Navigators, winning 3-2 in an away match, returning to the Winsale Stadium amidst the jeers and taunts of the home fans. Juan's performance was subpar, managing to score only once and missing the opportunity to achieve a hat-trick upon his return. In comparison, perhaps the Camp Nou, home of the Catalan League, is where he truly belongs, as he had completed hat-tricks there on 3 occasions during his visits, while at the Sevilla Navigators Winsale Stadium. He had only accomplished this feat once. After the match, Juan appeared dejected during the interview, expressing dissatisfaction with his performance and engaging in profound self-criticism. He extended his gratitude to the Sevilla Navigators fans for their unwavering support, feeling their passion deeply. He hoped to deliver a better performance upon his next return to the Winsale Stadium, aiming to give back to the enthusiastic Sevilla supporters. This sentiment, while tinged with irony, did not provoke criticism from the public, who understood the complexities of the rivalry. The Sevilla fans had not held back in their mockery of Juan, and his retorts were entirely reasonable. Regardless of whether Juan was genuinely dissatisfied with his performance or merely feigning discontent, the fans had little cause for complaint, as he had indeed scored, marking his 21st consecutive match with a goal. His record for consecutive goals in La Liga continues unabated. In the same round of fixtures, the Madrid Kings unexpectedly faltered, managing only a 1-1 draw against Royal Cartagena at home. It is worth noting that Royal Cartagena was set to face the Madrid Pirates in the second leg of the Copa del Rey semifinals midweek, leading many to believe they would prioritize that match and neglect the league. The players of the Madrid Kings likely shared this sentiment, assuming that playing at home against an unmotivated opponent would guarantee victory. To their astonishment, had it not been for Meli's goal in the 79th minute, they might have suffered a defeat at home to Royal Cartagena. Despite the draw, the Madrid Kings remained second in the standings, but their gap from the first-placed Madrid Pirates has widened from 2 points to 4, while their lead over third-placed Catalan League has narrowed from 4 points to 2. The competition among the 3 giants of Spanish football has reached a fever pitch. Both Madrid's Royal Club and Catalonia's league have lost their qualifications for the Copa del Rey, which, in fact, may serve as a blessing in disguise. This allows them to direct their energies toward the league and the UEFA Champions League, as the prestige of these 2 titles far outweighs that of the Copa del Rey. After all, the Copa del Rey often serves merely as a consolation prize for those who fail to secure a league or Champions League title. Should the Madrid Pirates conclude the season with only a Copa del Rey triumph, while relinquishing both the League and Champions League titles, it would hardly be deemed a successful season. On the eve of watching Brother Juan's match, Juan reflected on the recently concluded semi-final second leg of the Copa del Rey, where the Madrid Pirates faced Royal Cartagena. Having triumphed in the first leg with a decisive 20-0 scoreline, the Pirates did not let their guard down. They learned valuable lessons from their experience of being held to a draw by their city rivals on their home turf. For this away match, they fielded nearly their entire first team. Royal Cartagena indeed put up a fierce fight, but it was Juan who emerged as the hero, scoring the solitary goal that secured a narrow 1-0 victory for his team. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates advanced to the final with an aggregate score of 3-0, marking their place in the Copa del Rey final. Thus, Juan found himself reclining comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, with Li Qingqing by his side, watching another Copa del Rey semifinal. A true spectator in the unfolding drama, he sensed that the entire Sarria squad had meticulously prepared for this match, employing a range of tactical strategies. After watching for over 60 minutes, Li Qingqing expressed her impressions. It was not just this match, The entire Copa del Rey had unfolded in such a manner. Whether it be Seria or Athletic Bilbao, one of them would inevitably face the Madrid Pirates in the final, prompting Juan to seek a deeper understanding of the situation. Unlike the strategic rotations employed by the elite teams in the Copa del Rey, Seria, upon encountering matches in the tournament, opted instead to rotate their lineup for league play, focusing their efforts on the Copa del Rey. Especially after both Catalonia's league and Madrid's Royal Club had been eliminated, their fervor for the Copa del Rey only intensified, as they recognized that winning the league title was beyond their reach. The Copa del Rey represented their sole opportunity to grasp a trophy. Securing the Copa del Rey title would also grant them entry into the next season's UEFA Europa League. For mid-tier teams like Seria, participating in the Europa League twice over 3 seasons would be a remarkable achievement. Consequently, the team's mentality became unified, to strive relentlessly in the Copa del Rey. This insight was not solely derived from Juan's observations of Seria's consistent performance, but also from brother Juan's discussions within their group. As Juan reminisced, a sense of nostalgia washed over him, prompting a soft sigh. Li Qingqing, noticing his demeanor, inquired, "What is on your mind?" Juan smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, just recalling how brother Juan once mentioned that Seria's season goal was the Copa del Rey. At that time, he likely believed that we Pirates would not place much importance on the Copa del Rey and would exit early, much like Catalonia's league. Yet now, having advanced to the final, if they also reach the final, wouldn't their secrets be laid bare before us? Could it not be that we cannot disguise ourselves as pigs to eat tigers, leading us to underestimate them?" Li Qingqing chuckled. "What secret is this? Any team that has reached the finals is undoubtedly vying for the championship, regardless of their strength. Therefore, if they truly make it to the King's Cup final, they cannot possibly play the fool. Of course, unless you regard them as fools, presuming they can afford to be arrogant and underestimate their opponents, ultimately losing the championship due to carelessness. With me around, such a melodramatic scenario is entirely out of the question." Juan patted his chest. "If brother Juan and the others reach the finals, I will go to the team tomorrow and spread the word about Seria's cunning ambitions. I will ensure that everyone remains vigilant. If necessary, I'll even approach the head coach directly to relay intelligence about Seria to Perotti." Chapter 384. The decision. If Zhang Qinghuan were aware that while she was laboring on the field, Juan was at home, embracing Li Qingqing and plotting to inform their head coach, she would surely be unable to suppress her habitual exclamations. Fortunately, he was oblivious to the events unfolding in that room in Madrid, allowing him to focus entirely on the match. This game was of paramount importance for Seria. As the season progressed into the 25th round, Seria had garnered 32 points, standing in 9th place. Survival in the league seemed assured. However, merely settling for survival in the league felt rather lackluster. Just a season ago, Seria had participated in the Europa League and advanced to the knockout stage. The impact and impression that European competitions left on every player were profound. So, why not strive to compete in the Europa League once more? This was one aspect of the reasoning. On the other hand, for a mid-table team like Seria, claiming the league title was akin to scaling a mountain. The current football landscape is no longer akin to that of 4 or 5 decades ago, when the disparity between the giants and mid-tier teams was negligible. In the past, smaller teams had a chance to win the league title. Now, such aspirations are almost fanciful. Particularly in La Liga, dominated by the 3 giants, it becomes exceedingly difficult. In the Premier League, there are still teams like Leeds United that create miracles. But what of La Liga? Since the dawn of the 21st century, the league title has been monopolized by Real Madrid, FC Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. The last time a team outside of these 3 triumphed in the league was in the 1998 to 1999 season, when Valencia overcame numerous obstacles to lift the trophy. Yet, Valencia can also be considered a pseudo-giant, consistently a traditional powerhouse in La Liga, far from being a mere underdog. During their championship run, they were indeed capable of toppling the likes of Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid, and even reached the Champions League final, only to be defeated by the German powerhouse Ruhr Rhineland, thus bestowing upon them their sole Champions League title. Had it not been for that, perhaps Valencia could have seized the Champions League title and emerged as a true giant, establishing a 4th pole in Spanish football beyond the realms of the Kings, Pirates, and Catalans. Teams like Valencia can still harbor dreams of league championships. Since its inception, Seria has never clinched a championship in the top-tier league, rendering it a quintessential underdog team. Barcelona, a city that fervently champions independence and freedom, is already represented by the Catalan team, which embodies their spirited quest for autonomy, thus diminishing the need for another team to overshadow it. Consequently, Sarria has persistently strived for survival in the shadow of the Catalan club. The team's location is not within the heart of Barcelona, but rather in a neighboring town named Sarria, which, in strict terms, places it outside the boundaries of the city. Should the people of Barcelona harbor a pronounced sense of regional discrimination, Sarria could, in theory, be ostracized from the city altogether. The primary ambition for such a team each season is to secure their place in the league, with the secondary goal of achieving commendable results, if fortune smiles upon them. Participation in European competitions would be the ultimate prize. However, aspirations for championship glory are primarily tethered to domestic cup competitions, as these are often overlooked by the elite clubs. Yet, even in this realm, victory remains elusive, for while the powerhouses may disregard the Copa del Rey, formidable challengers like Athletic Bilbao, Valencia, and Sevilla regard it with utmost reverence. This season, Sarria has exerted every ounce of effort, bolstered by a stroke of good fortune, to reach the semifinals of the Copa del Rey. In the first leg of the semifinals, they displayed staunch defensive resolve, managing to secure a goalless draw on away turf. Upon returning to their home ground, they resolved to seize the moment, aiming to eliminate Athletic Bilbao and advance to the final. Despite knowing that facing the formidable Madrid Pirates awaited them in the finals, this knowledge did not deter Sarria's determination. The possibility of defeat against a powerhouse was palpable. Yet if they failed to reach the final, they would forfeit the very chance to compete against such giants. It is essential to face these titans head-on in the final, compelling them to regard Sarria as a worthy adversary. From the outset of the match, Sarria chose not to adopt a defensive stance in front of their goal upon returning home. Instead, they opted for an assertive offensive strategy, catching Athletic Bilbao off guard. Although Sarria dominated possession, they struggled to translate this advantage into goals, resulting in a stalemate at 0-0. Zhang Qinghuan understood all too well that this scoreline could not endure indefinitely. Despite Sarria's current superiority, the absence of goals heralded imminent danger. The dynamics of a football match are ever evolving, and a team that enjoys dominance one moment may find themselves conceding a goal the next. The reasons for conceding are manifold. It could stem from superior tactics employed by the opponent, a defensive lapse, or simply an unfortunate twist of fate that turns the tide of the match. Therefore, vigilance in times of apparent security is paramount. One cannot assume that simply because the team currently dominates the field, victory is assured. Zhang Qinghuan, as the cerebral architect of the team and orchestrator of their offensive plays, bears the responsibility of contemplating and resolving these challenges. Indeed, throughout this match, Zhang Qinghuan found himself thoroughly exhausted, as the players of Biscay Athletic applied relentless pressure on his efforts. He was compelled to ceaselessly reposition himself, darting from one area to another, seeking out teammates for the ball, receiving it, and subsequently distributing it. Concurrently, he had to contend physically with the Biscay Athletic players, which significantly heightened his physical exertion. Although he has been competing in La Liga for 3 seasons and has somewhat acclimatized to its rhythm, Biscay Athletic presented a distinct challenge. They are a fiercely combative team, characterized by a rather rugged style of play, resulting in genuine physical confrontations. Engaging with them in this manner naturally leads to greater energy expenditure than usual. As the match progressed, Biscay Athletic began to find their footing and gradually intensified their efforts, thereby increasing the defensive pressure on Zhang Qinghuan. However, he did not perceive this as a detriment. On the contrary, he regarded it as a positive development. As the attacking side, one always yearns for a shift in the match dynamics, for offense embodies an adventurous and dynamic spirit. The defensive side, conversely, adopts a more passive stance, desiring stability in the game's flow. Biscay Athletic, seeking to alter the on-field circumstances, would inevitably transition from defense to offense, creating potential vulnerabilities and opportunities in the process. From a macro perspective, this highlights why transitions between offense and defense are often the most susceptible to conceding goals. Zhang Qinghuan recognized that he must seize upon this phase. When Biscay Athletic relinquished possession, Sarria must swiftly direct the attack toward the opponent's most vulnerable areas. This necessitates his acute awareness of the on-field situation, ensuring he memorizes the positions and movement patterns of both teams' players. Such preparation enables him to make prompt and accurate judgments when possession shifts, rather than waiting to analyze and decide after gaining the ball. Currently, he finds himself observing the circumstances around him incessantly, not only in his immediate vicinity, but also in more distant areas. He must even assess when and where the likelihood of possession changes is heightened. In his previous stints with Capital Tunglong and Anton Starr, Zhang Qinghuan was not required to exert such effort. His responsibilities were simpler, merely receiving the ball and passing it, or evading defenders before making a pass. He could afford to pause and survey the field after receiving the ball, as the pace of the Chinese Super League allowed for more deliberation in decision-making than the current tempo permits. As Seria once again advanced aggressively, their attempt to penetrate Biscay Athletic's 30-meter zone was thwarted by the opposition's intervention. Following the interception, Biscay Athletic swiftly launched a counterattack. It is common knowledge that transitions in possession are prone to complications. Biscay Athletic sought to exploit the vulnerabilities in Seria's transition between offense and defense, aiming to create scoring opportunities. Zhang Qinghuan, with unwavering determination, rushed forward to intercept. Although he failed to seize the ball, his efforts compelled the opposing team to abandon a direct counterattack, forcing them to pass to the flanks instead. This sudden shift towards the sidelines resulted in a slight inaccuracy in Biscay Athletic's passing. Consequently, the ball inadvertently found its way to the feet of Seria's advancing right back. Eneko Alango, eliciting an exuberant roar from the crowd at the Parakeet Stadium. What was initially a counterattack opportunity for Biscay Athletic had now transformed into an attacking chance for Seria. Upon seeing Alango intercept the ball, Zhang Qinghuan swiftly turned his head to glance at the Biscay Athletic penalty area, confirming the positions of the players within. He observed that the opposing defensive formation, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, had yet to solidify, leaving numerous gaps to exploit. Unfortunately, Seria's attacking players were equally unprepared. Faced with this unexpected opportunity, they chose to remain stationary rather than advance into the penalty area to seek openings. Only Carlos Toledo actively made a run behind. Thus, Zhang Qinghuan immediately gestured and called out loudly, urging Alango to pass the ball to him. However, whether Alango did not hear or was momentarily dazed, he simply directed the ball to Zhang's feet, as if it had fallen from the heavens. In that instant, Zhang lost his composure and clarity of thought. After securing the ball, he charged forward. Watching this unfold on television, Hulai exclaimed in disappointment, "Oh no, what are you doing? Pass it to Brother Juan." As an audience member with a god's eye view, he recognized the opening. Had Alango promptly passed to Juan, he believed that with Juan's prowess, the ball would surely reach the vacant space and be delivered to Toledo. This would have allowed Seria to pose a direct threat to Biscay Athletic's goal, potentially even scoring. However, Alango's decision to carry the ball extinguished that possibility entirely. In the swift ebb and flow of the game, opportunities are fleeting, and gaps in the defense are quickly mended. Toledo could not continue running without risking offside. Under the circumstances, the best outcome would have been to regain possession and stabilize the situation, transitioning from a surprise attack to a more organized play, while awaiting the next opportunity, however distant it may be. Chapter 385. The benefactor as a competent player, making decisions on the field is a commonplace occurrence. The true test of a player's quality in football lies in their decisiveness. However, to become an exceptional player, one must be capable of making swift decisions when faced with unforeseen circumstances. Initially, upon witnessing Alango engrossed in carrying the ball, Zhang Qinghuan too believed that this incursion would inevitably devolve into a more structured engagement. No, or rather, the mere potential for it to transition into a structured play was already the pinnacle of this offensive endeavor. In truth, there existed a significant likelihood that Alango would be dispossessed, allowing Biscay Athletic to mount another counterattack. Alternatively, the advancement initiated by Alango might lead to the complete failure of this offensive effort, to either soar beyond the boundaries or be thwarted at the sidelines, ending in vain. For an ordinary individual, failing in this offensive endeavor would not be a personal fault. They could merely spectate from the sidelines. However, Zhang Qinghuan felt an insatiable yearning. After observing and awaiting this opportunity for so long, how could he relinquish it so easily? Did Arango's failure to pass to him at the opportune moment signify that this offensive play was fated to falter? No. The match is in a state of constant flux. This fleeting moment does not irrevocably determine the next. Therefore, he must not concede defeat. He trailed Arango as he advanced with the ball, darting towards the penalty area while incessantly calling out to him and gesturing, conveying that he was always by his side, ready to receive a pass whenever Arango chose to deliver one. As Arango maneuvered the ball, the players of Biscay Athletics swiftly positioned themselves, and the commentator lamented that Seria was bereft of a counterattack opportunity. When Arango brought the football near the edge of the penalty area, the defenders of Biscay Athletic quickly set up a defensive line of 5 within the box. Meanwhile, other players from Biscay Athletic were retreating, already nearing the edge of the penalty area. Biscay Athletic enjoyed a numerical advantage close to the box. A still frame would reveal that within a 30-meter radius, there were as many as 7 Biscay Athletic players, excluding the goalkeeper, while Seria could only muster 5. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan remained undeterred, diligently scanning the field. He noted that Tordu, who aimed to create space, had assumed the central forward position and was moving towards the penalty spot. Meanwhile, another forward from the team, Jakub Smid, was advancing from the edge of the penalty area along the flank. Additionally, a Biscay Athletic midfielder had just moved into his path, obstructing his passing option. Consequently, Zhang Qinghuan resolved to retreat to provide a passing lane for Arango, should he choose to pass. Almost simultaneously with his retreat, Arango cut inside. As he did, the defenders of Biscay Athletic immediately pressed him. In a near impasse, Arango glanced up and spotted Zhang Qinghuan emerging behind the returning midfielder of Biscay Athletic. Swiftly, he directed the football towards Zhang Qinghuan. Without pausing, he turned and surged towards the penalty area. Positioned ahead to sever the connection between Arango and Zhang Qinghuan was the young midfielder Albert Donsel, who instinctively stretched out his foot to intercept the pass. However, due to the ample angle Zhang Qinghuan had created, he was unable to make contact with the ball. Zhang Qinghuan received the ball and spun around. The defenders of Biscay Athletic, already alert, quickly sent 3 players to confront him. Simultaneously, Smid, who had surged into the far post of the penalty area from the flank, raised his arm high and shouted, "Pass to me." Carlos Tordu stood at the penalty spot, signaling for the ball, while the nearby defender from Biscay Athletic recognized that Tordu was a viable receiving point. He found himself obstructed by Torledo. At this moment, if he were to contest for position with Torledo, he might not regain it in time before Zhang Qinghuan delivered the pass. Thus, he opted for a more expedient approach. He advanced to create an offside trap. Just as he pressed forward, Zhang Qinghuan at the edge of the penalty arc spread his arms wide and swung his left foot. It appeared he intended to pass the ball to the distant Smid. Consequently, the 3 players from Athletic Biscay who had initially blocked him all shifted towards that direction, striving to intercept his pass. However, as Zhang Qinghuan swung his left foot, a subtle and concealed motion of his ankle caused the ball, which was meant to be directed towards the far post, to be delicately lifted, slipping through the gap between the 2 defending players of Athletic Biscay. A precise through ball. Arango, who had surged into the penalty area immediately after the pass, received the ball behind them, remaining onside as the Athletic Biscay defender behind Torledo had yet to fully advance. What a stunning play. Arango, Eneko Arango, the right back of Seria, charged from the backfield all the way to the front, ultimately receiving the ball right in front of Athletic Biscay's goal. The opportunity was simply exquisite. He found himself utterly unmarked, as all defenders had been drawn towards Zhang Qinghuan, who at that moment was surrounded by 5 players from Athletic Biscay, forming a semicircular defensive line that kept him outside the penalty area. Yet, unexpectedly, with merely a flick of his ankle, Zhang Qinghuan pierced through their defense. After receiving the ball, Arango made a slight adjustment and, facing the advancing goalkeeper of Athletic Biscay, executed a left-footed shot. The ball narrowly evaded the goalkeeper's outstretched foot, bouncing and rolling into the net. Goal. The commentator from Spanish television roared, "Arango, Eneko Arango." In the 74th minute, he has opened the scoring for Seria. The deadlock has finally been shattered. In excitement, Hulai leapt from the sofa, raising his arms in jubilation, exclaiming, "Wow, brother Juan is amazing." Li Qingqing clapped and gasped in awe beside him. What a beautiful pass by brother Juan. Many might require a slow-motion replay to appreciate the intricacy of Zhang Qinghuan's assist. But a player of Li Qingqing's caliber recognized the brilliance in an instant. Zhang Qinghuan's subtle passing maneuver outwitted the entire defensive line of Athletic Biscay and Arango. The one who scored was merely the fortunate beneficiary of the play. Aware of this, Arango did not rush to celebrate at the corner flag. Instead, he turned around and sprinted back towards Zhang Qinghuan, the source of his success. Other teammates also flocked to Zhang Qinghuan, who stood his ground, surrounded by a swarm of jubilant teammates. They embraced him, patted his shoulders and back, and playfully tousled his hair. The Parrot Stadium erupted in cheers. Everyone could see the glimmer of hope for advancing to the King's Cup final. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing exchanged glances, and he was about to speak. However, just as he opened his mouth, Li Qingqing swiftly covered it with her hand, reminding him that the match had yet to conclude and urging him not to tarnish brother Juan's reputation. Hu Lai chuckled and obediently nodded in agreement. The celebration of Saria's goal lingered on for an extended period, only ceasing when the players of Biscay Athletic approached the referee to voice their grievances. As they made their way back, Zhang Qinghuan continued to clap his hands amidst the crowd, reminding his teammates that the game was not over yet. And this was not the time to rejoice. He urged them to rein in their emotions and brace themselves for Biscay Athletic's fierce onslaught. It was not just him. Several key players within the team were doing the same. Yet, the fact that Zhang Qinghuan could act like the veterans without causing surprise or alienation among his teammates demonstrated that he had earned their respect and support. After 3 seasons with Saria, Zhang Qinghuan had finally acclimated to the team as if he had grown up in its youth academy. Following the conceded goal, Biscay Athletic launched a relentless attack on Saria's goal. The entire Saria squad retreated, with Zhang Qinghuan, the attacking midfielder, positioned at the edge of the penalty area to defend. He ran tirelessly, engaging in fierce confrontations with the opposing players, to the point of nearly cramping up. In the 91st minute, he was substituted by Saria's coach, Arnaud Casas. With the last available substitution, as he limped off the pitch, thunderous applause erupted from the stands of Parrot Stadium. The broadcast captured the sight of Saria fans rising to their feet in a show of appreciation for him. With the score at 10 and precious time dwindling, Saria stood just a step away from the King's Cup final. Everyone recognized that this Chinese player was the primary architect of their advancement to the final. Even Hu Lai and Li Qingqing stood before the television, offering silent applause for brother Juan. It was a pity that sister Juan was not present. Li Qingqing sighed while clapping, confident that she was likely staying up late back home to watch the live broadcast. Rest assured, the little nurse would never miss a single match of brother Juan. In an apartment in Antonjiancheng, Sun Juan held her phone, watching the live broadcast of the King's Cup through Tongfei video, witnessing the man she admired walk off the field amidst the crowd's cheers, waving his hand in gratitude towards the fans, seemingly acknowledging her through the phone screen. This sight brought a radiant smile to her face. Chapter 386. Time is running out for Hu Lai in a match that concluded in the early hours of this morning. Saria, represented by our player Zhang Qinghuan, triumphed over Biscay Athletic with a score of 10 in the second leg of the Spanish King's Cup semifinals, ultimately eliminating their opponents with a total score of 10. Consequently, this season's King's Cup final will feature a Chinese derby, pitting Zhang Qinghuan against Hu Lai. When Sun Wan arrived at the hospital for her shift at noon, she noticed the midday sports news being broadcast on the television outside the nurse's station. Naturally, the headline of today's sports news was Saria's remarkable advancement to the final by eliminating Biscay Athletic in the semifinals. For countless Chinese fans and media, this signifies that the King's Cup final will unfold as a Chinese derby. However, for Sun Wan, it represents the fruition of her beloved's endeavors. It is noteworthy that Saria's advancement to the King's Cup final owes much to Zhang Qinghuan, who is indeed the principal contributor. Upon seeing Sun Wan, everyone eagerly congratulated her, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Juan." Their well wishes stemmed from the knowledge of her unwavering support for Zhang Qinghuan, thus sharing in her joy. Yet, it is certainly not due to any awareness of the true nature of Sun Wan and Zhang Qinghuan's relationship, a detail that remains unspoken among them. Zhang Qinghuan has refrained from making their relationship public, considering the fervor of his female fans. Should he reveal his romance with Sun Wan, she might become a target of unwarranted scrutiny back home. There is a possibility that some zealous fans might attack Sun Wan, causing her undesirable repercussions. After all, she has opted to remain in Zhencheng for the time being, rather than follow Zhang Qinghuan to Spain. Primarily, Sun Wan is uncertain about what she would do after resigning to move to Spain. Frankly, despite being merely an ordinary nurse without any grand aspirations, she does not wish to lead a life akin to some footballers' wives, filled with shopping, entertainment, and socializing, only to showcase that lifestyle online. Such a life would make her feel like a parasite, leeching off her boyfriend. She yearns for an independent career, however modest, as it would still be her own. No matter how much Zhang Qinghuan earns, it remains his, while even a meager income of hers would be hers alone. in the face of everyone's congratulations. Sun Quan smiled sweetly. Of course, this sweetness, in the eyes of others, was merely the pride and delight of an ardent fan. No one would suspect that among them stood a girlfriend of Zhang Qinghuan, despite the dark circles under her eyes that makeup could hardly conceal. The head nurse, Sister Ma, chided gently. You stayed up late watching the game again. Sun Quan chuckled. But it was worth it, Sister Ma. Qinghuan's assist was simply breathtaking. Sister Ma shook her head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She could discern Sun Wan's feelings for Zhang Qinghuan, yet to her, it seemed as though they belonged to entirely different worlds, with no possibility of intersection in this lifetime. Thus, if Sun Quan could only satiate her dreams through watching game broadcasts, there was no need for her to intervene. The other nurses, overhearing Sun Wan's words, teased her. More beautiful than others? Only beautiful people can produce such beautiful plays, Sun Quan retorted, and they all erupted in laughter. To them, Sun Quan was merely an ardent supporter of Zhang Qinghuan. She had once visited Barcelona and had the fortune of taking a photo with Zhang Qinghuan. Although the authenticity of that claim remained uncertain, some even felt that Sun Quan was less fortunate than they, as they had at least posed for a group photo with Zhang Qinghuan, which, with a bit of cropping or blurring of others, could be construed as a solo portrait with him. When confronted with Sun Quan, it is inevitable that a concealed sense of superiority lingers within some individuals. How regrettable it is that someone so infatuated with Zhang Qinghuan was absent during her visit to Director Yang at the hospital, thereby missing the chance for an intimate encounter with her. Sun Quan is acutely aware of the opinions others hold about her, yet she remains unfazed. Especially after solidifying her relationship with Zhang Qinghuan, she becomes even less concerned. The opinions and thoughts of others do not sway her connection with Zhang Qinghuan. So what need is there to be bothered? Amid the laughter of those around her, Sun Quan joins in, laughing heartily, completely unperturbed by their teasing. The momentum and fervor generated by Zhang Qinghuan leading Seria to the King's Cup finals persisted until the weekend. However, Seria faced a disappointing defeat, losing 0-1 to Sebastia in an away match on Saturday. After an exhausting battle against Biscay Athletics, the team appeared to be in disarray during their challenge against Sebastia. Zhang Qinghuan was no exception. He failed to embody the role of the team's savior, unable to replicate his stunning performance from the previous King's Cup semifinal. Instead, he seemed drained of all energy expended in that match just 3 days prior. In this game, he not only appeared fatigued but also lost his magical touch. In the 78th minute, he was substituted early, and this time, there were no cheers from the crowd, as Seria was playing away. However, the waning interest in Zhang Qinghuan and Seria was not solely due to their defeat by Sebastia. It stemmed from a matter of greater significance. In the last round of the league, Hulai celebrated his goal amidst the overwhelming boos of the Voyager fans, marking his 38th goal of the season in La Liga. That goal not only propelled his team to victory over Sevilla Voyager, but also equaled the single-season record of 38 goals set by the legendary striker Javier Bolano of the former Catalan Union. This implies that if Hulai scores just one more goal, he will break Bolano's record, creating a new milestone entirely his own, devoid of the need to share this glory with anyone. The prospect of Hulai setting a new record seems all but certain, with 13 rounds of the league still remaining. To suggest that he could go an entire 13 rounds without scoring would indeed be an exaggeration. Thus it is evident that he is likely to net another goal to shatter Bolano's record. The intrigue lies in the timing of this record-breaking feat. In this round of the league, the Madrid Pirates will face Valencia at home. Should Hulai find the net in this match, he would not only extend his consecutive scoring streak to 22 rounds, but also break Bolano's goal record, achieving a remarkable double. This is the matter of utmost concern for Chinese fans over the weekend. The spotlight and fervor have once again shifted back to Hulai. Valencia, however, is not an easy opponent to contend with. This season, their performance has consistently placed them among the top 6, and they have now surpassed Sevilla, who has lingered in 4th place for 13 rounds, to claim the coveted 4th position. This ranking offers a gateway to the UEFA Champions League, making it a highly contested spot among teams outside the triumvirate of powerhouses, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, and FC Barcelona. The top 3 slots are predominantly monopolized by these clubs, leaving the 4th position as the sole opportunity for others to vie for a place in the prestigious competition. For the majority of the season, Sevilla has occupied the 4th position, while Valencia has fluctuated between 5th and 6th. However, in the previous round, Sevilla suffered a 3-4 defeat against Real Betis. providing Valencia with the opportunity they needed. Valencia seized the moment, triumphing 2-1 against Mallorca, thereby overtaking Sevilla by 2 points with a total of 47 points, securing 4th place. Following this, Sevilla faced another setback, losing 2-3 at home to Atletico Madrid, while Valencia continued their winning streak, defeating Real Betis 2-0. This allowed Valencia to extend their lead over Sevilla to 5 points. If Valencia can secure another victory against Atletico Madrid in the current round, they will maintain their advantageous position over Sevilla. Conversely, a loss to Atletico could allow Sevilla to catch up, as they had previously won 4-3 against Córdoba, leaving them just 2 points behind Valencia before the latter's match against Atletico. Thus, despite being the visiting team, Valencia was determined to fiercely contest Atletico Madrid. The match unfolded as anticipated. Although Toni scored the opening goal for Atletico in the first half, the second half saw Valencia seize control of the game. Their players exhibited relentless energy, employing aggressive tactics to disrupt Atletico's midfield and forward play. In the first 70 minutes, 5 Valencia players received yellow cards, showcasing their fervor. This rough style of play indeed restricted Atletico's players, as they were more apprehensive about sustaining injuries than their Valencia counterparts. In the 73rd minute, the advantage Valencia had built finally culminated in a goal. From a corner kick, center-back Villamartel headed the ball into the net, leveling the score at 1-1. With only a few minutes left for Atletico and their coach, the urgency heightened. Chapter 387. A piercing arrow through the clouds following the equalizer in the 73rd minute. Valencia's morale surged. They were not merely satisfied with a draw against Atletico. They aspired for victory. A mere draw would reduce their original 5-point advantage over Sevilla to 3. 3 points, a mere one match. At this critical juncture of the season, such a narrow margin is far from secure. Now that Valencia has the opportunity to triumph over Atletico in their own arena, why settle for a draw? As the match resumed, the players of Valencia continued to disrupt the game with their rough fouls and defensive maneuvers, rendering the contest fragmented. This made it exceedingly challenging for the Madrid Pirates to maintain fluidity in their passing and wing play. However, perhaps their excitement got the better of them. In the 78th minute, their defensive midfielder Jimenez Moras committed a foul on Maxi Kelly, earning himself a second yellow card. Consequently, 2 yellows culminated in a red, and he was sent off. Simultaneously, Kelly sustained an injury from the foul and could no longer continue, necessitating his substitution. Parati utilized his final substitution to replace Maxi Kelly with the tall striker Ruiz. Although Valencia was now a man down, the numerical advantage seemed to favor the Madrid Pirates. Yet, putting aside the impact of Kelly's departure on the Pirates' attacking organization, Valencia quickly adjusted and fortified their defense, effectively parking the bus in front of their goal. Ironically, this situation was not advantageous for the Madrid Pirates. With Valencia focused solely on securing a draw, any hopes of an away victory were extinguished. Their retreat significantly compressed the space available to the Pirates in the attacking third, making it increasingly difficult for them to score. More specifically, it rendered the task of scoring exceedingly arduous for Juan. As a prolific striker who had scored in 21 consecutive league matches and netted 38 goals in the season, Juan naturally became the focal point of Valencia's defensive efforts in this match. Despite changing into a clean uniform at halftime, he found himself covered in dirt once more, visibly fatigued. Throughout the match, he had been grappling with Valencia's defenders, resulting in considerable physical exertion. With no goal scored thus far, and Valencia now effectively blocking the goal, space in the penalty area was virtually non-existent for him. For a player like Juan, known for thriving in the box, having room to maneuver is essential. As the game entered its final 10 minutes, the broadcast focused on Juan, capturing him in a state of disarray, panting heavily, and appearing thoroughly exhausted. It seemed that his remarkable streak of consecutive goals would come to an end here. Nevertheless, having scored in 21 consecutive matches remains an impressive achievement, likely to stand unchallenged for a considerable time. It is conceivable that even Juan himself would find it arduous to replicate such a record, as noted by commentator Sanchez. He was indeed correct. Even Juan would struggle to maintain this season's form, as individual prowess alone is insufficient. Success necessitates teamwork, a harmonious blend of circumstances, and the right tactics. This season, the Madrid Pirates have effectively addressed all their weaknesses, suffered no significant injuries, and enjoyed excellent player form, all of which contributed to Juan's remarkable ascent. With an astonishing record of scoring in 21 consecutive league matches and amassing 38 league goals in a single season. It is not only others who find it difficult to surpass such a feat. Even Hulai himself may find it challenging to exceed this achievement. Therefore, there is little to lament in reaching this pinnacle. Hulai has traversed the longest path in all of Europe, arriving at a destination previously uncharted. We cannot expect more from him. Nevertheless, Hulai does not permit himself such consolation until the final whistle is blown. He will undoubtedly exhaust every possible means to secure another goal. All excuses for self-comfort can wait until after the match concludes. In this particular game, Valendia's defense shadowed him closely, making it exceedingly difficult for him to maneuver within the penalty area to create a shooting opportunity. With the opposing team entirely compacted in their own box, it became even more challenging. Consequently, he chose to withdraw from the penalty area, venturing outside in search of opportunities to create or seize. He had attempted such strategies in previous matches, albeit with little success. The accuracy of long-range shots is inherently low, and compounded by the close marking and interference from defenders, Hulai was unable to score from distance. This time, having positioned himself outside the box, Valendia's central defenders did not follow him out. With the entire team contracted in defense, there were players assigned to guard the area outside the penalty box, alleviating any concerns about Hulai being left unmarked. Once outside the box, he quickly took a shot from distance. However, the ball never reached the Valendia goalkeeper. As it was deflected by the chaotic crowd of players in front of the goal, he could not even discern who had blocked his shot, only noticing several legs extending simultaneously before the ball veered off the pitch. The referee and assistant referee, however, resolutely awarded a goal kick. This indicated that the deflection had not even come from a Valendia player, a truly unfortunate turn of events. Sanchez jested, "Oh, what a pity. It was blocked by one of our own." I can only imagine that the Sevilla Mariners fans watching this match on television are fervently wishing who could truly be one of their legends. They hope he can score a goal and defeat Valendia, thereby narrowing the points gap for the Mariners. Given that Valendia had adopted an utterly defensive stance, the Madrid Pirates essentially transformed the last 10 minutes of play into a relentless assault. Soon, Vukovic's pass inside the penalty area was nudged out of play by a Valendia player, granting the Madrid Pirates a corner kick. As Vukovic prepared to take the corner, he was halted by Hulai. Miloš Hulai, with a hand over his mouth, whispered to him, "When you take the corner, do not send the ball into the penalty area, try to pass it to me. I will be outside the box." Without hesitation, Vukovic agreed. Hulai's request was entirely reasonable. After all, he was determined to score, and as the one facilitating Hulai's goal, Vukovic needed only to act without further words. However, as Vukovic approached the corner flag and set up the ball, he lifted his gaze in search of Hulai. Only to be taken aback, Hulai was not outside the penalty area but rather within it, stationed at the far post. For Vukovic to pass the ball to him, he would have to navigate through a dense crowd of players, raising concerns about the possibility of interception. Had Hulai forgotten their earlier instructions? At that moment, he noticed Hulai gesturing, his arm hanging at his side, angled towards the edge of the penalty area. This indicated that Vukovic should deliver the ball outside the box, specifically a low pass. Had it been a request for a high ball, Hulai would have raised his hand above his head. With this clarification, Vukovic abandoned his hesitation and, upon hearing the referee's whistle, struck the ball firmly towards the designated spot at the edge of the penalty arc. To ensure the ball remained grounded, he opted for a powerful drive. The ball skimmed along the grass, heading outside the penalty area. As Vukovic made contact, Hulai, who had been inside the box, pivoted and darted out. Surprisingly, not a single Valendia player occupied the area around him as he exited the penalty area. This was a rare sight indeed, for none of the Valendia players had anticipated that Hulai would not make a run toward the goal, but instead venture outside the box. Moreover, they were equally astonished that Vukovic had executed the pass in this manner. The ball sailed past all the players streaming toward the goal, hurtling toward the perimeter. Given the force of the pass, it reached Hulai just as he arrived outside the penalty area. Instinctively, he extended his foot to receive it. The ball, struck with great power, did not settle gently at his feet, but rather struck the inside of his foot with force, bouncing high into the air. It appeared as though he had mishandled the stop, prompting the Valendia players to seize the opportunity and rush towards him. Yet, disregarding their presence, Hulai tilted his head back slightly, fixated on the ball soaring into the air. He spread his arms, stepping forward with his left foot for balance while his right leg swung back. As the ball descended, His right foot followed suit, striking the ball cleanly with the instep. From approximately 35 or 36 meters away from the goal, he unleashed a shot. The ball zipped past the faces of the Valencia defenders rushing in, soaring upward. And in the blink of an eye, it flew over the congested mass in the penalty area. It headed straight for the left side of the goal, like an arrow piercing through the clouds. The Valencia goalkeeper lunged desperately, reaching out for the incoming ball. Yet, he grasped nothing but a gust of wind. The ball did not directly enter the goal. Instead, it struck the inner side of the left post and ricocheted to the right, crashing against the inner side of the right post before finally finding its way into the net. In the 86th minute of the match, Juan scored for the 22nd consecutive round, marking his 39th league goal of the season and propelling the Madrid Pirates to a 2-1 lead over Valencia. This late goal could certainly be deemed a match winner. Chapter 388. He changed Europe. Vukovic took the corner kick, and Juan, previously within the large penalty area, simultaneously sprinted toward the outside. He had just arrived at the edge of the free-throw arc when he received the ball. At first glance, it seemed he had taken too large a touch, but his reflexes were swift. He seized the opportunity to adjust his steps and unleashed a powerful shot. The entire sequence of actions was executed with remarkable speed, catching even the Valencia players, who rushed in quickly, off guard. The goalkeeper leaped into the air but failed to intercept the ball. The football struck the left post and ricocheted to the right post, colliding with both before finally entering the goal. The angle was nothing short of exquisite. A magnificent goal. A world-class strike. Beautiful. Absolutely splendid. Incredibly remarkable. I retract my previous statements. Whose streak of consecutive goals is far from over. He is still on this journey. Still on the path. Juan. As the match approached its conclusion, he finally found the back of the net. This goal etched his name in history. 22 consecutive rounds of league goals. 39 goals in a single season. It's simply astonishing. The league has only progressed through 26 rounds. Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe it? At this moment, Juan has scored 39 goals. He is destined to inscribe his name eternally in the annals of La Liga. After the match, this goal, along with a video of Sanchez's exuberant roar, was featured on La Liga's official social media account, accompanied by the words, "You have forever secured your place in La Liga history, Juan." The Madrid Pirates, thanks to Juan's last-minute goal, ultimately triumphed over Valencia with a score of 2-1, securing 3 thrilling points at home. However, the focus of everyone's attention post-match was not solely on the Pirates' victory. Just as La Liga's official account indicated, the spotlight was primarily on Juan's record-breaking performance. This goal was exquisitely executed, an undeniable world-class strike. Yet, throughout Juan's career, he has undoubtedly scored dozens of such world-class goals. In terms of sheer brilliance, this particular goal may not even rank among the top 10 of his career. Yet, it has become one of the most significant goals of his professional journey. This goal allowed him to surpass the single-season La Liga scoring record previously held by the legendary Catalan star Javier Villa. Simultaneously, it extended his own record for consecutive goals in La Liga to 22 rounds. What does it mean to score in 22 consecutive league matches? The remarkable feat of Alexandre Salado's scoring in 17 consecutive league matches is not only a record in La Liga, but also across Europe's top leagues. In all of Europe's elite leagues, scoring in 17 consecutive rounds is the pinnacle. Before Salado's, the benchmark was 16. Only 2 players from different national leagues have achieved this record, and both feats occurred a considerable time ago. With the evolution of modern football, achieving consecutive goals across numerous league matches has become increasingly challenging, demanding exceptional personal skill and a touch of fortune. Hence, Salado's achievement of scoring in 17 consecutive league matches is regarded as a record likely to stand the test of time. In the previous season, Marc Becker exhibited extraordinary form, breaking the Bundesliga single-season goal record, yet he merely managed to score in 10 consecutive league matches. It is a far cry from breaking the illustrious record of consecutive goals in European football. He has yet to surpass the Bundesliga's record of scoring in 15 consecutive matches. Some assert that only players of the caliber of the 4 greats possess the potential to attempt such feats, thereby indicating that Becker does not reach the level of the 4 greats. However, little did anyone anticipate that merely 5 seasons after Salado's record, a challenger would emerge. Not only did Juan surpass Salado's record, but he also eclipsed Bolano's single-season goal tally, netting 39 goals and scoring in 22 consecutive league matches. Each of these achievements holds greater significance than the Madrid Pirates' home victory of 21 over Valencia. Post-match, media and online platforms brimmed with reports and commentary regarding Juan's remarkable feats. Fans of the Madrid Kings found solace, as their long-standing rivals from Catalonia were finally brought low, given that Juan broke the record of the legendary Catalan striker Bolano, thus expanding the ranks of the vanquished. An inquiry emerged online. What is Juan's limit? Who knows when he will cease his scoring spree in the league? This question proves challenging to answer, igniting fervent debates among fans in the comments section. Meanwhile, bookmakers have set varying odds on how many goals Juan will score in this season's La Liga and the eventual length of his consecutive goals record, enticing wagers from the public. Hey, Neil, can you tell me what you placed your bets on? Andy Warman inquired, wrapping an arm around Neil Mullen's shoulder, smiling amiably. With Juan's departure from Leeds City to La Liga, their relationship had returned to a state of normalcy, as they no longer needed to argue about Juan's past grievances with Tramid. Beyond this layer, the long-standing friendship between the two could not simply be severed. Upon seeing Warman's smile, Mullen discerned his intentions and shook his head, saying, "Sorry, Andy. I didn't place a bet." "You didn't bet?" Warman's tone expressed disappointment. "No, I didn't. That's a matter for the Madrid Pirates. As a Leeds City fan, why would I pay attention? But it's about Juan," Warman retorted. "He is no longer our player." "Ah, for heaven's sake, you are truly heartless." Mullen found joy in Warman's disappointment. "From the beginning, my loyalty lies with Leeds City, not with Juan. Alas, my dreams of fortune have been dashed." Warman sighed deeply. Mullen reassured him. "If I were you, I would choose the highest odds to bet on. If you win, you become wealthy, and if you lose, you have only incurred a minor cost. Just as I initially wagered on Leeds City winning the championship and Juan claiming the league's golden boot, both at the highest odds, despite seeming the least likely outcomes." Warman widened his eyes in astonishment. "Do you know what the highest odds are?" Whose goal tally for a single season surpassing 50 is astounding, and as Mullen interrupted him, he remarked, "Of course, I know. Does it not sound incredible? 50 goals is an unattainable pinnacle in England. But aren't you inclined to wager, Andy? If it's a gamble, let us wager grandly." Furthermore, while scoring over 50 goals in a single season is remarkable, no one had previously achieved a consecutive 22 matches scoring streak. Yet who accomplished it? "We must have faith in who, Andy?" Warman pondered this and agreed with his friend, nodding. "Then I shall bet £200 on each. If I win, drinks are on me. If I lose, you'll treat me." Neil Mullen chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "No problem. If you lose, I'll buy you a drink to console you." Encouraged by Mullen's willingness to cover his losses, Warman's spirits lifted. "Should I place bets with every bookmaker?" Mullen quickly advised, "Don't be overly driven by profit, Andy. Maintain a playful attitude, and neither wins nor losses will affect your life or work. Moreover, I believe that Lady Luck favors those who are unencumbered by desire at the gambling table." Warman retorted, "If one were truly unencumbered by desire, who would even sit at the table?" Mullen pointed to himself. "I would." Warman chuckled and shook his head. "All right, I was jesting. I certainly understand. I am not a professional gambler." He then expressed, "I cannot fathom a single season with 50 goals. It's terrifying. Furthermore, our Premier League record for consecutive goals is merely 12 matches, 10 fewer than Juan's current streak. Truly unbelievable. How has he managed it?" Mullen refrained from answering his friend's barrage of inquiries, as he too was uncertain. The nature of form is elusive. Although experts can explain Juan's remarkable performance from numerous angles, Mullen believes it ultimately distills down to one word: fortune. When fortune smiles, the path ahead is clear, akin to driving through a series of green lights. Conversely, when fortune frowns, every intersection presents a red light, which is exceedingly vexing. Yet, how one acquires such fortune remains enigmatic. In truth, there is no need to dwell on how Juan achieved this. Mullen is convinced that even under identical conditions, who might not replicate such extraordinary feats, he approaches Juan's performances this season with an appreciation for miracles, an experience that feels singular, one that would evoke lifelong regret if missed. As an ordinary fan, he need not dissect the underlying reasons for Juan's astonishing displays. Admiration suffices. Witnessing Juan continuously shatter and challenge historical records in world football is genuinely exhilarating, especially considering he hails from Leeds, which fills Neil Mullen, a staunch Leeds supporter, with pride. When Leeds secured the Premier League title, It was heralded as a day that would alter the course of English football history. Yet, who could have anticipated this? The impact of that day resonates to this very moment, profoundly altering not only English football, but the entire European football landscape as well. Chapter 389. The Chinese players among the top 8 following the conclusion of the weekend matches across various European leagues, a new chapter of European competition beckons. On Tuesday, 2 UEFA Champions League round of 16 second-leg matches are set to unfold. FC Porto will host North London Rangers, while Alvalade will face Roer in an away match. On Wednesday, Manchester Athletic will challenge Catalonia in an away game, and Madrid Pirates will welcome Stanley Park Rovers to their home ground for another Champions League clash. In the first leg, Porto and North London Rangers ended in a goalless draw. Back at home, Porto aimed to secure a victory, yet they fell prey to counterattacks from their opponents, conceding 2 goals and suffering a significant blow to their morale. Although they managed to score 1 goal in the 79th minute, it was too late to alter their fate. Ultimately, Porto succumbed to a 2-1 defeat at home to North London Rangers, thus missing out on the Champions League quarterfinals. Given the close competition between Porto and North London Rangers, and despite Porto's home advantage, the latter's tactics proved more effective. Therefore, the outcome was not surprising. Nor was the elimination of either team unexpected. However, another match yielded an unexpected turn of events. Roer, having lost the first leg 0-1 to Alvalade, returned home determined to overturn the deficit. They indeed surged ahead in the first half, scoring 2 goals through the efforts of Janis Edman, bringing his UEFA Champions League tally for the season to 6, with a total aggregate of 2-1 in their favor. Roer appeared to be on the verge of advancing to the quarterfinals, especially on their home turf. Roer's home ground, the Figna Arena, is renowned across Europe for its daunting atmosphere, with fans adept at creating an electrifying ambience. This stadium boasts the highest attendance rate in the Bundesliga. While Roer may not possess the same prowess as Blue and White Munich, their supporters exhibit a fervor that surpasses that of their counterparts. This dynamic is reminiscent of the distinction between Madrid Kings and Madrid Pirates. The former is a globally recognized La Liga powerhouse, akin to the status of Blue and White Munich in the Bundesliga, boasting a vast fanbase worldwide. Conversely, Madrid Pirates enjoy stronger local support, fostering a more intense and intimidating home atmosphere. Roer holds significant sway in the Ruhr region, with most of their fans being industrial workers from that area. Playing at home seems to grant Roer a unique advantage, often leading to impressive performances, particularly in prestigious competitions like the Champions League. Today's match was no exception. Their ability to score 2 goals in the first half and seize the lead can be attributed in large part to the fervent support from their home crowd, invigorating the players as if they were fueled by an electrifying energy. With a 1-goal deficit, they launched an aggressive assault from the outset. The players of Alvalade found themselves overwhelmed, conceding 1 goal after another as if they had been utterly defeated. The substantial lead in the first half led all Ruhrland fans to believe that victory over their opponents was a foregone conclusion, and perhaps the players of Ruhrland shared this sentiment. However, as the second half commenced, Alvara's counterattack caught Ruhrland off guard. They equalized in the 59th minute, leveling the score. The aggregate score stood at 2-2. Had the away goals rule not been abolished, Alvalade might have directly eliminated Ruhrland with this score and advanced to the quarterfinals. Now, they could only aim to extend the match into extra time. Therefore, with the aggregate score equalized, Alvalade could not afford to relax. They had to continue to engage tenaciously with Ruhrland. Xiaoyu, once again, entangled John Seth in the match, utilizing his diligent running to stifle Seth's performance. The Alvalade players in the second half demonstrated a collective spirit, performing better than in the first half and surpassing their opponents. Ultimately, they managed to push the match into extra time. In the ensuing 30 minutes of extra play, neither side could find the back of the net, leading to a penalty shootout. Despite leading by 2 goals in the first half, Ruhrland found themselves stubbornly forced into a penalty shootout, and their morale was on the verge of collapse. In such high-pressure situations, an unstable mindset can lead to critical errors. Indeed, after 5 rounds of penalties, Ruhrland converted 2 and missed 2, failing to even wait for the 5th penalty taker, John Seth, to step up before being eliminated. Although Janis Edman was the first to represent his team and successfully converted the initial penalty, he could not alter the ultimate outcome of the match. Overcome with grief, Edman collapsed into Seth's embrace, weeping bitterly. This marked the second consecutive season he had fallen just short of the quarterfinals, a devastating blow to him. The young prodigy, eager to surpass Mark Becker's legacy at Ruhrland, might have to reconsider his future with the team, especially since he had the opportunity to join Real Madrid this summer. While the Ruhrland players were left despondent, the Alvaro players were exuberantly celebrating, with Xia Xiaoyu among them. The Chinese commentator, witnessing this scene, excitedly proclaimed, "Congratulations to Xia Xiaoyu. He is the first Chinese player to reach the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals this season. This is also his first appearance in the quarterfinals, and as a key player. Throughout the two-legged round of 16, he performed exceptionally well, diligently executing the defensive tasks assigned by the coach, particularly in the second half of this match, where he effectively contained Seth. He demonstrated that he was not merely a playmaker, but also capable of solid defense. After years of experience in Europe, Xia Xiaoyu has shown remarkable progress, especially in his physical confrontations. He held his own against Ruhrland players with commendable resilience. We wish him the best as he endeavors to progress further in the upcoming Champions League. Naturally, it would be preferable to avoid an early encounter with Hulai. In fact, Hulai might be considered as having already secured a place in the quarterfinals, having triumphed over Stan Park Rangers with a score of 3-1 in the first leg. Upon returning to their home ground for the second leg, could they truly falter? Yet, astonishingly, they nearly did. During the match against Valencia, Maxi Kelly sustained an injury that forced him to leave the pitch. Post-match reports indicate that the injury is not severe, but he will undoubtedly miss the forthcoming Champions League clash against Stan Park Rangers, and he may even be sidelined for the weekend's league match against Seria. Without Maxi Kelly, the Pirates exhibited a hint of arrogance as they faced Stan Park Rangers at home, believing that a 3-1 victory in the away match guaranteed their success once more. However, the Stan Park Rangers in this match were a different entity from those they faced previously. Head coach Scott Brooks made significant adjustments to his lineup, most notably starting Jimmy Stokes as a central midfielder. Furthermore, the South African forward Tristan Villani, who had missed several matches due to injury, returned to the starting 11. With bolstered midfield and forward lines, Stan Park Rangers approached the match with determination, even managing to score in the first half, altering the aggregate score to 2-3. In yesterday's two Champions League matches, both home teams were eliminated by their visiting opponents, advancing to the quarterfinals. This goal sparked unsettling thoughts among some Madrid Pirates fans and Chinese supporters, raising concerns that the Pirates might indeed falter at home and face elimination. Fortunately, the Madrid Pirates possessed an advantage that the two eliminated teams lacked. They had Hulai. As the second half commenced, Hulai swiftly scored, re-establishing a 2-goal lead for the Madrid Pirates. This goal dealt a significant blow to the morale of Stan Park Rangers. Conceding a goal while they were in high spirits felt akin to a heated iron rod being plunged into cold water. Despite the Rangers' relentless efforts thereafter, their composure was clearly shaken, leading to concerns that as they pressed forward in attack, Hulai might strike again. If he were to score once more, it would spell disaster for them. This illustrates Hulai's tactical significance, which can be regarded as a strategic deterrent. A player of his caliber instills fear in the opposition for every minute he remains on the pitch. Only when he is substituted can the opponents truly breathe a sigh of relief. Thus, even with a grueling schedule of matches, Coach Parati kept Hulai on the field. Fortunately, Hulai has shown remarkable recovery after each match. Otherwise, Parati would hesitate to utilize him so extensively. Following Hulai's goal, the players of the Madrid Pirates gradually regained their composure. No matter how fiercely Stan Park Rangers fought, they were unlikely to disrupt the Pirates as chaotically as before in the first half. The commentator from the German television station expressed a profound sentiment. Had Ruhrrhein possessed a forward as efficient as Hu, they might not have faced such a stalemate against the defensively robust Alvaro in yesterday's match. As the final whistle blew, neither side managed to score again, solidifying the aggregate score at 1-1. The Madrid Pirates eliminated last season's UEFA Champions League runners-up, Stan Park Rangers, with an aggregate score of 4-2, advancing to the quarterfinals. Hulai has become the second Chinese expatriate player this season to reach the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. Chapter 390. A complete farewell to yesterday Cabanca. Cabanca. The stands of the Sagrada Familia Stadium erupted with a continuous cheer, a tribute from the fans of Catalonia to their midfield maestro, number 10, Kendall Cabanca. At this moment, the player, whose name they chanted, was making his way to the sidelines, where teammates awaited his substitution. Relishing the adoration of the crowd, Cabanca strolled toward the edge of the pitch. Behind him, a large screen displayed the current match time and score, 88-41, with Catalonia leading Manchester Athletic by 2 goals. 10 minutes prior, Cabanca had provided his second assist of the match, aiding Edmund Peterson in scoring, thus temporarily sealing the score at 3-1. As the game approached stoppage time, Catalonia's head coach, José Benar, decided to substitute Cabanca early, not for tactical reasons, but purely as a reward, allowing him to bask in the thunderous applause of the fans. This recognition was well-deserved. With 1 goal and 2 assists, Cabanca was undeniably the key player in Catalonia's home victory over Manchester Athletic, having participated in every goal scored by the team. However, after scoring, amidst the roaring celebration of the fans and the exuberant jubilation of his teammates, he refrained from celebrating, as the goal was against his former club, much like 2 weeks prior at the Flying Shuttle Stadium, where he also chose not to celebrate after scoring. Yet, the fans of Manchester Athletic seemed unappreciative, showering him with boos despite his lack of celebratory intent. The bond between Manchester Athletic fans and their former hero had irrevocably severed. Benar aimed to allow Cabanca to enjoy this unique moment as a form of compensation, while simultaneously protecting the new linchpin of the team. In this match, Cabanca scored once more and, even in his home ground, did not celebrate. Perhaps he feared that, given his already controversial status, he might face further criticism post-match. Unable to celebrate immediately after scoring, it was now time for him to revel in the moment as he was substituted. Amidst the resounding cheers, Cabanca raised his hands, waving to the Catalonia fans. Upon seeing his gesture, the cheers and applause intensified. I am uncertain of the sentiments that Manchester Athletic fans might harbor upon witnessing this scene, remarked the English commentator Cox. I can comprehend the ire of the Manchester Athletic supporters. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Cabanca has dedicated 7 years to this club. Throughout this duration, he has garnered every conceivable accolade for Manchester Athletic. The burdens of those unachieved honors do not rest solely upon his shoulders. When he chose to conclude his tenure at Manchester Athletic, he deserved to be celebrated as a hero, receiving blessings and applause rather than jeers. Consider whose time at Leeds was far shorter than Cabanca's at Manchester Athletic. Yet, upon his departure, he was greeted with warmth, banners of affection, and resounding cheers. Contrasted by the solitary hoe directed at Cabanca, perhaps the Manchester Athletic fans ought to learn to let go and allow for a fresh beginning. After Cabanca stepped off the pitch and exchanged farewells with his teammates, he approached Coach Benel, who extended his hand. Expecting a handshake, Cabanca was instead enveloped in an embrace. His hair tousled and back-patted, as the coach whispered, "Well done, Kendall. I am still delighted we secured you last summer." Cabanca merely smiled in response, refraining from verbal acknowledgement. He had forsaken his long-standing allegiance to pursue greater accolades, hoping that the championships he would later acquire would vindicate his transfer to Catalonia last summer, justifying the scorn he endured. Following a season where he was retained at Manchester Athletic, he achieved the Premier League title and the FA Cup, along with the accolade of Premier League Player of the Year. Yet, this did not satiate his ambitions. He sought even loftier honors. In terms of collective achievement, the Champions League title beckoned, while personally, he aspired for the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year. Earlier this year, when he was awarded 3rd place for the previous year's World Player of the Year, he faced skepticism about the legitimacy of his accolade. Some critics even audaciously questioned how Cabanca could be mentioned in the same breath as Merli and Hulai. This illustrates a perception of regression over the past 2 years. Many have forgotten his pivotal role in leading the Brazilian national team to the World Cup final and guiding Manchester Athletic to the Champions League final, dismissing him as a figure of mere renown. It is essential to remember that prior to Hulai's ascent, Kendall Cabanca was widely acknowledged as a prodigious talent, comparable to Merli. Yet now, discussions revolve around the merits of Hulai versus Merli, with Cabanca relegated to a peripheral status. Cabanca perceives that Manchester Athletic's foundation and strength still fall short, hindering their transition from an English powerhouse to a European contender. Thus, he sought refuge at Catalonia, a club that stands as a true European giant, comparable to the likes of Madrid Kings and Bayern Munich. Now, he possesses a sufficiently grand stage, and what remains is to fully unleash his abilities upon it, to prove himself and garner a plethora of accolades. Despite trailing the league leaders, the Madrid Pirates, by 6 points in this season's La Liga, Cabanca has no intention of surrendering. The league will undoubtedly remain fiercely contested. Simultaneously, having advanced to the quarterfinals of the Champions League, Cabanca aspires to realize his Champions League dream with Catalonia. He longs to face either Melli or Hulai in the forthcoming matches. Vanquishing both would clear the path to championship glory. The reigning champions, the Madrid Kings, remain the prime favorites for this season's Champions League title. Meanwhile, the in-form Hulai's team, the Madrid Pirates, is also favored by many. Should Cabanca lead his team to triumph over these two adversaries, he would be emboldened to conquer all of Europe. Shortly after Cabanca's departure from the pitch, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match, half a minute earlier than the stipulated injury time. However, the Manchester Athletic players seemed indifferent. In the remaining moments following Cabanca's exit, they played with a lack of vigor, devoid of spirit. Being defeated by their former teammate was indeed a harsh reality for them. Just a year prior, they had fought side by side in the Champions League. During the round of 16, Manchester Athletic had triumphed over Bordeaux Sports with an aggregate score of 7-2, largely due to Cabanca's heroic contributions. Now, it is truly a bittersweet reflection. After the match concluded, Cabanca re-entered the field, not to celebrate with his teammates, but to offer solace to his former comrades. Manchester Athletic had at least reached the quarterfinals last season, yet this time, they faced elimination in the round of 16, a rather humiliating outcome for the reigning champions of the Premier League. In addition to comforting his teammates, he also embraced and consoled Manchester Athletic's coach, Hiro Gutierrez. Only after fulfilling these gestures did he return to his own team to celebrate their victory. Amidst thunderous applause and cheers, he finally allowed himself to smile openly. The sporadic jeers from Manchester Athletic fans were drowned out by the jubilant cheers of the majority Catalonia supporters, rendering them inaudible. Yet, many Manchester Athletic fans simply gazed blankly at the figure on the field, their eyes filled with memories of him as a 19-year-old who had just arrived at the Ficet Stadium. Time has swiftly passed, 7 years have gone by, and despite the heartfelt promises made, the journey was fraught with challenges, ultimately fading into mere memories. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. They were unable to accompany Cabanca to the pinnacle of European football to savor its splendor. Now, they could only silently watch him revel in victory with his new teammates, bidding farewell to the past. British commentator Matthew Cox aptly stated that they should extend their applause and best wishes to Cabanca. After all, over the span of 7 years, Cabanca has secured 4 league titles, 2 FA Cup championships, 1 League Cup, and 4 Community Shield victories for them. Aside from the absence of European honors, they have claimed every domestic title available. Cabanca has emerged as a formidable contender, rivaling Melli, and has established Manchester Athletic as a dominant force in the Premier League. It is only fitting to applaud such a hero. However, how many of the Manchester Athletic fans, recently eliminated by Cabanca, can truly be so magnanimous? There remains an undeniable sense of discontent. Yet, regardless of their internal sentiments, the truth remains. Both Cabanca and the fans of Manchester Athletic must bid farewell to yesterday. Chapter 391. Cupping therapy. Let me tell you, Juan, we are holding back our strength during this match. The purpose is to confound you. Hulai boasted unabashedly to Zhang Qinghuan, who sat across the dining table. Beside him, Li Qingqing stifled her laughter, remaining silent. Zhang Qinghuan retorted, "Do you even believe that?" Hulai, "Of course. Why wouldn't I? Once you let your guard down, it will be our turn to unleash a devastating performance in the King's Cup final." Zhang Qinghuan scoffed, "Huh? You illustrious Madrid giants need to resort to tricks against us, Seria?" Hulai, with utmost seriousness, replied, "We treat all opponents equally." Zhang Qinghuan, uninterested in Hulai's banter, waved his hand dismissively. "Who would believe you? Well, Juan, I've shared my thoughts with you. If you don't heed my warning, don't blame me for not forewarning you when you face difficulties in the final." Zhang Qinghuan chuckled. "Perhaps you should focus on your league standing instead." Currently, he was a guest at Hulai and Li Qingqing's home, having just concluded a match with Hulai earlier that afternoon. This was the Chinese Derby in La Liga, strategically scheduled at 12:30 p.m. in Spain, aligning perfectly with 7:30 p.m. in China, allowing fans to watch the live broadcast right after the evening news without any inconvenience. In the 27th round of the league, Seria and the Madrid Pirates ended in an 1-1 draw. Hulai opened the scoring, giving the Madrid Pirates an initial lead. However, the team could not maintain this advantage until the final whistle and ultimately conceded an equalizer to Seria. The sole silver lining was that Hu Lai's streak of consecutive goals in the league extended to 23 matches. After this match, Zhang Qinghuan chose not to return to Barcelona with his teammates, but instead accepted Hu Lai and Li Qingqing's invitation to visit their home located in the northwestern suburbs of Madrid. This was his first visit to their residence after numerous trips to Madrid. He intended to enjoy dinner before heading back to Barcelona. What is there to worry about? We currently lead the Kings by 5 points, and even if the Kings win against Turrias tonight, we will still maintain a 2-point lead. Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. In another match played yesterday, Catalonia defeated Loga 2-0 away, temporarily placing them 1 point ahead of the Kings, who have one match in hand, while they lag 4 points behind the Madrid Pirates. Hey, it's easy to say. Just 2 points. It's merely a matter of one match. I must say, when you lose the league championship, do not blame me. I shall certainly not treat you to a meal. Brother Juan, I see you have been waiting here. How much do you earn in a year? Is it really worth such a meal? This sentiment should be directed towards yourself. Zhang Qinghuan chuckled softly. Brother Juan, your concern for our points ranking is touching. Why not stay and watch the match between the Kings and Turrias with us before you leave? If I watch the match, I want to be able to leave. Isn't that perfect? You can rest at my home for a night and depart tomorrow. As you've seen, there are plenty of rooms for you to choose from. Farewell. Zhang Qinghuan clasped his hands together in farewell. Li Qingqing interrupted their banter. Brother Juan, will you invite Sister Juan to watch the Copa del Rey final in person? Certainly. I have already booked her flight in advance. In front of Li Qingqing, Zhang Qinghuan's demeanor became much more serious, shedding the playful attitude he had with Hu Lai. Hey Brother Juan, are you and the little nurse truly living apart? Hu Lai expressed genuine concern for Brother Juan's lifelong affairs. What other option do I have? She believes that moving to Barcelona would merely become my burden. I have advised her repeatedly. I do not think she is merely relying on me. Yet Zhang Qinghuan felt quite helpless. In a romantic relationship, where two individuals are deeply enamored with one another, they still find themselves separated by distance. Sister Juan is an incredibly independent woman. Li Qingqing nodded in admiration. However, indeed, she has her own job and social circle in Jean City. If she were to come to Barcelona, she would have nothing left. Her life would revolve solely around you. I believe that over time, this could lead to complications. Maintaining one's independence is quite beneficial. I agree. Which is why I did not oppose her staying in Jean City. Zhang Qinghuan concurred. But surely, they cannot remain apart indefinitely? Must we wait until you retire for the two of you to truly be together? Hu Lai inquired. She is also learning Spanish and considering acquiring additional skills to prepare for her future departure from the hospital. Li Qingqing asked, has she decided what to pursue? Not yet. Hu Lai interjected suddenly into their conversation. Why not let the little nurse open an acupuncture and massage clinic in Spain? Traditional Chinese medicine, including acupuncture and cupping, is quite popular in the sports scene in Europe and America. Isn't it? Didn't that fellow Peter Williams recently post an Instagram picture of himself with cupping marks? I recall that many La Liga players regularly receive cupping treatments, and within our own team, there are quite a few. Even Ian has boasted about the scars on his back, claiming it to be an Eastern mystical practice. I suggested he have the Big Dipper cupped onto his back for an even stronger mystical effect. Listening to Hu Lai's whimsical ideas, Li Qingqing laughed heartily. However, Zhang Qinghuan's eyes brightened. This is indeed feasible. Cupping, acupuncture, massage. These traditional Chinese practices are popular domestically and equally so in Europe and America. In fact, it is not just footballers. Many athletes from various sports also partake in acupuncture, massage, and cupping. This includes numerous Olympic champions. Their testimonials online have significantly promoted and popularized cupping. Some have even referred to this as the mysterious magic of the East. Regular cupping seems to help them maintain their well-being, alleviate the effects of injuries, and even reduce the likelihood of sustaining injuries. With the endorsement of these athletes, many ordinary people in Europe and America have gradually developed an affinity for cupping, despite possibly being unaware of its Chinese origins. Although Sun Wan is a nurse, she has encountered relevant traditional Chinese medicine training during her time in school. If Sun Wan is uncertain about what to pursue upon arriving in Barcelona, establishing a traditional Chinese therapeutic clinic would indeed be a commendable idea. Li Qingqing wholeheartedly agreed with Hu Lai's suggestion, exclaiming, absolutely, Hu Lai, you have a legitimate idea. Hu Lai, feeling disgruntled, retorted, what do you mean by also have a legitimate idea? When have I not been earnest? Li Qingqing replied, you have been anything but serious just now. Faced with Li Qingqing's remark, Hu Lai opened his mouth, but could muster no retort. Observing his speechlessness, Zhang Qinghuan burst into laughter. Haha, Qingqing makes an excellent point. Before the match between the kings and Turius in Madrid commenced, Zhang Qinghuan concluded the family dinner at Hu Lai's residence and embarked on his solitary journey back to Barcelona. Upon parting, he made a promise to Hu Lai and Li Qingqing that after the Copa del Rey final, he would treat son Juan and the two of them to a meal. Despite the several hours time difference with China, he excitedly conveyed Hu Lai's idea to son Juan on his way home, ensuring that she would see it as soon as she awakened, thus optimizing their communication efficiency. In light of the time difference, they had always communicated in this manner. Unless it was via video, they would each leave messages, awaiting the other's response when time permitted. The more he contemplated the feasibility of this endeavor, the more convinced he became. He was not overly concerned with how prosperous son Juan's traditional Chinese therapeutic clinic would be. What mattered most was that she could be close to him, while both of them maintained their respective careers, avoiding a scenario where their lives revolved solely around each other. Such a condition might be portrayed as an idyllic state in some romantic tales, yet Zhang Qinghuan was acutely aware that it was not conducive in reality. He had no desire to be anyone's subordinate, nor did he wish for son Juan to be his. How many passionate vows have ended in silence? And how many relationships have faltered midway? Only by preserving their independent identities could they journey together for the long haul. For someone as seasoned in romantic experiences as Zhang Qinghuan, grasping this truth was not difficult. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that son Juan shared this understanding. Initially, he perceived son Juan as having a fan-like mentality, fearing that their relationship might not endure. When did this transformation occur? Upon reflection, it seemed to have begun during their joint trip to Madeira, where son Juan gradually became more self-assured. She had grown less dependent than before, even proactively posing questions about what she could do by his side. His initial intent in traveling with son Juan to Madeira was to allow her to see the authentic version of himself. Reflecting upon the journey, it becomes evident that the outcome diverged significantly from his initial plans, yet the result exceeded his expectations. Delving further back into the past, encountering that scoundrel Hu Lai appears to have marked a pivotal moment in his life. With this thought, Zhang Qinghuan broke into a smile. At that moment, a notification chimed on his phone. Son Juan had replied to his message. What a splendid idea. Zhang Qinghuan was taken aback. Aren't you asleep? I can't sleep, haha. Why can't you sleep? You drew with the pirates, and I'm too excited to sleep. Haha. The matches are usually around 7 or 8 o'clock, aren't they? Zhang Qinghuan sent a facepalm emoji, adding that it was merely a draw. I don't care. That's still quite impressive. All right, you should get some rest. You have work tomorrow. I have a night shift tomorrow. Are you still at Hu Lai and Qingqing's place? I just left. I'm on my way back to Barcelona. Did you enjoy your conversation today? It was delightful. Qingqing even asked if you'd come to watch the Copa del Rey final. And we agreed to have dinner together after the match. That sounds wonderful. I can hardly wait for the Copa del Rey final. But it's not until the end of May. That time will be nice as well. The league will be over. When you arrive, I'll take you to explore Spain thoroughly. Sounds great. Haha. I'm quite eager. Will you find it bothersome if I chat with you? Not at all. I'm actually concerned about disrupting your sleep. I'm wide awake now. So will you keep me company? Of course, I have plenty of time on my way home. What would you like to discuss? Let's talk about that idea you mentioned earlier. Do you think I can pursue it? Absolutely, why not? As long as you have the ambition, I will support you. Well, I want to give it a try. I'm uncertain if I can excel. I need to find time to return to school and refresh my studies. I learned it before, but I'm no longer familiar. Zhang Qinghuan adjusted his seat in the business class of the high-speed train from Madrid to Barcelona, reclining comfortably as he engaged in lively conversation with someone on the other side of the Eurasian continent. Time flew swiftly between the enamored pair, and the 2-hour journey passed in the blink of an eye. Upon Zhang Qinghuan's return to his apartment in Barcelona, the match between Madrid's Kings and Turias had concluded. With 2 goals from Messi, the Kings triumphed over Turias with a score of 2-0, reclaiming second place in the league and narrowing the gap with the Madrid Pirates to just 2 points. Upon hearing this result, Zhang Qinghuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Hu Lai. Surely, they won't allow this draw to lead to a last-minute reversal by the Madrid Kings, snatching the championship away, will they? Chapter 392. The crucial goal that grips fate's throat. Luo Kai once again stood on the sidelines of the Red Roof Stadium. He had grown accustomed to this position on the Champions League stage. While he still received consecutive starting opportunities in the league, he often appeared as a substitute in the Champions League. This suggests that, In the eyes of head coach Kevin Locke, he remained a rotational player. Yet to truly establish himself as a key member of the team, as the prestigious UEFA Champions League approached, he found himself frequently rotated out of the lineup. His appearances as a starter in the league were merely due to the necessity of resting the true first-team players. Nevertheless, Roque did not allow this designation to diminish his aspirations. He regarded each opportunity to step onto the pitch as a chance to showcase his abilities. With relentless effort, he believed that there would come a moment when he could seize his opportunity and establish himself as a key player. As the match reached the 70th minute, Kevin Locke made a substitution, bringing on the fresh legs of Roque to replace George Payne. It was evident that Locke intended to adopt a defensive counterattack strategy for the final 20 minutes. Compared to Payne, Roque's speed was superior, making him more suited for this tactical approach. When Roque sprinted onto the field, the scoreboard in the distant stands displayed the current score, 1-0, with the home team, Tremede, in the lead. With an aggregate score of 2-1, Tremede had a slender advantage. With 20 minutes remaining, the Torino Bulls, facing elimination, pushed forward in search of a goal. In response to this situation, Tremede's coach, Kevin Locke, opted to position Roque not as a right midfielder or in a defensive role as in the first leg, but rather as a right winger. The intention was clear: to leverage his speed and attacking prowess to threaten the Torino Bulls' defense, thereby compelling them to hesitate in their all-out offensive. Once Roque entered the fray, the match resumed, and Tremede maintained possession in their defensive half, while the Torino Bulls pressed high. They were acutely aware that this high pressing left them vulnerable, fully cognizant of what Locke's substitution signified. Yet, they had no alternative. The Serie A giants stood on the precipice of elimination. If they did not take a gamble now, they would be forced to bid farewell to their Champions League aspirations for the season. Last season, during the quarterfinals, they had faced Tremede, managing a 3-0 victory at home, and even a 1-2 loss away in the second leg did not prevent their advancement to the semifinals. Yet, as the two teams met again after just one season, the circumstances had transformed drastically. The desperation displayed by Tremede in the second leg last season mirrored the current urgency of the Torino Bulls. In the face of the Torino Bulls' relentless pressing, Tremede appeared remarkably composed. The ball-playing center-back, Scott Wilson, under pressure from Caesar, passed the ball back to goalkeeper Tom Walker. Caesar, undeterred, surged past Wilson, advancing towards Walker. Without pausing to control the ball, Walker sent a swift pass to the right back, Jose Veglicias, who was positioned wide. Caesar immediately pivoted and pursued Veglicias, while Torino's left midfielder, Matija Tobic, also closed in on the right back. With his forward passing options extinguished, Veglicias was compelled to return the ball to Scott Wilson in the center. Caesar, once again, redirected his charge towards Wilson, observing him as he weaves through the ranks of several Tremezzi players, executing a series of shuttle runs. It is indeed hard to believe that this man has already reached the age of 37. In the previous round, he scored a goal for the Torino Bulls, and he continues to fight for this team, unwilling to halt his momentum. Scott Wilson refrained from passing back to the goalkeeper. Instead, he seized the opportunity to advance the ball ahead of Caesar, delivering it to the retreating Connor Kirk. Caesar attempted to pursue once more, but slipped while attempting to change direction, tumbling to the ground. Toby then replaced him, lunging towards Kirk, who exploited the momentary gap left by Toby's advance to pass the ball laterally to the flanking Iglesias. Following a series of precise passes, Iglesias found himself unchallenged by any Torino players. He drove the ball forward, drawing additional Torino players to press him before executing a swift through pass. The ball surged along the sideline, aimed at the awaiting Roque. Behind Roque loomed Torino's left back, Erwin Anet, a French international, who was also applying high pressing. Advancing across the halfway line, as Roque retreated to receive the ball, Anet doggedly shadowed him, closing the distance to within 10 meters of the halfway line. His objective was clear: prevent Roque from turning to advance with the ball. He was well aware of the expansive space behind him. Yet as long as he could deny Roque the chance to pivot, the open area was of little concern. Should circumstances dictate, he could always resort to a foul to halt Roque's progress. When Kirk passed the ball to Iglesias, Roque, who had initially stood at the halfway line, began his retreat. He sensed Anet's presence behind him, acutely aware of the close marking that restricted his space. However, Roque had no intention of receiving the ball. As he observed the approaching football, he suddenly spun to his left, towards the sideline. In the midst of this turn, His left foot anchored his stance while his right foot lifted, allowing the ball to slip through his legs, evading Anet entirely. Anet was taken aback by Roque's clever maneuver. He had anticipated a challenge, but by the time he recognized Roque's intent, it was too late to react appropriately. The ball had already slipped through his legs. Roque completed his turn beside him. "Roque!" exclaimed the English commentator Matthew Cox, his voice brimming with excitement. "What a magnificent turn to evade the defender. He has succeeded." As Roque pivoted, he beheld the ball rolling before him and accelerated to pursue it. Ahead lay a vast expanse of open grass, with two Torino defenders stationed centrally to guard against the striker Papu Bonet and left winger Ricardo Ballier. The sole defender in Roque's vicinity, Erwin Anet, found himself left behind. The ensuing action was straightforward. It was time for a decisive dribble. The other Torino players pursued him relentlessly from behind, but Roque remained undeterred. He recognized that this was the perfect stage to showcase his talents. Dribble, accelerate, dribble, accelerate, dribble. He traversed the ball merely thrice before surging from the halfway line into the penalty area. Behind him, the players of Torino were left trailing, failing to close the gap in the slightest. Papu Bonet and Ricardo Bea also dashed into the box. Among them, the swift Bea took the lead, cutting in from the flank towards the center, raising his arm to signal Rocca for a pass. Rocca slowed his pace, adjusting his steps, leading the Torino defenders to believe he intended to pass to Bea, yet he advanced the ball once more. Unlike his powerful strides outside the box, each touch within the penalty area was notably close and deliberate. At this juncture, it was not speed that mattered, but rather a refined mastery of ball control. After two deft touches, he approached the 6-yard box. The goalkeeper, Albertazzi, charged out, attempting to block his angle of shot. However, Rocca, anticipating Albertazzi's move and the encroaching Torino defenders, struck the ball first, lifting it towards the far corner of the net. The ball soared over Albertazzi's legs and nestled into the back of the Torino goal. "Oh my goodness! Rocca! Rocca! What a splendid goal! My heavens! Absolutely breathtaking." Cox in the commentary booth clasped his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Torino's head coach, Matteo Zaccaroni, had already clasped his head in despair, half kneeling as he witnessed Rocca's turn. He maintained this posture throughout the entirety of Rocca's goal, then pounded the ground in frustration. Words failed him. He had nothing to say. If anything, he felt an urge to utter expletives, the kind only an Italian could muster. Following his magnificent strike, Rocca was brought down by the pursuing Torino player, Thomas Clemenini. Yet, he hardly cared. Upon seeing the ball ripple the net, he sprang to his feet, pivoted, and dashed towards the corner flag, plunging into the throng of Tremade fans who had surged to the front row. Rocca, in the 76th minute, he extended Tremade's lead. With mere minutes left in the match, Tremade was 2 goals ahead of Torino on home soil. What a miraculous substitution. Incredible. This goal could easily be deemed the best of this Champions League round. A breathtaking run exceeding 50 meters. A turn brimming with flair and imagination, coupled with lightning speed. Simply marvelous. Ricardo Bea rushed in, enveloping Rocca from behind, exclaiming excitedly in his ear, "Brilliant, Rock. Absolutely brilliant. You deserve this. You truly do." Amidst the crowd, Rocca leaned towards the stands, entirely unperturbed by the risk of falling, for he could feel countless hands lifting and embracing him. It was as if he were submerged in a warm ocean, his body gently swaying with the waves, the roars and cheers of fans and teammates resonating in his ears. In that moment, he sensed that he had finally grasped that elusive opportunity. No, he had seized the very throat of destiny. If I cannot secure a starting position now, then let fate itself perish. Chapter 393. Water flows upward, there is little to say. It is time to fight with our backs against the wall, gentlemen. With 45 minutes remaining in the match, if we have managed to level the score, we can certainly advance further and eliminate them. This was the fervent message delivered by the team's head coach, Jaap Munster, to his players during halftime. Chun Xingyi resonated deeply with these words, for he too found himself at a critical juncture, where he must fight against all odds. A week prior, in the other 2 UEFA Champions League round of 16 matches, Xia Xiaoyu and Hulai both successfully propelled their teams into the quarterfinals. Just yesterday, in the Champions League, Luo Kai also played a pivotal role in helping Tremade eliminate Torino at home. Following the match, English media even heralded his goal as the best in the round of 16. Look at this elevation. Of the 4 Chinese players participating in the Champions League this season, 3 have already reached the quarterfinals. The pressure now rests squarely on his shoulders, and he is determined not to be the odd one out. Moreover, he yearns to witness the quarterfinals, for in his 3 seasons in European football, he has yet to experience such heights. Last season, Amsterdam Athletic was unfortunate to encounter the Madrid Pirates, featuring Juan, in the round of 16, resulting in their elimination. This season, Amsterdam Athletic faces last season's League One champions, Paris Ager, a formidable opponent, though not as daunting as the Madrid Pirates. Despite suffering a 1-2 defeat at home in the first leg against Paris Ager, Amsterdam Athletic displayed resilience in the return leg, achieving a 2-1 victory, thus leveling the aggregate score at 3-3. For Zhang Qinghuan, the phrase "fighting with our backs against the wall" carries yet another significance. He does not wish to remain with Amsterdam Athletic any longer. He longs for a grander stage, to witness broader horizons. This encounter with Paris Ager has further solidified his aspirations. Observing their captain, the striking talent Mendy Payet, he envisions a reflection of his own future. Mendy Payet rose to prominence at an early age, becoming a coveted prodigy across Europe by the age of 17. Though nurtured by Paris Ager, it is widely believed that he will ultimately depart for a more prestigious club, with Paris Ager merely serving as a stepping stone. It is no surprise that such thoughts prevail, for while Paris Ager is indeed a powerhouse, their solitary Champions League triumph dates back to the distant year of 1993. Furthermore, the overall influence of League One cannot be compared to that of the other 4 leagues, particularly the Premier League and La Liga, which far surpass the rest. For a prodigious talent like Payet, remaining with Paris Ager would hinder his ascent to the status of a true global superstar. Zhang Qinghuan once faced Payet as a member of the Chinese national team in a friendly match against France in 2026. At that time, Mendy Payet was a vigorous 26 years old, still with Paris Ager. Clearly, he has lingered on this stepping stone for too long. At that time, rumors circulated that he was about to leave Paris Ager for a more prestigious club, such as Bayern Munich, Catalonia, or Real Madrid. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Payet is now 29 and still remains with Paris Ager. At this juncture, even if he yearns to depart, the prospect of joining a superior club seems unattainable due to his advancing age. Bayern Munich had pursued him fervently, but ultimately, 2 years ago, they acquired Marc Becher from Rhein, abandoning all prior efforts to secure Payet. Following the acquisition of Cabanca, Catalonia's interest in Payet has also dwindled significantly. As for Real Madrid, they might still covet him, especially with Salado set to retire at the end of this season. However, with Melli firmly established, Payet's role at Real Madrid would likely be that of a subordinate. It remains uncertain whether he would be willing to accept such an arrangement. If he were to join a lesser club that lacks the stature of Paris Ager, what would be the rationale for his departure? Paris Ager has consistently expressed a desire to extend Payet's contract for an additional 5 years. Should he sign, it would virtually signify that he has devoted the prime years of his career to Paris Ager, reaching the age of 34 upon contract expiration. No one anticipated that the player who once aspired to achieve greatness at a top-tier club would ultimately become a symbol of loyalty to a single city. There are still voices that suggest Payet's exceptional talent does not align with his apparent ambition, as he seems unperturbed by the idea of playing abroad. He does not perceive remaining at Paris Ager as a misfortune. Not becoming a global superstar or succeeding the 4 kings does not seem to trouble him. Some lament that had Payet left Paris Ager earlier, he might have secured the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year title before Melli. Yet, he now finds himself without a Champions League title, tirelessly striving for victory each year with Paris Ager. What merit is there for a player lacking a Champions League title to claim the Ballon d'Or or the FIFA World Player of the Year? With his capabilities, had he chosen to join Bayern Munich, Catalonia, or Real Madrid, these honors would likely have been within his grasp. Moreover, had he truly signed with Real Madrid, Melli's future there would be uncertain, as the club would focus on nurturing Payet following Salado's decline in form due to age. Zhang Qinghuan reflects on his own future upon seeing Payet. As a Chinese player, securing a starting position at a prestigious Dutch club like Ajax seems quite commendable. Indeed, if one harbors modest ambitions, it represents a remarkable career for a Chinese player. After all, no Chinese player has ever played for a renowned club like Ajax, let alone maintained a long-term starting role. Qin Lin spent merely 5 seasons at Frankfurt White Deer, during which he was often not a starting player. Yet, after retirement, he became a revered figure, eventually being inducted into the club's Hall of Fame. If Zhang Qinghuan could emulate Payet's achievements at Ajax Amsterdam, he would undoubtedly ascend to legendary status within this prestigious club. However, what if he possessed the capability to grace a grander stage? At the age of 26, he stands at the same crossroads that Payet faced at that age when they once clashed. Should he remain at Ajax, or dare to venture into one of the top 5 leagues? He wonders if, in a few years, at the age of 30, he will still be at Ajax Amsterdam. Many liken him to water, flowing effortlessly downstream. But must he truly follow that course downward? He yearns for a more illustrious stage. But how can he reach that magnificent realm? He must deliver a more compelling performance in the Champions League, demonstrating the ability to determine the outcome of matches. As the 90 minutes of regular play concluded, Ajax Amsterdam unexpectedly led Paris Ager 2-1 on their home turf. This brought the aggregate score to 3-3, necessitating extra time in this season's Champions League round of 16. Last week, Alvaro had pushed Roer Rhine into extra time away from home, ultimately eliminating their opponents through a penalty shootout. Could this match between Ajax Amsterdam and Paris Ager also reach penalties? After 90 minutes of regular play, and with an additional 30 minutes of extra time looming, Zhang Qinghuan felt fatigue setting in. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, unwilling to reveal any semblance of weakness. How could he aspire to a grander stage if he fell in the round of 16 for 3 consecutive seasons? If Roque could score such stunning goals, what set him apart from Chun? Reflecting on his high school days, he recalls being a more dazzling presence than Roque or Hulai. Ajax Amsterdam initiated an attack down the right flank, drawing the attention of Paris Ager's defense entirely towards that side. In contrast, the left flank, where Zhang Qinghuan found himself, represented Paris Ager's vulnerable side. The Ajax assault would inevitably shift towards him. At that moment, he knew he could not afford to be absent from the action. Zhang Qinghuan, determined, sprinted down the left side, striving to keep pace with his team's advance. As he reached the 30-meter zone, he noticed Paris Ager's defensive formation leaning further towards Ajax's right. He slowed down, raised his arm high to signal his teammates to pass the ball his way. On the right flank, Ajax's right back, Jacob Harlan, positioned himself to send the ball into the vacant area at the back post of Paris Ager's penalty box. As Harlan delivered the pass, Zhang Qinghuan accelerated, opting not to make a direct run towards the goal, but instead angling towards the back post. As the ball sailed over the heads of all the defenders in Paris Ager's box, Zhang Qinghuan arrived just in time, poised to unleash a powerful shot with his left foot. Clement Yassui, the goalkeeper of Paris Ager, managed to parry the ball, but in doing so, his left foot inadvertently brought the football right at his feet. Admittedly, Zhang Qinghuan himself had slightly overcommit, yet he exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly regaining his balance and overcoming the inertia, darting back towards the ball to unleash a powerful strike with his right foot. The French international goalkeeper struggled to rise from the ground, attempting to deflect the ball once more, but it was merely a futile effort. The football plunged into the net of Paris Ager. In the 108th minute of the match, Zhang Qinghuan delivered a decisive blow to the heart of Paris Ager with his second goal in this season's Champions League. Chapter 394. UEFA understands well as Zhang Qinghuan raised his arm to signal his teammates for a pass. He had already made a diagonal run into the penalty area. Simultaneously, he kept glancing towards the distant Jacob Harlan, and upon witnessing the latter initiate a cross, he immediately accelerated towards the far post. The ball soared high, traversing over numerous players from both sides, heading towards the weak side of Paris Ager. All eyes followed the trajectory of the football, only to behold Zhang Qinghuan poised to execute an aerial strike with his left leg. The goalkeeper Clement Yassui dove back in a desperate attempt, but was skillfully deceived by Zhang Qinghuan. His lifted left foot did not strike the ball, but instead controlled it. The airborne delivery was brought down onto the ground. As Zhang Qinghuan landed, he surged forward once more, swiftly retrieving the ball before the other Paris Ager defenders could intervene. With a resounding thud, the football soared above the outstretched arms of Yassui into the goal. What a splendid goal! Zhang Qinghuan, absolutely magnificent. In the 108th minute of the match, just as the second half of extra time commenced, Zhang Qinghuan scored for Amsterdam Athletic. This goal was of utmost significance. Amsterdam Athletic now led with an aggregate score of 4-3, temporarily gaining the upper hand in their quest for a place in the quarterfinals. Amid the fervent shouts of commentator Hifong, the scene depicted Zhang Qinghuan racing in celebration. Instead of heading towards the corner flag, he sprinted towards the visiting team's bench. First, he executed a deft feint to evade a teammate rushing towards him, then abruptly halted and changed direction, allowing a second wave of teammates to pass by him. Ultimately, he plunged into the throng before the coaching staff, embracing head coach Jupp Munster. Soon, more players from Amsterdam Athletic, as if a river that had momentarily parted, reunited to envelop them both. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the ecstatic shouts of Amsterdam Athletic players, juxtaposed with the jeers and roars from the home fans of Paris Ager. Gradually, these sounds diminished until they faded away, giving way to a voiceover. In a Champions League round of 16 match that concluded in the early hours of this morning, Zhang Qinghuan netted a crucial goal during extra time, ultimately assisting Amsterdam Athletic in achieving a remarkable turnaround, defeating Paris Ager 3-1 away. Thus, they eliminated their opponents with an aggregate score of 43, advancing into the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Consequently, all 4 Chinese players participating in this season's Champions League have reached the last 8, marking a historic first for Chinese expatriate footballers. Last season, only Hu Lai and Luo Kai made it to the quarterfinals. The presence of all 4 players this season is a testament to the remarkable progress our national footballers have made after several seasons of experience. The comments section of this news is filled with fervent messages from Chinese fans. Some exuberantly declare, "This is a historic day for Chinese football." Others express their awe, saying, "I can't bear to look at this beautiful scene." There are those who begin to dream of the future, with all 4 in the quarterfinals. Won't the draw easily yield a Chinese derby? How thrilling. To the one above, if I were you, I would not wish for a Chinese derby. Why not? Is a Chinese derby not desirable? At least it ensures that 2 Chinese players reach the semifinals. Let us be bold and think bigger. Why not envision a Final Four comprising Madrid Pirates, Tremede, Alvara, and Amsterdam Athletic? My goodness, brother, you really dare to dream. What do you take the Kings and Catalonia for? If we are to dream, why not aim high? Otherwise, what is the point of dreaming? Little star. Shall we meet again in the quarterfinals? Before the draw for the Champions League quarterfinals, Hu Lai tagged Zhang Qinghuan in the group chat. Zhang Qinghuan responded curtly, "Get lost." Hu Lai then tagged Xia Xiaoyu. "What do you think of us?" Xia Xiaoyu covered his face. "I'd rather not." Hu Ge, Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guangwei, and Morikawa Junping applauded. Hu Lai, go torment Mary instead. Exactly. Avenge Mary and defeat the Kings. Those who enjoy the spectacle began to cheer. Hu Lai scoffed. Can you all be a bit more creative? Is there no one else in Europe besides Mary? Wang Guangwei chuckled. That doesn't matter. We just want to see you and Mary battle it out. The crowd echoed. Old Wang is right. Yesterday, all the matches of the Champions League round of 16 concluded. Besides the teams of the 4 Chinese players that advanced to the quarterfinals, the other 4 quarterfinalists were also determined. Blue and White Munich defeated St. Petersburg Metallurgy 31 away in the first leg, returning home to triumph 42, with an aggregate score of 73. The Madrid Kings won 21 at home against Westphalia in the second leg, advancing with an aggregate score of 51. Thus, the 8 quarterfinalists are Amsterdam Athletic, Blue and White Munich, Tremede, Madrid Kings, Catalonia, Madrid Pirates, North London Wanderers, and Alvara. La Liga boasts 3 teams, the Premier League 2, with 1 each from the Bundesliga. Eredivisie and Primera Liga, League 1 and Serie A have both been eliminated. After all 8 quarterfinalists were announced, attention turned to the draw for the quarterfinals. Tonight marks the UEFA ceremony for the quarterfinal draw. The most significant difference between the quarterfinal and round of 16 draws is the absence of any restrictions. During the draw for the quarterfinals, the first-place teams must face off against the second-place teams from their respective groups, while the first and second-place teams from the same group are required to avoid each other. However, upon reaching the semifinals, no such avoidance rules apply. The allocation of teams becomes entirely random, leading to a chaotic scenario where any outcome is conceivable. Therefore, it is highly likely that 2 matches could feature Chinese derbies. Or conversely, a rather extreme situation might arise where 4 Chinese players never encounter one another. This is not a matter of luck, but rather hinges entirely on whether UEFA decides to intervene. For instance, what if UEFA wishes to orchestrate a narrative of Hu Lai seeking revenge against Meili? In that case, the Madrid Kings could potentially face the Madrid Pirates once again in the Champions League. Alternatively, if UEFA recalls that Meili's true rival before Hu Lai was actually Ka Bang Ka, the national derby might unfold in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. In summary, anything is possible, dependent solely on who garners the most attention. Currently, not only Hu Lai, but also Chen Xingyi and Xia Xiaoyu, who have reached the quarterfinals of the Champions League, are gathered with others, eagerly awaiting the draw ceremony on television. Across the globe, countless fans and media reporters are equally captivated. This is the allure of the most prestigious football tournament in the world, the influence of the UEFA Champions League. Its impact transcends geographical and linguistic barriers, even overcoming time differences. The draw for the quarterfinals is being held at UEFA's headquarters in Zurich. Prior to the commencement of the draw, the best goal from this season's round of 16 matches was announced. Luo Kai's goal against Torino earned him this prestigious title. Upon seeing the announcement on television, a smile finally graced Luo Kai's face. He knew that the media had rallied for him, and he genuinely hoped to receive this honor. Although this accolade does not confer any substantial rewards, merely a nominal recognition, Luo Kai perceives it as a milestone in his 3-year overseas career. He has finally escaped the fate of being a mere supporting player, stepping onto the mainstream stage for the first time. With his aspirations fulfilled, his previously tense body relaxed, and he found himself devoid of expectations for the upcoming draw results. He felt ready to face anyone, knowing he would give his all regardless of the opponent. Luo Kai has finally risen to prominence, a feat not easily achieved. Chen Xingyi remarked in the group chat, "I thought he would be perpetually unlucky." This is a classic case of turning misfortune into fortune. No one can be perpetually unfortunate. Moreover, that goal was indeed beautiful. Wang Guangwei, Hu Lai, little star. You ought to be ashamed. Why didn't you outshine Luo Kai with that goal against Paris Ager? Chen Xingyi, get lost. As the group engaged in playful banter, the live draw on television commenced, and an instant hush fell over the chat. Everyone's attention shifted from jesting to intensely focusing on the television screen. The first pair drawn was the Madrid Kings against Catalan Union. Zhang Qinghuan. Wow, UEFA is truly something else. As expected, a national derby. Chen Xingyi. It seems your grudge with Meili pales in comparison to the dynamic between Meili and Ka Bang Ka. Ultimately, it was a misguided investment, sigh. Sichuan Junping. Little star, how do you know so much? As the discussion unfolded, the second pair of competing teams was revealed. Amsterdam Athletic versus Alvara. Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed, "Oh dear, a civil war. How shocking." Xia Xiaoyu sent a surprised emoji, while Chen Xingyi exclaimed, "Wow." Hu Lai added, "This time, there's absolutely no mistake." Wang Guangwei optimistically remarked, "On the bright side, at least one of you will make it to the semifinals." Sichuan Junping expressed envy through a JPG. In the third matchup, Madrid Pirates versus Trelamed. Incredible. UEFA truly understands the game. Chen Xingyi clapped in admiration. Haha, what a spectacle. This is going to be thrilling. The group chat erupted with excitement. In front of the television, Hu Lai, seated comfortably on the sofa, glanced at the animated friends in the WeChat group, a smile gracing his face. In a luxurious apartment in Manchester, Luo Kai stood before the screen, vigorously pumping his fist. He finally understood the reward for seizing his fate. He was not merely competing to reclaim something. He aimed to demonstrate his superiority over Hu Lai. Chapter 395. Motivation. Luo Kai received the ball on the flank, feigning a run along the sideline. As he leaned forward, the left back, Joseph Rogers, swiftly pivoted to match his speed. Being teammates, they had clashed countless times during training. Rogers knew that if he waited for Luo Kai to push the ball forward, it would be too late. He had to move preemptively. Luo Kai anticipated this very moment. Although his body appeared to lean outward, he deftly flicked the ball inward with the inside of his left foot. He did not abruptly halt or change direction. Instead, he accelerated in the same motion, circumventing Rogers and reclaiming the ball before him. A wave of gasps erupted from both the sidelines and the field due to his remarkable maneuver. "Hey, Ro!" Ricardo Bailea raised his arm, cutting diagonally toward the center, signaling Luo Kai for a pass. However, Luo Kai glanced at the goal and opted to shoot directly. He unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot. England's goalkeeper, Tom Walker, hesitated to catch the ball, fully aware of the tremendous force behind Luo Kai's shot. Consequently, he punched it away. With a dull thud, the ball was sent flying out of the penalty area. Luo Kai watched the ball soar away, appearing quite disappointed. Was he dissatisfied with his performance? The assistant coach, Cohen Melbourne, was taken aback. That maneuver to bypass Rogers had been exquisite. Head coach Kevin Locke chuckled. If he doesn't score in the end, then all those brilliant dribbles mean nothing. He believed Luo Kai was likely feeling this way. Ro's training form is excellent. I know he always works hard during practice. However, today his performance in training was somewhat unexpected, as if he had suddenly found his rhythm, Melbourne remarked. I suspect it might be related to the results of yesterday's Champions League quarterfinal draw, Kevin Locke speculated. The draw results? Melbourne seemed perplexed. What significance does our match against the Madrid Pirates hold for him? I heard that Luo and who played together at a high school in China. They have been teammates since their student days. Melbourne was astonished. He had no idea they shared such a connection. Locke nodded. I only recently learned about it. And I was just as surprised when I first heard the news. I believe Luo might be particularly motivated because he has the chance to reunite with an old friend on the pitch. Wow. Just thinking about the fact that they knew each other in high school and are now meeting again in the Champions League fills me with boundless inspiration. Melbourne reflected. Thus, our encounter with the Pirates in the quarterfinals may not be entirely unfavorable. Therefore, I am considering starting Luo, of course, depending on his recent form in the league. Melbourne concurred, certainly. Even disregarding his motivation against the Pirates, based on his performance against Torino, we should afford him more opportunities. He possesses a speed on the right flank that Payne lacks. Goodness, this Champions League quarterfinal draw is splendid. We are sure to have two players reaching the semifinals. Why not say that this means two of us could be eliminated from the semifinals? I cannot truly believe that 4 Chinese players could all make it to the Final Four. The encounter between Luo Kai and Hu Lai is indeed unexpected. Weren't they from the same high school? Yet, why does their relationship seem somewhat distant? Could someone enlighten us? Indeed, I am not the only one to notice this peculiar phenomenon. Hu Lai maintains good relations with many, frequently interacting online, even with his high school rival, Chen Xingyi. Yet, it seems there has been no interaction between him and Luo Kai. Logically, considering they both attended the same high school and played football together, shouldn't they be quite familiar with one another? No one dictates that attending the same school guarantees a close relationship. With so many people at your school, does that mean you are friends with everyone? Hu Lai's good rapport with Chen Xingyi likely stems from their shared experiences at Shining Star. It is said that Zhao Kongming initially intended to have Shining Star loan Luo Kai, but he declined, leading to Chen Xingyi being loaned instead. As for why Luo Kai refused, that remains a mystery. Why would Luo Kai decline? Isn't he from Anong? What could be wrong with serving his hometown team? I have heard from my senior at Dongchuan High School that Luo Kai and Hu Lai had a rather average relationship during their student days. Following the announcement of the Champions League quarterfinal matchups, a wave of discussion erupted online in China. Overall, people were quite satisfied with the draw. Even though the vision of 4 Chinese players uniting in the Champions League semifinals was dashed for some extremists. However, the majority of fans remain quite rational, understanding that a dialogue between the two is indeed the most desirable outcome. At the very least, it would guarantee both individuals a place in the top 4. Yet, a wave of gossip has suddenly swept through the internet, piquing curiosity about the relationship between Hu Lai and Luo Kai, causing public attention to seemingly stray from the core matter. Fortunately, Luo Kai has never openly expressed his affection for Li Qingqing, nor has Hu Lai divulged to outsiders about Luo Kai's unrequited love for her, aside from a few close friends in their circle. Hence, while speculation swirls around the connection between Luo Kai and Hu Lai, no one seems to consider Li Qingqing in the equation. There have been tales circulating online about Hu Lai and Li Qingqing from their school days. And it is common knowledge that Li Qingqing once coached Hu Lai when he was merely a novice in football. This narrative has become widely acknowledged. After Hu Lai and Li Qingqing announced their relationship, it was only natural for everyone to conclude that their story began with her coaching him in the sport. Their eventual union did not come as a surprise, for the tales are deeply ingrained in the public consciousness, leading many to believe that despite Luo Kai and Hu Lai being classmates in high school alongside Li Qingqing, it is entirely reasonable that Luo Kai's name is absent from their shared history. After all, while Li Qingqing taught Hu Lai the intricacies of football, she never extended the same mentorship to Luo Kai. In the home team's locker room at the Red Top Stadium, Luo Kai heard his name uttered by head coach Kevin Locke. He had just been named in the starting lineup for the match against North London Rangers. Having recently played in the Champions League, starting in the league match was not an unusual occurrence for him. He had previously experienced being substituted in during the Champions League only to start in the league match that followed. However, those instances were due to the coach allowing the primary players a chance to rest, leaving him to ponder whether this occasion was different. Nevertheless, he resolved to give his utmost effort, much like he did in the Champions League. Ricardo Balaya made a breakthrough down the left flank and delivered a cross. The forward Papu Bonnet, advancing centrally, drew away the defenders of North London Rangers, creating an opening at the back post. The ball soared across the central area, heading straight for the goal's rear corner. Luo Kai surged into the penalty area, skillfully controlling the incoming ball with his chest. His movements flowed seamlessly. Without allowing the ball to touch the ground, he unleashed a powerful left-footed strike. Within the penalty arc, the ball shot forth like a streak of light, flying directly towards the upper corner of the goal. North London Rangers goalkeeper, Julian Lame, leapt into the air, quick to react. Yet, against the forceful shot from Luo Kai, he was too slow. The ball grazed the underside of the crossbar and found its way into the net before he could reach it. Luo Kai, it's a goal. What a splendid strike. Wow. Merely 22 minutes into the first half, Luo Kai has given Tramed a lead with a stunning volley from the edge of the penalty area. Luo, after scoring in the midweek Champions League round of 16, he has once again opened the scoring for Tramed in the league. His recent form has been nothing short of extraordinary. After scoring, Roque sprinted towards the corner flag, gesturing triumphantly with clenched fists and roaring toward the Tramed fans in the stands of the Red Roof Stadium. His expression was fierce and intense. This time, even the fickle goddess of fate, who had often flaunted her power before him, seemed to retreat. With goals in consecutive matches, he is striving to secure a place in the starting lineup for Tramed's quarterfinal clash against the Madrid Pirates in the Champions League. He is determined to meet Hulai for this grand encounter. Chapter 396. Racing down a path never before trodden goodness. Roque is on fire. Scoring in back-to-back matches is a first since his overseas journey. After expressing his astonishment in the group chat, Chen Xingyi tagged Hulai. "Hey, are you feeling anxious now?" Hulai, tagged in the message, replied nonchalantly, "Why would I be worried?" Faced with the prospect of encountering a lethal Roque in the quarterfinals of the Champions League, he added, "You all are in for a rough time." Hulai, huh? As if my form were lacking. Is it not satisfactory? Upon reading Chen Xingyi's comment, Hulai furrowed his brow, momentarily puzzled, unable to discern whether it was his eyes or his mind that had failed him, as he could not comprehend the meaning behind Chen Xingyi's words. Not just Hulai, but others in the group expressed their confusion as well. Senkawa Junpei posted a questioning emoji, while Zhang Qinghuan gradually typed out 3 question marks. Xia Xiaoyu spoke on Hulai's behalf. Brother who has scored in 23 consecutive league matches. Is that not commendable? Of course not. Chen Xingyi declared emphatically. Xiaoyu, count them. Since his hat trick against the Kings, how many times has he only scored once? In 9 matches, 8 have seen just a single goal. He only netted 2 in the away match against Stan Park Rangers in the Champions League. He has only managed 15 goals from the start of the year until now. Zhang Qinghuan once again typed out 3 question marks slowly. Senkawa Junpei, are you hearing this? Wang Guangwei could no longer contain himself. Xingyi, is that how you speak? What do you mean by only 15 goals? What do you mean by 8 matches with just 1 goal? Xia Xiaoyu echoed, exactly. Brother who scores in every match. Even if it's just 1 goal, that is still impressive. Chen Xingyi retorted. Humph, you are measuring him by ordinary standards. But is he an ordinary person? He is not. He is extraordinary. Can an ordinary person score 30 goals in a half season? Can an ordinary person score in 23 consecutive matches? Since he is not ordinary, why should we hold him to ordinary standards? We must assess Hulai by his own standards. According to Hulai's standards, scoring just 1 goal per match is tantamount to not scoring at all. Chen Xingyi's arguments were so persuasive that others could only respond with exclamations of disbelief. However, Hulai was not among them. He had already set aside his phone and joined his teammates as they exited the locker room, preparing to face Getafe 1326. Kamara delivered a precise 45-degree cross from the right flank, sending the ball into the penalty area of Getafe 1326. As he passed the ball, Hulai was making a diagonal run into the box. He was relentlessly pursued by the central defender of Getafe 1326, who clung tightly to Hulai, denying him any opportunity to seize the ball. Under such close scrutiny, it seemed improbable for Hulai to maintain possession within the penalty area. Yet, Hulai had no intention of controlling the ball at all. Glancing back at the trajectory of the football, he made a slight adjustment, braced himself against the central defender of Getafe 1326, and swung his left leg with determination. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, he unleashed a stunning volley. Bang! The football soared towards the goal like a cannonball. From such a close range, with such overwhelming force, Even if the Getafe 1326 goalkeeper attempted to make a save, it would be futile. The ball had already found its way into the net before he could react. Wow. Guau. Unbelievable. Incredulous. It was simply astonishing. The Spanish commentator, Alvarez Sanchez, exclaimed in awe. Just 3 minutes into the match, Hulai had already given the Madrid Pirates the lead. He had scored in 24 consecutive league matches. He was sprinting down a path that no one had ever traversed before. No one knew where this journey would ultimately lead him, nor could anyone predict how long he would continue this relentless run. But it mattered not. This unyielding pursuit was already a testament to greatness. My goodness, scoring just 3 minutes into the match? Has Hulai gone insane? Zhang Qinghuan was equally astonished. Previously, after Hulai broke the record set by Salados, he became the target of intense scrutiny, facing formidable opposition from defenders in every match. Scoring a goal felt nearly insurmountable. Thus, many believed that Qinghuan was merely speaking in jest about the standards of ordinary people versus Hulai's own. It was true that throughout the majority of his matches in 2029, Hulai had only managed to score a single goal. However, one must consider the caliber of the defenses he faced. Even if Samir Sports had a porous defense, they would still exert every effort to prevent Hulai from scoring. Against the Phoenicians, he had to rely on penalties to find the net. In matches against Sevilla and Valencia, Hulai was closely monitored, his jersey stained and torn, emerging from each contest marked by bruises and scars. Facing such relentless defense, most forwards would have long since surrendered. Even when Hulai managed to score, it was often through sheer effort and a stroke of fortune. In this match against Getafe 1326, everyone was mentally prepared, not to mention whether Hulai could score. Even if he did, it would likely require every ounce of strength he had. It was akin to rowing upstream. The further one ventured, the more difficult it became. Exhaustion could easily bring an end to his record of consecutive goals. Yet, no one anticipated that Hulai would score so early in the match. And not only was the goal early, but it was also effortlessly achieved. Kamara provided a cross from a 45-degree angle, and Hulai, positioning himself perfectly, struck the ball without breaking his stride. The football soared into the net, despite the relentless presence of Getafe's center back, who shadowed Hulai closely throughout the entire sequence of the goal, doing nothing but watching as his team conceded. Wang Guangwei remarked to Qinghuan, "Is this what you meant by Hulai's poor form?" Qinghuan replied with a sense of triumph, "Do you think I've been undermined by Hulai? Who's to say it wasn't Hulai who was inspired by me?" Wang Guangwei, taken aback, expressed his disbelief. "I've never realized you could be so insufferable." Qinghuan retorted, "It's all Hulai's fault. Proximity breeds influence, after all." Wang Guangwei seized the opportunity to counter. "So you admit to being insufferable?" Yet, Qinghuan remained unfazed. "What is wrong with being insufferable? Look at Hulai. His audacity hasn't hindered his success. In fact, it's arguably a key to it." "How so?" Zhang Qinghuan inquired. "When one reaches the depths of audacity, they become invincible," came the collective response of disbelief. Following Hulai's goal just 3 minutes into the match, he failed to score again until halftime, enduring Getafe's desperate defensive tactics that rendered him nearly immobile in the midfield. During the intermission, the group exchanged thoughts on the first half. "It's too early to determine whether Hulai's performance is good or bad," Qinghuan commented. "Since he has only netted 1 goal. Let us not be overly critical, little star. You saw the nature of the defense Hulai faced. It was practically a brawl. Scoring even once under such conditions is commendable," Wang Guangwei countered. "I believe Hulai should be substituted earlier in the second half to conserve energy for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers against Iraq," he suggested. Qinghuan disagreed. "That is not the right mindset, old Wang. If one merely considers scoring a single goal as fulfilling their duties, adopting a minimalistic approach could lead to scoring none at all." "But hasn't he already scored?" queried Wang Guangwei. "What about the next match? The match after that? Come on, little star, you're really pushing Hulai to his limits. Even a workhorse wouldn't endure such pressure," Wang Guangwei noted. Qinghuan, with a smirk, responded, "I genuinely hope Hulai continues to score. I want to see how far he can traverse this uncharted path. While we may never reach such heights, it would be splendid for him to explore that realm on our behalf." Wang Guangwei was moved by Qinghuan's words and ceased the argument, falling into a thoughtful silence. As if in unison, the others in the chat also refrained from further comment. Qinghuan's poignant statement lingered, becoming the final entry in the chat. Meanwhile, the second half between the Madrid Pirates and Getafe commenced. Just 3 minutes in, Hu Lai, displaying remarkable agility within the penalty area, deftly netted a rebound from Wakovic's long-range shot, achieving a brace and propelling the Pirates to a 2-goal lead. Amidst the thunderous roars at Pirate Park, Hu Lai sprinted toward the corner flag, leaping high before landing jubilantly. Meanwhile, on the television broadcast, commentators from around the globe were fervently chanting his name. Ho! Chapter 397. The second half of the 12-strong matches. Xia Xiaoyu. A splendid long pass. He accurately pinpointed the gap behind the Iraqi defense. Accompanied by the enthusiastic shouts of commentator He Feng, the white football carved a pale trajectory across the verdant grass, traversing nearly half the pitch, rolling from the Chinese team's defense to that of Iraq. Behind the ball, a figure clad in red was sprinting at full throttle, relentlessly pursuing it. There were no Iraqi defenders in close proximity. They had all been left in the dust by Luo Kai. His speed had surged to an exhilarating peak. It was as if we were witnessing a cheetah racing across the field. The fluidity and rhythm of Luo Kai's movements exuded a captivating athleticism. His posture was striking. As he straightened his upper body, his arms swung alternately, reminiscent of a cheetah's forelimbs in motion. This aesthetic appeal may be attributed to the sinewy contours of his muscular frame. Unlike Chen Xingyi, Luo Kai was a robust, speed-oriented player, thus producing a formidable visual impact as he sprinted. As he charged toward the football, an Iraqi center back was rapidly closing in, attempting to intercept the ball first. Yet, just as he was about to reach the ball and execute a sliding tackle, Luo Kai deftly maneuvered to take possession, causing the defender to inadvertently collide with his foot. Remarkably, Luo Kai remained upright. Despite a slight stumble, he quickly regained his balance within 3 strides. Leveraging his powerful core strength to stabilize his form and continued his pursuit of the ball. Magnificent. He passed it. Countless Chinese fans in front of their televisions erupted in cheers. 33 minutes into the match, this was China's prime opportunity. On the other side of the pitch, Hu Lai, Zhou Zijing, and Chen Xingyi were racing toward the Iraqi goal. Among them, Zhou Zijing raised his arms high in a gesture to signal Luo Kai for a pass. Indeed, Luo Kai glanced toward the center while running. However, it was merely a fleeting glance. Upon reaching the ball, he surged directly into the penalty area. Facing the advancing Iraqi goalkeeper, he struck the ball. He aimed for the far corner, while the goalkeeper lunged toward the near post, desperately attempting to block it. The ball evaded his foot and darted into the net. Luo Kai? What a goal! Splendid. In the 33rd minute, he opened the scoring for the Chinese team. He had found the net in his last 3 matches, his form truly at an extraordinary peak. Damn, what a wasted run, Chen Xingyi remarked. Then followed closely behind Hu Lai and Zhou Zijing as they sprinted toward Luo Kai. Other teammates also rushed forward, ready to celebrate the goal. This was a crucial away match for the Chinese team against Iraq in the 12-strong matches. The latter half of the 12-team qualifying round has commenced. If the Chinese team can secure consecutive victories against Iraq, Thailand, and Syria, they will advance to the 2030 World Cup in Spain and Portugal without the need for a fierce contest against Japan and Iran. Previous calculations indicate that a successful run against these 3 teams would yield a total of 24 points, providing a significant advantage in the standings. Japan and Iran will clash in the 8th round of the qualifiers, essentially competing for each other, which means that regardless of the outcome, China stands to gain, provided they prevail in all their preceding matches. First on the agenda is Iraq. This match is set to take place on what is technically Iraq's home turf. However, due to the tumultuous and unstable situation in the country, exacerbated by American influence, the national team has often relocated its home games to neighboring Middle Eastern nations such as Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Oman, and Qatar. Despite their transient home, the atmosphere at these matches is electrifying, with packed stadiums filled with fervent supporters, both those who traveled from Iraq and local fans alike. In the initial 30 minutes of the match, the Chinese team found the going rather challenging, contrary to expectations. It was only after Luo Kai scored that the tide began to turn for them. Following the goal, an exuberant Luo Kai raised his fists in celebration and turned to see Hu Lai, silently gesturing towards him. Chen Xingyi, who stood nearby, interpreted the moment perfectly and approached Hu Lai, advising him to be cautious, exclaiming, "You've awakened a lion." Hu Lai, however, shrugged off Chen Xingyi's embrace with indifference. Undeterred, Chen Xingyi then playfully ran over to Luo Kai, teasingly remarking, "I know why you've been in such fine form lately." Luo Kai merely glanced at him and shook his head, dismissing the notion. I understand. Let's just say I was mistaken, Chen Xingyi replied, nodding his head in jest, which made Luo Kai contemplate delivering a kick in jest. Yet, he refrained from clarifying to Chen Xingyi that his motivation was not linked to Li Qingqing. In truth, he had moved past those sentiments. His relentless efforts were not aimed at impressing Li Qingqing, but rather to secure a place in the Team S Champions League lineup, to stand proudly before Hu Lai and engage him in direct competition. Neither the audience before their screens nor the enthusiastic commentator Hifeng discerned the subtle significance of the interaction between Luo Kai and Hu Lai. Following the goal, Iraq was determined not to succumb quietly, even though their hopes were dim. They fought valiantly for a chance to qualify for the World Cup. After 5 rounds of the qualifiers, Iraq's record stood at 1 win, 1 draw, and 3 losses, totaling a mere 4 points and placing them 5th. A considerable 6-point gap behind third-placed Iran. However, the 12-team qualifiers, being the pinnacle of Asian football, are often rife with surprises and upsets. Just recently, Iran had surprisingly drawn 0-0 against Thailand, the weakest team in their group, marking a notable upset. With the example of the Thai team, no one can assert that Iraq cannot topple either Iran or Japan in the upcoming second half of the 12-strong matches. If they manage to secure a draw or even defeat the Chinese team at home, they will be one step closer to their ambitions. Thus, upon the resumption of the match, they launched a relentless assault on the Chinese goal. Before the first half concluded, they indeed regained control of the ball. However, as the second half commenced, their high hopes were swiftly dashed. Initially, their shot was thwarted by Lin Ziyuan, who then promptly rose to his feet and hurled the ball forward. At this moment, Iraq, having committed many players forward, found their defense exposed. Chen Xingyi received Lin Ziyuan's throw just past the halfway line. Without pausing, he propelled the ball forward with his head and darted after it, utilizing his speed to evade the Iraqi defenders on this flank. The Iraqi players found themselves in a dire situation, having just faced the aftermath of Luo Kai's maneuvers in the first half, now witnessing Chen Xingyi's brilliance in the second. However, unlike Luo Kai, Chen Xingyi did not charge directly towards the goal with the ball. As he approached the 30-meter mark, an opposing center back closed in, creating an opening in the center. Without hesitation, Chen Xingyi unleashed a cross. Zhou Zijing dashed toward the near post, drawing away Iraq's last remaining center back. Just as Hu Lai arrived at the penalty spot, he leaped high to meet the incoming ball with a magnificent header. The ball soared past the fingers of the Iraqi goalkeeper and into the net. Hu Lai. What a splendid header. In the 52nd minute of the match, China executed a sharp counterattack, ultimately resulting in Chen Xingyi assisting Hu Lai to extend the lead. China now led Iraq 2-0 away from home. Hifeng was elated, although the second half had just begun. The excellent form of Luo Kai and Hu Lai filled him with confidence regarding China's chances of securing victory against Iraq. The Chinese team was drawing ever closer to the World Cup in a year. What kind of grand performance could this team, composed of players more seasoned than 4 years ago, deliver on that stage? It truly filled him with anticipation. After Hu Lai's goal, the morale of the Iraqi players took a significant hit. Despite their efforts in the ensuing match, their play lacked structure, and the team's mindset was not unified, hindering their coordination. Many Chinese fans watched this scene with a sense of nostalgia. This was once something they could only observe in their own national team, and now they could witness others struggling in a similar fashion. Ultimately, thanks to goals from Hu Lai and Luo Kai, China triumphed over Iraq with a score of 2-0. With the conclusion of the 6th round of the 12-strong matches, China maintained their lead atop the standings with 18 points. Following Syria's defeat by Japan at home, the gap between them and China widened to 14 points, with only 4 rounds remaining in the 12-strong matches. Neither Syria nor Iraq could surpass China. Thus, it can be said that China has effectively secured a top 3 finish in their group, at the very least ensuring qualification for the playoffs. As for the possibility of ultimately securing 2 direct qualification spots, the current trend leaves little room for suspense. Chapter 398. Amidst the resounding thunder. There is also the gentle, silent spring rain. March's international match days featured 2 fixtures, following the away game against Iraq. The Chinese national team returned home to prepare for their second match in the final round against Thailand. The Thai team had just managed to draw against Iran, their spirits soaring. In truth, they had virtually lost all hope of qualifying for the World Cup, yet this did not deter them from giving their utmost in every match. For the Thai team, this was their World Cup. Consequently, prior to the match, Chinese head coach Jorge Dylan warned his players not to let their guard down simply because qualification seemed within reach. Should they falter at home against Thailand, it would not only be a matter of pride, but could also jeopardize their qualification prospects, inciting other competitors to seize the opportunity. The Chinese team did not cause Coach Dylan undue concern. Facing the fiercely determined Thai squad at home, they seized control of the match from the very first minute. Although the Thai players were smaller in stature, exhibiting greater agility and speed, their characteristics could not overturn the fundamental disparity in absolute strength. After all, China also boasted players with considerable speed and impressive technical skills. While Chinese players may not possess the same nimbleness as their Thai counterparts, they held a distinct advantage in physical strength, further bolstered by the support of their home crowd. Amidst the cheers of enthusiastic Chinese fans, the national team scored 2 goals in the first half. Zhou Zijing opened the scoring with a header, followed 10 minutes later by Zhang Qinghuan, who unleashed a sudden strike from outside the box, extending the lead. Though the Thai team attempted to mount a counterattack after conceding 2 goals, the Chinese team maintained a firm grip on the match's tempo, denying Thailand any opportunity to regain control. In their previous encounter in the final round, Thailand had achieved a 0-0 draw against Iran, primarily due to their home advantage, effective defensive strategies, and Iran's own impatience, which led to squandered opportunities. However, such favorable conditions were absent in this match, making it exceedingly difficult for Thailand to turn the tide. As the second half commenced, the Chinese team continued to assert their dominance, steadfastly preventing any unforeseen circumstances from arising. In the 62nd minute, Hulai capitalized on Zhou Zijing's header assist to score, effectively sealing the victory for China. Just 3 minutes after his goal, Hulai was substituted by Dylan, as a 3-goal lead rendered his continued presence unnecessary for intimidating the opponent. The coach aimed to provide more playing opportunities for others. Not only was Hulai substituted early, Chen Xingyi and Zhang Qinghuan followed suit. With 15 minutes remaining in the match, Dylan utilized all available substitutions, allowing the bench players to gain experience while ensuring that the European-based players could enjoy additional rest. Hulai, Zhang Qinghuan, and Chen Xingyi are the absolute mainstays of their respective teams, having participated in numerous matches, necessitating additional rest. Were it not for the regulations prohibiting such actions, Dylan would have contemplated substituting all overseas players, deploying domestic talents to confront the Thai team, thereby gauging the disparity in their strengths. As the 3 key players were successively replaced, even Chinese fans presumed the match would conclude with the current score, anticipating no further changes. However, in the 87th minute, Luo Kai, positioned as a forward, seized upon the Thai team's lackadaisical mindset, skillfully heading the ball into the net within the penalty area, solidifying the score at 4-0. Luo Kai, what a splendid goal, exclaimed the commentator He Feng. As all believed the match would end with this score, he continued to pursue further goals. 4-0. The Chinese team triumphed resoundingly over Thailand. This marked Luo Kai's 4th consecutive match scoring, with his form truly reaching remarkable heights. The exuberant Chinese fans in the stands joyfully sang their unofficial national anthem. The 5-starred red flag flutters in the wind. How resounding is the song of victory. As the melody filled the air, Dylan, who had been reclining in his seat, straightened up and listened intently. He then smiled at his translator, Eugene Tao, saying, "Listen you. The song of victory." Eugene Tao responded with a smile. Indeed, the song of victory. Following the match against Thailand, the 12-team qualifiers had completed 7 rounds. In these 7 matches, the Chinese team emerged victorious each time, currently amassing 21 points and standing at the top of the table. Japan trailed in second with 16 points, while Iran closely followed with 14. With 3 rounds remaining in the qualifiers, the situation has become unequivocally clear. The Chinese team, Japan, and Iran have distanced themselves from Iraq, Syria, and Thailand, ensuring that the 2 direct qualification spots will undoubtedly be claimed by one of these 3 teams. The only uncertainty lies in which team will contend in the playoffs, with China's chances appearing the most favorable. Now, all that remains is to await June, when the 8th round of the qualifiers concludes, at which point the Chinese team may very well secure their place in the World Cup finals ahead of schedule. If this comes to pass, it would mark the most seamless endeavor in Chinese football's pursuit of the World Cup in history. What once seemed a mere dream for Chinese fans is now transforming into reality. This incredible journey has been underpinned by the profound reforms initiated in Chinese football since 2015, with overseas players playing a pivotal role. All the players who scored for the Chinese team in this round of qualifiers were based abroad. Their training and competition in Europe have led to significant improvements, creating a substantial gap in quality compared to domestic players. Their performances, particularly that of Hu Lai as a paragon, have inspired a wave of young domestic talents to pursue opportunities abroad. Following this round of qualifiers, news emerged domestically that the young defensive midfielder Ouyang Jin of Anong Star is set to officially transfer to the prestigious Clyde FC in the summer transfer window, becoming the 9th overseas player for the Chinese national team. However, the number of players venturing abroad exceeds these 9. For instance, Qin Shi, currently playing for the Frankfurt White Deer youth team, despite not being selected for the national team, has already made his mark in both the national youth and under-20 teams. Many Chinese football enthusiasts are keenly observing the growth of this talented individual in Europe, eagerly anticipating the day he dons the national jersey and graces the World Cup stage. This aspect is well known, but there exist numerous Chinese players abroad who remain largely unfamiliar to the broader public, as they do not participate in the major European leagues. Their presence is scarcely recognized and often overlooked. Some among them have been inspired by figures like Hu Lai, while others feel that their prospects at home are limited, embodying the adage that a tree may thrive when relocated, seeking broader horizons and opportunities. This trend is also a testament to the remarkable performances of Chinese players, represented by Hu Lai, in European football, which has elevated the profile and reputation of Chinese athletes, encouraging European clubs to consider recruiting them. Even if they are not national team players, their affordability is appealing. Unlike the fervent exodus of players like Hu Lai in the past, today, a greater number of Chinese players venture abroad in quieter tones. However, this does not diminish the significance of those who, despite not competing in mainstream leagues, have taken the leap. When Hu Lai and his fellow expatriates concluded their matches in the final round of qualifiers and returned to their clubs, hundreds of enthusiastic Chinese fans gathered at the airport terminal to bid them farewell. This scene was captured on television news, social media, and online platforms, stirring considerable interest and discussion. Meanwhile, just outside this bustling crowd, at the same airport and time, there may be individuals who pause momentarily, casting envious glances at the fervent fans before hastily departing, dragging their luggage towards the international security checkpoint. Whether in pursuit of their football dreams or for more pragmatic reasons, they embark on flights abroad, hearts a mix of trepidation and excitement. Like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind, many may ultimately land on inhospitable terrains such as concrete or asphalt, yet some will find suitable ground, breaking through the soil at the right moment. With time, they will mature, and when the wind stirs again, their seeds may be carried to even more distant places. Thus, in a relay-like manner, they will quietly grow, flourish, and propagate in every viable space, fields and roadside alike. One day, when you cast your gaze upon the hills and valleys, you will behold a sea of golden flowers. They sway in the breeze, seemingly nodding in acknowledgement. You remain unaware of the arduous journey they undertook to appear within your sight, the myriad storms they weathered. You may not even know the name of these little yellow flowers. Yet witnessing their beauty brings a genuine joy that resonates from the depths of the human spirit, a profound delight awakened by the vibrancy of life. Chapter 399. 3 teams, 1 play melee. Melee. Oh, wow. My heavens. Melee. A divine being has descended. He actually did it. This is incredible. My goodness. Upon returning from national duty to his club, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. Rather, he appeared more ferocious than ever. The so-called FIFA virus? A mere myth. Accompanied by the disjointed commentary of Sanchez, the camera captured the image of Melee sprinting across the field amid the deafening cheers from the crowd at the stadium. The large screen overhead displayed the live score. In the 89th minute of the match, the Madrid Kings led their opponents, Royal Velva, by an astonishing 9 goals. Simultaneously, the television broadcast echoed the current score, Madrid Kings 90, Royal Velva. Beneath the Madrid Kings score, the times and scorers of all 9 goals appeared, cluttering the lower screen area with an overwhelming amount of information that could easily trigger anxiety in those averse to dense displays. Scorers included Salato's at 21, Melee at 29, 34, 36, 61, and 89, Dudu at 49, Fonseca at 55, and Vandenberg at 81. Melli's performance in this match was nothing short of extraordinary, a truly formidable display. Even Hifeng was left in awe, completely conceding to Melli's prowess. Within a span of 7 minutes, he achieved a hat trick, marking the fastest hat trick record in La Liga over the past 25 years. Moreover, he netted 5 goals in a single match for the first time in his career. This season, Melli has scored 29 goals in La Liga, rapidly approaching the coveted 30-goal milestone. To be candid, Melli is undeniably talented. Had it not been for the remarkable performance of Hulai this season, Melli might well have claimed the league's top scorer title. Yet, Yinkong jested nearby, remarking that the loss in the National Derby had evidently taken a heavy toll on Melli. Behind Melli's astounding performance lay the shadow of the previous match, where the Madrid Kings suffered a 1-2 defeat to Catalan League. In terms of both team results and individual performance, Melli fell short against Quindo Cabanca, who not only assisted twice but orchestrated the victory for Catalan League. Following that match, a poignant photograph captured Melli, dejected with hands on hips, juxtaposed against the distant figure of Cabanca, triumphantly celebrating. After the Kings' defeat, their league position plummeted from 2nd to 3rd, while Catalan League ascended to 2nd. Post-match, Melli Banega faced considerable criticism. Even Madrid's media rarely chastised him for his lackluster presence during the National Derby, where he failed to rise to the occasion when his team needed him most. The media in Catalonia, however, was even harsher, delivering scathing critiques, pointing out Melli's complete inferiority in the competition against Cabanca. On the night at the Saint Family Stadium, the Brazilian shone brightly, while the Argentine lay humble as dust. If one were to solely consider this match, it would indeed raise questions about how Melli Banega could be compared to Quindo Cabanca. Melli may have scored 24 goals in the league, second only to who, but what of it? Most of those goals were netted against weaker teams. And in clashes of titans, Melli scarcely held an advantage. As February approached, it seemed as though both Melli and the Kings had collectively lost their way. First, they suffered a disheartening defeat of 24 points against the Pirates away, relinquishing their position at the top of the league standings. Subsequently, in the 25th round, they were held to a draw by Royal Carthage, allowing Catalonia to narrow the gap to just 2 points. Now, having succumbed to Catalonia in their direct encounter, they find themselves unable to maintain even the 2nd position in the league, a steep decline indeed. Such sentiments are merely the surface reflections from conventional media. As for the opinions circulating among fans online, they plunge to even lower depths. Should Melli participate in the trending YouTube activity of celebrities reading comments? He might suffer an aneurysm on the spot. The most unfortunate turn of events occurred post the National Derby, immediately followed by 2 international matches, leaving a fortnight until the next round of La Liga. Consequently, during this 2-week hiatus, the online vitriol directed at Melli has been unrelenting. Even within the Argentine national team, he was not spared, scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Had there been no national team fixtures, he might have endured only a week of this torment, poised to redeem himself in the upcoming league match. Now, he must endure an additional week of criticism. Thus, fueled by 2 weeks' worth of accumulated ire, Melli unleashed his fury in the home match against Royal Velva, embarking on a scoring spree. Despite having completed a remarkable 4-goal haul within the first 60 minutes, he remained relentless in his pursuit of further goals. Seizing every opportunity in the offensive third, he exerted himself to the utmost until the very end. This tireless endeavor culminated in his 5th goal in the 89th minute. Clearly, Melli was spurred on by the sting of defeat to Cabanca, prompting Yinkong to comment on the situation. Hearing this, Hifeng chuckled. The quarterfinals of this season's Champions League are bound to be thrilling. In the quarterfinals, Madrid Kings and Catalonia were drawn together, ensuring the National Derby would continue to unfold within the Champions League. Melli is undoubtedly determined to vindicate himself on this prestigious stage. Cabanca, on the other hand, would not concede defeat easily. The impending clash between the two teams promises to be as explosive as a collision between Mars and Earth. UEFA has truly mastered the essence of drawing attention, knowing precisely which matchups captivate the audience. If the Madrid Kings were to face the North London Wanderers, it would hardly evoke the same excitement. Compared to Melli's explosive performance, the matches of the other 2 powerhouses appeared rather mundane. The Madrid Pirates secured a 20-point victory against the bottom-ranked Moralize away, with Hulai capitalizing on a defensive blunder in the 40th minute to score. This marked his 25th consecutive match with a goal. On a path untrodden by others, he continued to strive forward. In the previous round, Catalonia triumphed over the Madrid Kings with a score of 21, and in this round, they faced Samir Sports away. Returning from the national team fixtures, Carbanca displayed a lackluster form. Ultimately, Catalonia clinched a narrow victory thanks to central defender Paulo Fuchuan's header from a corner kick. Regardless of the journey taken, all three teams secured 3 points. Since the final standings in La Liga are determined by head-to-head records and goal differences among teams with equal points, the overall goal difference bears little significance and does not play a role in comparative rankings. In this season's La Liga, only the Madrid Pirates and Catalonia Union have yet to play one match, while the others have completed their fixtures. Notably, the Madrid Kings have concluded their matches against both the Catalonia Union and the Madrid Pirates. If they end up with the same points as these two competitors, their final standings can be determined by the results of their direct encounters. The Madrid Kings hold an advantage over the Catalonia Union, although they recently suffered a 1-2 defeat to the Catalonia Union in their last league match. They had previously triumphed 3-1 at home against the same team in the 9th round of the league, with both teams having 1 victory each. The tiebreaker comes down to goal difference in their head-to-head encounters, where the Madrid Kings excel, leading the aggregate score 4-3 with a superior goal difference by 1. Therefore, if the Madrid Kings and the Catalonia Union finish with equal points in the top 2 spots of the league, the Kings can leverage this 1-goal advantage to claim the league title. However, this scenario is not entirely improbable, though the likelihood of it being significant is low, or rather, it may only serve in their competition for the league's runner-up position against the Catalonia Union. For the Madrid Kings to secure the league championship, they must overcome the formidable challenge posed by the Madrid Pirates. In their encounters this season, the Kings have found themselves at a disadvantage. Both teams have recorded 1 victory each. In the 3rd round, the Madrid Kings won 2-1 at home against the Pirates. However, in the 22nd round, the Madrid Pirates turned the tables with a 4-2 victory at home against the Kings. This brings us again to the comparison of their goal differences in head-to-head matchups. It is evident that the Madrid Pirates hold the upper hand, leading the aggregate score 5-4 and possessing a superior goal difference by 1. Should both teams finish on equal points in the race for the league title, the Madrid Kings would inevitably fall short. Thus, for the Kings to contend for the title, they must surpass the Pirates in points. Currently, the Pirates lead the standings with 78 points, while the Madrid Kings sit 3rd with 73 points, putting them 5 points behind. In contests among top-tier teams, victories can often hinge on just a point or two. A 5-point gap is already substantial. The team most likely to challenge the Pirates for the league title is, in fact, the Catalonia Union. Moreover, the two teams still have 1 match pending. In the 37th round, which is the penultimate round, the Madrid Pirates will host the Catalonia Union. This match could very well determine the league champion, reminiscent of last season. On April 30th, during the 30th round, the 3 giants of La Liga continued their winning streak. The Madrid Kings triumphed 2-0 over Valero. The Catalonia Union secured a 4-0 victory against the Phoenicians, and the Madrid Pirates defeated Sebastian 2-0. On April 7th, in the 31st round, the Madrid Kings achieved a solid 3-0 victory against Ajax. The Catalonia Union bested the Sevilla Navigators 2-1, and the Madrid Pirates won 3-1 away against Malaga Athletic. Notably, Juan scored in both of these matches, netting 1 goal against Sebastian and 2 against Malaga Athletic, bringing his seasonal league tally to an impressive 46 goals. The distance to the highest odds offered by the bookmakers for the option of exceeding 50 goals is merely 4 goals away, with 7 rounds remaining in the league. Moreover, he has scored in 27 consecutive league matches. The bookmakers have ceased to offer odds on when Juan's streak of consecutive goals will come to an end. Instead, they have taken a different approach by opening bets on which team this season might halt Juan's remarkable scoring run. With 7 rounds left, there are a total of 7 candidate teams, listed in the order of their matchups: Cubit Athletic, Ajax, Royal Cathon, Biscay Athletic, Tullius, Catalonia United, and Royal Velva. Among these, Catalonia United boasts the strongest capabilities, yet their odds are relatively high. If punters place their bets on Catalonia United, they stand to win considerably more, indicating that the bookmakers do not hold high hopes for the team to stop Juan from scoring in the 37th round. On one hand, the bookmakers believe that Juan may cease his scoring spree before encountering Catalonia United, given that by then he would have scored in 32 consecutive matches, a feat that is indeed extraordinary. On the other hand, The bookmakers have analyzed the historical performance between Catalonia United and Hulai, leading them to conclude that Hulai has a greater chance of scoring against Catalonia United. The esteemed European giant Catalonia United finds itself underestimated. Yet, no one disputes the validity of the odds set by the bookmakers. As the facts bear out, Hulai has faced Catalonia United 4 times, netting 9 goals, earning him the moniker of their nemesis. The only favorable condition for Catalonia United is that the 37th round will take place at the home ground of Madrid Pirates. Interestingly, Hulai's sole match against Catalonia United in which he did not score occurred at home during the 19th round of last season, where Madrid Pirates and Catalonia United played to a goalless draw. Hulai started that match and played the full 90 minutes without finding the back of the net. However, the significance of that match pales in comparison to the forthcoming 37th round, given Hulai's current form and the critical nature of the championship battle at that time. Last season's encounter loses its relevance as a point of reference. Consequently, the bookmakers have set odds that reflect their lack of confidence in Catalonia United's ability to halt Hulai's scoring. Certainly, it is more plausible that Hulai will have already concluded his remarkable scoring streak before facing Catalonia United. In the 400th chapter, the derby of Zhang Qinghuan Middle School unfolds. Luo Kai paused briefly as he approached the aircraft door, standing on the gangway and casting a glance at the terminal of Madrid International Airport in the distance. This was not his first visit to the city, yet it was indeed infrequent. His last visit was 5 years ago for the Madrid Olympics. At that time, he harbored many aspirations regarding what would transpire upon his arrival in this city. He still holds aspirations now, yet the nature of those aspirations has transformed over the years. 5 years ago, he yearned to stand out in front of that girl. 5 years later, his desire has shifted towards competing with Hulai on the field, an engagement that is pure and devoid of any extraneous conditions. He would no longer utter foolish words to Hulai, such as, "If I win, will you give me Li Qingqing's WeChat ID?" Even if he triumphed over Hulai this time, it bore no relation to Li Qingqing. His sole desire was to defeat Hulai. Luo Kai's sudden pause at the cabin door perplexed his teammate Ricardo Balaya, who followed closely behind. "What's the matter?" "Look at the evening glow," Luo Kai replied, gesturing towards the distant western sky. There, the heavens radiated a dreamlike rose hue, undeniably beautiful. Yet, for Balaya, this was not an extraordinary sight. Such colors graced the sky whenever the weather was fair and one was inclined to gaze upwards. "It truly is lovely, Luo. But you're blocking my way at the door," Balaya reminded him. "Ah, my apologies," Luo Kai said, stepping aside. Balaya then placed a hand on his shoulder. "Let us go." Together, they descended the gangway. This evening, the entire train team arrived at Madrid International Airport by plane to participate in the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. Later, they appeared at Pirate Park Stadium for their pre-match training. On television, evening news concerning the Champions League was being broadcast. In front of the screen, a young boy exclaimed to his parents, "I want to watch the Donchuan High School Derby." Confused, his father asked, "What Donchuan High School Derby?" The boy pointed to the television screen, exclaiming, "Oh, this one." The father remarked, "Isn't this the China Derby?" Their teammates mentioned that both Luo Kai and Hulai had played for Donchuan High School, making it a contest between two alumni. Hence the term Donchuan High School Derby. Before the father could respond, the mother interjected, "What are you looking at? It's a match at 2:45 in the morning. If you watch it, will you even go to school?" The broadcast displayed the match time, April 11th, Tuesday, at 2:45. The father nodded in agreement with the mother's sentiment. Indeed, that's too late. Faced with their disapproval, the child pleaded, "But this is our coach's assignment." Upon hearing the word assignment, the parents' resistance softened slightly. However, reason soon regained the upper hand, and the mother questioned, "Really?" "Of course. Our coach who said we should watch the live match and write a reflection afterwards." The couple exchanged glances, both sensing something amiss. The wife then asked, "Did your coach who really say that?" "He told Coach Wang that we should watch the match and write our thoughts." "Then it's strange why your coach didn't notify in the group chat. Shouldn't this be something for the parents to know?" The husband felt perplexed. "Perhaps it's still too early. The match is tomorrow night, and the group chat will notify after school." Seeing the child's earnestness, devoid of any hint of deceit, even the parents began to wonder if there was indeed such an assignment. Yet, what sort of homework involves keeping a child up all night to watch a match? A match at 2:45 in the morning? By the time it ends, wouldn't it be 4:30? Would they even get any sleep? Would they still attend school the next day? Surely, they couldn't catch up on sleep at school? during the growth and development of children. Inadequate sleep can adversely affect their height and learning abilities. Surely, a primary school football coach would not engage in such behavior, would they? It seemed that the parents were skeptical, prompting the child to continue. Coach, who is Huli's father? He asked us to watch the match to support his son. Which is quite normal, isn't it? The mother still found the situation peculiar and decided to take out her phone. All right, I will inquire with Coach Hu in the group. Hu Lisin put down his phone, offering a resigned smile to his wife. What is going on? Your WeChat has exploded today, Xiaolon remarked, surprised. Within just 30 minutes. Hu Lisin's phone buzzed incessantly, filled with messages from parents. As the head coach of the school team, he was part of several groups consisting of parents from teams across various age levels. He would notify parents about training sessions, match schedules, and study tours in these groups. And parents would also ask him questions there. However, such lively interactions had dwindled in the past 2 years, only reappearing when new parents joined the groups. Yet tonight, it resembled a collective meeting, with messages from several groups chiming continuously, causing Xiaolon to feel overwhelmed. While Hu Lisin had to retreat to the balcony to respond to messages. When he returned over half an hour later, facing his wife's complaints, Hu Lisin could only offer a wry smile. It's the parents from the school team. They are all asking me if I assign the children to watch the UEFA Champions League match as homework. Homework to watch the Champions League at midnight? You actually assigned that? Have I lost my mind to assign such homework? Hu Lisin replied with irritation. Of course, it's not true. But how could so many children claim it was your assignment? Because someone is spreading rumors. Huh? Spreading rumors? Who is it? Is someone targeting you? Who? No. It's not that exaggerated. Hu Lisin waved his hands. I know who it is. Who? Who else? Xiong Jiahui. Ah, it's that mischievous child. Xiaolon suddenly understood why there was such an uproar. Xiong Jiahui stood before Hu Lisin, his demeanor submissive and apologetic. Yet Hu Lisin would not be deceived by this mischievous child again. In the past, every time Xiong Jiahui caused trouble, he acted in the same manner. If one were to merely observe his appearance, one might assume that Xiong Jiahui was an exceptionally honest child, incapable of inciting such ire. In truth, Xiong Jiahui was not particularly lively. He could easily be overlooked in a group. His silence and hunched posture were hardly attention-grabbing. However, he harbored quite a lot of mischief. There is a term that aptly describes such individuals, subtly wicked. In simple terms, Xiong Jiahui is precisely that sort of subtly wicked child. He orchestrated the chaos in the various age group teams chats the night before. Now tell me, why did you tell your teammates that I assigned homework requiring you to stay up late watching the match? Xiong Jiahui timidly murmured, I want to watch the Champions League. Is this the only notion you could come up with? Hu Lisin retorted. Do you not realize that the parents are all in the group? Any inquiries can easily lead them to me. Hu Lisin found the situation amusing. How was I to know so many people were aware? Initially, I merely edited a chat record between Coach Hu and Coach Wang to show it to my mom. Xiong Jiahui protested, feeling quite wronged. Who would have thought that the foolish Zhuiyuza would see it and spread the word? It's all Zhuiyuza's fault for being so loose-lipped. He is the real culprit behind this uproar. He exclaimed, as if placing all blame on Zhuiyuza. Of course, I will confront him, but first, let's address your issue. Do you understand your mistake? I do, Xiong Jiahui replied, his earlier excitement dissipating as he hung his head. Speaking weakly, Hu Lisin was well aware that the boy's words could not be trusted. Though he claimed to understand, he would likely repeat the same mistake again. In the past, had Hu Li made such an error, he would not have wasted time reasoning with him, but would have dealt with it more harshly. While one cannot strike another's child, a stern reprimand was certainly in order. However, Hu Lisin's temperament had changed significantly. He was no longer as stubborn and irritable as before. Thus, he calmly inquired, do you genuinely wish to watch the Champions League match between Trelamide and the Pirates? Xiong Jiahui nodded vigorously. I want to watch. It's quite simple then. After training, you will sincerely apologize to all the teammates you deceived, and you shall not participate in this weekend's match. Can you accept that? Hu Lisin said, observing the boy closely. The upcoming weekend match was highly anticipated, and Xiong Jiahui was among those eager to participate. Hu Lisin wanted to gauge just how much Xiong Jiahui desired to watch that Champions League match. Xiong Jiahui did not immediately agree. He appeared to struggle with the decision. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his head and asked Hu Lisin, if I accept, will you persuade my mom to allow me to watch the match? Live streaming is certainly out of the question. The timing is far too late for you elementary students. However, I can guarantee you will be able to watch the match. After a moment of internal conflict, Zhang Qinghuan gritted his teeth and nodded. I agree, Coach Hu. No participation and an apology. Hu Lisan smiled upon hearing this. Excellent. We will set aside a day during training for you and the other 5th and 6th graders to watch the match replay. Zhang Qinghuan felt a twinge of disappointment. I knew it. What? Is a replay not acceptable? Hu Lisan countered, his tone growing slightly stern. Zhang Qinghuan shook his head but still voiced a small concern. But if it's a replay, I will already know the outcome before I watch. Coach Hu. You could cover your ears and not inquire or pay attention. Not being spoiled is your concern. My job is simply to ensure you get to see the match. Hu Lisan concluded, waving his hand, signaling the end of the discussion. All right, you may go. Remember to apologize to everyone during this afternoon's training. I promise. Zhang Qinghuan bowed and then dashed away, watching his retreating figure. Hu Lisan chuckled and shook his head. To ignite children's passion and enthusiasm for football through a Chinese derby in the Champions League is indeed an admirable notion. Chapter 401. Hey, Luokai. Are you aware that online they are referring to our match as the Dongchuan Middle School Derby? In the players' tunnel of the Pirate Park Stadium, Hulai whispered to Luokai, who stood among the Tramide team. Luokai smirked slightly. What nonsense is that? Yet, I find it quite intriguing. I just wonder if our school will hang a banner at the entrance again. Principal Zhai has retired. Huh. Hulai expressed surprise. You didn't know? Luokai looked at him quizzically. I am aware that Principal Zhai has retired. Then why are you surprised? TSK. I just didn't expect you to care about our school affairs. I thought you had forgotten you were a student of Dongchuan Middle School. I have visited the school to see everyone. Luokai replied somewhat irritably. As if I haven't gone back to visit, Hulai scoffed. Though the old principal has retired, it does not hinder the fine traditions he established from being carried on by the school. Luokai remained silent, and an awkward pause fell between them. Ultimately, they were not friends, and their relationship could hardly be described as good. Maintaining this forced conversation for so long was quite a feat. Were it not for the increasing speculations online about their strained relationship, Hulai would not have felt the need to engage in this charade before the highly anticipated match, especially to keep Li Qingqing out of it. He hoped that after the match, the media would report on their amicable pre-game chat, dispelling any rumors of discord between him and Luokai. He wished for everyone to dismiss the unfounded gossip circulating online, urging them to cease discussions on the matter and put all doubts to rest. Indeed, the commentators for this match, Hifeng and Yan Kong, observed the scene and remarked. Before the match commenced, Hulai and Luokai were engaged in conversation. Although they covered their mouths, it is evident from their animated expressions that they were not merely going through the motions. Yan Kong chuckled, who says their relationship is poor. While it may not be as strong as the camaraderie they once shared as teammates in Shining Stars, it certainly does not lack depth. Hulai, unable to hear the commentators, assumed they had played their part convincingly enough. He then patted Luokai on the shoulder, preparing to execute the final step. All right then, we shall meet on the field. Luokai nodded seriously, responding, see you on the field. As Hulai turned to leave, he glanced back at Luokai, noticing a subtle shift in Luokai's tone, which had grown deeper and more profound. What's wrong? Luokai inquired, noticing Hulai's sudden pause. Nothing, just felt as if you were being dismissive the entire time. Except for that last remark. Luokai smiled faintly, but remained silent. Shaking his head, Hulai turned and departed. Watching Hulai's retreating figure, Luokai silently reflected. Because you have no idea how long I have awaited this moment, nor the sacrifices I have made. In his quest to secure a starting position in this match, Luokai exerted himself to the utmost in every preceding game, beginning with his goal in the second leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 against Torino. He has scored in 4 consecutive matches across all competitions. Upon returning to his club after international duty, he remained equally diligent, starting in 2 of 3 league matches and contributing an assist. Although his performance following his return from national team duties was not as stellar as before, his unwavering commitment during each appearance earned him the opportunity to start in this Champions League match. He does not perceive this game as the culmination of his previous efforts, but rather as the commencement of a journey towards greater heights. To fully win over the head coach, he must demonstrate not just sporadic brilliance in a few matches, but a sustained and stable performance over time. Consider Hulai. He swiftly gains the trust of every coach he encounters. This is not merely due to fleeting moments of brilliance, but rather his ability to maintain consistent performance. Although Luokai harbors no fondness for Hulai, he must concede that Hulai excels in this regard. They indeed focused on Balia's defense. In front of the visiting team's bench, Trame's assistant coach, Cohen Melbourne, remarked to head coach Kevin Locke. The match had entered its 20th minute, with the home team, Madrid Pirates, clearly in the ascendancy. Meanwhile, Trame found themselves predominantly on the defensive, resorting to counterattacks. During these counterattacks, Trame concentrated their efforts down the left flank, where the Portuguese prodigy Ricardo Balia was positioned. However, Trame's advances on the left were met with significant resistance. The Madrid Pirates had evidently devised a defensive strategy targeting Balia, shifting their focus predominantly to the right flank during defensive phases. This was particularly evident with Camara, who frequently withdrew to defend against Balia, creating a physical contest that, while not necessarily disadvantaging Balia, considerably drained his energy and diminished his threat in the attacking third. Moreover, the right back for Madrid Pirates, Irasusta, was less inclined to join the attack compared to the left back, Ion Martinez, which further bolstered their defensive efforts. Despite being Trame's leading scorer and the top scorer in the Premier League this season, Balia still preferred to operate as a left winger, favoring the flanks over venturing into the center as a striker. Defending against him was relatively straightforward. Prior to entering the 30-meter zone, it sufficed to contain him along the wing, as he predominantly engaged in activities there, only cutting in towards the center after breaching that area. This was hardly surprising. Given Balia's current momentum, it was improbable that he would escape their scrutiny. Head coach Kevin Locke maintained a calm demeanor, speaking in a measured tone. Let us see how Luo responds with excitement upon reuniting with his high school classmates. Contrary to popular speculation, many anticipated that Trame would fully leverage Balia's individual prowess to threaten the Madrid Pirates' goal. However, in truth, Rokai on the right flank is equally valued within Trame's tactical framework. There is absolutely no implication of sacrificing the right side in favor of a concentrated assault on the left, although it may appear that Trame initially emphasized the left flank. This was merely a probing strategy. Should the Madrid Pirates fail to implement defensive measures against Ricardo Balia, a vigorous offensive could ensue down the left wing. Conversely, if the Pirates do focus their defense on Balia, as is currently the case, Trame can seamlessly redirect their offensive efforts to the opposite side. This strategic shift is premeditated rather than spontaneous, thus there is no cause for concern regarding its efficacy. Undoubtedly, the trust that the trained coaching staff places in Rokai during such a pivotal Champions League encounter is intricately linked to his own performance. After the Madrid Pirates successfully thwarted a trained attack on the right flank, they launched a counteroffensive. Through the fluid movement in midfield, they swiftly transitioned the ball to the attacking zone. Vukovic then relayed the ball to Kelly. In the transition from midfield to attack, the player typically delivering the final pass is most often Maxi Kelly. His exceptional technical prowess, coupled with a prodigious imagination, consistently yields astonishing plays. For instance, when Vukovic passed the ball to him, he did not halt its momentum, but instead deftly flicked it behind him with his heel. The ball zipped past the advancing trained captain, Connor Kirk. Hulai, taking the initiative, retreated to intercept the ball before trained center back, Scott Wilson, could reach it. However, this maneuver positioned him with his back to the attacking direction. This did not faze Hulai. He promptly returned the ball to the advancing Kelly. Following his pass, he swiftly turned to make a run into the penalty area, seeking a return option. Instead of passing back, Kelly seized the opportunity created by Wilson's distraction and unleashed a shot. The ball skimmed the grass, arcing towards the goal, evading the grasp of goalkeeper Tom Walker and the post, ultimately sailing out beyond the goal line. Oh, Kelly, a near miss. Such a pity. Amidst the gasps of the commentators and the astonished crowd, Maxi Kelly merely tilted his head slightly. Ever the composed figure, he managed his expression with finesse. Even in this moment of regret, he did not display excessive dramatics, resembling a child with sensory integration issues. In contrast, his teammates appeared more animated. Hulai clasped his head in his hands and sighed skyward. One might mistakenly assume from this gesture that he was the one who had taken the shot. With the Madrid Pirates unable to score, Trame was awarded a goal kick. Rokai, playing as a right winger, did not confine himself to the right sideline. Due to Trame's formation being more left-oriented, he too shifted leftward, nearing the center circle. He turned to closely monitor the movements of goalkeeper Walker. Should the opposing team attempt to pass the ball, he must be prepared to receive it. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, ensuring he was aware of the positions of both the Madrid Pirates players and his own teammates. As the football soared through the air, He was able to handle it with greater efficiency, avoiding the predicament of halting the ball only to find himself ensnared in a tight circle. After positioning the ball, Tom Walker lifted his gaze ahead, spotting Ricardo Balaya raising his hand to request the ball. The trained formation distinctly tilted to the left, prompting the Madrid Pirates players to gravitate more towards the right, thus creating ample space on Trame's right flank. Consequently, Walker took a running start and executed a powerful long pass towards the right. Rokai, observing the approaching ball, gauged its landing point and retreated with his back to the attacking direction. He then leapt to contest the aerial ball with Madrid Pirates left back, Ion Martinez, and he succeeded in making contact first. The ball was flicked towards the center, reaching his teammate, the forward Papu Bonnet. Bonnet deftly controlled the ball. Upon landing, Rokai immediately pivoted forward, signaling for Bonnet to pass the ball back to him. The French forward promptly delivered a diagonal pass. Tramed launched a counterattack. Rokai, Hifong exclaimed excitedly. For him, this match was truly a neutral ground. Regardless of the outcome, he would find joy in victory and disappointment in defeat. Rokai skillfully maneuvered the ball forward, accelerating to catch up. Ion shadowed him closely, positioning himself defensively and pursuing relentlessly. As Spain's primary left-back, Ion Martinez was known for his attacking prowess, speed, and relatively weaker defensive capabilities. In terms of speed, he was not at a complete disadvantage. Seizing the moment as Rokai re-engaged with the ball, Ion decisively lunged to tackle. Rokai aimed to push the ball into the penalty area. However, his attempt was thwarted as Ion's tackle sent the ball out of bounds. In the process, Rokai himself was brought down by Ion. The Madrid Pirates fans in the stands erupted in jeers as Rokai lost his balance, believing he was attempting to draw a foul. Yet, upon hitting the ground, Rokai executed a forward roll and sprang back to his feet. The jeers abruptly ceased, leaving an awkward silence. Spotting the ball sailing out of bounds, Rokai pointed towards the corner flag, signaling to the referee that the ball had been deflected out by the opposing team, thus warranting a corner kick. Rokai had successfully earned a corner for Tramed. It was evident that his performance in this match was exceptional, despite limited opportunities on the right flank. Whenever he obtained the ball, he posed a threat. On the sidelines in front of the Tramed coaching staff, Kevin Locke remarked to assistant coach Melbany, "He is indeed a valuable asset." Chapter 402. A skilled player. The corner kick that Rokai created for Tramed did not pose a significant threat to the Madrid Pirates' goal. Yet, akin to a superstitious belief, when one performs well upon their first touch of the ball on the field, they feel as though they are in control of the match's tempo. Although this corner was not Rokai's first touch, it provided him with a substantial psychological boost, making him feel capable of going head-to-head with Hulai. Soon, Hulai also found an opportunity within Trame's penalty area. He transformed a rather mediocre pass into a shot on goal. Although the unconventional technique he employed resulted in a shot that appeared to lack velocity, it compelled Tom Walker to execute an extraordinary save, narrowly deflecting the ball just before it crossed the goal line. Wow, Hulai, that shot was truly impressive. It seemed to lack power, yet the angle was exquisitely challenging, nearly evading Walker's grasp. In the slow-motion replay, Walker initially hesitated, as it appeared that Hulai's strike may have veered outside the goal frame. This moment of uncertainty almost cost him the save. Fortunately, he quickly recognized his error, propelled himself off the ground, and clumsily managed to rescue the ball just in front of the goal line. Hulai, devoid of a goal, exhibited profound frustration, contrasting sharply with the demeanor of his teammate, the prolific Maxi Carey. He seemed to find himself stirred by every missed opportunity, as if he had just squandered a guaranteed goal. Yet, in reality, how many guaranteed goals truly exist? This fervor is one of the reasons why Hulai has managed to score so frequently. His unwavering desire for goals, akin to the innocent longing of a child, drives him to relentlessly pursue scoring opportunities. Though Hulai missed this chance, Parati, the coach of the Madrid Pirates, nodded approvingly to his two assistant coaches from the sidelines. Hull is in fine form today. Although this shot didn't result in a goal, the quality displayed, even with such an awkward stance, indicates his excellent instinct in front of the net. Both assistant coaches concurred. Hulai is undeniably the heart and soul of the Madrid Pirates. His performance captivates everyone's attention and ultimately dictates the team's success. When Tremead launched their attack, they initially advanced down the left flank. However, upon encountering the formidable defense of the Madrid Pirates, they swiftly redirected their efforts to the opposite side. Their captain, Connor Kirk, executed a long diagonal pass to the right wing, finding the advancing right back, James Matt. This young right back, who transferred to Tremead last summer, is a rising star in this position. At just 20 years old, he predominantly serves as a rotational substitute within the squad. Kevin Locke's decision to start him in this match was based on his speed and technical prowess. Despite his lack of experience, he possesses a fearless edge, hoping to forge a more formidable attacking duo with Roque on the right flank. Thus, when Ricardo Balia encountered resistance on his side, Tremead could exploit their sudden assault on the right to catch the Madrid Pirates off guard. After receiving the ball, Matt advanced forward, and while the defense of the Madrid Pirates had yet to fully shift their focus, he delivered a precise diagonal pass towards Roque. Roque, making a diagonal run towards the wing, adjusted his steps as he received the ball, preparing to deliver a cross. Juan Martinez closed in, hands clasped behind his back, ready to intercept his cross at any moment. As Roque readied his strike, Martinez swiftly extended his leg. However, Luo Kai's deft maneuver was not a cross, but rather a deft touch. With his right foot, he deftly pushed the ball to the left. The seasoned Juan was not easily deceived by Luo Kai's initial move. He quickly halted and pivoted to re-establish his defensive position. Yet, with a swift flick of his left foot, Luo Kai returned the ball to its original position. In quick succession, he then nudged the ball toward the baseline with the outside of his right foot. Before Juan could react, Luo Kai had already changed direction and accelerated. As Juan stumbled back into position, Luo Kai launched a cross. The ball sailed past Papu Bonet at the near post, heading towards the back. Nick van Dijk, rushing in from the center, leaped to head the ball before the Pirate defender, Reverie, could intervene. The ball was directed towards the goal. Madrid Pirates goalkeeper, Havel, instinctively extended his arm, miraculously deflecting the ball away from the goal line. A collective gasp arose from the spectators in the stands. Van Dijk, Havel, what a stunning save. The exchange of offense and defense was truly remarkable. As commentators spoke, the broadcast replayed the moment when Luo Kai skillfully evaded Juan's defense. Witness how he effortlessly shifted the ball from his right foot to his left, then back to his right, and finally flicked it outward with the outside of his right foot, each movement fluid and seamless. Even the main left back of the world champion team struggled to keep pace with Luo Kai, ultimately being outmaneuvered. By the time he recovered, he could only watch as Luo Kai delivered the ball into the danger zone. Fortunately, Havel executed a world-class save. Otherwise, Juan would have been deemed responsible for the goal conceded. Juan Martinez cast a glance at Luo Kai, acknowledging Hulai's words. His national teammate indeed possessed remarkable skill. Although Luo Kai created threats from the right flank, the away team, trained, could not withstand the relentless assault from Madrid Pirates. By the 30th minute, their defense finally succumbed. Yet, the scorer was not the hoped for Hulai, but their midfielder, Vukovic. At that moment, the Serbian midfielder received the ball approximately 35 meters from the goal. Both Hulai and Kelly made runs to draw the attention of Trame's defenders. Particularly, Kelly managed to tightly mark Connor Kirk, preventing him from immediately closing in on Vukovic. Realizing he had space to shoot, Vukovic took a couple of steps forward, prompting Kirk to hastily charge in. He deftly sidestepped the ball, unleashing a long-range strike. The ball arched past Kirk's body, evading the fingertips of goalkeeper Tom Walker, and just as it seemed destined to veer wide, it curved back and nestled into the net. Vukovic, goal. Vukovic scores with a stunning long-range effort. Trame had focused too much defensive attention on Kelly and Hu, leaving Vukovic unmarked in the center. This marked his first goal in this season's Champions League. He truly possesses a remarkable long-range shooting ability. Trame should not have underestimated him. They made a grave mistake. Alvarez Sanchez shouted with uncontainable excitement. In the stands of the Pirate Park Stadium, joyous cheers erupted. The other players of the Madrid Pirates rushed towards Vukovic, embracing him in celebration of the goal. In front of the visiting team's coaching bench, assistant coach Melbourne remarked to head coach Locke, "We are overly concerned about Hu and Kelly." Locke replied with a stoic expression, "There is no choice, Cohen. The threats posed by both Hu and Kelly far exceed that of Vukovic. If we do not keep a close watch on those two, Vukovic will effortlessly pass the ball to them, making it equally challenging, if not more so." Melbourne fell silent, acknowledging Locke's truth. Hulai and Kelly, being closer to the goal, inherently represented greater threats. Vukovic, positioned so far away, could not consistently score from long distances. Thus, it was not entirely fair to deem Trame's defense a failure. It could only be said that, confronted with the central attacking duo of Hulai, Maxi Kelly, and Vukovic. Tramed had limited options, prioritizing the defensive threats posed by the two more immediate players. One can imagine that had Connor Cork chosen to challenge Vukovic, he would have simply passed the ball to Kelly, who could then either take a shot himself or pass it to Hulai. The outcome could very well have been a conceded goal. With their lead established, the Madrid Pirates launched further attacks on Tramed's goal after the match resumed. Their offensive onslaught more ferocious than before. They sought to score again swiftly, aiming to establish a 2-goal lead at home against Tramed, which would ease the challenges of the second half. Ideally, they wished to resolve all uncertainties in the first leg, advancing to the semi-finals ahead of schedule. During this period, the Tramed fans watched in trepidation, holding their breath, fearful to voice their support for the team, lest their hearts leap from their chests. The Madrid Pirates initiated their assault down the left flank, with Roque trailing Ian Martinez, ultimately catching up to block him at the fullback position. Upon receiving a pass from Tonini, Ian faced Roque and attempted to bulldoze past him. However, after just a couple of steps, he realized that this opponent was no easy task to overcome. Mere speed would not suffice. Consequently, he pulled the ball back and passed it to the approaching Maxi Kelly. Immediately after passing, Ion turned and sprinted forward. Roque, initially drawn in by the ball, felt the rush of air behind him and finally comprehended the unfolding situation. Yet, it was too late. He was left behind by Ion, who received Kelly's incisive pass. Ion sent in a cross without pausing. However, the delivery was somewhat hasty, and Hulai could not connect at the goal, as the soaring goalkeeper, Tom Walker, comfortably claimed the ball. Chapter 403. Whose story is this? Observing the ball soar before the goal, only to be seized mid-air by Trame's goalkeeper Tom Walker, Ion sighed skyward. The television broadcast shifted to a replay of his recent duel with Roque. In the replay, Ion surged forward while passing the football, catching Roque completely off guard. Nevertheless, Roque, displaying remarkable speed, swiftly pursued and managed to catch up. Perhaps it was the pressure he exerted on Ion that left the latter with no time to adjust, compelling him to pass the ball from Maxikili directly. The replay abruptly halted right after Ion released the ball, abruptly switching back to the live feed. Viewers witnessed Roque sprinting furiously, the football just ahead of him. What was happening? Those not present at the scene, Hifeng and Yin Kong, were somewhat astonished. But they quickly realized that Tlamid had launched a counterattack, targeting Roque. The spectators and commentators on site, however, had just observed the preceding events. At the moment Tom Walker intercepted the football, Roque swiftly turned and accelerated forward from near the baseline. He made no verbal cues or gestures. He merely focused on his forward sprint. Walker noticed him and understood the reasoning behind his run. The left-back Ian Martinez of the Madrid Pirates had encroached upon Tlamid's baseline, leaving the left flank of the Pirates completely exposed. Roque sought to capitalize on this opportunity, and Walker was more than willing to facilitate his endeavor. Thus, Walker immediately initiated the counterattack with a precise hand throw, launching the football directly into Roque's path. When the television broadcast returned, viewers beheld Roque racing ahead in pursuit of the football. Vukovic, arriving from the center, attempted to intercept Roque. The football landed right before Roque, who did not decelerate but instead opted to strike the ball forcefully. It whizzed past Vukovic as he remembered to foul too late. Roque sped across the halfway line, slicing into the Madrid Pirates' territory like the wind. The players of the Madrid Pirates scrambled to retreat, especially the defenders. Juan Ramirez dashed diagonally in pursuit of Roque, while the swiftest center back, Danny Drew, closely followed. On the Tlamid side, the sudden turn of events left almost no one able to match Roque's speed, save for Ricardo Belia. This Portuguese star sprinted diagonally from the right flank towards the center to support Roque. At that moment, only these two had crossed the halfway line for Tlamid. Yet, this did not diminish their capacity to pose a threat to the Madrid Pirates' goal. The resounding boos from the stands attested to this. The fans of the Madrid Pirates sensed a grave threat. The jeers served both to distract Roque and to convey their inner panic. Tlamid's counterattack was truly formidable. Before Roque lay an expansive green field. Perhaps only Danny Drew, hastening from the center, could slightly impede him. Roque once again caught up with the football. Still some distance from the Pirates' goal, he propelled the ball forward, advancing it about 10 meters. For a counterattack of such magnitude, this pace of dribbling was optimal. Neither does he cling the ball too tightly to his feet, sacrificing speed, nor does he allow it to stray too far, thereby losing control. Through his experiences in the Eredivisie, Eredivisie, and the Premier League, Roque has become increasingly adept at mastering the rhythm of high-speed dribbling. Although Danny Drew, a center-back, is not particularly slow, he finds himself unable to make a decisive move against Roque's tempo. As he attempts to intervene, the ball eludes him, skillfully maneuvered away by Roque. Should he persist in his challenge, he risks taking down his opponent, which would earn him a red card, leaving his team one player short for the remainder of the match and missing the next round, an utterly devastating blow. Thus, Danny Drew can only trail behind Roque. Initially, Havel contemplated leaving his goal to confront the situation, but upon seeing Drew's pursuit, he opted to remain at the edge of the 6-yard box. However, he quickly abandoned this notion, realizing that Roque had shaken off Drew. Havel lunged forward again, yet he missed the optimal moment. As Roque closed in on the ball, Havel still had not completely blocked his angle for a shot. Drew doggedly pursued, while Havel dove towards Roque, leaving the rest of the area in the Madrid Pirates penalty box completely unguarded. Ricardo Balliers sprinted forward, raising his arms to call out to Roque, reminding him of his presence. At that moment, if Roque made the pass, he would be faced with an enormous open goal. This was the best opportunity for Trame to equalize, and indeed the most secure one. Under normal circumstances, upon Balliers' call, Roque would have undoubtedly delivered the pass. Yet today, at this very moment, Roque seemed entirely oblivious to Balliers' shouts. His gaze was fixated solely on the goal. All he could hear was the sound of his own breath. He appeared to enter a transcendent state, free from distractions, consumed by a singular thought: I must score. Once again catching up to the ball, he briefly slowed down to assess the positions of the goalkeeper and the goal. Havel sensed Roque's intent to shoot and immediately entered a state of high alert. Lowering his center of gravity and almost lying flat on the ground, he speculated whether Roque would aim towards the far corner or the near corner, leaving him to take a gamble. After observing, Roque lowered his head once more, poised to strike. Havel dove, reaching for the far corner, but the ball was directed towards the near corner. It whizzed past his feet, bouncing across the grass and rolling into the net. Roque! Oh my! Roque! Magnificent! Absolutely stunning! He foam shouted in exuberance. Well done, Roque! Yen Kong raised his arms in celebration nearby, exclaiming how beautiful the goal was. It was quintessentially Roque, a breathtaking dribble, leaving defenders in his wake. This marked his second goal in the Champions League this season. Both of his goals in the tournament have been pivotal. The first helped Trame eliminate Torino, and this one has brought them level. The Madrid Pirates' lead lasted a mere 10 minutes. After the shot, Locke's gaze was firmly fixed on the ball as he watched it roll into the net, only then daring to believe he had truly scored. He spun around and dashed towards the corner flag to celebrate. In his excitement, he scarcely noticed Ricardo Balliers beside him. Fortunately, Balliers understood the significance of this goal for Locke and simply laughed, joining in the celebration. As Locke's friend, he naturally wished for Locke to continue scoring in the Champions League, solidifying his position within the team. Thus, not scoring the goal himself was of little consequence. Behind them were the trained players who had just caught up. They had initially been part of a counterattack and had only reached midway when they realized they had seamlessly transitioned into a celebration. Kevin Locke was not as exuberant as his teammates. By the time Locke had begun his run, he had already started to prepare himself mentally. So, upon witnessing the goal, he merely raised his fist in triumph, his smile far from ecstatic. However, his assistant coach, Melbourne, was more animated, shouting and rushing onto the field, taking a lap before returning to embrace him in celebration. As Locke reached the corner flag, he felt a tremendous impact from behind. Ricardo Balliers had leaped onto his back. He paid it no mind, not even turning his head, but instead raised his fists towards the camera positioned at the corner flag and roared. He could not fathom how long he had waited for this moment. In the Champions League quarterfinals, before Huli, he had scored such a magnificent goal. He simply wanted to proclaim to the world, I, Locke, am not inferior to Huli. As he shouted, his eyes began to well with tears. For this goal, for this day, he had traversed an unfathomable distance, climbed countless mountains, and endured an arduous emotional journey. Once the favored child of destiny, surrounded by stars, he had believed himself to be the protagonist of this tale, with the girl who had bounded into his life as the destined heroine. Only later did he realize that the foolish boy he had underestimated was the true lead, while he was merely a pitiful supporting character. While Huli triumphed in the second tier, the Super League, the Olympics, the World Cup, and the Premier League, he struggled in the mire of overseas football, becoming a cautionary tale for many. Everyone cheered for Hui while pointing at him, warning, "Don't become the next Locke." This was not my story. More trained players surged forward, colliding with Locke, embracing him, surrounding him with their jubilant smiles. Yet Locke remained oblivious, continuing to swing his fists. Soon, his arms were rendered immobile by the embraces of his teammates, but he still stared intently at the camera, roaring with all his might. "Even if this is your story, Hui, today I shall be the protagonist. P.S. In the Champions League final tomorrow morning, I have a strong inclination that Liverpool will emerge victorious. No reasons. Just a gut feeling." Chapter 404. The allure of football as Luo Kai sprinted across the field and struck the ball into the net. Tears glistened in his eyes, and the tip of his nose turned red. This poignant moment was captured by the television broadcast. Yet the majority remained oblivious to the true reason behind Luo Kai's overwhelming emotions following his goal, merely attributing his joy to the fact that he had scored in the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. Accompanied by a replay of the goal, He Feng and Yin Kong lavished praise upon Luo Kai's performance, showering him with compliments as though they were of no cost. For the Chinese commentators, this match perhaps represented the most impartial stance they had ever taken. Whether it was Hu Lai or Luo Kai, their outstanding performances drew genuine admiration from the two commentators. However, due to Luo Kai's goal, the accolades directed at him were notably more pronounced, to the extent that Xiaolan, watching from her seat, felt a twinge of displeasure. Goodness, they speak as if this goal were a last-minute winner. How could Hu Lisin fail to perceive the underlying implications in his wife's words? He chuckled. Indeed, it is no small feat for Luo Kai to score in the Champions League, so a bit of extra praise is quite warranted. Xiaolan fell silent, understanding the value of rarity. Her son scored in every match now, and the commentator's tone was certainly not as exuberant as it had been when he netted his first goal during his time in the Premier League. Suddenly, she pointed at the screen where Luo Kai was displayed and asked her husband, "You promised to let your players watch the game recordings. And now that Luo Kai is performing so splendidly, even overshadowing our son, do you not feel embarrassed?" "What is there to be embarrassed about?" Hu Lisin replied with a smile. "In fact, I find it quite favorable." "Why?" "A thrilling contest is always preferable to a one-man show. If both players can excel and deliver a captivating match, then it is perfect for the children to witness. They too can experience the enchanting essence of football. One of football's greatest charms lies in competition, requiring worthy adversaries. Moreover, do you lack confidence in Hu Lai?" "Who lacks confidence?" Xiaolan retorted, taken aback by Hu Lisin's reversal of roles. Seeing her reaction, Hu Lisin beamed with delight. "So, relax and enjoy the match." The first goal for the Madrid Pirates, scored by Vukovic, occurred in the 30th minute, while Luo Kai equalized for Tramed in the 40th. Shortly after his goal, the first half concluded. In those final moments, it was improbable for Tramed to capitalize on their momentum, just as the Madrid Pirates could not quickly regain the lead. Both sides instinctively opted to slow the pace, deciding that any adjustments would wait until the halftime break. Upon returning to the locker room, the head coach of the Madrid Pirates, Parati, did not admonish the team for conceding a goal at the end of the first half. It was entirely normal for a team to be caught off guard while seeking to score another goal. If he were to chastise the players for such occurrences, they might become hesitant and avoid taking risks in the future. Thus, not every goal conceded warranted the assignment of blame. Conceding a goal is an inherent aspect of football, and at times, one must maintain a calm demeanor. Parati, having bypassed the setback, directly instructed his players on their strategy for the second half. In response to Trame's rapid assaults from the flanks, Parati's tactics were resolute. We, too, launched our own offensive from the wings, effectively stifling Trame's momentum. Had it been last season's Madrid Pirates, such confidence would have likely been absent. This was primarily due to Silverio's inconsistent performance on the right flank last season. Now, with Kamara in his stead, the team's most significant weakness has been addressed, allowing Parati to feel assured in his team's ability to engage in direct confrontations on the flanks. It is not only Trame that can soar with dual wings. Meanwhile, in the visiting team's locker room, Trame's head coach, Kevin Locke, fervently praised his players. "You have performed admirably, lads. Although we conceded a goal, we withstood their vigorous onslaught, particularly in our defense against Hu." He commended their decisive and resolute counterattacks. "We must continue to play this way in the second half, focusing intently on exploiting the wings." He then singled out Rokai for special acknowledgement. I have no further expectations of you, Rokai. I only hope you maintain the same level of play as in the first half. Upon hearing his coach's words, Rokai, though maintaining a stoic expression, felt an inner joy blossom. This was precisely the affirmation he longed for from his head coach. It signified that once the match concluded, his standing within the team would transform. He would no longer be merely a starter in inconsequential matches, relegated to rotation in pivotal encounters. Rokai silently vowed to exert even greater effort in the second half, determined to leave no stone unturned. While many factors remained beyond his control, he could dictate his attitude towards the game, to never squander a single moment on the pitch. After the halftime adjustments and recuperation, the second half commenced. Right from the outset, the Madrid Pirates, playing on home turf, launched a fierce offensive towards Trame's goal, initiating their assault from the flanks. Maxicali moved to the right, facilitating a wall pass with Kamara, who accelerated to chase the ball and penetrated Trame's penalty area. Ricardo Balia quickly retraced his steps and executed a timely slide tackle, just as Kamara delivered his cross, diverting the ball out of play. A splendid defensive maneuver. As the British commentator Matthew Cox lauded the effort, Balia rose from the ground and glanced back at Kamara. The two were no strangers, having faced each other numerous times in the Premier League, becoming quite familiar with one another. Their inaugural encounter in the Premier League had left a lasting impression, characterized by fierce competition, during which Balia had been outpaced by Kamara, a humiliation for someone renowned for his speed. Since that encounter, Balia had remained particularly attentive to Kamara's movements. In their subsequent encounters within the Premier League, the two players engaged in direct exchanges. Despite the fact that Kamara and Balia were not positioned directly against each other on the field, Kamara played on the left flank for Leeds City, while Balia occupied the left side for Tranmere. Yet, even amidst positional changes with their teammates, they sought to converge. Feeling the weight of Balia's gaze, Kamara retorted, "What are you looking at? You may be running well, but unfortunately, you have to contend with me." Balia shot back, "Oh, is that so? You'd best keep up with me." Kamara quipped in return, "Don't get lost." As the corner kick from the Madrid Pirates was executed, Danny Drew leaped within the penalty area to make contact, but under the close scrutiny of Tranmere's center-back, Luis Pezin, he directed the ball over the bar, failing to pose a threat to Tranmere's goal. It was now Tranmere's turn to attack. Ricardo Balia, receiving the ball on the left wing, attempted to bypass Kamara but was met with a challenge that sent him sprawling off the pitch. Kamara's tackle had taken both the player and the ball, yet the referee deemed no foul had occurred, much to Balia's chagrin. Rising to his feet, he vociferously protested to the referee. Kamara, standing nearby, scoffed, "Don't act like a wronged child." At this, Balia spun to glare at him. Kamara, unfazed, snorted, "What? Am I mistaken? Falling down only to whine to the referee is the behavior of a child." Internally, he reveled in the thrill, urging, "Come on, push me, hurry." However, under Kamara's slightly provocative gaze, Balia, who had been fuming moments before, regained his composure, remarking, "I recall now, you have a good rapport with who?" With that, he turned and sprinted away, leaving Kamara in a state of disappointment and frustration, watching Ricardo Balia retreat. "What does my friendship with who have to do with you? Why don't you confront me? Why run away?" Though Balia did not fall for Kamara's taunt, it did little to alter the reality that Tranmere's flanks were being firmly controlled by the Madrid Pirates. Balia encountered resistance on the left, while Roque found himself ensnared on the right. Following a goal in the first half, he was now subjected to heightened scrutiny from the Pirates in the second half, especially from their left back, Juan Martinez. This defender, typically more adept at attacking than defending, exhibited a marked preference for offensive play over defensive responsibilities. Yet now, he shadowed Roque closely, denying him any space to maneuver. Roque attempted a forceful dribble to break through, but was met with Juan's aggressive approach, which easily dislodged him, transferring possession to Juan's feet. The intensity of defensive pressure Roque faced was evidently greater than in the first half. However, in a certain sense, this was a positive development, signifying that Roque indeed posed a threat to the Madrid Pirates' defense, warranting the attention of their defenders. Observing the Pirates' resolute strategy from the sidelines, Kevin Locke promptly made adjustments. He instructed his team to regroup, to decelerate, and engage in a measured contest with the Madrid Pirates. After all, this was an away match, and Tranmere could comfortably accept a draw. Conversely, the Madrid Pirates would likely find it intolerable to be held to a stalemate by Tranmere. As long as Tranmere possesses patience, They are certain to witness the Madrid Pirates players grow restless. That will mark Tremade's opportunity. However, it is worth noting that Tremade's approach is not one of entirely passive defense. He retains the capacity for counterattacks. He is acutely aware that relying solely on defensive tactics without preparing for a counter could very well lead to an inability to maintain the score of 1-1. After all, the Madrid Pirates have Juan. Although he has yet to score thus far, no one dares to underestimate him. Even at this moment, should he remain on the field for 89 minutes without a goal, who would guarantee he wouldn't find the net in the 90th minute? At this juncture, Juan found himself with a shooting opportunity in the penalty area. Despite being forcefully nudged aside by Luis Pessin, he still managed to strike the ball towards the goal. It was a shot of remarkable quality, compelling goalkeeper Tom Walker to make a desperate save to deflect the ball away. Keep an eye on him. Do not give him a chance to shoot. Kevin Locke shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Not only him, but Walker, after regaining his footing, echoed the same admonition directed at Juan. No one dared to overlook Juan. Chapter 405. Looking back at the moon, do not let him shoot easily. Tom Walker shouted, pointing at Juan. In response to Walker's gesture, Juan turned to Luis Pessin, speaking in Portuguese. He is accusing you of giving me the chance to shoot. Pessin felt compelled to refute Juan's claim. His teammate was not blaming him. The words almost escaped his lips, but recalling the advice not to engage with Juan, he swallowed them back. Observing Pessin's constipated expression, Juan nodded. It seems you also agree. Did I not say it correctly? As a teammate, you shift all the responsibility onto me in times of peril. Pessin did not anticipate that his silence would be interpreted by Juan as acquiescence and agreement. To make matters worse, the insufferable rogue first spoke in Portuguese and then switched to English, deliberately raising his voice as if to ensure that the surrounding Tremade players could hear him. Indeed, upon his utterance, several Tremade players turned their attention towards them. At this moment, Pessin could no longer adhere to the unspoken rule of refraining from conversation with Juan, and he vehemently denied. Who agreed? Can you not speak for yourself over there? For players competing in Europe, the ability to converse in multiple languages is not particularly remarkable. For instance, Luis Pessin, who previously played in Catalonia, speaks his native Portuguese, as well as Spanish and some Catalan. After several years in the Premier League, he naturally speaks English as well. However, this was the first occasion Pessin had encountered someone capable of wielding multilingualism as a tool for incitement. Juan, still wearing a pained expression, proclaimed, I am merely advocating for you, my brother. This time he reverted to Portuguese. Pessin covered his mouth with his hand, gritting his teeth in a low voice. Get lost. Juan widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you threatening me? You dare to threaten me? He then adopted a woeful demeanor. Why not just take action directly? If this brings you some solace. Pessin took a deep breath. He feared that if he did not breathe deeply again, his resolve might waver. He had never encountered anyone so shameless. Logically, given Juan's renown and prowess, he should not exhibit such a lack of decorum. Can one imagine the four kings behaving in such a manner on the field? Neither Maley nor Cabanca would ever be so brazen. Witnessing Pessin's labored breathing, Juan broke into a joyful laugh. He ceased his banter with Pessin, for the Madrid Pirates were about to take a corner kick. Despite his playful antics with the opponents, Juan posed a constant threat to Trem's goal. Indeed, if any adversary chose to underestimate him due to his less than respectable antics, it would only serve to his advantage. As the corner kick was executed, the ball was forcefully punched away by the goalkeeper, Tom Walker. The football landed outside the penalty area, where the Madrid Pirates swiftly regained control. After receiving the ball on the flank, Tonini, being left-footed and playing on the right, needed to maneuver the football to his left foot before delivering the cross. However, as he adjusted the ball, Trem's defense pressed forward in perfect harmony. By the time Tonini released the pass, several Madrid Pirates players found themselves caught in an offside position, including the two central defenders, Riva Moreno and Danny Drew, along with the holding midfielder and captain, Juan Ramirez, and the forward, Maxi Kyrie. None of the Pirates players, poised to challenge for the ball in front of Trem's goal, managed to evade Trem's well-executed offside trap. Yet, a minor flaw marred this otherwise impeccable offside play. A figure had surged forward from within the ranks of Trem's players, brushing past them and breaking into their midst. And that very ball from Tonini was directed toward him. Juan, Hifong shouted loudly. In front of the television, Shilon clenched her fists, rising from the sofa, her body leaning forward as she anxiously watched the screen. She beheld the successfully unmarked Hulai penetrating the penalty area. Glancing back at the football, he realized he had perhaps surged past it and began to slow down and pivot. At that moment, Trame's goalkeeper, Tom Walker, had abandoned his goal, lunging toward him. Unbeknownst to Hulai, as he turned, he was oblivious to the imminent danger lurking behind him. Akin to an unsuspecting individual unaware of a beast swiftly approaching from the rear. The Madrid Pirates supporters in the stands gasped at this scene, while Shilon, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Look out! Behind you! Someone's there!" Completely forgetting that her son could not hear her frantic shout from home. Walker lunged toward the ball simultaneously, attempting to block Hulai's shooting angle. Despite Hulai facing away from the goal, he remained vigilant. Yet, Hulai's response took him by surprise. During his retreat, he leapt into the air, sending the ball soaring backward. With a glance over his shoulder, the football whizzed between Tom Walker's arms. A parabolic arc was traced, culminating in a ball that plunged into the goal behind. The ball has entered. What a splendid moment. Hulai has scored. He has propelled the Pirates back into the lead. This was an unconventional header. To score with one's back turned to the goal is nothing short of magnificent. What a feat. Upon witnessing the football soar into the net, Cielon raised her arms in jubilation, leaping from the sofa. Hulisin also slapped his thigh in excitement. This opportunity was not particularly promising, as Hulai was facing away from the goal. Yet, against all odds, he transformed this fleeting chance into a goal. This is the essence of Hulai's prowess. His ability to seize opportunities is unparalleled. Trame executed a commendable job in restricting Hulai during the first half of the match. Pei Sun shadowed him closely, cutting off connections between Hulai and players like Maxi Ku Li and Vukovic. Nevertheless, Hulai managed to seize a fleeting opportunity and struck decisively. Thus, while moving mountains may be easy, defending against Hulai proves to be a formidable challenge. Yin Kong extolled Hulai's goal with great enthusiasm. Cielon felt a wave of delight wash over her, reminiscent of the joy derived from enjoying ice cream on a sweltering summer day. "Ha ha. Well said, continue." She placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Observing the triumphant demeanor of his wife, Hulisin could not help but chuckle. Hulai's goal revitalized the atmosphere at Pirate Park, and amidst the cacophony, he sprinted towards the corner flag, leaping high into the air. As he descended, over 60,000 Madrid Pirates fans erupted in unison. Hoo! Subsequently, more players from Madrid Pirates rushed towards Hulai, embracing and celebrating the goal. The stadium announcer's voice boomed. Madrid Pirates, 21 Tramed. The scorer, Hoo. After a prolonged 5-second drawl, over 60,000 Pirates fans echoed, "Lie." The announcer elongated his shout once more. "Hoo, lie, hoo, lie." Each exclamation grew shorter until they melded into a deafening chorus of cheers. The camera panned over the jubilant stands, where a fan turned to show the number and name on his back to the camera. 14 Who? Number 14. Hulai. Rokai had to concede that when he heard the entire crowd chant Who, it felt as though his heart had been struck by a powerful force, sending a jolt of electricity through his body, compelling him to shiver. Even as a rival, the scene before him was nothing short of awe-inspiring. This is the treatment Hulai enjoys at Pirate Park. As for himself, he was far from experiencing such accolades at home. He had to admit that he had become one who chases after Hulai. Yet this realization did not fill him with despair or anguish. On the contrary, it ignited a fierce determination within him. It is akin to discovering a goal perpetually ahead of you, prompting one to forget the pains and fatigue of the journey. Instead, focusing solely on keeping pace, determined not to fall behind. In the midst of this relentless pursuit, you find yourself unknowingly accelerating. Hulai serves as a beacon for Luokai. As long as he can see the tail lights, Luokai is reminded that he has not yet been completely cast aside. Amidst the resounding cries of Hulai echoing across the hills, Luokai takes a deep breath. You scored a goal, and so did I. At the very least, in this match, you have not left me behind, Hulai. With 30 minutes remaining, I shall cling to you with unwavering determination. He fixates on Hulai's jubilant figure, akin to a missile locking onto its target. Kevin Locke, positioned at the sidelines prior to Hulai's goal, remains attentively vigilant. Observing Tanini's pass into the penalty area, he does not dare to relax as he witnesses his players collectively pushing forward, creating an offside trap. His tension mounts as he spots Hulai making a run from outside the penalty area into the box, his entire body taut with anticipation. Then, Hulai scores. The once still body suddenly tilts back, followed by a heavy sigh. His earlier worries materialize. He has once again failed to thwart Hulai's goal. Oh, such is the allure of football. Liverpool, despite unleashing 24 shots throughout the match, failed to score, while Courtois appeared almost invincible. Conversely, Real Madrid managed only 2 shots on target, one of which was disallowed for offside, and the other found the net. It is utterly astonishing. In terms of sheer performance, Liverpool undeniably surpassed Real Madrid and was more deserving of the title. Yet, football does not merely hinge on paper strength. Unforeseen factors often dictate the outcome of a match. This realization has opened numerous avenues for my writing on football. At times, I find myself overly concerned with the logic of victory and defeat in my narratives, believing that a team's win or loss must be justified, that through prior descriptions, the outcome should appear reasonable. Yet the reality is that not every match unfolds with such rationale. Which of Real Madrid's encounters in this season's Champions League knockout stage adhered to reason? Just ask Paris Saint-Germain, Chelsea, Manchester City, and the latest victim, Liverpool. Would they argue that Real Madrid operates on reason? A significant issue in football is its lack of unpredictability. After all, it is the author's imagination at play. I believe there are moments when it is permissible to depict matches that defy conventional logic. Thus, if anyone encounters seemingly unreasonable matches or goals in the future, please refrain from voicing such sentiments in the comments. There is no such thing as unreasonable, for football is, by nature, round. Chapter 406. The frustration level at this moment. A score of 12 poses a somewhat awkward predicament for many team coaches. With 30 minutes remaining and only a 1-goal deficit, what should the team do next? This is a question that requires the coach's contemplation. Ultimately, the coach's thoughts and decisions will dictate the outcome of the match. Should they maintain a solid defense, waiting for a counterattack if an opportunity arises, or simply hold the score at 12? Or should they attempt to intensify their offensive efforts, aiming to equalize, or even take the lead? It is akin to answering a question without a definitive solution. Regardless of the choice made, each holds its own rationale. Yet none can assure the correctness of the decision. Opting for a strategy of steadfast defense, while relatively conservative and passive, does not guarantee the preservation of a score of 12. The possibility of conceding a goal and escalating the score to 13 remains. Conversely, choosing an aggressive offensive approach will inevitably create vulnerabilities, yet this does not imply that such openings will be exploited by the Madrid Pirates for a goal. It is equally plausible that Tranmere could rally and equalize the score. In essence, there is no foolproof tactic. Even the most accomplished coach cannot guarantee that every decision made will be infallible. Ultimately, it reflects the coach's mindset and character. For instance, Leeds City's head coach Tony Clark unwaveringly charges forward regardless of circumstances, brandishing the banner of attacking football, either overpowering the opposition or being subdued by them. A more cautious coach might find satisfaction with a score of 12, considering it a two-leg contest. Returning home with a 1-goal deficit still leaves a substantial chance for a comeback, rendering such risks on the road unnecessary. Kevin Locke, while not as reckless as Clark, tends to favor a proactive strategy at this juncture. As a representative player during the Red Witches' sweeping reign across Europe, Locke amassed trophies alongside that invincible team. At that time, Tranmere could indeed be equated with champions. The renowned former coach of Tranmere, Nathan Hawley, famously proclaimed that Tranmere entered every competition with the aim of clinching the championship. Even finishing as runners-up was deemed a failure for the club. This statement was audacious, yet few questioned Hawley's conviction during that era. Many may have resented his arrogance and criticized Tranmere's presumptuous attitude, yet they could not deny his entitlement to such bravado, as Tranmere possessed the capability to back it up. During their most glorious 15 years, they secured 10 Premier League titles, 2 Champions League titles, 6 FA Cup titles, and 6 League Cup titles, along with 2 UEFA Super Cups and 2 FIFA Club World Cups, effectively monopolizing the Premier League. However, with the conclusion of this golden age and the emergence of rival teams, Tranmere found itself in a prolonged slump, a decline so severe that even the most ardent supporters despaired. During this period, the club's traditions underwent a significant transformation. Championships were no longer the objective. Qualifying for the Champions League by finishing in the top 4 became the new aspiration. It is difficult to fathom that the Tranmere of Locke's playing days would be fighting merely for Champions League qualification, as failing to secure the league title would render the season a failure. Since taking the helm, Locke has endeavored to extricate the team from the mire. aiming at the very least for consecutive qualifications for the Champions League. Now, he believes it is time to restore the club's former traditions. At the very least, the erstwhile Red Witches would never bow down before European giants. A different coach, faced with the same situation, might opt for a more pragmatic approach, continuing with a defensive counter-strategy. Yet, Kevin Locke, having experienced the golden era, still carries the blood of the Red Witches, who once looked down upon the world. As the match resumed, Locke gestured with a flourish, prompting Trame to abandon their previous strategy of a compact counterattack, engaging head-on with the Madrid Pirates on both flanks. Locke, positioned on the wing, passed the ball to his advancing right-back teammate, James Matt, and immediately attempted to surge forward for a wall pass. However, this collaboration faltered as he had scarcely turned to make his move when he was brought down by Juan Martinez. The referee approached, offering a verbal warning to Juan, which irked Locke greatly. He protested vehemently in English, questioning the absence of a card for such a foul. As he spoke, he raised his arm to indicate how Juan had infringed, mimicking the elbowing motion. Had he possessed the theatrical flair of Hulai, he would have been rolling on the ground. Clutching his face, Juan, attempting to defuse the situation, placed a hand on Locke's shoulder, saying, "Hey, buddy, relax." Locke, however, angrily shrugged off his hand, unwilling to engage in any camaraderie. Aware that he had narrowly escaped a reprimand, Juan chose not to press further, retreating to a safe distance from the center of the fray as the referee refrained from issuing a card. Locke, nonetheless, remained obstinate. Max Kyrie, witnessing Locke being embraced by Nick Van Dijk, turned to Hulai and remarked, as his former classmate, "Shouldn't you intervene?" Hulai grinned. "If I did, it would only exacerbate the situation. He would escalate his antics, believe me." Kyrie glanced at Hulai and replied coolly, "Oh, it seems your relationship is rather tenuous." Hulai sighed. "Isn't that the truth?" Thus, the two stood side by side, observing the unfolding drama from the periphery. This minor uproar, ignited by Locke's fury, was merely a typical aspect of the match. Yet his anger was undeniably palpable. Upon the resumption of play, a more agitated Locke became increasingly prominent on the flanks. This was largely due to Trame's tactical endorsement of his uninhibited play. Had Kevin Locke opted for a more conservative counterattacking strategy, Locke would have felt utterly powerless despite his intent to strike back. With an adrenaline-fueled performance, Locke proved to be a formidable challenge for Juan, forcing Tony to frequently retreat to assist in defending against the right-side assault led by Locke and James Matt. This display elicited exclamations of admiration from Hifeng and Yin Kong, declaring, "Tonight, Locke is a top-tier winger in Europe." Such accolades might have unsettled some of Locke's fans, who might argue, "What do you mean tonight? Hasn't he always been top tier?" However, it was evident to all that Locke had not previously reached that echelon. Tonight, he was indeed flourishing. The reasons behind his remarkable performance remained a mystery. Perhaps it was the challenge posed by his opponent, Hulai. Many Chinese fans noted that whether it was Locke, Chen Xingyi, or Zhang Qinghuan, they all seemed to elevate their game in the presence of Hulai. Perhaps they were motivated by a desire not to let Hulai outshine them. Chinese players demonstrated remarkable skill during the match against Hulai, much to the delight of the spectators, signifying their ambition for improvement. Despite Hulai's brilliance, as devoted fans, there is a collective desire to see more than just him shouldering the national team. Supporters yearn for other overseas players to continuously elevate their abilities, ensuring that when they convene for the national squad, they can effectively assist Hulai, ultimately forging a formidable and cohesive unit. Thus, in today's match, aside from Xialan, it is hard to imagine anyone being displeased with Luokai's outstanding performance. While Luokai's dynamic play on the right flank brought joy to Chinese fans, Trame's tactics appeared excessively audacious. Such an aggressive offensive strategy, if unsuccessful, risks counterattacks from the adversary, placing immense pressure on the defense. Moreover, with the Madrid Pirates boasting an efficient striker like Hulai, even a defensive blockade would struggle against him. Let alone when facing counterattacks from the Madrid Pirates. They were compelled to allocate additional personnel to monitor Hulai closely. Besides Luis Payson, another center-back, Scott Wilson, frequently found himself tasked with the same responsibility. This allocation inadvertently created opportunities for other players of the Madrid Pirates. In the 72nd minute, Trame faltered with a misplaced pass in midfield, allowing Ramirez to intercept the ball and relay it to Vukovic. Vukovic initiated a counterattack, passing the ball to the advancing Maxiki Kyrie. Hulai raised his hand while making a diagonal run, drawing away Luis Payson and causing Scott Wilson to hesitate, which afforded Kyrie the chance. The Dutch star, upon entering the penalty area, unleashed a shot just as Wilson rushed in to defend, but it was too late. The ball glided past him, skimming the grass, before bouncing in front of goalkeeper Tom Walker, who could only watch as it soared past his outstretched gloves into the net. Maxi Kyrie. Goal. He extended the lead for the Madrid Pirates. Tramed paid dearly for their aggressive forward play. 31. The Madrid Pirates boasted a 2-goal advantage at home. The jubilant cheers from Pirate Park reverberated like a tsunami, overwhelming everyone present. As the end of the month approaches, I seek your support for monthly votes. Chapter 407. No doubt remains. Maxi Kyrie. Goal. He has widened the lead for the Madrid Pirates. Tramed has faced the consequences of their bold strategy. 31. The Madrid Pirates lead by 2 at home. Alvarez Sanchez exclaimed with excitement. The entire stadium erupted in jubilant cheers. Amidst the thunderous applause, Maxi Kyrie raised his arms in celebration, running towards the sidelines. Behind him followed the other players of the Madrid Pirates, all wearing expressions of elation. With a 31 lead against Tramed, they were inching ever closer to the UEFA Champions League semifinals. Observing the jubilant Madrid Pirates players reveling in their recent goal, Tramed's assistant coach, Cohen Melbourne, approached the head coach, Kevin Locke, cupping his hand over his mouth to inquire in a hushed tone, "Should we tighten our defense, Kevin?" Locke, mirroring the gesture, tilted his head and replied, "Not at all, Cohen. At least not now. If we retreat now, it will appear as if we are intimidated by the Pirates. Such a move would only embolden them, intensifying their offensive onslaught. We might find ourselves conceding further goals. Let us not forget, they have Hulai." Melbourne found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, they had Hulai. The previous opportunity, which seemed insignificant, had resulted in a goal from him. Who could assure that he would not seize another unconventional chance to score? Would it be effective to park the bus against Hulai? To some extent, yes. Clogging the spaces within the penalty area could indeed serve as a viable tactic to stifle a player like Hulai, who thrives on space. Yet, such a strategy is not infallible. After all, even the most meticulous plans may have their flaws, and at times, Hulai could exploit unconventional methods to find the net. Thus, when the Madrid Pirates concluded their celebrations and returned to their half, resuming the match, Kevin Locke refrained from making any alterations. He simply stood at the sidelines, gesturing for his players to persist in their offensive efforts. Everything remained unchanged. To the astonishment of the home team's coaches, Tramed did not pull back. It was quite understandable. They were already 2 goals down, and retreating served little purpose. It was far better to press forward and take a chance. Who knows, they might score again. Mused head coach Perotti. "Hey, we cannot allow them to have their way," he added. Indeed, Perotti nodded in agreement. The Madrid Pirates had made adjustments. Unlike their aggressive pursuit of a larger lead following their first goal, this time, after Kelly's score, the Pirates opted to slow the pace, avoiding the pursuit of further goals that would leave their defense vulnerable to counterattacks. Perotti could overlook the goals conceded in the first half due to their eagerness to score. However, should a repeat occur in the second half, even the kindest of souls would have their limits. Upon the match's resumption, the Madrid Pirates transitioned from their previous strategy of exploiting the flanks to a more possession-oriented approach, aimed at controlling the rhythm and slowing the game down, thereby dragging Tramed's offense into a quagmire. It was now Tramed who needed to quicken their pace. The Pirates' possession play stifled any urgency, serving as a defensive strategy in itself. The Pirates, upon regaining possession, no longer rushed their attacks down the wings, but rather exchanged passes in midfield, patiently maneuvering Tramed's formation in search of gaps within their defense. Only when opportunities arose would they press forward with a pass. If none presented themselves, they would continue to circulate the ball. In this regard, the Madrid Pirates were confident, as they were less likely to commit passing errors akin to those that led to Tramed's third goal. Hulai, positioned as a forward, had withdrawn from the penalty area, returning to midfield to engage in the team's possession play. Luis Payson pursued, leaving space behind for his central defensive partner, Scott Wilson. In theory, as a center back, he should not venture so far forward. However, the current Hulai is not the Hulai of yore. He now possesses the ability to score from long range. Payson had faced Hulai before, when he primarily posed a threat within the penalty area, his danger increasing the closer he was to the goal. Conversely, the further he strayed, the lesser the threat. Yet now, while not a specialist in long-range shooting, Hulai has nonetheless scored several impressive goals from distance. A notable instance was his recent strike in La Liga against Valencia, where he unleashed a shot from approximately 35 meters, striking the left post before ricocheting off the right post, and ultimately finding the back of the net, demonstrating the sheer power behind his shot. Thus, Hulai now poses a threat well beyond the confines of the penalty area. Payson dared not allow Hulai to receive the ball and turn comfortably from around 30 meters out. Hulai, without pausing, returned the ball and turned to Payson with a grin, exclaiming, "Oh, big brother, you're still here?" Payson chose to ignore him. Unperturbed, Hulai continued his banter as he repositioned. "Aren't you worried that by pressing forward, you'll leave space for us to exploit? I tell you, if you lose the ball that way, you'll truly be the villain of the team. Don't think I'm being dramatic, big brother. I'm merely offering a friendly reminder. It's only because we get along so well that I'm being so considerate. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to inform just anyone." As he spoke, Hulai, who had initially been running to the right, suddenly halted and pivoted to the left, coincidentally receiving the ball. Payson quickly followed suit, but just as he closed the gap, Hulai deftly let the ball slip through his legs. After this cunning maneuver, Hulai swiftly turned and dashed into the penalty area. Payson, turning to chase him, initially presumed that Hulai was engaging in a wall pass with a teammate. However, upon catching up, he realized that the ball had been redirected by Maxi Kiri to the right flank, where Kamara and Ricardo Balia were entangled in a fierce contest. Hulai slowed his pace, glanced back at Payson, and cheerfully remarked, "Big brother, don't be anxious. I'm just having a bit of fun with you." Payson suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, though his breathing had grown slightly heavier. Hulai, seemingly oblivious to Payson's murderous glare, maintained his jovial demeanor, though his eyes darted around, attentively surveying the surrounding situation. The tussle between Kamara and Balia concluded with Balia emerging victorious, as he seized the ball and distributed it promptly. Just as he passed the ball, Kamara surged in from the side, nearly intercepting it, but instead collided with Balia, causing him to stumble. Balia shot Kamara a glare. Yet Kamara paid him no heed, continuing his pursuit of the ball. The counterattack from Tremid still failed to materialize. The forward pass was intercepted by Danny Drew, and the Madrid Pirates had not yet fully retreated. At that moment, it was the perfect opportunity to launch another attack. As Kamara chased back, he noticed the ball being intercepted, and instead of turning to run forward, he looked around to assess the situation behind him before requesting the ball from Drew. Drew delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving it, Kamara turned, only to find Ricardo Balia charging towards him, leaning his upper body to the left. He feigned an intention to carry the ball towards the center. Balia indeed shifted in that direction, observing the Portuguese player's movement. Kamara deftly nudged the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot, simultaneously adjusting his center of gravity to lean right. With this simple feint, he skillfully maneuvered past Balia, avenging the earlier interception. However, Balia did not relent. After circling around, he continued to pursue Kamara. Feeling the pressure of Balia closing in, Kamara quickly executed a lateral pass before Balia could catch up. The ball skimmed past Balia's toes and reached Hulai. Luis Pizon stood resolutely in front of Hulai, ready for action. As Hulai let the ball slip through his legs, Pizon was caught off guard. The ball continued to roll forward, halted abruptly by a foot. It was Kelly. Upon seeing Kelly receive the ball, Hulai immediately surged forward into the space behind Pizon, infiltrating the penalty area. Pizon remained fixated on Hulai, entirely disregarding Kelly's actions, solely focused on marking Hulai. Thus, when he saw Hulai advance, he swiftly turned to close the gap, positioning himself between Kelly and Hulai, effectively cutting off Kelly's passing route. Kelly raised his left leg, seemingly poised to pass to Hulai. Yet, upon noticing Pizon's tight defense on Hulai, he was compelled to abandon that notion. Just as everyone presumed he would need to seek another opportunity, and Hulai had seemingly made a futile run, Kelly's left leg, which had just descended, suddenly swung out with remarkable speed, striking the ball. He directed the ball towards the goal. It zipped along the ground. Goalkeeper Tom Walker, initially focused on Hulai's determined forward movement, instinctively glanced toward Hulai, thinking Kelly would pass to him. However, by the time he shifted his gaze back, he was startled to see the ball hurtling toward him. He hastily dove to intercept it, but it was too late. Before he could properly position his hands, the ball collided with his chest and rebounded outward. His hands were too late to close around it, allowing the ball to escape. It slipped away. Walker reacted swiftly. abandoning all his weight to lunge forward, attempting to regain control of the ball. Yet, in his limited line of sight, a foot suddenly appeared. It made contact with the ball even faster than his hands could. The ball flew past him. Pulai. Pulai. The passionate roar of Sanchez echoed once more, and the ball found the net again. This marks his second goal in the match. In the 80th minute, the Madrid Pirates lead trailed by 3 goals at home. The outcome of this match is no longer in doubt. Additionally, Nottingham Forest has successfully ascended to the Premier League, and my silent support for them has not been in vain. Finally, I would like to share a comment I came across on Weibo that struck a chord with me, sending shivers down my spine. When I initially penned that name, I could hardly have anticipated how, years later, these two names would intertwine in such a manner. In another universe on January 1st, 2003, Nottingham Forest forward David Johnson lost his balance during a tussle, inadvertently knocking out his own coach, Tony Dunn, ushering in the era of the Forest dynasty that would dominate European football for over a decade. In this universe, on May 29, 2022, David's son, B. Johnson, emerged as the team's top scorer, aiding Nottingham Forest in their return to the Premier League after a 23-year absence. The timelines of the multiverse converge in a romantic and fervent fashion. To the Weibo user, no answer is required. I must take a brief hiatus from writing. I find myself dissatisfied with the upcoming chapters and have resolved to delete all my recent drafts to start anew. Perhaps it is the nearing conclusion of this book that has made me somewhat anxious, leading me to hasten the pace. Yet, certain aspects should indeed be slowed down, allowing for a more thorough exploration of the narrative to unfold organically. Though some may criticize my work as being verbose, I believe it is precisely this verbosity that enriches my writing. Recently, I have sensed that my prose has become too terse, lacking the necessary fluidity, resulting in a dry and painful experience. It seems I must heed the advice of others, embracing a more expansive style to pass my own scrutiny. Otherwise, pushing the plot forward for its own sake feels like a betrayal of my original intent for this book. I must continue to create a world, to fully develop certain characters, and to lavish the necessary attention upon them. Given that my stock of drafts is dwindling, I may have to resort to posting singular updates in the coming days until I replenish my cache. Fortunately, I still have enough drafts to sustain the next few chapters. But the real concern lies ahead. These past few days have been arduous for me, often writing until the early hours of the morning, only to lie in bed afterward feeling dissatisfied with my work. An occasional off day is understandable, but consecutive days of such struggle indicate a deeper issue in my writing process. After taking a shower, I pondered whether there might be a way to continue without deleting my drafts. I truly wish to avoid rewriting, as that would drastically reduce my stock and necessitate singular updates. Such a situation would leave me lacking confidence in securing monthly votes, especially as I have just set an ambitious target of 6,000 votes. Ultimately, however, I have concluded that there is no alternative. I must rewrite, even if it means sacrificing my monthly vote count. I accept that, unless I decide to forsake quality and recklessly write with closed eyes, merely to pass through the motions. It would be tantamount to self-sabotage, rendering my previous efforts of over 5 million words utterly wasted. Therefore, I have resolved to eliminate those sections that do not flow smoothly and to embark on a fresh approach to rewriting. Naturally, the issue lies not with the outcome, but with the process. The result is fixed, yet how to achieve it is what I aspire to enhance. I sincerely apologize for requesting a few days' leave, as I have only now decided to rewrite. I cannot ascertain how long it will take to regain my fluency, so I shall refrain from specifying a duration for my absence. Rest assured, once I am back on track with sufficient material to support 2 updates a day, I shall promptly transition to a dual update mode. I also hope to restore my regular update rhythm as swiftly as possible. This decision, albeit regrettable, is made solely in consideration of quality, and I wish for your understanding and support. After posting this chapter, I shall retire for the night and resume rewriting upon awakening. For several consecutive days, I have managed only 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night, leaving both my body and spirit thoroughly exhausted. Thus, starting today, May 31st, I will temporarily revert to a single update. The Fox of the Forbidden Zone is indeed progressing towards its conclusion, and there may be approximately 1 million words remaining before the final denouement. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support throughout this journey, and I hope we can collectively navigate this final segment with grace. Thank you. Chapter 408. The bane of the Red Witch. When Lewis Peterson witnessed the football soaring towards Tom Walker, a sigh of relief escaped him. For the ball was not passed to Hulai. This indicated that his task was executed well, compelling Kelly to hastily alter his passing focus and opt for a rush shot on goal. However, the quality of such a shot was unlikely to be commendable. Before this thought could dissipate from his mind, he beheld Walker making a catastrophic error. The ball slipped from his grasp. His eyes widened, and he quickly realized he needed to take action. Just then, darkness clouded his vision as someone surged past him. It was none other than the advancing Hulai. Peterson watched, transfixed, as Hulai extended his foot, connecting with the errant football for a follow-up shot. The ball found the net. Peterson remained rooted in place, astonished, while Hulai had already spread his arms and sprinted towards the corner flag to celebrate the goal. The roars of jubilation reverberated through the air at Pirate Park Stadium. Alas, the English commentator Matthew Cox sighed deeply, lamenting that they should never grant Hulai even the slightest opportunity, since Peterson had already retreated. Why did he not maintain that pursuit to the end? Stopping mid-run allowed Hulai to escape. After all, it was Hulai. His gaze should have been unwaveringly fixed on that individual. As a Premier League commentator, Cox was intimately familiar with Hulai, which is why his dismay was palpable. Upon witnessing Walker's fumble, he exclaimed in alarm, "Be careful." Yet, nothing could alter the course of events. Peterson remained stationary, watching the entire sequence of Hulai's follow-up shot unfold. A score of 4-1 was akin to a calamitous disaster for Tranmere. The cancellation of the away goals rule has diminished the significance of Tranmere's goal compared to previous instances. However, even without the abolishment of this rule, the impact would still be minimal, especially considering the score difference has expanded to 3 goals. Had the score been 3-1, the away goal would have held some value. But with a 4-1 scoreline, can one reasonably argue that Tranmere merely needs to return home and win 3-0 to advance on the basis of away goals? Ho! The Leeds City fans in the White Rose Tavern erupted in cheers at Hulai's landing. They then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Well done, Hu! That's the spirit. Truly, you are the nemesis of the Red Witch that emerged from Leeds." Yorkshire, home to Leeds City, and Lancashire, where Tranmere is based, have historically been rivals in England. Each encounter between teams from these regions, regardless of their respective strengths or rankings, tends to be more intense than clashes with teams from other areas. In the past, when Leeds City was in lower divisions, they had no opportunity to compete with a powerhouse like Tranmere, resulting in little to no interaction between the two clubs. However, everything changed with Hulai's arrival. Matches between Tranmere and Leeds City became fiercely contested affairs. During Hulai's 2.5 seasons with Leeds City, numerous tales emerged from the encounters between these teams, some of which may be inscribed in history and fondly remembered for years to come, becoming classics within the annals of the Premier League. At that time, there was even a saying that the century-long feud between Leeds City and Tranmere commenced with Hulai, who transformed the two clubs from mere regional adversaries into relentless foes. While this may be an exaggeration, it is not entirely inaccurate. Given Leeds City's stature and capabilities at that time, they would have had little chance against Tranmere had it not been for Hulai. Prior to his joining, Leeds City had already endured a season and a half in the Premier League, facing Tranmere with an evident disadvantage. How could Tranmere possibly regard this team as a rival? It was Hulai's joining Leeds City that enabled them to achieve a dramatic victory at the Red Roof Stadium, elevating them to the pinnacle of the Premier League while simultaneously marking Tranmere with eternal disgrace, thus forging a significant enmity between the two clubs. Even though Hulai has since departed from Leeds City, his fervor for facing Tranmere remains undiminished. This brings immense joy to the Leeds City supporters who have been closely following him. They jubilantly sang songs mocking Tranmere, melodies that once resonated during matches between Leeds City and Tranmere. In the eyes of the Leeds City fans, Tranmere's Champions League journey has now reached its conclusion. Despite another match remaining, and it being at home, what does that matter? For Hulai, competing at the Red Roof Stadium holds the promise of delightful memories. Akin to his performances at Stan Park with the Rangers, playing at the Red Roof Stadium could very well feel like a return home, effortlessly enjoyable. Amidst the mocking chants of Leeds fans, the televised match has resumed. The Tranmere players, trailing by 3 goals, appear somewhat flustered. Although Kevin Locke aspires for the team to reclaim the illustrious tradition of the Red Witches, the reality is that the current squad falls significantly short of the golden era players of Tranmere. Firstly, they cannot guarantee that each position is occupied by the best. most competitive championship-level players. Thus, when they faced the true champions, the Madrid Pirates, the consequences of adopting a bold, aggressive strategy inevitably result in being overwhelmed by their opponents. One must commend Locke's courage, albeit it borders on recklessness. Perhaps he is simply anxious. The initial chaos has rendered Tranmere's defense perilously exposed. Locke watches with a frown, standing on the sidelines, fervently waving his arms and shouting. Yet, rather than urging his players to maintain composure, he commands them to attack. Push forward. Continue the assault. At this moment, he resembles a desperate gambler, blinded by ambition, indifferent to the potential loss of everything, wagering his entire fortune on the table. In such circumstances, Rokai might be one of the few players capable of sustaining Locke's confidence or ambition. Tirelessly, he sprints along the right flank. A testament to his rigorous training since entering professional football, which is now yielding dividends. His relentless self-discipline ensures that even in the final 10 minutes of the Champions League, he possesses the stamina for a 30-meter sprint. Naturally, his exceptional performance garners him more possession. In the 85th minute, after a rapid advance down the wing, he abruptly halts and cuts inside, evading Juan Martinez, before deftly dribbling laterally and unleashing a left-footed shot. The ball curls toward the far corner, eluding the fingertips of Hall, only to graze the outside of the far post. This prompts Matthew Cox to exclaim in despair, "Rowe nearly salvaged the team." If he could help Tranmere reduce the aggregate score to 2-4, there would still be hope for the second leg. As Juan Martinez faces the increasingly frantic Rokai, he too begins to struggle. Ultimately, in the 88th minute, to thwart Rowe, he resorts to a deliberate foul, earning a yellow card. This decision has left many Tranmere players disgruntled. They believe Juan should have received a yellow card for his earlier infraction against Rowe, which would have resulted in a second yellow and his subsequent dismissal. While his teammates express their indignation on Rowe's behalf, he remains calm, preparing for the next offensive. Rokai's stellar performance on the flank also inspires his teammates, making them realize that although they trail by 3 goals, the match is far from over. Even if they can claw back a single goal, it could lay the groundwork for a remarkable comeback in the second leg. Therefore, the last few minutes of the match transform into a siege by Tranmere against the Madrid Pirates. If someone were to switch on the television at this moment, they might mistakenly believe that Tranmere is playing on their home turf. In the 4th minute of injury time, with less than a minute remaining in the match, Roque once again seized the ball on the flank. Faced with Ione, a determined Roque did not force his way through, but instead began to perform intricate footwork. Ione, cautious yet retreating, refrained from attempting a tackle. This scene left many Chinese fans in awe. For the formidable opponent before Roque was none other than the starting left-back of the Spanish national team, a World Cup champion. Although Ione was on the defensive, Roque continued to advance, skillfully maneuvering closer. As he approached Ione, he suddenly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, accelerating past him to the byline. Instead of taking a shot himself, he delivered a cross towards the goal. Roque's pass found Balia. He fumed gasped in surprise. The ball was directed towards Ricardo Balia, who was making a run into the center of the goal. Balia met the ball with a strike. Havel lunged to intercept. His hands did not touch the ball, but his arm did. The shot by Ricardo Balia was thwarted by Havel's arm, keeping the ball out of the net. Balia attempted to follow up with another shot, but Danny Drew cleared it away with a powerful kick. Balia exclaimed in dismay, having squandered a golden opportunity. This might have been Trame's final chance in the match. Balia clasped his head with both hands, his eyes wide as he stared at the goal of the Madrid Pirates, his face etched with disbelief. P.S. From today onward, I will temporarily switch to single updates. Please allow me to finish rewriting before I return to double updates. Thank you all for your support. For specific reasons, please refer to the previous chapter where I explain my absence in detail. Thank you. Chapter 409. No spoilers. As Zhang Qinghuan finished his morning routine and sat down at the dining table ready for breakfast, his father beckoned him over. "Come here, son." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. Zhang Qinghuan, puzzled, inquired, "What is going on?" He leaned in to see his father replaying a paused video. In a UEFA Champions League quarterfinal that concluded early this morning, the Madrid Pirates hosted Trained in a highly anticipated match. Suddenly, Zhang Qinghuan shouted, swiftly shutting off the phone screen before his father could react. His father looked at him in astonishment, while his mother, startled, scolded, "What are you doing? You nearly made me drop my bun." Indeed, at her son's sudden outburst, she almost lost her grip on the bun she was holding. Regaining his composure, his father furrowed his brow at his son's odd behavior. What's with your reaction? Don't you want to watch the Champions League? You can't stay up for the live broadcast, and now I'm kindly showing you the highlights. Zhang Qinghuan quickly shook his head. I do want to watch, but I don't want to be spoiled. Spoiled? What do you mean by that? This is what I mean. This is a spoiler. Our coach who has promised to find time later for us to watch the match replay. And as long as I can remain unaware of the score and outcome until then, it would be just like watching it live, wouldn't it? Observing the son's defiant demeanor, both father and mother found themselves at a loss for words. Are you aware of the immense attention this match has garnered? Is it truly possible to avoid spoilers if one wishes to? Zhang Qinghuan stubbornly declared, I don't care. I shall treat the replay as a live broadcast. Oh, this child. The mother felt an urge to scold him, but the father restrained her hand, saying, very well. Let us see if you can manage to avoid spoilers. He then turned to his wife, stating, let society educate him. Zhang Qinghuan, still feeling somewhat rebellious, bit into his steamed bun with great force, as if he harbored a grudge against it. His parents exchanged glances, aware that their child, once resolute, could not be swayed. At this point, nothing they said would penetrate his stubbornness. The only resolution would be for him to discover, on his own, that the entire world was abuzz with discussions about the match. Even if he covered his ears, it would be futile. Only then would he realize the futility of such childish behavior. But what significance is there in realizing this too late? As Zhang Qinghuan passed through the school gates, he overheard classmates animatedly discussing the thrilling derby match at Juan Middle School that had taken place in the early hours. Oh my, the match was utterly exhilarating. In the end, I almost thought Zhang Qinghuan quickened his pace, hurrying past the group of chattering students until he confirmed he could no longer hear their exuberant voices, before slowing down to proceed toward his classroom. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he encountered yet another discussion about the match. Thus, he was compelled to alter his course once more, zigzagging until he finally reached the entrance of his classroom. At that moment, he was embraced by Zhou Yuza. Zhang Qinghuan. Zhang Qinghuan regarded him warily. What do you want? What do you mean? Just a greeting. Zhou Yuza replied, perplexed by Zhang Qinghuan's demeanor. Keep your distance. Zhou Yuza. Zhang Qinghuan pushed him away. Zhou Yuza assumed Zhang Qinghuan still harbored resentment over the incident where he had falsely claimed to relay a royal decree. Oh come on, Zhang Qinghuan. I've already apologized. You can't keep holding on to my minor missteps. After all, who among us is infallible? Zhang Qinghuan shot him a glare. I'm not talking about that. I'm worried you'll blurt out the results of the UEFA Champions League match. Zhou Yuza grinned delightfully. Huh, how did you know I was going to tell you about the Champions League? Let me tell you. The match this morning was simply spectacular. He couldn't finish his sentence, as Zhang Qinghuan quickly covered his mouth. After a struggle, Zhou Yuza finally broke free and exclaimed, What are you doing? No spoilers. What constitutes a spoiler? Zhou Yuza asked, bewildered. You're about to watch the replay, my friend. I intend to treat the replay as if it were live. If I learn the results and scores in advance, it will lose all its excitement. Zhou Yuza stared at Zhang Qinghuan in disbelief, and after a while, he furrowed his brow and remarked, Are you out of your mind? You can silence me. But can you silence the entire school? Besides, teacher who hasn't specified when the replay will be shown. What if he waits until next week? Can you guarantee you won't hear anything about the match in the meantime? Zhang Qinghuan shook his head. I don't care. I will not be defeated. As Zhou Yuza observed the stubbornness of Zhang Qinghuan, he chose to remain silent, merely humming to himself. I shall see how long you can withstand the temptation of spoilers. When the class bell rang, Zhou Yuza noticed that Zhang Qinghuan exited the classroom almost simultaneously with the teacher, though through the back door, while the teacher took the front. The teacher kindly reminded him, Hey, Zhang Qinghuan, don't run, take it slow. The voice of Zhang Qinghuan echoed from a distance. I can't hold it in any longer, Teacher Wang. The classmates erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Teacher Wang shook his head with a helpless smile and left the classroom, books in hand. Zhou Yuza, witnessing the cheerful atmosphere within the class, couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. It was only a second before the bell rang again that Zhang Qinghuan returned to the classroom in a whirlwind. Upon his return, a classmate jokingly inquired, Zhang Qinghuan, did you fall into a latrine? Ignoring them, Zhang Qinghuan headed straight to his seat. His deskmate, Zhou Ziyu, leaned in and whispered, Where did you run off to? The trash station. Zhou Yuza, who had been inching closer, quickly pinched his nose and recoiled. Why did you go there? It was less crowded. I wouldn't get spoiled. Zhou Yuza, still pinching his nose, gave Xiong Jiahui a thumbs up with his other hand. You're impressive. The class monitor called out. Stand up. Zhou Yuza and Xiong Jiahui rose from their seats and bowed to the homeroom teacher. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, classmates. The homeroom teacher, Sun, began the lesson. Although Xiong Jiahui sat attentively at his desk, he seemed somewhat distracted, his mind wandering far away. His thoughts were consumed by the match that had taken place earlier that morning. What had been the final outcome? Had Hu Lai emerged victorious? How had Luo Kai performed? How many goals were scored, and how did they come about? He had done well to avoid spoilers. Yet his heart felt as if it were being clawed by a cat. How he longed to watch the match. Just as Xiong Jiahui was in a frenzy of anticipation, he suddenly overheard a couple of classmates whispering from the diagonal behind him. Hu Lai's goal was truly imaginative. Hearing this, Xiong Jiahui sprang from his seat and exclaimed loudly, Report. The homeroom teacher, Sun, turned his gaze towards him, inquiring, What is it? Report, teacher Sun. Those two are talking during class. Xiong Jiahui pointed towards the two classmates behind him. The individuals he indicated were Zhou Ziyu, who raised his hand and pointed towards the corner of the bleachers, stating, Before the school team training began, Hu Lisin had Coach Wang gather the players from grades 5 and 6 separately, as he had an announcement to make. However, after surveying the crowd, he noticed the absence of a certain figure he cared about and asked, Where is Xiong Jiahui? Zhou Ziyu promptly raised his hand again and indicated the direction of the bleachers, saying, Coach Hu, Xiong Jiahui is over there. Following the direction of the finger, Hu Lisin turned around and, spotting Xiong Jiahui peeking from the corner beneath the bleachers, couldn't he help but shout, Xiong Jiahui, what are you doing? Training has already begun. Hurry over here. Though somewhat reluctant, Xiong Jiahui, amidst the laughter of his teammates, shuffled over with his head bowed in embarrassment. Why didn't you come to training? What were you hiding for? Hu Lisin asked, arms crossed, gazing at the submissive Xiong Jiahui. They were engrossed in discussions about the Champions League, and he did not wish to be spoiled by any spoilers. Xiong Jiahui pointed at his teammates in front of him, expressing his grievances. Hu Lisin was taken aback by this unexpected reason. After a brief pause, he could only chuckle in disbelief. Is that all? I've been on guard all day, Coach Hu. At a loss for words, Hu Lisin took several deep breaths to compose himself, and then remarked, as it happens, I called you here to inform you that today's training has been unexpectedly cancelled, and instead, we will be watching a replay of the match. So there is no need for you to hide anymore. Upon hearing this, Xiong Jiahui was momentarily stunned before bursting into jubilant cheers. Awesome. Observing the exuberant child before him, Hu Lisin shook his head with a smile. Although quite mischievous and occasionally exasperating, for some reason, he saw certain reflections of his own son, Hu Lai, in this child. A wave of sentiment washed over him as he pondered. If he had not been so suppressive towards his son in the past, would Hu Lai's childhood memories have been more sweet than bitter?